Door. Let's find a place to sit. Tang Qing suggested. Okay. Very happy. No one refused to go. Although we are colleagues, we meet only a handful of times a year, Maya more, and the others only once a year. Usually, these entrepreneurs will all have a business circle. Hometown associations, regional chambers of commerce, clubs, etc. are also a kind of grouping among businessmen. Enhance relationships, deepen friendships. Parties are often held. However, Tang Qing didn't join any circles. Others formed a team, and he was the only one playing solo. Generally speaking, it would definitely be impossible to play, but Tang Qing just managed to play. And it's quite fun. One word, close. Be impressed by his vision. Accept his luck. At the same time, also impressed by his social skills. In just a few years, he got to know so many powerful families. The energy of these people combined with Tang Qing's total wealth. Invincible. There's really no need to add anything. Soon, everyone came to a tea house not far away. Private venue. Mr. Tang's tea is indeed extraordinary. Excellent. Pure. The tea cultivated in the prepared liquid has occupied the high-end market, but firstly, the time is short, and secondly, the concentration is low, which is more than a little worse than Mr. Tang's tea. Yeah. Everyone admired. Wine, tea, vegetable, fruit, seasoning. The powerful effect of the prepared liquid has shocked the world. In almost all areas where it can be used, the high-end market is firmly occupied. Even if you eat it again, it is still delicious. But it was a little worse after all. It also reassures everyone that the food grown in the prepared liquid is delicious, but not addictive, just like they did before. Delicacies from mountains and sea. Eat well. A bowl of wide noodles on the roadside is equally delicious. That company in Myanmar is really lucky. The original transcription solution is like alien technology. Can't be solved. Can't learn. How many people are so envious that they want to steal it? Everyone chatted. It's quite harmonious, but some people can't help but feel nervous. They're both bosses, but the differences are huge. Who can stay calm in the face of someone who's down the rankings? Whoosh. NetEase. Sina. The three bosses are the most helpless. They think about how glorious, domineering, and arrogant they were as internet giants back then. And later, Ali, Penguin. They have taken off one after another and become bigger and stronger, but they have taken a narrower and narrower path. Although they will not go bankrupt, they are far behind compared with the first two. A few days ago, Alibaba's market capitalization exceeded $100 billion. Penguin. After receiving Yarvi's investment, the market value continued to rise, equivalent to the total market value of the three of them, plus Baidu's total market value. Truth. This table is clearly layered. First echelon, Tang Qing. Only one person, proud of the world. Second echelon, two horses. Chairman of a company with a market capitalization of $100 billion. The other one is backed by a super big tree with huge potential, Yarvi, as Penguin's largest shareholder. No one dares to ignore it. $180 billion. Such a market value is beyond their dreams, especially its strength on the internet, which is frightening. Baidu, for example, is more afraid of it. On search, in China, he also has a competitor, Google. Although Google is not controlled by Yarvi, it does not mean that Yarvi's search engine technology is immature. Therefore, once Yarvi borrows Penguin's hand and gets involved in the search field, Baidu will have one more opponent, an opponent 10 times more terrifying than Google. The third echelon. Obviously, they are them. The four giants of the internet now have a combined market value that is not as high as that of the worst company in the second tier. And the gap between the second echelon and Tang Qing is even more obvious. At that time, they thought that the internet was theirs, but now they find that they are still too young. Because someone going against the grain. Chatting, Zhang Chao suddenly asked, Mr. Tang, what do you think of Sohu? Revealing his confusion in the era of mobile internet, he was a little worried that Sohu would not survive more than 2 years, let alone catch him. In the third echelon, Baidu has search. NetEase has games. Sina has Weibo. Whoosh. What's there? It seems that except for one portal, there is nothing successful. Under the influence of new media and mobile terminals, the traffic of Sohu portal has been declining. Precarious. Hear the words. Everyone here couldn't help but sympathize. They were all companies of the same era. Some people rose and some fell. Sohu was also very unlucky. Many new businesses failed. Future. It's difficult. Hear the words. Tang Qing looked startled, then smiled lightly and said, Whoosh, at present, there is still no new business that can adapt to the times. In this regard, we need to work hard. Quite satisfactory. It's like he didn't say anything. This, everyone knows it, but knowing it is one thing, and solving it is another thing. New business is not easy. Not everyone has the foresight. Alas, I sigh to my heart. It seems we can only take it one step at a time. We can't let Tang Qing help with ideas. The two of them are not that close. Counting this time, they have only met twice. Opposite, Tang Qing took a sip of scented tea. To Whoosh. He was quite impressed, but the main impression was still the founder's fun-loving. Many people in later generations blamed the decline of Sohu on this person. To this, Tang Qing only agreed half of it. Yes, this person was a bit promiscuous, but that was only for a period of time. He also wanted to change, but his luck was a bit bad. When he wanted to change, everyone had already joined forces. There is competition everywhere. Therefore, only then was he pushed to the ground with a blaster. He could still survive for a few years relying on his old capital. As for helping out, let's forget it. They're still far from bankruptcy. Not hungry. Compared with before, it was just big fish and meat, which became a normal meal. Fine. Why are we worried about this? Subsequently, the topic was much more relaxed. They said that shopping malls are like battlefields, but there was no need to get tense. In fact, Tang Qing wanted to be more harmonious. Yes, in competition, you cannot admit defeat. But in life, you can't be right. In his words, Tang Qing showed a lot of goodwill. For example, he would not get involved in everyone's existing core business. Or maybe, cooperation is possible in some areas. There is no need to fight to the death. This point also made everyone present feel relieved. Tang Qing is now too big, like an elephant. Move. They little animals are in panic. Therefore, they liked this promise so much that the future competition would end without Tang Qing, and their companies would have one less thing to worry about. But there are still benefits. Like, if any popular app is developed in the future, in terms of some functions, Tang Qing software will definitely not be kicked out, except of course Alibaba. Tang Qing only holds shares, non-controlling, and there are very few voting rights, mainly dividend rights. Strictly speaking, it can only be regarded as an investment project of Tang Qing, not a software owned by Tang Qing. December 5th, Saturday, early in the morning. The venue where the annual meeting was held was bustling with activity, and all major media were present. Although there is nothing explosive about this kind of annual meeting, the presence of so many big names is news. I heard that XX will come this time, and it's rare for two big guys to come at once. Yes, I heard that Tang Qing will record dialogue again. I estimate that the ratings will skyrocket tomorrow night. Tang Qing has too many fans. That's right. The one everyone is looking forward to the most is Tang Qing. In October, Huruan valued it at nearly $400 billion, and in November, Forbes estimated it at $420 billion. Scary, coupled with the fact that he lives in seclusion. If you could take a recent photo of Tang Qing, it will get a lot of clicks. The sales of the clothes and shoes he wears will definitely skyrocket. Now, learning from Tang Qing has become a habit. No way. So dazzling. At first, the exclusive customization created by Shangtang Group for Tang Qing meant that this model would not be sold externally, which also led to too many copycat workshops. Quality levels are uneven. Later, everyone advised us to let Shangtang make it ourselves. The quality should be good, and it doesn't matter if it's a little more expensive. The biggest fear is that after buying it and wearing it twice, you'll be so angry that you want to curse. Then, After Sheng Tang asked Tang Qing for instructions, he put these clothes into mass production and started selling them every time they were sent to Tang Qing. Once Tang Qing shows up, suddenly, to sell like crazy. Gradually, this also became a stable source of profit for the prosperous Tang dynasty. Even if a piece of clothing only sells 100,000 pieces, each piece costs 30. That is still millions of dollars in revenue. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Tang Qing's car." The size of the march was so eye-catching. Subsequently, I saw Tang Qing getting off the car. Click, click, click. There was a burst of shooting, and it was at this time that they could shoot casually. Normally, no one could see them, which made people helpless, just like everyone's ladies. All right, who calls people rich? Capricious. Walking through the hall and entering the venue, there were a lot of people, hundreds of people already there. As Tang Qing entered the venue, the lively atmosphere just now stopped. Like an infection, everyone looked around. Tang Qing is here. Still so young. At this age, I was still an apprentice in the workshop. Many people come every year. Thinking back, this is the fourth time Tang Qing has come. The first time his net worth was only tens of billions, and the second time, he was worth hundreds of billions. The third time, 2 trillion yuan. Now, it is already moving towards 3 trillion yuan. Too fast, so fast that it is dizzying. It is the same every year. The increase is really a bit high, and everyone can only look up. Certainly, although Tang Qing's net worth among private enterprises is the sum of the next 500, it does not mean that the total value of Tang Qing's enterprises is the sum of them. Not that exaggerated. After all, the equity of many companies is dispersed, but only counting personal wealth is hurtful and makes people wonder, are we all old in this world? It shouldn't be, but Tang Qing's face seemed to be telling this fact. Along the way, Tang Qing greeted many people and came here so many times. Although he was not familiar with them, he had met them several times and had drinks at the annual party. After leaving, "You actually remember my name. You are worthy of Tang Qing." Awesome. Everyone gave a very high evaluation in private. Although they can't become friends, being able to remember their names makes people feel respected. This proves it. They are not just passers-by. Front row. The position dedicated to Tang Qing was filled with familiar faces, including famous scholars, foreign company executives, heads of state-owned enterprises, and government officials. Can come here. Most of them have certain industry status. As for many state-owned enterprise bosses and powerful people, they use the reputation of the business leaders' annual meeting to attend in person. Without it, people have backgrounds. The organizer of the annual meeting is the Economic Daily, a deputy director-level unit, a central media company directly under the National Academy of Sciences and managed by the Central Publicity Department. Otherwise, we can't do such a big battle. Have a look. At the ministry level, there were no less than 10 people on site. Off stage, Tang Qing knocked on Erlang's leg. Looking at the stage, everyone is making final preparations, and the host of today's opening ceremony is the host of Dialogue, who interviewed for 2 hours the day before yesterday. Chen Weihong. Previous life. Tang Qing often watches his program. He is the host of many economic forums and has interviewed countless big shots. Very professional. Hi. When I saw him, I waved to him and then continued to familiarize myself with the process. Although this occasion was not live on TV, I could still read the speech. But it's always good to be familiar with it. "Mr. Tang, I heard that your plane is about to be tested. Can you go and take a look then?" "Okay. Can I go?" "Yes." Chatting. Soon, the opening ceremony began as usual. The first one, the president of the magazine. Second, representative of Economic Daily. Third, authority representatives. The position is half a level higher than the department. Fourth, the foreign guest, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, was connected remotely and did not come over. After all, the United Nations is not an economic organization, and the distance is too far. At last, they are representatives of private enterprises. Who? Of course, it's Tang Qing. Next, I invite Tang Qing. The host said loudly. There is no job introduction because there is no need for it. The name Tang Qing needs no introduction. Whoosh! Downstairs. There was a round of applause. Get on stage. Looking at the more than 800 pairs of eyes below, he smiled and said, "Thank you. Thank you to the magazine for letting us gather here once a year to share our thoughts. Last year, we were talking about a crisis. Fortunately, we got out of it as quickly as possible, and the entire business environment was not affected. And this leads to the theme of this annual meeting, the Chinese path of new business civilization. Why can we be the first to get out of it? Otherwise, we are on the right path. Come up." Tang Qing patted him for a while before talking. "And it's not nonsense, unless it is an economic depression caused by force majeure. China's resistance to this so-called global economic crisis is very strong. Foreign trade doesn't work. Just focus on domestic demand. Subsidy, go to the countryside. Tax cuts. It's not difficult to get by with consumer coupons and the like. No more. Infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. I say it 3 times because the effect is too great. If the trillion-dollar project is implemented, the entire industrial chain will be activated, and the upstream and downstream will make money, which can radiate to the entire industry. What I would like to mention here is that in this environment, only by adhering to business ethics can we ensure that China's path can be healthy. Before, many people know that some products have domestic sales versions and foreign trade versions. The quality of the latter is significantly higher than the former, but the price is the same. This is not good. Besides, returning to the essence of business is to create value. I think that in the new business environment, we must not only create value, but also lead value. Quality, intellectual property rights, innovation. Let corporate value affect social value, and then integrate into a broad road. 3 minutes later. Finished. Off stage. Whoa, 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 whoa. A round of applause, not because the words are well said. Who can't say these words? The key is to do it, and Tang Qing is practicing it with practical actions. Although its products are expensive, but not to mention quality. On stage, Tang Qing, who was surrounded by applause, had a different mood. Business chaos has existed in the past, exists now, and will always exist in the future, which is frustrating. Change, disaster. We can only keep calling. At the same time, use your own actions to provide a bigger stage for some companies that have created real value, such as Hummingbird, which is a good screening. Counterfeit, shoddy, plagiarism. All entries are not allowed. Certainly, this does not have a big impact on the commodity market. After all, only a small number of goods are purchased online. If we want to truly eliminate counterfeit goods, we cannot rely on appeals. It's not about hitting the most fundamental. Or is it the change in consumer demand after everyone's income has increased? Otherwise, my pockets will be empty and I will be asked to buy genuine products? Buy licensed goods? It's easy to get criticized. You can stand and talk without back pain. Therefore, it must be viewed objectively. Otherwise, it is easy to stand too high and it will be embarrassing to ask, why not eat minced meat? There is only one thing Tang Qing can do. To the best of our ability, avoid bad money driving out good money. Next, take the stage one by one. Scholar, professor, foreign companies, central enterprises, taking turns to speak. For ordinary people, such a scene is actually very far away because few people will pay special attention to such a gathering of entrepreneurs. But since Tang Qing, everything has been different. Handsome. It is justice. Therefore, Tang Qing, who rarely appears on screen, will definitely join in the fun once he appears. It is impossible to go to the scene, but they can watch the live broadcast online. Wow, Tang is so handsome. Chicken and unrestrained. Domineering. The voice is also very nice. I never tire of listening to it. The female fans went crazy. Yeah. Sugar fans watched it again and again, and the popularity kept soaring. In the end, it even became a hot search. All this made many celebrities lament. They can't compare. One person, that's top-notch. After the opening ceremony, there is the theme forum. As usual, everyone will participate in the 2 theme forums, followed by subforum discussions. Then, Tang Qing went up again. This time, he chose to attend a few theme forums. Since they were all concentrated this morning, he would not go to the subforums. This way, there would be nothing else to do after that. In fact, the organizers also felt that Tang Qing's size would make participating in a subforum a bit like squeezing into a small room. His presence would put a lot of pressure on others. On stage, the first main forum, Portrait of the New Business Civilization. The host is still Chen Weihong, and the organizer seconded it from CCTV because of his experience. These years, dialogue allowed him to get to know almost all the big bosses of central and private enterprises. Familiar. The atmosphere will be better. Same. Tang Qing responded calmly. After the first game, everyone else went down, and only Tang Qing was still sitting on it. This was extremely rare in the history of annual meetings. But no one felt inappropriate. Tang Qing. Huaxia is a well-deserved business giant, the #1 person, and has full qualifications. In fact, everyone is looking forward to Tang Qing coming on stage to express some opinions. Maybe they can get business opportunities from it. Game 2. Topic 2010. Will certainty increase? The host was changed. After all, hosting is also very tiring. It takes a lot of time to talk, communicate, and use your brain. The host this time is also quite famous, the chief planner of China Business Channel, Luo Zhenyu. At this time, there is no logical thinking yet, and there is no business to start a paid knowledge app. For him, Tang Qing is quite pleasing to the eye, and he often watched his programs in his previous life. Later, when the app came out, he downloaded it. Good. It's just a bit expensive, and he only bought one course. Friends of Time is not bad. At least, he watched it with gusto before he was reborn. Now, out again. Out of nostalgia, I will go and see it, but I will not finish it all. The height is different, not in terms of status and money, but in terms of vision. Tang Qing is already at the top. Experience. Information. Tang Qing is completely asymmetrical to ordinary people. The world he sees is 10 times wider and 10 times deeper than what ordinary people see. The gap is too big. The next day, afternoon, the closing ceremony is over. Goodbye. Slow down on the road. Have tea when you have time. Okay. Tang Qing said goodbye to others. Looking at Tang Qing, everyone could only sigh. The next time we see each other will be around this time next year. I don't know what the scenery will be like by then. Get better. Get worse. They don't know. Anyway, even if it gets worse, it's still better than them. Even if Tang Qing's wealth shrinks to 1/10, or even 1/20th of what is now, he is still the richest man. Just so domineering. The next day, 10 o'clock in the morning. New province. Urumqi. Tang Qing's plane landed slowly. There were still 3 days before the official test flight of the helicopter, so he came early and took a stroll to see the final test. Get off the plane. The cold wind whizzed. December. It's freezing here, even colder than the capital city, and several heavy snowfalls have covered the entire city with a layer of white, which is difficult to melt away. Not far, a passenger plane also began to disembark passengers. Sister, the air here is different from a few years ago. I used to smell a little bit of coal smoke here, but now it's gone. Of course. Now, all the heating units in Urumqi are equipped with filters, so the air is much better. It's really good. Most are severely polluted. Now, but it has undergone fundamental changes. Far away, hearing these words, Tang Qing couldn't help but curl up the corner of his mouth and looked at the sky. Although it was foggy, it was due to thick clouds and was different from pollution. It seems there will be another heavy snowfall soon. After leaving the airport, get in the car, heading towards the test base. The distance is a bit far, nearly 200 kilometers. Considering the slippery roads and the snow, it will take at least noon to drive there. In the car, Tang Qing looked out the window, his mind wandering. This land occupies 1/6 of China's area, and the amount of mineral deposits hidden underground is astonishing. Coal, iron, copper, oil, all kinds of reserves are very large. If they were fully exploited, there would be no need to import foreign things. But now, they're almost suppressed. The reason is not complicated either. After all, if you can buy someone else's, why use your own to earn so much foreign exchange and not spend it, but keep it to buy U.S. Treasury bonds? Of course it would be best to exchange it for resources. To this, Tang Qing agreed, such as Myanmar. The exploitation of natural resources within the territory has almost stopped, except for some precious metals or jade, etc., in addition to protecting Myanmar's natural resources. Just to spend money. Import. Buying spree. Use other people's money first. Just ensure a certain reserve of foreign currency. Spend the rest and exchange it for resources. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. I accept the price increase. Anyway, if you can use my things less, use them less. 1 hour later. Get out of Urumqi. At this time, snowflakes were falling in the sky. Not a child yet, Tang Qing pressed down the car window and looked out the window at the vast expanse of white. The testing base was remote, and they had exited the highway. On the provincial road. If the runway at the current test base hadn't been repaired, he would have flown over directly. Gradually, deserted. Soon, turn right and enter a branch road directly. From here to the test base, there are dozens of kilometers of newly paved asphalt roads. Not expensive. Since we only use the base bus, we don't have to worry about overloading. And the geology of the Gobi is inherently hard. A flat road truck goes in front, and a road roller truck goes back and forth a few times, and the road is paved with asphalt and gravel. Very convenient. After driving a few kilometers forward, Tang Qing saw a snow plow approaching, constantly clearing away the fallen snow to ensure that there would not be too much snow on the roadside. Look, Mr. Tang's motorcade. On the snow plow. The three of them were a little excited when they saw the convoy. That was their biggest boss. Considering safety factors, the 3 people in the car were from the security department. And snow plows have also been reinforced. Explosion-proof. Collision avoidance. Anti-smash. Anyway, some things have a low probability, but if you are prepared, you don't have to worry too much because there are drones in the sky when they are on a mission. Explore your surroundings. And there are 10 lifting roadblocks in the entire road section. Even if there is danger, some pursuits can be stopped. In terms of safety, this place is fully guaranteed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh 1. 6 vehicles passed by the snowplow, rolling up waves of snow. Several people watched. C'est dominating. It was very similar to those big shots on TV, marching with a huge car like a giant beast. To them, it was as good as a beautiful woman. The base should already know. Let's work hard. Yeah. Continue to clear the snow. Because they were on duty, they brought lunch with them in the car. They drove to the national highway and then drove back. Today's mission was considered over. Early tomorrow morning. Scan again. The main reason is that there are too few cars coming and going. The base has sufficient food preparations. Supplies are purchased once a month, and vegetables and other things are grown in greenhouses at the base. Therefore, there are only a few vehicles transporting spare parts passing by. However, the base, which was rich and wealthy, had prepared enough parts early and did not need to send them out for a month. So, if it snows, it is normal to clean it every few days. Far away, at the foot of Tian Shan Mountain. Base. Mr. Tang is almost here. It's expected to be half an hour away. Everyone was moving. Tang Qing was going to stay here for several days, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. To this, there is no need for extra preparations. This was taken into consideration from the beginning of the design. The dormitory building has a dedicated floor for Tang Qing, and it is not a waste. After all, this is the Gobi. Land. The cabbage price is a symbolic 1 million yuan, and the rest is to build a house. It is calculated based on the construction cost per square meter plus the decoration cost of 1,000 yuan. So, it's only a few million, so I can afford it. It's approaching noon. When the convoy arrived, the ground stakes and retractable doors at the door were opened. Looking out the window, Tang Qing was quite satisfied. The entire test base covered an area of 6 square kilometers. 2 by 3. Very big. Surrounded by a wall nearly 3 meters high. The building only occupies a very small part. The largest one has 2 parts. One is a runway that is 120 meters wide and 3 kilometers long. Talk about it. This is the only one with a runway among all the test bases. Since it cannot land large aircraft, the standards are relatively low and the construction is relatively fast. It's only been a month since construction began. No way. If you want to build an airport in China, the approval procedures required are too long and various evaluations are very troublesome even for this small self-use airport. Report. Approval at all levels. Final. It still needs to be approved by the National Academy of Sciences and the Central Military Commission. If it weren't for the initial design, it was just a small aircraft taking off and landing, and it would not be so fast. Generally, a civil aviation airport. The approval process alone will take 3 to 5 years, and the long cycle may take 10 years. The test base here is for civilian use, which is lower than civil aviation. Plus push hard from behind. That's why it's so fast. Otherwise, Tang Qing may just build a test base abroad. After our aircraft is built, there will be no place to test it for 3 to 5 years, so it's still a joke. In addition, there are 2 helipads of 1 square kilometer each, one for the east and one for the east, one main and one backup. In fact, one is enough, but Tang Qing said good things come in pairs. A stroke of the pen. 2. Not short of money. Get off. The snow is falling. Why choose here? The main thing is the climate. First of all, not far away is the Tian Shan Mountains. No matter in winter or summer, the top level is quite cold. High altitude, snow all year round. Secondly, it is very hot in summer with almost no clouds, not as much rain as in the south, and a large temperature difference between day and night. It is a good testing environment for equipment. Also, there's just no one around. Otherwise, to be in the south, not only finding a flat piece of land to build such a large test base, but also talking about the surrounding residents can increase the difficulty of environmental impact assessment by 2 levels. What should I do if I fall? It is an important indicator, but here, there are no people around for dozens of kilometers. If it really falls, the impact range will be small. This place is the most suitable. Mr. Tang, let's go eat first. The person in charge of the base stepped forward and led the way with a smile. Okay. Tang Qing walked in front and came to the canteen, which was where the meal was served. The place was already full of people, eating delicious food and drinking hot soup, feeling happy. Many people come from the south. Although they can't stand the biting cold outside, the house is warm. Centralized heating is provided 24 hours a day, making the room feel like spring. Then, they adapt quickly. Have something to eat. Have something to drink. There is internet. All is well. When they saw Tang Qing, everyone paid attention with admiration in their eyes. Like other scientific research work in the park, they admired not money, but his technical strength. Everything will be the same. Genius. A genius. Not surprisingly, 10 years later, he will definitely be a world-class technology master. Different from those who boast, this is a real genius. After dinner, Tang Qing came to the accommodation building, which is the tallest building in the base. From the outside, the glass exterior wall looks like a hotel, which is very eye-catching, especially in summer. The effect will be great. 18 floors. Come in. There is also a hotel-style front desk, which works and has the same momentum as the hotel front desk, except that it does not check in and plays the role of property management here. Only, there is no toll gate. Water grid. All free. Eat and drink. It is also free, which means that the money earned is almost pure profit. There is no rent, transportation, food and drink, etc., because the test bases are quite remote. Therefore, the subsidy given by Tang Qing is higher than that of the park. Come in. Go upstairs. There are 12 elevators, which are quite luxurious. One is dedicated to the top floor. When you get to the top floor, you will have a different layout from other floors. The room will be larger. 12 sets in total. Tang Qing has his own set, and the others can be used to receive friends. He said that after a few days of testing, a large number of people will come to watch, and the accommodation is quite sufficient. The person in charge withdrew. By the window, The entire testing base has a panoramic view. Far away, on the huge apron, 3 assembled aircraft were parked. They were as quiet as 3 dormant beasts in the wind and snow. Gradually, it was covered with a layer of white clothing. This is also a test. Extremely hot, extremely cold, rainstorm, dry. It must be able to adapt to all kinds of bad weather to be considered a good product. In addition to flying in windy and snowy environments, it can also take off directly in the sea. Only, that kind of test is an improvement type and is not within the scope of this test. After all, there is no need to think too much about crashing a helicopter into the sea. The probability is too small. Therefore, it is an extra feature. Tang Qing, a wealthy man, assembled 6 such test machines in one go. The cost was not that high, a total of 120 million yuan. Certainly, this is just the cost of materials. The research and development costs have not yet been taken into account. Compared with ordinary helicopters, the difficulty of production is actually not much higher. For many things, the smaller they are, the more difficult they are. Integrated. Safety. Durable. The smaller, the higher the process requirements. Just like general integrated circuit boards and microprocessors, the difficulty is greatly reduced without various stringent requirements, such as military use. This thing, just a few things. Power, balance, operate, safety. Just do well in the 4 most important indicators. Having said that, if it weren't for the constant guidance and flash of inspiration from the soldiers, it wouldn't have lasted 3 years. It is impossible to build a prototype, even within 5 years. At this time, second uncle called. Connected. In an instant, a projection appeared next to Tang Qing. Tang, are you here? Yes. That's good. Your sister and I will come over the day after tomorrow to have a look. Tang Kai laughed and said, Tang Qing's excellence exceeded his imagination. Extremely looking forward to it. Okay, afternoon. At 3:30, this is the winter working time in the new province. Each department began the final test. Tang Qing followed the person in charge to the apron. 3 Big Macs. It is docked in a triangular shape and has different colors. Military green, sand gray, pure white. The 3 colors don't have any special meaning. I just think one color doesn't look good. When Tang Qing arrived, the propeller began to rotate. Wong. Very quickly. It became da-da-da. The fan blades cut the air, and with the strong airflow, the light layer of snow on the surrounding ground was blown away directly. At the same time, the shell heating technology makes the snow on it begin to melt. Fortunately, it is for civilian use. Otherwise, this technology would be an infrared target. It would be strange not to be scolded to death. Then, Tang Qing walked into the cab. There were only 4 people sitting in a row. It was impossible for one person to control such a large aircraft. In other words, it was easy for ordinary people to get confused. If it were Tang Qing, he could control it alone, or soldiers could, but even experienced ordinary pilots would find it difficult to control it in critical moments. So, a decentralized control method is adopted. 1 driver. 3rd officer. Hello, Mr. Tang. The pilots hurriedly greeted each other. Since they hadn't taken off yet, they didn't have to sit in their chairs. The layout of the cab looked a bit sci-fi. Also, a safety officer and observer are also provided, with the standard configuration being 6 people. You continue. Tang Qing smiled. For safety reasons, the main pilots of these aircraft are all soldiers. Once an emergency occurs, their professional abilities are enough to cope with it. Soon, 3 aircraft began to fly upwards, and he had returned to the tower. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. At a height of 6 floors, 3 aircraft were suspended and motionless. This was a routine test, not a mission type, and they would not fly away. Being cold. Hover. Every 1 hour in this environment, each device responds to sudden startup and long-term non-start, and the operation of the device. To this, as a designer, Tang Qing can only say, there is no pressure. In front of you, he knows every part, every screw, and every piece of equipment participates in the design and has room for more extreme environmental experiments. it can be said that it is quite excellent. Even, in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, in the spare parts testing center, Tang Qing replaced all external parts with absolute high-quality products made in the training area. Excellent quality. Mr. Tang, from all the data so far, our design is very good. There has not been any major equipment failure. Everything is, the person in charge said from the side, and he was also very excited. Such a giant can be built in 1 year. It is extremely fast, but it did happen. Sky. The 3 huge black shadows made him feel relaxed and happy. This was their result. Just like a child, it was absolutely right to join the park in the first place. Half an hour later. Withdraw. There is still half an hour to go. How can Tang Qing wait here? The real preview will start tomorrow, and he will go through all the projects. After, Tang Qing wandered around the base. On the ground. Underground. Safety. R&D. I even visited the vegetable garden. It is located in the Gobi Desert and has inconvenient transportation, so the supporting facilities must be well prepared. Not far from the base, there is a snow melt river. Therefore, there is no need to worry about water problems. In summer, we can directly bring it here. In winter, we use well water. The groundwater level here is not bad. Plenty of water. Enough. In terms of safety, there are 6 fire trucks and several rescue departments with nearly 50 people. They may not be needed for several years. But you have to take care of it, practice one small amount every 3 days and 1 day a week to be prepared. At last, when we came to the maintenance shop, there were some new things here, namely the pendant. This aircraft was designed to function from the beginning. Put out fires, rescue, transportation, 3 main functions. Therefore, there are 3 pendants that are much larger than a house. After the general test is completed, the pendants will be mounted, which is a little easier for rescue. The pendant is empty. Put out the fire. Transportation. These 2 are heavy. One is full of water and the other is full of cargo. In terms of design, its maximum takeoff weight reaches 150 tons, which is unique in human history, and it is not impossible for everyone to build it. Rather, what to do? Transport big things. Car, boat, they're all capable of doing the job. And worst of all, there's a cargo aircraft. If it is used for military purposes, building it so big will be a living target, and there is no need at all. 40 years ago, former Soviet Union, he designed and manufactured a helicopter with a takeoff weight of more than 100 tons. But due to poor maneuverability and inconvenient operation, it was not mass-produced. 50 tons dead weight, 100 tons mounted. This is the data of this aircraft. Evening. The snow stopped. The base still hears the sound of aircraft operating, and 6 aircraft are hovering in the sky. They will be tested until 10 o'clock today, and then left to freeze outside all night. Start again tomorrow. Generally speaking, this is manufacturer testing. Therefore, if it is officially put into use in the future, it still needs to be taken care of. In the instruction manual, there is absolutely no suggestion. Park it casually, and if it breaks, I lose. That's nonsense. In fact, wind, rain, snow, thunder, it can handle any environment. However, in the manual, it will definitely be written, 1. It is not recommended to take off without warming up after being parked for more than an hour in a 0-degree environment. 2. It is not recommended to park outdoors for a long time. 3. It is not recommended to take off in dusty weather. Dozens of notes and hundreds of pages of notes cannot be vague. Just like various military equipment, they are designed to work in various harsh environments. But no one dares to write in the operating manual. This thing has rough skin. You can do whatever you want. The next day, early morning, the warm sunshine is shining down, but unfortunately, it is still quite cold when standing under the sun. When the surrounding snow melts, it absorbs a lot of heat, making it chilly. Canteen. After a delicious breakfast, everyone returned to work. A full project rehearsal was going to begin today. They were all very nervous for fear of something going wrong. 10 o'clock. Tower. Top layer. The decoration here is quite sci-fi, with 3 curved consoles and dozens of people sitting next to the computers, getting busy. The computer screens are made of glass. It's like the one in the movie, transparent and touchscreen, but still mainly operated by the mouse to avoid accidental touches. And don't be too cool. Some things are good, but we must also consider the actual situation and the problem of connecting with external data. Many professional software only supports the mouse, and changes will take some time. Their tasks are many. Scheduling, command, contact. Although this kind of takeoff is only at medium or low altitudes and is in inaccessible places, it is still necessary to obtain flight permission from the Airspace Management Department. Only those 300 meters above the base area do not need to apply. Cumbersome, but as long as it can fly. Report, the rehearsal takeoff permission has been obtained. The liaison officer reported that this is not a civil aviation control area, so you need to apply to the Air Force unit. Generally won't refuse, unless there are missions and other special circumstances in this area, but it is very remote here. Even if there are fighter planes cruising, they will not conflict with helicopters. The heights are all different. Therefore, haven't been rejected yet. Okay. Start the first item. Yes. Give the order. Suddenly, the 6 helicopters turned on their power and rose straight into the sky. Then, 4 huge propellers began to tilt, driving the aircraft forward. Speed 50 normal. Speed 80 normal. Speed 100 normal. Information kept coming. It soon exceeded 200 kilometers. Since it was empty, this speed had not yet reached the limit of this aircraft. Still increasing. Speed 230 normal. Speed 270 normal. Speed 300 normal. Finally, stabilized at the cruising speed 360 kilometers at this time, they disappeared from the sight of the tower. According to the plan, they would fly 120 kilometers at a low altitude of 300 meters. Then, climb 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 6,000 meters. There are 4 altitudes in total, and each altitude is flown for 20 minutes. Previously, only one altitude was tested each time. This time, the projects were connected together for testing. 6,000 meters. Being lower than the height of a civil aviation aircraft is considered the design limit. It's not that it can't fly higher, but it's not necessary. The main purpose of this thing is not shipping. No need to go to the sky, side by side with the passenger plane. Speed is 360. Flight is stable. Status is normal. Speed is 360. Flight is stable. Status is normal. Reported once every minute. At this time, in front of the huge glass screen, Tang Qing stood quietly with his hands behind his hands. On it were the operating positions of 6 aircraft, using GPS navigation. No way. I want to use Beidou. Still have to wait a few years. The Beidou series of satellites began to be launched in 2000, but the first Beidou navigation satellite was launched in 2007. Subsequently, 2 years later, in April this year, the second Beidou navigation satellite was launched. To achieve precise positioning of a point, at least 3 satellites are needed. Longitude, latitude, high. Usually there will be one more for correction and backup. Therefore, Beidou truly has high-precision positioning capabilities. It will have to wait until late next year. 2 more satellites will be launched to form a basic positioning array. On the screen, you can only see the map location, not the actual object. But, in Tang Qing's eyes, he could see that his own satellite in the sky was transmitting real-time images, which were extremely clear and could even be tracked at high speed. Being able to see the driver is quite impressive. At the same time, countless pieces of information flashed across the corner of his eyes, indicating the operating status of the equipment. Normal, normal, normal. Not a single warning. The fixed cruise of 1,000 meters is completed. The speed is 360. The whole process is normal, and there are no equipment alarms. The fixed cruise of 3,000 meters is completed. The speed is 360. The whole process is normal. There are no equipment alarms. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, the aircraft hovered over the base and did not come down because it had to walk the same path just now. But go faster this time. Start the second item. No load, full power forward. Yes. After receiving the order, the aircraft was on the road again, climbing to the propeller-powered cruising speed at an extremely fast speed, and then, in the middle of the cantilever. Buzz! The vertical turbine engine began to rotate and became horizontal. Buzz! The sound got louder and louder, and in the end, it was almost a roar. Such noise is inevitable. The turbine shaft plus turbine, the air friction sound is not small. Secondary power, the output is 10%. Secondary power, the output is 30%. I saw it. The speed of the 6 aircraft in the sky increased again. Jumping out, Tang Qing used 2 types of power at the beginning of the design. One was a propeller, and the other was a turbine located in the middle of the cantilever. Certainly, technically, it is not as difficult as Boeing's aero engine. The aircraft is hybrid, so the performance requirements for the aero engine are much lower. Vigorous, lightweight, that's enough. It's fine if it's a little rough, as long as it meets the requirements with stable output. Under extreme streamlining, the engine's spare parts have been reduced by 2/3. Anyway, as long as it can be used, it will be done. Thousands of miles away, an Air Force base. Tower, Airspace Control Center. The speed is quite fast, 360. It is considered a leader in the field of helicopters. It's just strange. Why is the application speed of 500 kilometers? Who knows? In fact, their tasks during the day were not heavy. A civilian test flight suddenly appeared. They were very curious. They all looked at the moving light spots on the screen and talked about it. To this, mostly just for a fresh look. After all, how can I say it was also designed by Tang Qing for military use? Let's forget it. It's so big, too conspicuous, and an absolute target. It's not suitable even for transporting supplies. Suddenly, the screen flashed. It's speeding up. One person was surprised. How much? Let me see. Everyone gathered around to watch. Then, I saw the numbers on the screen starting to rise. 306, 307, 380, 400. Whoa! They couldn't help but be shocked. At a speed of 400 per hour, the helicopter was barely moving, and it seemed to be accelerating. In less than 5 minutes, it exceeded 430, 404, 405, 406. Then the speed stopped and was maintained. It's amazing. It's so fast. It actually broke through 460. Although he is well trained, he can't help but be surprised by this number. In the field of helicopters, only one model can exceed 460 kilometers per hour. And that model is not in service yet. Didn't I hear it was very big? Why is it so fast? It's unscientific. Besides, is this cruising speed, or has it reached the top speed? Top, generally higher than cruising. Therefore, if it is just cruising, then its top speed can exceed 500 kilometers per hour. This speed is really scary. I don't know. Otherwise, what to do? Ask them. Since only airspace is authorized, there are no parameters of aircraft here, and it will not be recorded until the test is completed. Thank you. It's better to have a photo. Yeah. They were very curious about what it looked like. But this plan was not implemented in the end, but a different approach was adopted. 5 minutes later, their satellite images came in. It's not easy to apply for this thing, but it's not that you can't apply for it. It's usually idle anyway. Wow, it's really big. Behemoth. Domineering. I finally understand why it flies so fast. It has 4 propellers for turbine engines and a total of 8 power outputs. No wonder it can be so fast. Awesome. This design is so bold. Yes, I really want to see it up close. Yeah, it's a dream. We are a confidential unit. There is no way we can just let planes come here, but we can go and observe. They will conduct public tests in a few days. Unfortunately, we can't go. They all knew that they couldn't join in the fun. But the person in charge here actually thought of it and took people to observe it. It seemed that it was not a big deal. It was nothing in the middle of winter, so just go and learn. Yes. Base. Tower. Chairman, Air Traffic Control, said that they would like to come and observe in a few days. After receiving the news, The person in charge quickly reported that this matter is not a big deal. I can agree with it myself. But Tang Qing is here. He must seek advice. Oh, okay. Tang Qing smiled and agreed. In fact, the military will send people here in a few days. Although the helicopter plan is bold, it still attracted the attention of the superiors. Also, the Ministry of Industrial Safety will also come. After all, one of its uses is to put out fires. Although it doesn't matter whether you buy Tang Qing or not, you still have to ask for it. It's best to have an order and forget it if you don't. Anyway, we don't make a living from this. Subsequently, Tang Qing continued to stare at the screen. Now, at full speed, the appearance of the entire aircraft has changed. At more than 100 kilometers per hour, the four cantilevers are still in the shape of an X. 300 kilometers. The fuselage became wooden. 400 kilometers. Forehead is a little different from wood. The horizontal line of wood is gradually replaced by carrot, but the angle is not so big. The main reason is to reduce drag. In the atmosphere, low speeds are easy to say, but at high speeds, you have to consider the influence of air resistance. At 400 kilometers per hour, the resistance will be very large due to the body shape. Therefore, that's why we came up with this design. 1 hour later, the dual power test is over. Perfect. There hasn't been any malfunction during this period. So what's next? It's still flying, still the same path as before, but this time other fault-type items will be added. Like, the first item, left front rotor power failure. Continue. On the screen, I saw that the aircraft swayed slightly and was a little unstable, but it quickly recovered its attitude, but the speed was lower than before. Because, through the internal connection of the drive shaft, the power from the right front is dispersed. One engine drives 2 propellers, which will of course be slower. Then, item 2. The drive shaft connecting to the right front has failed. After changing to the left, broken again, change to the right rear. Anyway, according to the design, one engine can drive 4 rotors to rotate together, which means that if 3 of them are broken, it will be fine, but the speed will be very different. You can only guarantee not to crash, but you must land quickly. Also, in addition to rotors, turbine engines can also play an important role at this time. 8 powers, switching and supporting each other, bring great challenges. However, no matter how difficult it is, in the face of human wisdom, it is still possible to climb. In theory, this aircraft can only have 2 different outputs in one cantilever. It won't crash like a kite with its string broken, and such a situation is almost impossible unless it is hit by a weapon. That way, it is a complete force majeure. 1 hour later, base. The 6 aircraft completed complex power switching despite various power failures. When they flew back to the base, only 2 rotors were spinning, and only 1 engine was working, and the other 7 were all faulty, although the data showed that 1 engine was under great pressure. But I still persisted and did not exceed the critical value. Final. Stopped safely on the tarmac. Whoosh! Tower. There was a round of applause, and everyone was excited. This was a complete performance test, and the result can only be said to be perfect. Such complex environments can be overcome. 8 power. Lost 7. But it was able to land safely, which is unique in the history of human aircraft design. It can be said that they made history in 1 year. At this time, Tang Qing's voice sounded, "Very good. This test went very well. It's time for dinner. Let's go to eat first. The maintenance team will do some maintenance. We will start testing practical projects in the afternoon." Then, everyone in the tower left excitedly. The logistics team goes up. Examine. Come on. Then transport those pendants out of the factory and arrange the rehearsal content in the afternoon. Soon, Tang Qing received a report. There were no problems with the 6 aircraft. To this, Tang Qing was not surprised. Joke. The equipment is all in space. The soldiers use the most sophisticated craftsmanship and technology to manufacture it. They have done thousands of experiments before, so they are very solid. When driving normally, it is difficult to drive it into a bad state. Tang Qing didn't know. Many people who watch this exercise through satellites at an Air Force base thousands of miles away and in a capital city couldn't calm down for a long time. Beijing, a cattle batching unit. So fast. I didn't expect that a private enterprise, in just 1 year, without relying on cooperation from other units, actually developed a complete set of technologies by itself. Incredible. Although I don't know the specific technical details, the fact that it can bring this big guy to the sky proves that its technical framework is on the right track. Yes, Tang Qing is really good at creating miracles. Yeah, it's not entirely his fault. Don't forget that he has tens of thousands of scientists under his command, mostly in the fields of mechanics, electronics, and materials. Rich and willful. But it's better to be willful. Before, they only knew the basic parameters of the aircraft, such as its appearance, amount of power, and purpose. This time they just wanted to watch the fun, but no idea. Amazing performance. Under no load. The rotor cruise is 360, and the full power cruise is 460. In terms of speed, it is already quite excellent in the field of helicopters, as well as the flying attitude. Low speed, medium speed, high speed corresponds to 3 flight postures. The more I look, the more I like it. Although it is large in size and not suitable for military use, it can still be used as a special aircraft. It has a huge load capacity and can be used to extinguish wildfires and fight floods. Yes, it is indeed excellent. In addition to wildfires, if there's a large-scale flammable gas or material leakage and explosion, etc., and the fire is raging and it is difficult for fire trucks to enter, it can be of great use. In addition, it should be effective in dam bursts and dangerous area rescues. Everyone nodded. A bit bigger, a little noisy, but the load capacity is there. The load capacity of 100 tons is enough for many purposes, including flood fighting and rescue, earthquake relief, continuous mountain fires, and personnel rescue. Lots and lots. This is far beyond the reach of ordinary military helicopters. However, after all, the time is too short. The maturity of the technology still needs time to be verified. The stability of the equipment still needs to be continuously tested. That's right. Everyone believes that 1 year security is not reassuring. At this time, a report came in. What? How is it possible? I was shocked again because the report contained the entire content of the fault test just now, including power failure and transmission failure. In fact, from the outside, you can only see the plane swaying for a while, then stabilizing, sometimes accelerating, sometimes decelerating, sometimes diving, sometimes rising. Previously, thought some simple malfunctions, as well as general maneuvers. Which material? It was malfunctioning all the way. At last, they actually relied on an engine to land safely. They had to be shocked by such an operation. It was so bold. This operation, this design, is amazing. Even if it has 8 powers, it can also switch between each other. We don't seem to be able to do such a complicated technology. That's right. A look of sigh appeared on his face. True. The reason why it can't be done, it's not that it really doesn't work, but that everyone's previous direction was mainly military equipment. Under the modern air equipment that pays more and more attention to maneuverability and stealth, I never thought of installing so many noise generators. Single power, dual power. It's the mainstream. 8 power. If anyone dares to propose such a project, they will definitely be rejected. Although they have never done it, everyone knows how difficult it is to switch from 8 power sources. They do it, say less for 3 years. It was made in 1 year. It seems that their technical strength cannot be underestimated. Yeah, I really want to go on site and see it for myself. I wanted to. Experts have asked to go and see it on site. To this, the leader waved his hand. Agree. Exchange and learning is a good thing, but it will not be enough to learn from it. 8 dynamics, unless new equipment is developed in addition to non-existing air equipment. Otherwise, it's useless to learn it, right? I heard that this thing can take off on the water, which is a bit interesting. This means that it may be used for amphibious rescue, which is of some reference. Everyone sighed. After, in large-scale wildfires, firefighters no longer have to climb mountains to take risks. Afternoon. Base. The test continues. There are 3 items in total. 1. Rescue. 2. Put out the fire. 3. Delivery. I saw. The aircraft flew onto a large pendant and slowly fell. The strong stability allowed its buckles to dock accurately, and after a few clicks, the 20-ton ship-shaped box was lifted up. Then, flying at full speed to a target more than 20 miles away, there was already a group of people waiting there. After the aircraft landed, there were 2 vehicles and 8 people. Enter the box. Then, take off. Return trip. Finally, it landed safely on the tarmac. Certainly, this is not over yet. Rescue. There are also categories. After taking off for the second time, we arrived in the middle of the mountains not far away. Braving the cold wind, we used ropes to hang people up one by one. This time, a medical pendant was used. In addition to a large empty space, there were some emergency medical equipment. The entire hanging process only took 3 minutes. Ordinary helicopters cannot maintain stability at such a height, but the aircraft's huge weight cannot be blown by ordinary winds. 8 Power. Division of labor. The propeller maintains altitude, and the turbine engine maintains level. According to the design, this aircraft can perform rescue operations in strong winds of around level 9. At level 10, can, but it is not recommended because except for warriors, ordinary people cannot perfectly control its posture. Therefore, the instruction manual will only write about level 9 and below. Not recommended for level 9. Item 2. Put out the fire. Not too far away, there was an open space outside the base. The ground was sprinkled with gasoline, and various combustibles were spread on it. There was a bang, and the fire was raging. Thick smoke billows, soaring straight into the sky. In order to test the effect, most of the combustible materials used were experts at creating thick smoke. It was so dark that it made people shy away from it. Subsequently, the aircraft carrying the sprinkler pendant arrived and came to the sky above the smoke. The water mist sprinkler was immediately activated and sprayed down from above the thick smoke. Then, it was seen that the rising momentum of the thick smoke weakened and then slowly began to fall. The smoke and dust were absorbed by the fog, allowing it to return to the ground, curbing the spread of the thick smoke. Okay, this method is great. Use water mist to lock the smoke and dust. Tower. There was a lot of applause. This method is very helpful in blocking the spread of harmful gases, especially in large-scale fires. This means that the surrounding people will not be endangered. Cigarette. It will choke people to death. On sight. Except for the mist. The water drop sprinklers also started working. The huge sprinklers, because they were high from the ground, formed rainfall with a coverage area of 100 meters in radius. At the same time, the water cannon also started spraying wildly on some large fire spots. Water mist, water droplets, water column. The combination of the 3 fire extinguishing methods has a remarkable effect. Within 3 minutes, the fire on the entire ground was under control. Looking around, the smoke had not spread. All were brought back to the ground by the water mist. Beijing. It's still that cattle batching unit. Awesome. This design is great. Awesome. This effect is amazing. It can carry 100 tons at a time, which is equivalent to 6 large fire trucks, and the 3 methods work together, so there is very little waste. It can also control the spread of poisonous smoke. Excellent. A sharp weapon. There was a round of applause. Through the satellite, although they couldn't see it very clearly, they also knew how effective this was. The 3 methods of extinguishing fire and smoke were used together. The effect is remarkable. Compared with using a helicopter to lift a ton of water and sprinkle it over a large area, it is not too much, and it is many times more efficient than professional firefighting aircraft. Wide range, heavy load, controllable. These 3 items crush various firefighting aircraft. To be honest, every time I see on TV, a helicopter lifts a bucket and releases water, and then leaves after it is done, it always feels funny. It can be of great use at critical moments. Yeah, base. After killing a bunch of them, only 1/5 of the water was used, which is very economical. Then, kill a bunch of them. Different from the last time, This time, special flame retardants were added to the water, which was more effective than ordinary water. It only used 1/10 of the amount to extinguish nearly 10,000 square meters. Subsequently, the 6 planes were destroyed in turn and together. After the relay was eliminated, various scenarios were displayed, and finally, the project of material transportation was entered. It's simple. Fill it up to the ground. Lay down. Withdraw. It's just 4 steps, but this time it's a little longer. Full tank. Fully loaded. Transport things to a distance of 800 kilometers and then return. Of course, this 800 kilometers is not a straight line. It is still the same as before, running back and forth. No rest. So far, the fuel tank itself cannot support it. So 4 auxiliary fuel tanks are installed to ensure that it can fly for about 6 hours without having to refuel midway. Therefore, this test will last until dark. The night test will start at that time and will not be completed until 12 o'clock in the evening, and such a test will be rehearsed again tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, overhaul, hospitality. The day after tomorrow, open testing. At this time, outside world, news about this aircraft has spread, not because of active spreading, but because of the testing process which was seen by some people passing by. Photographed. Yes, surrounded by the Gobi Desert. But before there was even a single person within 100 miles, the picture was uploaded to the internet, and it was quickly determined that this was the aircraft Tang Qing was developing. The picture is clear. Only, flying high, there is no specific reference object to determine the size, but no one would think that the 6 aircraft of different colors in the picture are small. But people still ask stupid questions. Is this a drone? Suddenly, many people jumped out to popularize science. Of course not. Didn't you hear the sound? Such a loud background roar. How could it be a drone? It's a real manned aircraft. It's very big. How big? No data yet. Witnesses said it was very big. What is it used for? I don't know. Where is it? New province, Gobi. I didn't expect that would be a test flight in just 1 year. Is it reliable? General aircraft research and development takes at least 3 to 5 years, but at most 10 or even more years. Someone worried. To this, a lot of powdered sugar is gone. What does it mean to be reliable? Remove the question mark. Everything is flying into the sky. It must have been rigorously tested. How could it not be reliable? Yes, we believe in Tang Qing. What he comes up with is definitely extraordinary. This aircraft must be great. If it is not affordable, I would like to support it. That's right. I agree. He is indeed my idol. Others buy aircraft, but he builds them. Countless people watched curiously. Tang Qing. It has once again made headlines. While the rich are still pursuing private jets, the ones designed and manufactured by others can already fly into the sky. Depend on. 3 views were refreshed again. Trench. It's really enviable to be able to do it to this extent. You can do what you like, buy whatever you want, and build an airplane if you want. Made. This is the most unrestrained life. Others may be criticized if they spend 100 million to buy an airplane, but Tang Qing spends 1 billion to build an airplane, and all he gets is praise. A consumption. A creation. Both. It's more than a level difference. The next day, morning, a piece of news that caused a sensation on the internet. At 10 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow, Comet Video will live broadcast the test video of this aircraft. A live broadcast reminder has been activated on the homepage, so stay tuned. Instantly, turn the heat up a notch. Is this a public beta? Yes. Damn, it's really fast, love. Tang Qing went to Xinjiang in advance for this matter. Unfortunately, if it wasn't too far away, I would have gone there to have a look. Same. I really hope there are auditoriums, and I have the travel expenses. Countless people were looking forward to it. In the past, most of Tang Qing's products were affordable to everyone. This time, one thing suddenly appeared that they couldn't afford. Quite looking forward to it. And that's a plane. It can fly in the sky and carry people. It is much more shocking than any drone. It has a domineering appearance, exaggerated shape, and was designed by Tang Qing himself. Full of gimmicks. For a while, it soared directly to the top of the popularity list and was discussed enthusiastically. Name, size, performance, use. There are many versions circulating, but there is no official statement. But we will know it in 2 days, and we are all relieved and prepare to watch the live broadcast then. The next day, the rehearsal started again, but today the route was changed to increase the difficulty. Otherwise, it would just repeat what it was yesterday, and Tang Qing would be quite bored. Yesterday, generally, it is a high-altitude cruise. Today, it turns on the uphill-downhill mode, rotating and jumping. Some difficult maneuvers have been added, but these items will not be displayed. For example, 100 meters. The method of decelerating from 100 kilometers to 0 is very simple. The rotating turbine engine sprays forward to slow it down. At full power, the braking is very short. Braking at the highest speed only requires 200 meters. But this is only a self-test. Get data. Because these maneuvers are somewhat difficult, they are not recommended for use by non-professionals. In addition, they are not intended for military use, so there are no such requirements. This day, in the tower, many people are sweating. Although they know that their own design is fine, playing like this always makes people feel distressed and worried about driving mistakes. No matter how powerful the technology is, it can't withstand a single mistake. It's like the Indian tradition of crashing a plane. Things are good, but they can't withstand operational errors. Good thing, the drivers were very skilled and did not make any mistakes. P.S. It's the end of the month. Please vote. Asterisk smiley face asterisk. 10 days. Morning. Urumqi Airport. Finally here. It's so cold. Tang Qing's 2 academician mentors at Tsinghua University took their students off the plane, all in first class, which made Tang Qing's few classmates secretly happy. I finally got over my addiction to first class. Yes, their family background is good, but most of them are in the field of scientific research, and they're basically working in state institutions. They have enough to eat and drink, and they can also have a small amount of savings, but it is not enough for them to fly first class when they leave home. Can't afford it. I can't bear it. Since childhood, the tutoring is strict. Therefore, this was their first time, and they felt happy. Exit. Seeing them, a man immediately said to several people, "Academician Liu, Academician Li, hello, I'm Xiao Jia, who I called before." These words, the few people around who heard it couldn't help but look askance. Academician? This is so rare. Hello. This way, please. Thank you. Tang Qing had arranged all the itineraries, and soon they arrived at the parking lot. Hua! There was a row of luxury business cars parked with individual seats inside. So soft. This is my first time sitting on it. Same. Several students were surprised. There were 4 people in a car, and they sat in 2 cars in total. Then they drove off directly. 2 academicians sat in the front car. Although they had not sat in it before, they also rushed to pay attention. How long will it take to get there? Noon. What do you do? Academician Li asked. I work in the park's logistics department. I was transferred here yesterday to receive distinguished guests. The man smiled. There is not so much administration in a base. Therefore, deployed directly from the campus. Reception. Arrange. These cars are not bought, but rented. A total of 10 were rented, all Mercedes-Benz, full of style, and Tang Qing's motorcade also came. But that was used to pick up the Tang family. Also, I heard that many of Mr. Tang's friends are coming, but they don't need to receive them, and they don't need to take care of visitors from some special departments. 10:15, a private plane landed at the airport, and a group of people got off. Chiron tightened his collar. It's so cold, even colder than the winter in Beijing. That's natural. Zheng Lin walked out. After, Zhai Jihua, Hua Xiangdong, and Pei Yang, who had made an appointment to come and see him a long time ago, had no training tasks in the middle of winter. He had a strong body and exuded a faint aura of strength. Let's go. Okay. Then, walk out of the airport. Outside, there have been people waiting for a long time. Brother Chai, Brother Zheng, Brother Pei. Several young people came up. They said they were young, but they were at least 27, 78, or even over 30. Those who could enter their circle were not young. These people, Their fathers all hold important positions here. We have sat together occasionally when we went to the capital, or they were in the capital before and were later transferred here. They are brothers here. But in front of the top second generation like Chai Run, he can only be considered average. This time, when he comes to receive them, he naturally has to do his best and arrange the whole process properly. Chatting. Everyone got into the cars, all of which were luxury cars, most of which were borrowed. After all, they were not as rich as Chai Run and others, and most of them had good tempers. Don't do anything to oppress good people. Otherwise, it can't catch the eyes of Chai Run and the others. Where's your dad? When are you going? Pei Yong asked a capable young man who was his classmate in the military academy and arranged to come over after graduation. Now, at only 31 years old, I've been carrying 2 cents on my shoulders for 3 years. Next year, I will add 1 cent. One listen. The man smiled. Let's set out in the afternoon with some leaders. Yeah. This time, Tang Qing invited not many people, but quite a few, including his family, friends, the military, etc., as well as some leaders from the new province. After all, in his territory, the last time he came to invest, he was warmly received and things were put into production without even being invited. No matter what, it was unjustifiable. Depart in the afternoon. So, you have to stay 1 night tonight. Otherwise, we set off tomorrow morning, and we will definitely not be able to make it in time for the test. Normally, this kind of thing has to follow the leader's schedule, but this time it's not tailoring, just set a time. Send out an invitation, and come when you can. Not available. We have to carry on as usual. 11:30. The Tang family arrived, including the second uncle's family, Tang's father and Tang's mother, and even the 2 sisters Qin Shichi. They had long been looking forward to such fun and excitement. Take a day off. A home-run university should not be too simple. As for Qin Yugong, he had no choice but to ask for leave so easily due to work reasons and the leadership. But it's not like he won't come. Friday, that is to say, he will come as soon as he gets off work tomorrow afternoon. According to the plan, the Tang family will not leave until at least Sunday, which can be regarded as making the trip. 12 o'clock. At a certain military airport, 8 military cross-country vehicles drove out. Also, other types of visitors also arrived in Ukraine one after another. Some took the vehicles arranged by the base, and some made their own arrangements. For example, the Ministry of Industrial Safety sent 30 people. The local dispatched a car and drove all the way with the lights on. A little. 2 Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles arrived at the base. The 2 academicians and a few students looked outside curiously. Let's go to the residence first, and then go to dinner. Mr. Tang is at the factory now. I will take you there after dinner. Okay. Naturally, they had no objection. Soon, when they came to the accommodation building and saw the luxurious hotel-like decoration, their eyes lit up and they sighed in their hearts. Tang Qing really treated his subordinates well. Have a look. This decoration, this area, this package. Is this true for you ordinary employees? No. The man shook his head. This is a guest room. Most employees usually live in suites. Each person is equipped with a suite of at least 20 square meters. This increases private space. At the same time, it can also ensure safety. After all, if you live alone, if there is an emergency, no one will find it. Of course, the probability is very low because of regular physical examinations. But it is always possible. Suite. In fact, it is 1 room per person, but with multiple common areas. This way, it can increase everyone's communication instead of being separated. The benefits are many. Therefore, the company dormitories under Tang Qing all have this standard. That's it. Put the things away. Go out. I followed him to the canteen. It was lunchtime and there were many people eating, but the window was not crowded because they could order food in advance. They also saw the glass cabinet at the door. Can we still serve food? Yes. This is a dining table. It is mainly used to avoid crowding at the window with a large number of people. Therefore, you can use the app to order food before 11 o'clock, and the canteen will prepare it in advance. At that time, swipe the code to pick up the food. There are 2 types. One is a fixed food picking equipment, which is a grid with a meal. You can pick it up when you go up and open it. The other, it is a smart food picking equipment. Like the lifting parking lot, you need to use internal equipment to transfer your food. It is a new product of the park. Oh, several people were stunned. Then, I saw many people coming in, swiping the code directly, and picking up their meals. When they came to the window, they didn't need any rolls. They just got their meals and then picked up small fruit plates. Can I get two? Of course. The man smiled. The food here is free. As long as you can eat it, don't waste it. There is a small supermarket on the second floor of the dormitory, so you can take whatever you want. One thing, don't waste it. That's the point. He was envious too, in the park. But if you can't enjoy this treatment, you can usually eat it, but if you want to take more, you can't. I understand this. After all, this is the Gobi Desert. The treatment is better. Normal. Eat enough. Drink enough. Please. Taking the sightseeing bus, they came to the testing factory and met Tang Qing. At the same time, I also saw the aircraft that has been making a lot of noise on the internet in the past 2 days. I had seen the short film before and knew the size, but seeing it with my own eyes was another matter. There's only one word in my heart. Big. Much more shocking than the short film. I can't imagine how powerful this engine is at the no-load limit of more than 400 kilometers, and it looks so much smaller than ordinary aero engines. Awesome. The students marveled. This thing cannot be said to be a helicopter in the strict sense, because it has a second power, which uses turbine propulsion. The magic modification is quite bold. Aside, the two academicians have different moods. This is not only a matter of boldness, but also a strong scientific research strength behind it. Otherwise, it will be finalized in 1 year? Don't even think about it. Power, avionics, material. There are many difficulties that need to be overcome. It is not just a matter of turning the propeller and flying into the sky. Moreover, it is still so large in size and looks stupid and bulky. But the technical level is definitely not bad, not as good as today's military weapons, but it is also more difficult than building ordinary civilian helicopters, which is more than one level better. How was the rehearsal process? One of the academicians asked. Perfect. Okay. Just perfect. So, there is no need to be afraid of being embarrassed tomorrow. If it is not perfect, Tang Qing will definitely not play live broadcast and slap himself in the face. It seems that the technology is really mature. Subsequently, they boarded a white-painted aircraft. After walking around inside and outside, I found that every detail was perfect. The interior didn't look like a helicopter at all, but like the decoration of a private jet. Soft seats, air conditioner, television, carpet. Just ask. It turned out that the private model they boarded was almost modeled after the interior of a private jet, and even had a bed. If it hadn't been for its huge size, it wouldn't have been able to fit inside. Large size. There are many shortcomings. There are also advantages, such as handling air turbulence. As long as the power output system is good, it will not be too bumpy, just like in front of you, and you can have a good sleep. Previously, watch the short video. The stability of the aircraft can even make the water in the water cup vibrate slightly. But that is a design, and everyone doesn't know whether it can be achieved before their eyes. Design requirements. Actual effect. Both. There's also a certain gap. Afternoon. The guests arrived one after another, and after settling in, they all came to the maintenance workshop to see the aircraft. With this in mind, Tang Qing stayed here. Didn't pick it up. Otherwise, back and forth, what a hassle. Tang Qing's master's tutor and classmates were not idle either. They studied with different field engineers according to their respective majors. After all, this is also an exercise opportunity. Good project. Can be met but not sought. Say it again. Here either are senior technicians with rich experience, or they have a master's degree or above, and there are also many PhDs, which is a good learning opportunity. Apply what you learn. Truth. If they don't have projects of their own and need help, several academicians would like to throw their graduate students here to study hard. Yes, academician, industry leader. But when you get to graduate school, you mainly do experiments, and their projects are still a bit inferior to those big projects under Tang Qing. Because a truly classified project It was not accessible to ordinary graduate students, so they made up their minds to ask their students to intern under Tang Qing for at least half a year during their graduate studies. Can it be open today? Chiron was eager to try. Aside, others' eyes shone too. Yes, Tang Qing said. Overhaul. It is not a major disassembly, but some basic maintenance and special instruments are used to test some key equipment, so it can fly at any time. Just listen. Chiron, what are you waiting for? Come on. Then, a dozen or so people filed in, specifically the white private model. The others all have different uses. I don't know what's different inside. This one is more comfortable. See this? Tang Qing smiled. Apply for a 1-hour flight permit. Altitude below 1,000, heading east. Of course, this kind of temporary additional flight must be reported to the Air Traffic Control Department. Yes. The tower took the order. Soon. Reply received. Okay. At this time, everything around this aircraft was moved away. Kaka. The front doors slowly slid up, and instantly, the cold wind rushed in. The tractor came up and slowly pulled the aircraft out. It was actually able to walk on its own. But if you start the engine, there will be strong winds here. Soon. Pull to takeoff position. Are you going to? Chiron saw Tang Qing coming up too. Of course. He finished. Just when Chiron and others thought that Tang Qing was going to sit in the passenger cabin with them, they turned around and entered the cockpit. At this time, the cockpit door was not closed and the driver's seat was empty. Snap! Tang Qing sat directly on it. Forehead. They were stunned. Then, when he saw Tang Qing start to fasten his seatbelt and put on his headset, it finally dawned on him that an idea popped into his head. Tang Qing wanted to fly a plane. I'll go. Isn't it right? Tang Qing can fly a plane. A local second-generation man was shocked. Chiron was also confused. Maybe yes. After all, this was designed by Tang Qing, who knew everything about it. And with Tang Qing's learning ability, is it not difficult to fly a plane? All right, evildoer. Thinking of this, everyone stood up one after another and came to the large cockpit. They didn't know why it was designed to be so big, but now they had a look. Good. At least it's not crowded for everyone to stand. Tang Qing, are you serious? Zheng Lin asked curiously. Hear the words. Tang Qing turned his head and gave them a bright smile. Of course I'm sitting here and I want you to take a look at my driving skills. Don't worry. It's okay, he said. Their hands operated on various devices and buttons, and the aircraft shook slightly. Through the glass, they could see the propellers outside turning. Faster and faster. 1 minute later, took off. Zhai Jihua was stunned. I thought, at least it takes about 10 minutes to warm up and take off as soon as you get up. So stable. They suddenly discovered that there was almost no sway during such a takeoff. It's just a little more shaky than taking the elevator. But in the field of helicopters, it is absolutely unimaginable, especially for Peiyong. He has basically flown in all kinds of helicopters, both military and civilian, in terms of stability. Compared to the one in front of me, those are just dregs. And it's absolutely noisy outside. But it was as quiet as riding in a luxury car. He was shocked by the sound insulation effect. Peiyong took a breath. No wonder. This aircraft was made like a private plane. If it was as bumpy as an ordinary helicopter, how could anyone drink tea and sleep in it peacefully? Emotion. It really has such a comfortable cabin environment. It is said to be the most comfortable helicopter in the world in terms of sound insulation. After experiencing it, no one will be dissatisfied. Soon, the plane took off. Truth. Many people have personally watched the aircraft driving from a first-person perspective. I have to say that it feels pretty good. The cab has 3 sides of glass and a wide field of vision. Clear sky, snowy mountains, earth. So beautiful. Now, the plane was only moving slowly upward. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to stand in the cab. The upward speed was about the same as that of an elevator. Everyone only felt a little overweight until they reached a certain height. Okay, everyone, go back to your seats. We need to speed up. Hearing this, everyone reluctantly left the cab, returned to their seats, and fastened their seat belts. Then they saw the rotor outside the window tilting forward, and there was a pushing feeling on their backs. Then, whoosh, the feeling of pushing on my back became stronger and stronger. Subsequently, the scenery outside the window began to recede, but even so, it was not very bumpy. The speed was displayed on the high-speed train-like display in front. 30, 40, 60, 80. Final. The speed stabilized to 100 kilometers per hour and started cruising. At this time, Tang Qing's voice suddenly sounded in the cabin. In 10 seconds, the perspective mode will start. Huh? Perspective mode? What? Hearing this, the few people who had never seen it before were all stunned, but they still understood. Perspective? Chai Rin murmured. Could it be? He remembered a feature in Tang Family Manor that he thought was very good. 10 seconds later, when everyone saw that the four walls of the cabin could see the ground. Huh? Chiron smiled. Really? It is in line with Tang Qing's bold style and is surprising. Wow! What's going on? Several people who had never experienced it were startled. Seeing Chai run and others being so calm, they blushed and immediately calmed down. They couldn't suppress the surprise in their hearts for a long time. Depend on. It's so exciting. Perspective? It feels like there is glass underneath. It's amazing. Tang Qing really knows how to play. This is even installed on the test machine. Very interesting. Don't be nervous, little techie. Not bad. Just get used to it. Zheng Lin and the others smiled and comforted. Lower your head. Looking at the white snow, although there is not much to see, this is the first time he has played like this on a plane. Before, he could only see it on TV. And this time, click. Tang Qing walked out of the cab. It's not open, Chiron asked. We've all taken off. All that's left is cruising. There's nothing you need from me. The three pilots can handle it. How could Tang Qing sit there stupidly? Come to the wine cabinet. He took out a few bottles of iced fruit wine and poured a glass for each of them. Are you still drinking and driving? Someone's mouth twitched. To this, Tang Qing smiled. I'm only responsible for taking off. They'll do the rest. It'll be fine. Everyone heard the same thing and just saw a flight attendant entering. Pa! The man was slapped on the back of his head. Silly. Tang Qing is famous for not getting drunk after 1,000 cups. Don't mention this. If you drink a few bottles of white wine, others will be soberer than you. Pei Yang scolded with a smile. This stuff. But I don't know how much Tang Qing drinks, really. It cannot be measured. To be honest, Tang Qing was so good that it was almost impossible to find any shortcomings. If so, that is, it's so good, it's a bit frustrating. We'll make money, can draw, can play music, can carve, can cook, can design. Now, he can even fly an airplane. Apart from difficult skills such as childbirth, there seems to be nothing that Tang Qing can't or can't learn. Never mind. Incomparable to monsters. Ground. 8 military vehicles drove into the base. Everyone was surprised. Tang Qing actually went up to the sky and came to the tower. Looking at the somewhat sci-fi layout, they were not surprised. Their command center was bigger than this. And you can also view satellite images. Yes, Tang Qing himself has several satellites. But those are communication satellites, not reconnaissance satellites, and do not have the ability to take pictures of the ground or track them. All countries have extremely strict control over such satellites. Suddenly, the picture on the wall flashed. Tang Qing's figure appeared. Hello, leaders. Tang Qing greeted. Mr. Tang, you have to pay attention to your safety. The team leader was helpless. Tang Qing was really brave, and he boarded his own test aircraft casually. About to fall. See Pei Yang. The leader of the team was even more speechless. Pei Yang also saw the other party. He raised his glass and smiled slightly without saying hello. He was an acquaintance. That was his uncle. With a general star on his shoulders, he served in the General Assembly. Okay, don't worry. My plane is very safe. Tang Qing smiled lightly. He had worked hard in this regard, even if he lost all his power. People inside can also land safely. But this skill has not been demonstrated in previews, because if it were demonstrated, the cabin would separate from the aircraft body, which would basically mean that the aircraft would be scrapped. Okay. At this time, a group of people came behind again. Take a look. They were the leaders of the province. Although they were not familiar with them, they became familiar with them after the introduction. After the exchange, many people were equally helpless when they learned that Tang Qing had passed away. All right, who told you to be rich? This time, although it was not a ribbon cutting, Tang Qing came in person and extended an invitation. They were actually quite curious, even though the design and manufacturing were not in Nova Scotia. But the test is here, that's enough. Just like now, national attention. For the local people, it was a matter of saving face. They also hoped that everything would go well. Now that Tang Qing dared to go up by himself, they felt more at ease. 40 minutes later, the helicopter landed firmly on the apron and stepped off the plane. Chai Run and others were very satisfied. It was a worthwhile trip. It felt like flying on a private plane. At this time, the people below have been waiting for a long time. Province, military, work safety. All three parties arrived one after another, including the Tang family. Get off the plane. After greeting, Mr. Tang, can we go up and sit around? The people from the military said positively. They were here to see the technology, unlike the other two parties. Okay, 1 group per hour, sit wherever you want. That's great. After that, a dozen scientific researchers went up and were stunned when they saw the interior. Is this a helicopter? It was exactly like a private jet. I didn't even dare to sit down. 5 minutes later, the plane takes off. The noise is a bit loud. Zheng Lin said. The noise heard outside was indeed not small, but it was acceptable. How could there be no noise from the plane? Unless, what kind of anti-gravity technology is there? And, even with anti-gravity technology, the sound caused by high-speed friction with the air is very loud. It is impossible to silence the outside, which goes against common sense of physics. It's okay, but it's really comfortable inside. Pei Yang said. Yeah. Chatting. A group of people followed Tang Qing and visited the base. This time he was the tour guide, introducing everything here in detail, and reporters were also accompanying them. Provincial. Used as tonight's news material, no interviews. The next day, morning, with so much attention, I looked at the pop-up window for the live broadcast reminder and clicked on it immediately. The first thing that caught my eye was an aerial view of a drone. I saw, on the wide tarmac, are 6 Big Macs of different colors. At first glance, they look like drones, but the tractors next to them provide the scale. Wow, big, much bigger than I expected. Good looking. I like the white one because it looks very much like the drone I just bought the day before yesterday, and then abandoned me after playing with it for less than an hour. Huh. Live broadcast room. The audience was amazed that in the drone footage, we could still see the ground crew, who looked very small in front of the helicopter. At the same time, a female voice said, "Hello everyone, welcome to the live broadcast room." Before the test, let me first introduce to you the Tianpeng multifunctional helicopter. The helicopter uses a compound propulsion mode for rotors and 4 turbines. The cantilever can be rotated and adjusted according to the flight attitude. He said, there is CG animation on the side. In the screen, the 4 rotors can rotate 180 degrees with a degree of freedom above the horizontal, and the 4 turbine engines are even more amazing, 360 degrees. Suddenly, how many people have said, holy shit? Forget about the 180-degree angle of the rotor, the 360-degree propulsion device. At least among current aircraft, none of them can do it. There's only this one in front of me. Then, in the screen, the 4 cantilevers, which were originally X, looked like wings. They flapped them a few times, allowing them to clearly see the flying attitude of the cantilevers at different speeds. Hold the grass. Next scene. More spooky. The nose of the cabin, which was originally pointing forward, turned around and reached the original tail. Then it was propelled in reverse direction, decelerated sharply, and then turned around. No need to turn. This scene. Many people were dumbfounded. It's so bold. How can you play like this? Awesome. This design is amazing. This reminded them of something, a robot, with its neck originally facing forward, directly rotated 180 degrees, and its hands and feet also rotated in a circle. That picture is so similar. Everyone Hurry up and post in the circle of friends, especially some military and equipment enthusiasts. The group almost explodes, calling friends to come and watch. On site, tower. There was a row of people standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass. The design was very generous, so it was not crowded. Many people were holding telescopes. Report: 6 aircraft have obtained flight permission and can start testing. Yes. The person in charge nodded. Start. Yes. The words fell. The propellers of the aircraft on the field began to rotate, and the ground crew quickly evacuated. Within half a minute, 6 aircraft took to the sky. 100 meters later, hoo-ho-ho, the rotors rotated, pushing the aircraft forward. Live broadcast room. The audience was also excited to see 6 aircraft flying into the blue sky in a herringbone shape. It was so lively and enjoyable to watch, and many people were staring at the upper right corner. The current speed is displayed there. 50, 100, 150, 200, just when they thought there would be no more. No, the numbers are still changing. 203, 205, 280, 300. Flying 300 with such a big body? It has such strong power and fan blades. It definitely has excellent performance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold up at all. Awesome. I want to fly fast. In addition to the speed, it is the airfoil, which is like a soft knife used by humans. When cutting the air, it will act like a snake. High speed requires stronger airfoils. Even in Europe and America, this is cutting-edge material. It should be the limit. Maybe. However, at this time, the number on the screen will jump again. 301, 302, final, stopped at 306. Suddenly, the group was in a state of shock. Oh, 306? You read that right. No. What a powerful power. Many military enthusiasts are confused. They think they know everything about the military equipment of various countries, but helicopters like this are really rare. The key is still too heavy. Subsequently, the aircraft was cruising at such a speed, and the 6 aircraft were taking photos of each other. The images were constantly switching, which was not boring at all. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 4,000 meters. It took 1 hour and 20 minutes to fly around all altitudes. At this time, most people were actually a little tired. But, for enthusiasts, you will never tire of it. Gradually, a guess spread. That was the current power. Only 4 rotors were used, and there were 4 in-use propellers. They were very curious. I don't know. Those 4 are backup or auxiliary. If it's the former, representatives will not be used simultaneously. The latter means that it can be superimposed, but it was not mentioned at the end of the video, so there were different opinions, and the time came to 11:20. The aircraft is approaching the base. What to do next? I don't know. There's no test catalog or anything. That's right. But isn't this exciting? Unknown fun. Look, suddenly, in the picture, 4 originally vertical retractors began to rotate. Just when they thought they were about to switch power, there were bursts of boom sounds. Whoosh! The aircraft accelerated again. 307, 380, 402. Many people in front of the live broadcast room were dumbfounded and shouted in their hearts. Wow, it turns out to be superimposed power, 8 powers. This is a heaven-defying rhythm. Subsequently, the speed increases again. Final. It stopped at 460 kilometers per hour and entered the cruising state again. The 4 cantilevers also transformed into the form seen in the short film before. High-speed mode. Previously, at 306 o'clock, the form is only a medium-speed wood. Pure rotor cruising speed is 360 kilometers. Full power cruising speed is 460 kilometers. This was a belated explanation. It makes people hate it with itch. I didn't tell you earlier. Infuriating. What a surprise. He complained, but still looked at the screen without blinking. The helicopter in its swept-wing state looked like a galloping swift, which was very atmospheric. 12:40. The conventional power cruise test, which took 2 hours and 40 minutes, was completed. At this moment, the live broadcast room was coming and going, and the number of people was not less than 5 million. Many people hang up. Even, a bit of a bad taste, don't miss the moment of failure. To this, no one is too lazy to argue, and enthusiasts have been discussing what potential this aircraft has to tap, or whether it can be adapted for military use. Pity. No matter how you analyze it, it cannot be changed. If it is significantly changed, it will probably become another model. Although it cannot be changed, it does not prevent them from liking this aircraft. They like it for 3 reasons. Big. Military enthusiasts mostly control mechanical muscles. The bigger the equipment, the more enjoyable it is to see. The aircraft in front of them is powerful and domineering, which is completely in line with the aesthetics. Pity. Can't afford it. Tang Qing's designs never disappoint. Yeah, I'm a fan. 406, #1 in the world, that's it. But I guess foreigners won't be willing to admit it, because Tianpeng is not a pure spiral power. It makes sense. After all, ranking at least under equal conditions, those in the picture are no longer completely helicopters, but a new category that mixes 2 power modes. No matter what, it cannot be classified purely as a helicopter. However, even if foreign countries don't recognize it, it won't affect the shock it brings to this field. That's right. Everyone communicated, and some even seized the business opportunity and used the recorded videos to start editing the soundtrack and post it on various video platforms to earn a wave of clicks. There are also people selling customized posters, and there are many orders placed. While chatting, everyone looks at the screen. Fault test. This is interesting. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a manufacturer's fault test. Some people are surprised. Generally, manufacturers will not open it. Treat it as confidential. And, in order to avoid malfunctions turning into accidents, most of them are internal self-tests. Let alone live broadcasts like this, other people's data will not be leaked casually. It seems. Tang Qing is very confident. At this time, in the upper left corner of the entire screen, a sub-video appeared. The first item is that the left front rotor engine failed. He finished. In a short video, the engine on the front left is enlarged, turns red, and flashes. In the normal screen, the aircraft begins to tilt. Holy shit. Many people were shocked. Is it so exciting? The engine failed as soon as it came up. Then I heard the explanation. The power is dispersed so that the 8 powers can be used as backups to ensure flight safety. This simple explanation shocked even those who know something about technology. Dispersion? Backup for each other? Depend on. This is similar to the Osprey, and it's even more awesome. The Osprey has 2 powers as backups for each other. When you get up, there are 8 of them. No matter how you look at it, it's pretty mind-numbing. How complex is the internal transmission structure? Subsequently, more and more exciting. For power is still concentrated on the left side. It drives the right rotor without any pressure. Not bad, excellent. 3 power, amazing. 2 power? Can you fly? Are you kidding me? But after seeing the picture, it can fly steadily with 2 power, but the speed is a bit slow. Send 2 words. Niobe. However, just when everyone thought this was the limit, the commentator came out again and slapped him in the face. When the power test begins, only the power output of the left front rotor will be retained. Then, the live broadcast room exploded. Hold the grass. Hold the grass. Hold the grass. Oh my God, can you fly with just 1 power? I suddenly felt that my worldview couldn't be stretched. I can only say that the structure inside is exquisite and stable beyond imagination. I'm convinced. What kind of divine design is this 1 power? In the screen, the speed of the aircraft was extremely slow. Through the screen, they could all imagine the wailing of the engine, just like 5v5 turn into 1v5. Difficult, but it still hangs stubbornly in the air. Then, the ultra-difficult operation came, and in the next 10 minutes, the remaining 7 powers took turns taking the lead, making the audience in the live broadcast room tremble with fear. Stimulate. So exciting. But it also proves how safe this aircraft is. Others will die if one of them fails, but this aircraft will not crash even if 7 of its engines fail. Safety, full. Marks. I agree. +1. It can fly. It's so powerful, but I guess it also has very high requirements for the pilot's operation. and one person can never control it. There are 4 pilots inside. Finally, one powered safe landing. Wow, many people clapped. Tower. All parties could not help but admire the design. It had amazing survivability and was very suitable for special purposes such as rescue. At this time, it was noon. Everyone, let's go eat first and continue in the afternoon. Okay. The live broadcast came to an end. 15:30, the test continues. However, the screen did not go black, but became a fixed screen. Aiming at the aircraft, you can see the pilot coming down, and then nothing happened. No refueling, no inspection. Everyone asked. To this, a message was quickly displayed on the top of the screen. Tested in the morning, no unexpected equipment failure alarms, 43% of the fuel tank remaining, and cooling naturally. All right, confident enough. Afternoon, the test continues. Put out fires. Rescue. Transportation, this is what the audience is most looking forward to. The huge load capacity is obviously a waste of money if it is only used for sightseeing. The number of people in the live broadcast room will increase again. Side test. The commentary goes on and on. Next, the first item is to put out the fire. For this purpose, a special fire extinguishing pendant is designed with a total water volume equivalent to 6 large fire trucks. After that, just like the preview, put out the fire. Rescue. Transportation. In. What surprised the audience the most was putting out the fire. It's too powerful. It can not only extinguish fires, but also prevent the spread of harmful smoke. The combination of the 3 methods can improve the water utilization efficiency to the extreme. In the future, many fewer people will be sacrificed. Yes, great kindness. This aircraft is extremely useful in the field of special firefighting. When encountering large-scale mountain fires, it can really turn the tide. Yeah, it is recommended that each province purchase one specifically for special fires. Yes, base. Tower. After reading the 3 tests, in terms of industrial safety, there has been a lot of interest. In addition to fire extinguishing, they are also in charge of rescue operations, and they are indispensable for general disaster relief. Therefore, in terms of needs, they're the most demanding. Old Liao, don't you want to buy some? Pei Yang's uncle looked at the team leader from the Ministry of Industrial Safety and said with a smile. The 2 of them were old acquaintances. We've known each other since childhood. Circle. In the capital, everything is big and small. After walking around 3 times and 2 times, they were all acquaintances. He was a little surprised, but also very happy to meet Pei Yang. I'm personally very interested. The man surnamed Liao smiled. This matter, it still has to be decided by the ministry. Aside, Tang Qing smiled slightly. This is not a promotion meeting, although it may seem like it to others. But in his opinion, this is just to invite some friends to see his design results. None of it matters. Sell? If you're willing to buy, welcome. If you don't want to, that's okay. He doesn't lack this kind of money. Even if he earns 10 to 20 million from an airplane, the profit in the global related market is only a few billion, which is really not worth it. He doesn't have time to go around selling it. At this time, aside, Pei Yang suddenly asked, is there a military version of this kind of load? Before, Tang Qing made it clear that this was a civilian aircraft, but he also told him that if the military needed it, it could modify himself. He didn't understand it at the time. Now, I kind of get it. Although, Tianpeng is too big and not suitable for military use. But that doesn't mean that the technology inside has no reference value. If it is greatly modified, it might not be suitable for military use. And, with Tang Qing's idealism, he would never dislike cutting-edge equipment. It is likely that in its hands, there are many designs that can be used for military purposes. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled. Shake his head. No, I don't intend to manufacture finished military equipment. I am a good person, and I don't want to be known as an arms supplier. Generally, some people think this is a layer of protection. But Tang Qing's current status is a layer of shackles, which is unnecessary. Although 95% of the aircraft works in his hands are used in the military. He designs, make requests, make a plan. Scientists are responsible for making it happen. Then, It became Tang Qing's toy, but it was just a hobby. He could provide parts and materials, but he had no intention of producing his own military equipment. Therefore, there is still room for what he said. Oh, Pei Yang's eyes lit up. Not manufacturing finished equipment, so the representative can make spare parts? This is a big difference, just like Boeing, Lockheed, and so on. Not all accessories are produced in-house, and some are purchased from other factories. The same is true for Huaxia. Every piece of equipment is not produced by a certain unit. It is the result of cooperation. Can you be more specific? Pei Yang asked hurriedly. I can provide all the technology inside to the military, including structure, control. You can use the rest as you like, except for material technology, which needs to be purchased. Yes, Tang Qing can give away military technology for free. But you can't take it for free, right? In fact, he has too many black technologies that Tang Qing can really use to make money. There seem to be a lot of them, such as materials. In this regard, it is almost leading edge, and it is not as eye-catching as the finished black technology, but the profit is still considerable, starting with thermostatic clothes anyway. We have also entered the field of materials. One listen. Pei Yang nodded. It's natural. Free? There is nothing truly free in the world. Tang Qing's request is very reasonable, but he doesn't know much about the material technology of this aircraft. Is it great? Think the military has no alternatives? It's a bit of a look down on people. Never mind. It has little to do with him. 10 minutes later. Really? Pei Yang called his uncle over, who was surprised. Just now, the experts who came together wanted him to talk to Tang Qing countless times. Take a look at the design drawings, as well as more detailed data. Only, it has always been difficult to speak. You came here to visit, but you actually want to see other people's skills. Do you think Tang Qing is a soft persimmon? Although he has always been gentle. But he would not think that a world-class rich man is easy to bully. Therefore, he kept putting it off. Which material? Tang Qing had already planned this. Of course. Thank you. You're welcome, but not now. You can see it tomorrow. Tang Qing said. Okay. Pei Yang's uncle nodded. He wasn't too anxious. As for the material technology, he didn't care. Tang Qing's company had only been in business for a long time, so how could it be as strong as the military's material library? What a genius. There should be a limit. Material, that is an almost bottomless field that requires time and sweat. In the later stages, it is no longer possible to achieve a big breakthrough with a simple combination of metals. The requirements for manufacturing technology are getting higher and higher. Thermostatic clothing? Oh, the core materials are not from Tang Qing's companies. To be honest, they're also greedy for that kind of materials, whether they are sold by the Myanmar Bank Group or not. But no technology is provided. Have no choice. Money? There are so many people that they can be used as firewood. Righteousness? They are foreign companies, so it would be strange for them to ignore you. After informing the experts who came, they laughed from ear to ear. Although they believed that the military's technology could produce it, they still said the same thing. They had never done it. Just like cooking. Good cook. Maybe you can basically copy it after taking a bite and looking at it. But if there's a recipe and you know the authentic method, you won't think too highly of yourself and don't read it. And, from the test, just now, they found that they had underestimated the technical level of the aircraft in front of them, and many of the data were beyond imagination. Speed, load, failure rate, material, control. Every one of them performed well. Even if they were to build it, they wouldn't dare to say it was better than this. They knew what it meant, and it was strength. The previous contempt was slowly put away. 6 o'clock. Let's go slowly. Goodbye. Tang Qing sent away the provincial leaders. They just came to have a look, and they didn't have the same needs as the military and industrial safety, so they left after watching. After they left, test, continue. Carrying the load was the longest. When he returned to the tower, although he was wandering in a different world, as the chief designer of the project, he still had to show some dignity. In eyes, the message flashes. Suddenly, a piece of news made Tang Qing smile. It's finally here. Greece has released data. As of now, The Greek national debt is as high as 300 billion euros, a record high. In short, it is asking to borrow money. Greek sovereign debt crisis. Familiar. I often saw news about it back then, and the turmoil lasted for several years before it gradually subsided. The main reason was that Greece had borrowed too much money and could not afford to pay it back. Asked to borrow money. Ask for relief. Later, even wanted to fault on the debt. Certainly, I was taught a lesson about how to be a good person. After, in order to avoid debt thunderstorms, European countries have no choice but to keep borrowing. The debts are getting higher and higher, almost to the point where they cannot afford to repay them at all. At last, the only way to press this thunder is to use a life-extending strategy, extending the debt maturity for 10 years, but has not been ruled out and will wait until the next debt cycle. Estimate. There will be a few more years of trouble, and history repeats itself. It's raw. It's death. Tang Qing didn't know, but European countries must have felt as uncomfortable as eating siam. So with a kind-hearted attitude, Tang Qing decided to help. How to help? Certainly, advancing into the abyss. It is a major obstacle to his progress in the task. It is similar to the US dollar. When it reaches third place, it is too difficult to overcome the two major currencies at once. Therefore, solve one first. Just do it. Make a sacrifice. Tang Qing has been considering this idea for a long time. In the Soldier's Strategic Report, they used the Greek debt crisis to suppress, or even end the euro. Contribute to the expansion of the Asian dollar. Certainly, after the end, it can also be reborn, but at that time, the euro had to have a Tang mark on its currency that was invisible to everyone. To this end, the soldiers have been preparing for a long time. Today, when the Greek debt crisis begins, the entire plan will also be launched to take advantage of the turbulence in the euro, which is enough to affect the third-place pound. As for the yen, I never considered it an opponent. Evening. The number of people in the live broadcast room remains unchanged. Many people are watching the replay and leaving countless comments. Most of them think that we should purchase 180 aircraft to prevent unnecessary sacrifices in emergencies. To this, officials have not yet made a statement. But many people in the industry who have seen it believe that having more such help will be of great help in fighting floods and disaster relief and other natural disasters. Buy it. You must buy it. Think about it. If the embankment breaks and the transportation is inconvenient, we don't need our people to carry sandbags one by one to block the embankment. Yes. I don't know how much the price is. 30 million. What do you think it is? 30 million? That's big, at least 50 million. More expensive fire trucks cost hundreds of millions. This is no better than those. Same. The more he talks, the more outrageous it becomes. Soon, it has been blown up to 100 million. Is it more than 100 million? For such a big size, the Boeing CH-47 costs 30 million US dollars, 200 million yuan, and the Osprey costs over 70 million US dollars. Tianpeng. Although it is not for military use, 100 million is really not expensive. I can't afford it anyway. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. You can brag about it casually, but more importantly, it's sold cheaply and looks cheap. Of course, everyone knows in their hearts that it can't be sold too expensively, with 100 million being the top dollar. Base. Having dinner. Mr. Tang, how did you set the price? Liao Quan from Work Safety asked. After looking at it for a day, he felt very satisfied, but he kept suppressing his curiosity. I thought. Tang Qing we came up and actively promoted. Which material? He didn't say a word, as if he really just invited them to take a look, which made him have to wonder whether Tang Qing really cared about their order. Forehead. Very hanging. After all, Tang Qing has too many profitable businesses, and these 3 melons and 2 dates are not enough. I heard that Tang Qing created it only as a hobby and has nothing to do with commercial interests. So, it's really possible that you don't care whether they buy it or not. Depressed. Before, he was quite afraid of people trying to sell things to them. But now, when people don't care, he felt a little disappointed, alas. Human nature is like that. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled and stretched out a finger. 100 million? Liao Quan was surprised. Yeah. Tang Qing nodded. Discount? Cut. Are you kidding? The price of 100 million is definitely expensive compared to ordinary helicopters, but don't forget that there may be exports in the future. Therefore, Tang Qing continued. However, this is for external use. If you buy it, you'll get a 40% discount. That is 60 million yuan, and if you buy more, you can get another discount. Anyway, the official guide price needs to be mentioned. Hear the words. Liao Quan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if it really cost 100 million yuan, they might not be able to afford it. If it were 40% off, it would be somewhat acceptable. And there should still be room for discussion. Why is it so cheap? Aside, Chiron said suddenly. These words, but Liao Quan's mouth twitched when he heard it. Cheap? He didn't know that firewood and rice were expensive, but he didn't refute it. He was not here to negotiate, and there was no need to lower the price now. That's right. Zheng Lin agreed. It's a bit cheap. Peiyang also continued. This time, we are here to support you, not to cause trouble. What's more, he didn't think it was more than 60 million, and the performance of such a big guy was also there. I heard that there are still additions. Bao Kaiyu said. Yeah. Tang Qing said. Next weekend, sea trials with the submersible. Design. Tianpeng is amphibious and can dock in the sea. The current test is just the beginning. There's still a long way to test, not to mention the function. It's about accumulating flight time, just like a car road test. Unless you drive tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers, you'd be embarrassed to talk about the data. Therefore, there is still a lot of time before it goes on the market. Even if you place an order now, it will not be delivered until the second half of next year. Some processes are essential. Are you going? Chiron asked Tang Qing. Of course. Tang Qing nodded. Then I'll go too. Welcome. Another date. As for the military and industrial safety, they were also interested. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing sent out an invitation at the right time. Both parties politely expressed that they needed to ask for instructions. But it shouldn't be a big problem. Eat enough. Drink enough. Everyone goes back to their rooms. 10 o'clock. Click, click, click. The sound of propellers sounded in the sky. This was still testing full load and long-distance flight, and the test would not stop until 12 o'clock. Top layer. Tang Qing's room was bustling with activity. The Tang family were all here. Although it was quite late, they were full of energy. At this point, they usually didn't sleep. The body is getting better and better. Sleep is getting less and less. Therefore, those who play chess play chess. Jigsaw puzzle pieces. She was swiping her phone, and at this moment, Qin Shichi suddenly shouted, "Ha! Sister Nyenner's Douyin account. She has over 1 million followers." As she said this, jumping to Tang Qing's side, "Brother, you are so awesome," Qin Shichi said excitedly. In university, many classmates were playing Tushio and Douyin. Qin Shichi was free, so she encouraged Tang Yenner to open a Douyin account and upload some short music works. Then, it's on fire. She registered in October and had 1 million fans in December. Among them, the main one is her sweet voice, although Tang Yenner is veiled in all the videos. But it does not hide its beauty and temperament. Sing, musical instruments, dance. Tang Yenner knew everything. She could only play musical instruments before, but because of her good foundation and Tang Qing's many works, she started learning to sing. As for dancing, I only learned in the past 2 years. Just a hobby. After all, a brother with incredible wealth, and a father whose assets are second only to those of Huruan, he never thought about becoming a big star when he debuted. Among the uploaded works, many were created by Tang Qing and are considered top-notch. Only then did Qin Shichi come to praise him, to which Tang Qing expressed his calmness. A few songs. Some songs. It's trivial. Brother, I left a message saying that someone wants to buy music. What should I do? Qin Shichi suddenly felt confused. She dug a hole on a whim and found that she couldn't fill it. Not for sale. Tang Qing said. Nyenner. Hey. Tang Yenner trotted over. Simply send out all the full versions of those songs and upload them to Comet Music. Download them for a fee and earn you some pocket money. It's been 3 years. These songs are only circulated in my own family. I'm a bit old. Why are you still covering up? If you put it on Comet Music, you can still make some money. Original song, 5 to 5. These few years, Comet Music has been promoting original music, and many singer-songwriters have emerged. They can support themselves by relying on the platform's share of the revenue. It is a gathering place for fans. Okay. Tang Qing smiled extremely happily. Finally, the world needs to see it. Do you know your brother's musical talent? It is precisely because you know that your brother's attainments in this area have already surpassed any world-class master. Therefore, I have no interest in going to places like music halls. Mortal, how can you compare with a monster? The next day, early morning, when I woke up, Greece's debt of up to 300 billion euros made international headlines. Only then did many people pay attention to this country. But most Chinese netizens were stunned. 300 billion, is that a lot? That's right. It's a country after all. Greece. Everyone has the impression that they are very wealthy. Although 300 billion euros is not a small amount, it is not enough to crush Greece, as the title says, right? Last year, Iceland is bankrupt because Nagata has a really poor foundation and is not on the same level as Greece. However, everyone soon understood why. Damn, this guy is too wasteful. He deserves it. If you don't have the ability, you still borrow debt every day. A look of contempt. With 300 billion euros, the annual interest is 10 to 20 billion. However, the Greek authorities' fiscal and taxation, after deducting fixed expenses, has a surplus that is not even half of this. No, it's thundering. Really, the country is being ruined. Some people lamented, welfare is good, but if you increase the welfare uncontrollably, you are asking for death. Crazy. That is, the number of Greek civil servants was only 100,000 in the 1980s, but now it has increased to 800,000, close to 1/10 of the country's population. What are you doing? Yes. But I don't think the EU will just sit back and ignore it. Everyone was discussing, although envious. But if things get messed up like this, it will not be what everyone wants. It is also true that the benefits provided by the Greek authorities are too good, such as pensions, which are twice those in Germany. Depend on, Germany is so rich that it cannot afford too high pensions. Greece, with its average economy, has not only pensions but also civil servant salaries. The best in Europe. Anyway, in order to come to power, successive presidents have only done one thing, making high promises to the people. Then, after taking office, he licked his face and borrowed money everywhere to maintain welfare. Now, the debt is too high and unsustainable. Base. Room. Having breakfast. Tang, is the euro going to fall? Tang Kai first asked after seeing the news. It would be strange for the EU to sit idly by and ignore such a big matter. But once you get involved, it's a trap. Hear the words. Tang Qing nodded slightly. It is definitely going to fall. The stock market and foreign exchange market will be turbulent for a long time in the future. Exchange the euro cash you hold as soon as possible. It will not fall. Sorry for this news. How long will it take for it to subside? Qin Yigong asked curiously. Uncertain. Tang Qing shook his head. Because the Greek crisis has exposed not only the problems of Greece, but also the problems of other countries in the Eurozone. More than one country is borrowing money to survive. Greek debt. It was just the trigger that triggered the European debt crisis. Otherwise, a mere thunderstorm in Greece would not allow the soldiers to use it to disintegrate the euro. Ireland, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Cyprus. A large number of European countries have serious debt problems, and in the context of the global economic crisis, they have begun to explode one by one. The euro fell sharply and European stock markets plummeted, which will follow. Escalating crisis? Tang Kai was surprised. I thought, just a simple Greek problem. Yeah. Tang Qing nodded. What will be the result? The second uncle asked again. First, the EU's entry is foreseeable. If it is ignored, it will almost certainly shake the euro system and endanger the stability of the EU. There was a pause. Second, the thunder was too big. I couldn't contain it. It exploded. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. This possibility should be very small. Tang Qing said, the EU's debt problem is an internal problem. It can be solved as long as you make up your mind. Yes. Qin Yigong also nodded. In a unified currency area, there is huge room for innovation. The EU has full power to control Greece's debt, but the process will be quite painful. Borrow a new account, pay old debts, even directly canceling part of the debt. Since it is all credit currency anyway, the worst is to overissue it. Now, after the quantitative easing in the United States, the world has followed suit, printing money indiscriminately. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, the Eurozone cannot collapse. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled. Indeed, the probability of a Eurozone disintegration is very small. At the same time, I added in my mind, however, this is a low-probability event that can evolve into a high-probability black swan event if it is operated properly without human intervention. It is true, EU countries are absolutely unwilling to disintegrate the Eurozone and will do their best to rescue it. However, the Eurozone has accumulated many problems over the years of its existence. Like, welfare is uneven across countries. Germany, France, the two core countries of the EU have created far more wealth than other countries, but their welfare benefits are not as high as those of some member countries, such as Greece. There is no money to be made, only money to be spent. The retirement age is early, and there is a long list of benefits. The most annoying thing is that the retirement salary is twice as high as in other countries, etc. There have long been many voices of dissatisfaction internally. So, once the problem breaks out on a large scale, will Greece reduce pensions? If it falls, there will definitely be another big demonstration in the country, and the president will be dismissed in minutes. If you don't want to end get out of class, you have to continue to have high benefits, but not down. If you maintain high expenditures and other countries won't do it because you're borrowing our money to provide your benefits, these countries will also make loud noises within them. Previous life. This problem has not exploded, but it will become a sharp sword. Certainly, it was just a handful. Tang Qing did not put all his hopes on public opinion. The best thing to control was public opinion, but it was the easiest to reverse. It's also public opinion. Therefore, it's just the flavor. The real main course is something else. But in the end, what will be written into history will only be the flavoring that everyone sees. The truth. It will be buried in history and never see the light of day. The euro. It must collapse once. At this time, Tang Qing became interested. In this way, is there an opportunity to pick up the slack? In any crisis, someone can profit from it. This is the essence of the word crisis. Economy. Finance. There is room for maneuver. Yes, you can have some fun, but don't take it too seriously, Tang Qing said. Making money from a European debt crisis is definitely something that needs to be done, but he will not end up doing so. This time, but you have to play a big one. Listen. Tang Qing's interest also dropped. Listening to what you say, I have no interest in it anymore. Let's make money honestly through industry. Every penny is clearly understood. Now, the wealth he possesses is unimaginable before. It doesn't make much sense to gamble in the financial market. His energy is limited, so don't make trouble for yourself. Sunday morning, the military personnel reluctantly left. After looking at the specific designs and data, the experts' eyes were full of disbelief, screaming impossible. But the facts are before our eyes. What shocked them the most was the simplification of the engine, which directly reduced the number of parts by 2/3 without affecting performance. They knew exactly what this meant. Material, craftsmanship, structure, all three have made huge breakthroughs. Otherwise, this is absolutely impossible. After seeing the material data, their ideas were confirmed. For a while, their hearts became excited because this is scalable. Truth. With Qianping's current technical level, Tang Qing's team is far from designing and manufacturing an excellent military helicopter. The only thing missing is some fire control, radar, and other equipment. All in all, sharp, it seems. As long as you have money, you can really create miracles. Subsequently, they want to know the material formula. To this, Tang Qing said, At this time, those experts also had a fever on their faces and fell into their old habits. Only then did they realize that they were facing a big boss who had already shown them the design before. Almost everything is open. Now, it also requires a formula, which is really a bit much. Later, when they heard that they could be purchased, they felt relieved. For them, they could use whatever they had. Where did it come from? Did you buy it? Unimportant. After all, even if the formula is brought, it is not their credit, it is Tang Qing's. Therefore, as long as they're willing to sell, everything is easy to say, and there is no need to worry about this issue. Afternoon, Tang Qing and others also left the base, where they are slowly accumulating flight time. By the way, one aircraft will be dismantled and transported to the coast for sea testing next week. Outside world. He is also keen on paying attention to Tianpeng. Yesterday, several foreign companies have expressed their desire to place orders. In this regard, the unified reply is, out of stock. We will talk about it in the second half of next year. Just like some products are launched. Bought the first batch. Most of them are peers. Buy it. Dismantling. Analyze. Study. That's the purpose, and it's the same this time. Many people are interested in Tianpeng's excellent performance, and such an order is what designers hate the most. Therefore, you can sell it, but we'll talk about it later. At least the first batch must be for normal demand, otherwise, it will be annoying to watch. And this first batch of orders already has an owner. On the plane, Tang, your connections are slipping away. Tang Kai looked at the news and couldn't help but click his tongue, because just now, news came from Mianyao. Buy a cross. Finished reading. Tang Kai also clicked his tongue. Previously, he was still thinking about whether to go to Mianyao to lobby and help Tang Qing pull the order, but he didn't expect that he hadn't spoken yet. The order comes. Cross. Billion. After the discount, there's still 600 million orders. It doesn't matter whether you make more or less. What's important is that you get off to a good start. It can only be said that Tang Qing's relationship with him is very smooth. That's right. When it comes to the relationship with Burma, Tang Qing is stronger than himself. The outside world thinks that Tang Qing is taking advantage of him. But in fact, from the beginning to the end, he is taking advantage of his nephew. Depressed? No. Happy. The nephew is capable, but the uncle is depressed. It's okay. Tang Qing smiled. Apparently, this was his order. He had to wait for domestic orders, at least for next year. He was too lazy to wait, so he bought it. It was not entirely used to put out fires, mainly for display. Pull goods. Transport people. Pretend to compare. Go sightseeing. Many uses. Future. The total number of purchases from Myanmar will exceed 50. If there are too many, it will be of no use. By the way, we can support the upstream and downstream companies and let them make some money to spend. Outside world. Many people were shocked by the news. I'll go. It's a cross when I get there. Let's talk about hundreds of millions at least. Big order. It seems that Tang Kai tried his best again. Yeah, definitely. With the support of Myanmar's side, they instinctively thought of Tang Kai, but it was helpless. It was already known to everyone who had a good relationship with Tang Kai there. Find someone. Trust relationship. Considering how wealthy Myanmar is, 10 helicopters are just a small order, not outrageous. For the Myanmar Bank Group, it is nothing more. Last time, the shock of the Tianwan Mountain gold mine is still fresh in my memory. Made more than 3,000 tons of gold. The cost of refining it is almost negligible. It is really enviable to get 700 billion for nothing. To this day, there are endless tourists in Duanshan. That land, it has become a check-in point. Go to Burma. You must go to Tianwan Mountain, a place where thousands of tons of gold were once buried, to get a fortune, although the historical mining volume in South Africa was greater. But it was a large mining area, and, unlike here, it can almost be said to be picking up instead of digging. Tianwan Mountain is the envy of many countries, but no one can copy it. Such a gold mine is rare. Even, experts believe that this is the only one in the world, and there can be no second place. Everyone agrees with this. After all, the conditions for its formation are too harsh. First, it's the underground river that flows through the gold mine. Secondly, there is a slow flow area that connects to the surface. At last. Not too deep. Such geographical conditions and the probability of occurrence can really be said to be a geological wonder, and what everyone is more curious about now are other gold mines. But Myanmar has never said anything. Itchy. Unbearable. This is a piece of news gradually spread. You know, Yangon new city has been built and will be officially handed over the day after tomorrow. In this regard, many people are confused. What? What city? Where? Then someone started to popularize science. Yangon, of course, belongs to Burma. It used to be the capital, but later it was moved. After Zero came to power, he started building new cities aggressively, and Yangon is one of them. A new city was built next to the old city. It took nearly 2 years to be almost completed, and most of the original old city will be bulldozed. Gradually, everyone was stunned. To this, I don't have much interest in it. It's not like we in China don't have anything like the construction of new cities in foreign countries. But those who have been there are very interested. Really? The last time I went, it was still under construction. The renderings are very good. Yeah, it seems that next time I go, I will go to Yangon. Many people are looking forward to it. Although it is a foreign country, there are many Chinese people buying houses there. 1/5 of the coastal tourist real estate in Delhi province has been bought by Chinese people. Truth. Although Sanya is doing quite well now, in terms of comfort, it is still not as attractive as the entire 100-kilometer seaside tourist area along the coast, making it the first choice for vacations. Nothing compares to the Maldives. Island, seaside, beach, environment, now is crushing the Maldives in all aspects. The quality of service and consumption are extremely cost-effective. Therefore, many wealthy people want to stay there for more than 3 months a year. Yangon New Town can be regarded as an extra place to play. What a pity. Can see. Cannot invest. Most of the commercial housing in the new city is given to the residents of the old city, and the rest is mostly sold to Burmese people. As for the shops, they're not given to the shopkeepers of the old city. The rest, operated by Myanmar Bank Group. Rent only. Not for sale. It is impossible to become a landlord in Yangon New Town. Myanmar's current attitude towards foreign commercial real estate investment is tightening. To this, everyone understands. After all, last year, Myanmar was manipulated by international capital and withdrew a large amount of capital, causing Myanmar's foreign exchange reserves of hundreds of billions of dollars to be almost exhausted. Stock market. Sell-off. Property market. Sell-off. Enterprise. Sell-off. A pessimistic response. But, in the end, people survived. Asset prices were strongly supported by Burmese businessmen, and the same was true for the stock market. After a slight decline, it stabilized. The Asian dollar exchange rate remains unchanged. Since then, Myanmar's review of foreign investment has become more stringent and more calm. Before, a large amount of foreign capital may still affect the economy, but this time it is almost like squeezing blood, squeezing out those speculative foreign capital. Feeling comfortable all over, Myanmar also took this opportunity to eliminate a minefield. From this perspective, many people praised it as a country with stable financial and economic stability. Welcome everywhere. Afraid, it just has poor resistance, cannot stabilize the exchange rate, and is being played by international capital. At present, Myanmar is undoubtedly a good place for investment. The stricter, the more stable the representation, the more attractive it is. Only, too strict, not only speculation, but also normal investment is a bit difficult. This is unimaginable in ordinary countries, but in Myanmar, there is the Myanmar Bank Group. Everyone can play with it on their own, and their dependence on external parties is greatly reduced. No matter how rich your foreign businessmen are, they won't be interested in you, and there will only be an economic and business cycle. Already formed. Have no choice. It is difficult to invest in fixed assets, so everyone can only make some money in the stock market. In terms of return rate, the Myanmar stock market has been performing very well and has been rising steadily. And it is the only place in Myanmar where censorship is loose. And, after that run, new international capital poured in, mainly from the stock market. Throughout this year, the overall Myanmar stock market rose by more than 15%. 15. For investment, this is already a good rate of return. In contrast, a shares, well, it's still fluctuating around 3,000 points, which makes many people's hearts twitch. A little more money. Hong Kong stocks, Myanmar stocks, earn some stable money. After all, there's a threshold, which is 500,000 yuan, and ordinary retail investors cannot pass it. Otherwise, the Burmese stock market will be much crazier than it is now. On the 15th, Myanmar, Yangon, the inauguration ceremony was held grandly. From the sky, the entire new city is surrounded by an artificial river. It is very wide, 20 meters long, but not deep. Only the knees. The main thing is to distinguish the boundary. Every 100 meters above, there is a bridge 10 meters wide. If there is any problem, whether it is evacuation or entering the city, doesn't matter. 100 meters on both sides of the Huanqing River is the Huanqing Park. Cycling, running, take a walk. There are dedicated roads. Viewed from above, the entire main urban area of the new city is in the shape of a regular hexagon, surrounded by several huge ring roads. Very neat. New town. Drawings on white paper should not be messy, of course. To this, everyone who saw it liked it. No one likes the mess. The streets are clearly defined, the functions are divided, the buildings are brand new, and the vitality is revealed under the sun. Finally, I can move to a new home. Good. Spacious. I never thought I could live in a place like this in my life. Thank you, Zero. The residents were happy. Today, after the ceremony was held and the keys were officially handed over, they would move in the next half-month. As for the houses in the old city, they would be demolished. It does not affect their ability to continue making money. Previously, when there were many tourists, they also thought about dividing the rooms and housing more people. However, after Zero came to power, he began to vigorously regulate the tourism industry. Size, furnish, matching, they all have requirements, saying they want to ensure the quality of tourism. I was dissatisfied at first, but later I found out that foreign tourists seem to pay a lot of money for medical treatment, worth renting to multiple people. Later, the population diversion plan was launched, and millions of people moved from the capital to other cities, making the entire Yangon somewhat emptier, but there was no shortage of business. Therefore, I completely accepted it. Now, no one is dissatisfied when the old is exchanged for the new. The money is still earned, the life is still lived, and the interests of all parties are protected. It can be said that everyone is happy. Center, square. In addition to Ling, Kanshin, etc., many envoys were invited to participate in the ceremony, such as Blumo, who came early in the morning to see the city with his own eyes. Truth. Quite like it. Clean. Tidy. Pretty. Brand new. There are so many advantages. It is almost impossible for the United States to fix it like this now. Of course, it is not inferior to itself. Just kidding, it is a dignified United States. It's not that it can't be done, but it means it's unnecessary and impossible. I won't build such a project because I don't think it will be of much use. But it means a lot to the people here. Have a look. Behind the smiling faces around him were excitement, joy, and support for Zero. This made Blumo extremely helpless. Zero is too good at making money. Made money. He is willing to spend money to win people's hearts, which makes his work progress slowly. Fortunately, the CIA has learned its lesson recently and has not made any big moves. It has not gone to pick up people for a month. It feels really good. But working leisurely but feeling useless, complex psychology. Especially recently, Myanmar's internal cohesion seems to be slowly increasing. News. Daily. All have microsecond changes. To this, he just thought that Ling had done too many practical things and was deeply supported, so he didn't think much about it. Anyway, it was the same as before. Those important figures were all indifferent. Avoid it like a tiger. Have a meal. Reject. Play ball. Reject. None of them agreed to any individual communication. They invited them to go to the United States to play, avoiding Zero's sight. Each one of them said, "What is fun about the United States? We all have mountains and rivers. Sports car. Yacht. Mansion. There is no shortage of Mianyao now. They invited their children to study abroad, but Duo expressed no interest. Blumo knew that this was because he was frightened by the previous incident. A son of the family who went to study in the United States was instigated to rebel. Bad company. The whole family was implicated. Since then, big families and important figures in Myanmar are becoming more and more cautious about sending their children to study abroad. Even Myanmar officials do not encourage going abroad. Because, useless. You cannot add points to your resume and even face relatively strict scrutiny when entering some institutions, such as government, media, education, and other fields. What a world-famous university. Deny. Only academic qualifications are recognized. Those who graduate from Harvard with a bachelor's degree are treated the same as those who graduate from any university in Myanmar in terms of work and promotion, and they are quite arrogant. Gradually, children from wealthy families are not interested in sending their children abroad. Maid, the precautions are too strict. Never mind. It's just a salty fish, and life goes on as usual, and recently, my boss seems to be a salty fish too, and has not assigned difficult tasks to me. Good. Enjoy your leisure time. At present, the more you understand. Blumo discovered more and more how difficult it was to subvert zero, at least in the short term. Without internal cooperation, he wanted to be like E. It's a dream, bribe, public opinion, intelligence. Both are indispensable. However, in Myanmar, they have not made any progress. They are united and monolithic. They control public opinion and are difficult to control. Their intelligence system, the most annoying. He hates leading people. In the crowd, Bloomer was alone in his grief. This works. There is no sense of accomplishment. He is probably the most unscrupulous U.S. ambassador in the world. In other countries, no matter how bad things are, you can still eat and drink everywhere. There are scholars who talk and laugh, but there are no idle people when coming and going. Topic person, media darling, hugging in front and behind. But where is your current self? Those who came and went were all peers. Unless it was an official banquet, no one in the local area invited them. They were busy day by day, head tilt, looking at the British envoy with a silly look on his face. He curled his lips. What a joy to you. No pursuit at all, just a salted fish. At this time, as if feeling his gaze, the man came over and whispered, Wait a minute. Let's find a place to have lunch. I heard that a French chef moved to the center of the new city. He hasn't been here for a long time. Let's go and have a try. After hearing this, Blumo's mouth twitched. Moment. Then he said, Okay. After eating and drinking with these people all day long, he was almost bad, but there was nothing he could do. If he didn't hang out with these people, what could he do in a day? You can only drink tea in the office. Depend on. As an ambitious diplomat, Bloomer really doesn't want to be summed up in his career comments. No achievements. Shameful. Thinking of lunch, the man felt silly again. The British Empire's global hegemony had been shattered into pieces, so his task was easy. Dawdle. Have a meal. Sleep. Stroll. If you have something to do, take care of it. If you have nothing to do, just wander around. As a large number of patients come here from all over the world, it naturally attracts chefs from all over the world to open restaurants here. Business is booming and everyone is making a lot of money. Europe, America, Africa. Many people came to open stores. Seeing that they were making money, more people wanted to come. However, Myanmar has strict management in this regard, so not everyone can open a store. If you can come, your level must not be low. Alas, the British envoy sighed. Pity. Rent only. Not for sale. This gave many British people who wanted to buy property here a headache. They came to him one after another, hoping to contact him to solve the problem, but to no avail. Not for sale. Just not selling. Xiamen City, Naypyidaw, Yangon. These three are the three major central cities in Myanmar. They are quite unfriendly to foreign investment in commercial real estate. Other countries are looking for these properties. However, I don't care. Not for sale alive or dead. Want to sell. Only locals can do it. Some British citizens who live comfortably here want to immigrate, but all they get is, we don't have this department. Good guy. Absolutely. Of course, it's not that there is no immigration department. It's just that it's so small that it has no external windows. A department without external windows is equivalent to being useless, right? To this. I protested, but nothing happened. U.K. Cut. If the Americans don't sell their face, how can they sell it to them? Thinking of this, he could only criticize the Burmese authorities from top to bottom in his heart. Nothing can be done. Recent. He was in a good mood because of the Greek debt problem. The EU will definitely jump in to fill this hole. It feels good to see the EU unhappy. UK, although it is a member state of the European Union. But the UK did not join the Eurozone, but watched the countries in the Eurozone unite and make the euro the second currency in the world. The UK felt disgusted from the bottom of its heart. And some EU countries are really too comfortable, not making money. Spend all your money. Each and every one of them lived a more comfortable life, as if they were mocking the British for always being wrong about keeping the pound, and that they should join them and spend the day and night together. To this, Britain resisted the temptation. Now, seeing this group of happy-go-lucky people encountering a crisis, they naturally have the mentality of watching a good show. Currently, there are many comments criticizing the Eurozone system. Therefore, he hopes the euro will run out. Not far. The Thai envoy, with a calm face and a smile on his face, seemed full of joy to outsiders, but only he knew in his heart that he was already crazy with jealousy. Before, owned sedan refrigerator overlooking surrounding neighbors. Occasionally, giving away a few bowls of porridge, he straightened his chest wherever he went. Now, neighbors are Mercedes-Benz and BMW, and enjoy delicacies from the mountains and seas every day. Who can keep their mentality? In just a few years, Thailand has fallen from the second largest economy in Southeast Asia to the third largest. Myanmar, from the bottom, it jumped to the first place, knocking down Indonesia, the big brother in ASEAN. From the looks of it, Indonesia will not be able to catch up in the short term. Gradually, Myanmar has the hidden meaning of being the leader of ASEAN. This is not entirely determined by economic aggregate, but also by international status, especially the establishment of the World Organization. His ambition is clearly revealed. Envy, hatred. Why are they not so lucky to have the original transcription liquid? If they had known about today's situation 4 or 5 years earlier and fought across the border to fight a national war, Thailand would have to rush into the Golden Triangle. Control Zero and Tiandunshin gold mine. Former, it represents wealth in trillions of US dollars, and the latter is more than 100 billion US dollars of gold. It's a pity that the world didn't know it earlier. Now, Zero has become bigger and stronger and is at the top. Violent methods are no longer applicable. He is also complaining about Europe and the United States in his heart. How can you even stand watching this? Why don't you take action and suppress it? You're not in a hurry. We are in a hurry. 5 years. No, 3 years later. It is estimated that Myanmar will be able to complete the infrastructure upgrade across the country, and everything will look brand new. By then, even if the suppression continues, things will still be there. Thailand simply can't compare. Hateful. A freeloader. Snort. His reputation as the world's hegemon was in vain. He had heard of attempts before, but they all failed. He didn't want to know exactly how they failed. Beside, Indian envoy. It was the same, with a smile on his face, but he had complained so many times in his heart that this poor neighbor had lived the life they had dreamed of. Delicacies from mountains and sea. Mercedes-Benz and BMW. What about India? Same old thing. It still owes Myanmar a large sum of money. Through city loans, Myanmar once again squeezes the wealth of India's middle class and above, allowing Myanmar and other countries to make money. Yes, although gained a brand new city. Clean, tidy, modernization, no pollution. There are many benefits, but the money spent for this is also huge. Foreigners have made more than half of the nearly 150 billion in the construction of Loy New City. Material, equipment, manage. India cannot do it, but it is unhappy that the money is gone. What he envies most is the urban loan project, which has been implemented in many countries. Previously, if India borrows money by itself, India will probably be happy for a while, because if the money is not repaid, it will be a bad debt. Which material? They launched a fundraising campaign to build the city. This way, the money does not need to be contributed by the Myanmar Bank Group, but its stakeholders have not lost a penny, and the risks have been passed on to countless fundraisers, which is embarrassing. How can you still play like this? Anyway, he was in a very unhappy mood. Around, just like India, there are still many people who are not in a beautiful mood. Hating others and laughing at others is an unavoidable mentality that people usually don't feel. But suddenly one day, your neighbor, driving a Rolls-Royce, leading 3 or 5 beautiful girls, walking in front of you with a pace that makes you disown your relatives. How can you say you're not jealous? Now, mostly this is the mentality. Even those from Europe and America are no exception. After all, they claim to be the center of the world and the most developed group of people. It is nonsense to say that they hope that people all over the world can live the same life as them. I have. You have none. Then I can feel a little superior when I go to your house. Now, I have. You have. Even if you have more, Westerners will inevitably have an unbalanced mentality. But no matter what they think, the facts are in front of them, and the rise here is in front of them. It will not change according to the will of Westerners. Sun Jiang was quite calm, because China is also the beneficiary and is fundamentally different from other countries. At present, the better Myanmar is, the more China will benefit because of orders. Those projects, artificial, material, let China make a lot of money. And Myanmar did not prepare for a fallback, such as setting up enterprises in Myanmar or transforming farmers into workers. Instead, it invested in China. The meaning is obvious. Future. It is intended to be a long-term cooperation. Myanmar will be responsible for solving money and project issues, and China can continue to obtain benefits from it, forming a mutually beneficial relationship. This makes him happy. Get on the road. In fact, apart from China, no other country can provide such large quantities, complete categories, and affordable products and services. No, looking around the world, there is none. Therefore, this can be regarded as an additional dividend of reform and opening up. Myanmar should also realize this and directly choose to give up substitution and instead cooperate in depth. Make money together. Truth. He also admired the idea of raising funds to build a city. Even domestic think tanks did not anticipate this. They thought they would adopt the Loy City model, but the Loy City model evolved into the Loy City model. A world of difference. India, be the first to eat crabs. Also, becoming the first crab to be eaten, 150 billion funds were withdrawn from India by the Myanmar Bank Group. Then, Huasiao followed and took a big bite. After, countries in Africa followed suit and followed suit. Less, 3 or 50 billion. Many, 6 or 70 billion. This money, which usually concentrates on the rich and middle class and above, is hidden underwater, but it is attracted by this project just like fishing bait. Then, one net, so happy. Africa, poverty. But those are ordinary people. As long as they're done properly, there are still 3,000 nails left in a broken ship. Currently, the number of such urban construction projects has increased to 15. Nearly half of them happened in the past 2 months. I don't know whether they figured it out or what happened. Some wavering countries have gradually relaxed restrictions on fundraising. Then, the country's businessmen were extremely active and approached the Myanmar Bank Group and asked for cooperation. After the crazy campaign, many middle-class people from various countries raised funds. It was a joyful scene. Even, looking at this trend, it will increase again next year. 11 o'clock. After the inauguration ceremony, the people dispersed and happily went to see their own houses and shops. They had been divided up before, but the keys were not handed over. And the decoration has been completed. There is no furniture. You need to move it yourself. As for the shops, they have also been exquisitely decorated according to their respective requirements. This way, it will be open soon. No need to wait. In fact, the decoration of the shop is also quite simple. Just bring the materials to the place and stick them up. In order to avoid repeated decoration, the jingling bells and oranges will make everyone loud. Wall. Most of them are glued. Doesn't it look good? Nonsense. There are various things to stick on. If you want to stick on ceramic tiles, just use stickers that look and feel like ceramic tiles. They are easy to install and easy to remove. Can also be reused. Fireproof. Moisture-proof. Also insect-proof. Certainly. It's not mandatory. It's just an encouragement to be environmentally friendly. In Yangon Newtown, the motorcade passed by and police cars cleared the way. Tang Qing sat in the car and looked out the window at the beautiful city. His mood was particularly good. It was another modern city. Comfortable. For years ago, Yangon is still the capital. He has worked here for many years and is also troubled by urban problems. The huge influx of people has caused various problems to emerge. Now, easy to solve. Population. A large number of workers were distributed to various places, ensuring the labor demand in various places and easing Yangon's urban load. Looking at the new city, I think of the old city. Alas, Tang Qing sighed. World, it's just so amazing. 5 years ago, I feel that my future is slim, and I will continue to be a sluggish person. Once a bridge is built, which is about 20 meters long, I may be able to cut it without any hesitation. Now, how could such a project come to his desk? Railway, high-speed, airport. Projects worth less than 500 million yuan did not require his intervention at all. All of this happened so fast, and a new era was coming unstoppably. The convoy moves forward, passing through the business district and entering the residential area. The construction of a new city is lower than the urban functional zoning and is particularly clear. The business district is the business district. Shopping, office, leisure, entertainment. They are all relatively concentrated. In this way, the flow of people in the city can be more reasonably shared and easier to manage. Tang Qing likes this design very much. The regular hexagonal main city area, seen from the sky, all streets are symmetrical, revealing the beauty of rules, and the design is hung in the office. Take a look every day. Feel refreshed. The edge of the city. Many foreign tourists walked from the old city to the edge of the new city and saw the clear, flowing river and the majestic outline of the new city in the distance, which was very complicated. Envious. If I go back to my country, I probably won't see such a beautiful scene. There is a huge difference between a well-designed city and a naturally developed city. Visual effects. It is a city with east and west buildings and various types of buildings, which cannot capture the beauty of a new city. Well-proportioned. Color matching. The style stands out. They all have considerable advantages, making people fall in love with them at first glance. They have strong planning and layout and can perfectly present the designer's intentions and ideas. It's so beautiful. Yeah, it's so beautiful. Unless it's rebuilt, it's hard to find a city that can bring people the same sense of beauty as this carefully designed and rendered city. I like it. I really hope to live here forever, but unfortunately, immigration is not allowed here, only residents. The real estate purchased in Delin province allows them to obtain a longer visa. Hopefully, things will change in the future. Yeah. On the riverside surrounding the city, visitors can soak their feet in the water after walking up a step. However, in order to avoid crossing at will, there's a railing 2 meters away from shore. Under the shade, on the steps, many people find it quite pleasant to roll up their trouser legs, step on the clear, gurgling water, walk 2 meters forward, and hold on to the railing to look at the city opposite. In the convoy, enter the marching car in the middle. You did a great job. Lang Kai looked at Ling beside him and sighed. Yangon was the previous capital, and he was also invited when the new city was launched. These few years, Zero's light was so bright that the outside world had not paid attention to him for a long time. Although he showed his face this time, he knew that no one cared. Past, bitter. Now, sweet. The people's value judgment is very simple. I will support whoever allows me to live a good life. Obviously, in their hearts, I only have memories. And still not very good memories. If we say his greatest achievement, perhaps it is letting Ling take over. He has learned how to surf the internet and understands the general thoughts of the people, which makes Lang Kai happy. At least, I did something right, so I'm not completely useless. 3 years. A whole new world. Very good. This was something he had dreamed of, but couldn't accomplish, but he was a little depressed. Zero's desire for power was too strong, and almost all of his men changed their banners. Even this almost is all a matter of luck on his part. Now, the situation that I once thought I could influence behind the scenes did not appear at all and has evolved into what it is now. Zero has almost absolute power. Own. Cool. Although there is food and drink. But it no longer has the authority it once had. Excuse me, Zero said calmly. See this? The corner of Lang Kai's mouth twitched. Ling was still so taciturn, but when he really did something, he was absolutely vigorous and resolute, and there was no room for any sand in his eyes. That's fine. It is also beneficial to have strong men to rectify the situation and reduce internal friction. Otherwise, today's Myanmar, those technologies, achievements, and economy, it has long been controlled by Western countries. Next to a piece of fat, there must be a knife. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, there may be nothing left but an empty chopping board. Soon, the convoy left the new city and came to the old city. The streets were familiar and the buildings were familiar. However, there were many more foreigners on the streets than when the capital was moved. The old city is facing demolition. Therefore, Lang Kai took a last look at it. Once in this city, he had the power to call the wind and rain, and his words were the same. The glory of the past has become a passing cloud. It's sad. While watching, all kinds of memories came to Lang Kai's mind. This store, that house, the Foot said. He recognized many. It won't be completely demolished right now. Some historic ones will be preserved, and some main roads will be left as old streets. Others, dismantle. To this, Lang Kai was very supportive. After all, now that he has a new house, these old houses here are unsightly and messy. Many of them are built illegally. He has long wanted to demolish them, but he has no money. For a country with an annual GDP of less than 20 billion US dollars, it is good to be able to maintain a normal economy, and there is no extra spare money. Now, demolished. No matter what you build, it's better than a mess. At this time, the streets were busy, with a large number of trucks carrying furniture and belongings heading towards the new city, moving. Everyone was smiling and wanted to live in a new house. It took a week for tourists and medical practitioners to all move to the new city. This week was mainly to give major shops and city institutions time to prepare. After all, millions of people are involved, and there is no rush. Click. It's really lively today. Yeah, it's a rare sight. Let's go to the new city and see it. Many tourists took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. Such a large-scale urban relocation is rare, and some anchors are even live broadcasting on the streets. These few years, with the rise of Myanmar, many travel anchors will come here. Some stay for several months to get a comprehensive understanding. If they're in other countries, they may just take a quick look at it, take a walk. But this, good security, lots of new things. The environment is good. Anyway, this is almost the anchor of cross-border travel and the country where I stay the longest. Welcome new friends, hello. Let me introduce you again. I am Xiaoyan. I am currently in the old city of Yangon, Myanmar, bringing you a live broadcast. In front of you. It's not about escaping. Have you ever seen people escaping happily? It's about moving to a new house. Today is the first day, and the traffic is relatively congested. On the streets, Zhou Yin, an anchor from China, said on his mobile phone that he had been here for a month, entering the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone from Yun Province and heading south to Yangon. Just arrived today. After finishing my homework, I started broadcasting. At present, it seems that the inauguration ceremony has been completed and can be moved in. Many viewers don't know what the new city means. Let me explain it here. Yangon New City. It is a newly built modern city near the original capital of Myanmar. You can refer to Xiaoyan City for details, but the layout styles of the two are very different. Now, it took nearly 2 years to finally complete it. Millions of people from the original capital will move there. It is bigger, better, and more spacious. New audiences keep coming. Don't know. Just ask. He had no choice but to explain over and over again. Actually, netizens like to watch this live broadcast very much because it is close and there are many things to watch. There are people broadcasting here almost every day, which makes them watch with gusto. A new worldview. We will go to Xinjiang later. The anchor said, in fact, there are already anchors broadcasting in the new city, but it has to be a bit unique. Some people choose to go directly, but he chose to move to the old city as an entry point. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything if it messes with the content. Subsequently, he started walking straight along the main road. And, of course, he wouldn't just take pictures of the migration scenes along the way. If that were the case, he would soon get tired of watching the live broadcast room. On the way, I met Wai Guorun and conducted interviews from time to time. It is not easy to be an anchor these days. Zhou Yin is originally from a border city in Yun province and can speak Burmese. Like traveling. Therefore, English is also quite proficient. This is also his advantage. He can communicate with locals and foreigners, which is more advantageous than those anchors who can only interview Chinese people. At this time, wear cool clothes on the street and pat your long legs. Yangon's altitude is lower than that of Hainan province. Although it is December, it is not cold. Shorts, unlined garment. That's enough. Suddenly, he saw a woman supporting an old man, speaking Chinese, and couldn't help but go up and say hello with a smile. Excuse me, are you from China? Yes. Hello, I am an anchor, and I am live broadcasting their move. Are you here to treat illnesses? The anchor did not shy away from asking this question before. He will definitely be looked down upon, because this is tantamount to saying that if someone has a disease, it can be cured. If it cannot be cured, speaking out will offend a person. But now, cancer is not a terminal disease. Here it is. It's not too abrupt to ask this, because most of the people on the street come here to treat illnesses, and almost all of them can be cured. This sentence has almost no harm. One listen. The woman hadn't spoken yet, but the old man smiled. No, we are here for a trip. One listen. Zhou Yin was not embarrassed at all. Then he said, I see. How do you feel about this place? This kind of open-ended question is a great tool to open up the conversation. He has asked many people. As expected. Very good. It's very impressive. It's worth the trip. The old man said with admiration. Everything. All are full of vitality. But the gloom in his heart still cannot be erased. Although he is not here to see a doctor, it does not mean that he is fine. It is just that the disease is currently incurable. Where have you been? The two chatted wordlessly. The old man seemed to like talking to people, and he was very happy that there were so many people listening in the live broadcast room. Zhou Yin was also surprised. Turned out to be. This is still a veteran of the anti-Japanese war. Aside, there was also a smile on the woman's face. The old man hadn't spoken so much for a long time, and his thinking was still clear. He became more and more energetic as he spoke, but when he thought about his illness. Alas, he sighed secretly. This time, I really came here to travel and take a look at the outside scenery. In fact, I have some hope in my heart. In this country that has created miracles, cancer can be cured. Is there a solution for Alzheimer's disease? Only. Before arriving, the attending doctor at the provincial hospital vowed that it would be impossible to cure her here, so she originally planned to go to the hospital as soon as she got off the plane. Rejected by the old man. Bad news. I've heard it so many times that I feel like I don't want to hear it anymore. Therefore, the itinerary has been changed to pure tourism. Now the old man seems to have clear logic, but his condition will continue to worsen, and medicine is currently unable to cure it. Irreversible. Even with medication, it can only slightly slow down the rate of deterioration. It is not a fatal disease in itself, nor will it directly lead to the death of the patient. Only, worse than death, amnesia, aphasia, sluggish, hallucination. Life cannot take care of itself. They have almost completely lost the ability to perform normal behaviors. Currently, there are tens of millions of such patients around the world, among whom there are more than 8 million in China with Alzheimer's disease. While talking, the audience in the live broadcast room listened to the veterans talking about the past. Gradually, The number of people in the live broadcast room became more and more. When they heard some tears, they walked away with small gifts. To this, Zhou Yin was naturally happy. It seems. You must treat them both to a good meal at noon. Otherwise, you will feel sorry for yourself. Along the way, the old man talked more and more enthusiastically, although many of them were a bit repetitive. But no one paid much attention to it. They were just chatting. It was normal to repeat things, especially when they were talking about the past. An hour later, they walked slowly to the edge of the new city, beside the river. At this time, Zhou Yin also heard from the woman on the side. I found out that the old man was sick. Alzheimer's disease? He was stunned. This disease, almost equal to terminal illness. But that seemed to be in the past. Isn't it still curable here? He couldn't help but ask. Deep in his memory, someone seemed to have said that there was hope for a cure for this disease. No, the woman shook her head. The attending physician of our provincial hospital said that there is no effective medicine in the world. Zhou Yin opened his mouth. He finally remembered who had said it. It was a cousin of his who worked as a doctor in a major hospital in the capital and mentioned it once to the capital. At first, the other party was one of the first batch of trainees to transcribe the original liquid treatment and came here to participate in a 1-month training when he went to the capital last time. The other party boasted about the patented solution. By the way, he also mentioned a piece of news he heard, which seemed to be that when the inspection team came here, an academician was diagnosed with the possibility of this disease by the diagnostic cabin. At that time, Myanmar officials said that there are already drugs in clinical use in this regard. Later, there's been no news. Everyone thought the progress was slow, and there were few reports in the news. He asked, "Have you been to a hospital in Mianyao?" "No." The woman shook her head. "One listen," Zhou Yin reminded. "Then I suggest you go and give it a try. First of all, I just heard someone say it accidentally. I can't guarantee the authenticity of the news. They have medicine. It's in clinical practice, but it's not widely reported." "Really?" The woman's eyes were filled with hope. "Yeah." Zhou Yin nodded. "That's it. I'll go with you." "Okay." Without hesitation, he took out the map and searched for the nearest large hospital. It wasn't far away. There was one more than 2 kilometers away from them. Logically, you had to make an appointment. But they are consulting, not looking at cancer. Therefore, there is no need to go through the reservation process. When you arrive at the place, you will only see an area of land. It's not a big hospital. A hospital is big because it has many inpatients. But there are very few hospitalizations here. Cancer. Just take medicine and get injections every day. It's quick. For the sake of efficiency, suspension fluids are rarely given here. What really limits the number of people making appointments here is accommodation. Also, operation. Under the ultra-minimally invasive technology of the surgical cabin. Forehead. Many times a Band-Aid will do. This is simply unimaginable before. Zhou Yin heard that various countries are cracking down on surgical cabin technology. Progress is okay. But the effect is not achieved. It is not only the materials, but also the control system. It is packaged extremely tightly. I heard that it cannot be obtained if it is dismantled. No way. We can only do it step by step. Then, this created the hospital in front of us. Although it is very unique and not impressive, no one would think that its treatment capabilities are worse than those of large hospitals. Small. It's because they're very skilled. At this time, there are almost no patients coming and going because the main treatment is still in the old city, but it does not mean that it is not open. Such a unit has been stationed a week in advance. Adapt to the new environment. After all, starting today, the residents of the old city will move or even move in. The hospital must not close its doors, precisely because there are so many patients who have not moved. Very deserted. Only some white coats came and went. "Come in." "Hello, how can I help you?" A handsome-looking nurse smiled at the information desk at the door and didn't ask if she had an appointment. It was a serious disease in foreign countries. A handful of illnesses are not needed, and this type of appointment is only used as a basis for entry and exit control. If foreigners come here to see general diseases, they do not need to make an appointment. The woman came forward and asked urgently, Hello, I would like to ask if you can treat Alzheimer's disease. After saying this, she felt a little embarrassed because the message was in Chinese. Turn around. He looked at Zhou Yin and wanted to ask him to translate. Only, before Zhou Yin could speak, he heard the girl say in jerky but understandable Chinese, "I can speak some Chinese." Just kidding, this is the front desk. Chinese. English. They are two must-know languages. That's great. The woman was delighted. There was no obstacle to communication like this, and a hint of kindness flashed through her heart. Alzheimer's disease, is there any cure? Hearing this, Nurse Qingxiu smiled. You are so lucky. If I had come yesterday, I might have told you no. But today, I am happy to answer you yes. Today, Myanya Pharmaceutical Group's specific Alzheimer's disease treatment drug has achieved remarkable results. After 2.5 years of clinical treatment and follow-up observation, it has been approved for marketing. 2.5 years. Very long. Transcription stock solution is on the market, and clinical is barely half as long, or even shorter. This is what nurses know, and the main reason is not that the technology is immature. But be cautious. After all, cancer words. The mortality rate is high, and most people have a short survival time. This is not the case with Alzheimer's disease, which is a chronic progressive disease. Therefore, the former is more urgent. The latter is not so urgent. So, all things considered, the time will be extended. After more than 2 years of treatment and more than 2 years of observation, it was confirmed that there were no sequelae or other effects. This was just launched. Otherwise, it makes people feel too unprofessional and crazy about money. But even so, the clinical trial period of these drugs is shorter than those in the world, with an average of 10 years. 10 years. Forehead. It is estimated that a large number of people will have to leave. 2.5 years. Not much. Quite a few. It's not sloppy. It looks much more rigorous than the original transcription solution. These words, to a woman's ears, is like the sound of nature. Really, she couldn't help but hold on to the nurse's hands. The slight pain in her wrists did not make the smile disappear on her face. The woman's excitement was understandable. Yes, today the drug is officially launched. Such diseases will also be added to the group's overseas appointments. But for those who have already come to Myanmar, there is no need to queue up for an appointment to treat them. Do you want me to register for you? The nurse asked. Okay. The woman kept nodding. Excited. Excited. This time I really came to the right place. Otherwise, if you make an appointment, you may have to wait several months or even half a year. Tens of millions of such patients around the world are expected to flock to the hospital again after learning that it can be cured. Fortunately, they were the first batch and didn't even need to make an appointment. Aside, the old man's hands were shaking a little with excitement. He couldn't accept it as he watched his memory deteriorate day by day, becoming more and more forgetful, and eventually unable to take care of himself and becoming a burden to future generations. God bless. He could use a few more years of energy. Please show a valid ID. The nurse said. Is the ID card okay? The woman asked hurriedly. She always carries these things with her. She also keeps her passport and other things in the hotel, which is quite far away. Then she heard an answer that surprised her. Okay. The nurse smiled. China's ID cards are also recognized here, because every person who enters the country has their personal information recorded. If you present one, each unit can query and record it through the management system. Very convenient. Even a Chinese driver's license will do, as long as it is a valid and identifiable document registered at the Immigration Administration Department. It can be used as a certification document. Okay. Immediately, the woman took out her ID card and the nurse took it and started working on it. Scanning. Apply for a card. Registered. Hand over a temporary card. This is your card. Go directly to the 3rd floor. Since you have undergone a physical examination in the diagnostic cabin manufactured by our group within half a month in China, we have sent a data access application and it was approved. Therefore, you can go directly to the doctor. The nurse said with a smile. It stands to reason. Cross-border retrieval of personal information is troublesome, but such cases are rare. Throughout the year, only 1,000 seconds are allocated for such applications. but it's the end of the year. Not even half of it was used. As for earning testing fees, oh, the nurse said that the group was not interested. After Myanmar's medical system was taken over by the Myanmar Bank Group, it had deep pockets and could not afford the money. Say it again. In this way, there are very few people who have used diagnostic cabins in the two countries within half a month. This, the woman was also stunned. Can still be like this? It really is. It's too conscientious to earn any more testing fees. She didn't know that there weren't many people who met the requirements, and people simply looked down upon such a small profit. Thank you, thank you. The woman thanked her quickly. Now, since the live broadcast room was not closed, all of this was posted online. Zhou Yan's live broadcast room was like a fire, and the comments almost filled the screen. Hold the grass. Is it true? Alzheimer's disease can be cured. You can't act, can you? A new question came. To this, someone immediately retorted, it can't be an act. We watched the whole live broadcast. It is indeed Yangon New Town, Myanmar. This is also a local hospital in Yangon New Town. Yes, it is absolutely true. The anchor does not have the ability to let the hospital affiliated to the Myanmar Bank Group play such a deceptive game with him. Yes, another revolutionary drug has been released. Oh my God. This means that another disease that plagues mankind is about to leave us. No, I have to tell my cousin quickly that the second master is saved. Nice. Myanya Pharmaceutical Group, support you. The live broadcast room was extremely lively. Everyone has seen this kind of disease, more or less. The advent of special drugs will save tens of millions of families. No exaggeration at all. Now, it was actually conquered. If it were any other company, it might still question it, but Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group, the world's pharmaceutical giant that conquered cancer. It's absolutely true. I wonder if the treatment is expensive, someone asked. I don't know. The nurse sister didn't say that. I hope it's not expensive. Yeah, but given the conscience of the Myanmar Medical Group in cancer treatment and the price of other drugs, no matter how expensive they are, they shouldn't be sky-high prices. All I can say is, conscience. Look, Xiao Yinzi is following me. You'll find out later. At this time, the woman had already taken the old man upstairs, followed closely by Zhou Yan. He also wanted to know the efficacy and price of this new drug, so he glanced at the live broadcast room. The number of people increased several times. What's going on? Zhou Yan was stunned. Soon, he received a private message. It turned out that the news was so exciting that the platform pinned it to the top of its homepage, because this news might be the first on the entire network. P.S. First, clarify the efficacy. Second, find out the price. To this, Zhou Yan was excited for a while. Third floor. Empty. Following the guidance, the three of them walked into the doctor's office. When they saw one holding a camera, the doctor couldn't help but frown, not knowing its purpose. Hello. That's right. I'm an anchor. I learned that you can treat Alzheimer's disease, so learning more about it can be considered a publicity. Zhou Yan said first. One listen. The doctor's expression softened. But, still saying, I'm sorry, it's diagnosis and treatment time now. For the patient's privacy, you can't record the diagnosis and treatment process. Please wait in the corridor outside. After listening, Zhou Yan was stunned. Think about it. That's right. It's a bit uncomfortable to listen to other people's medical diagnosis here and live broadcast it on the entire internet. Logically speaking, he can also seek opinions from the parties involved and stay here. But still didn't speak. Smile slightly. Okay, I'll go out first, Zhou Yan said. Sometimes, you still have to show off your face, and you can't embarrass others for the sake of the live broadcast effect. After that, you turn around and leave. The audience is also very knowledgeable. Anyway, they will find out later. Based on the efficiency here, it would only take about 10 minutes. Live broadcast room. This doctor is quite dedicated. Yeah. Look, a reporter has published an article about this. Where is it? Seen a homepage. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was even more lively. Many people went over to watch it and were disappointed because the content was a brief summary of the live broadcast just now and was not an official response. Cut. Look at it. It's better to wait in the live broadcast room It will be faster. But the press release was not mainly for them, but for the vast number of netizens. After all, only a few people watched the live broadcast. For a while, the news section became lively. What? Alzheimer's disease can be cured. Damn, that's great. It's that company again. It's really made a big contribution. One of my neighbors has this disease. He can't take care of himself while lying in bed. He has dementia. Someone has to take care of him. There are often quarrels at home. Oh, this disease has finally been conquered. Netizens were excited. In the group, forum, circle of friends. Through various channels, the news spread rapidly, and its impact became more and more serious. Many people and their families who had the disease immediately traced the source to the live broadcast room. Suddenly, the number of people increased again, directly breaking the platform record. Now, Zhou Yin could only smile stupidly. Clinic. Old man, your current condition is in the early stage. It is relatively easy to treat. The treatment cycle is only 1 month. There will be no recurrence in the short term. The woman was stunned. Short term? Relapse? Not a cure? Doctor, didn't you say you can cure me? The woman asked hurriedly. Could it be that the nurse below lied to her? Suddenly, the fire of hope in my heart weakened. Listen. The doctor smiled. It can be cured, but you have to know that this disease mainly comes from aging and the aging of nerves and other functions. We can recover. However, aging is irreversible, and nerves cannot stay young forever. Our cure standard for drug treatment is no recurrence in about 10 years. 10 years later, medical control can ensure that there will be no recurrence throughout life. Listen to the end. The woman let out a long breath. Misunderstanding. That's right. This disease is not even a disease, but a symptom, a kind of neurological aging in the aging of body functions. It is not cancer. It will disappear if it is removed. People grow old, degenerate. It will still be affected. Only other people's drugs can control the symptoms of neurodegeneration. If neurodegeneration can be solved once and for all, people will probably be close to eternal life. How is that possible? So that's it. I thought it couldn't be cured. It hasn't recurred in about 10 years. This effect is already unimaginable and excellent. The woman praised. Then he said, "Excuse me, do you need to be hospitalized? Also, the cost of treatment." After hearing this, the doctor smiled and said, "There is no need to be hospitalized. Severe Alzheimer's disease only requires someone to accompany you. This old gentleman's condition is very mild. During the treatment, talking more, keeping a clear mind, and recalling will help stimulate memory cells and nerves. Just give him an injection every 3 days. As for the cost, this case is mild, and there is no complete dementia, aphasia, etc. The total treatment cost is not more than 30,000 Asian dollars at most." Really, the woman was happy. 30,000. Not much. You should know that after many of these patients become seriously ill, they cannot take care of themselves and need to be cared for or sent to a nursing home and given medication. Less than 3,000 per month. 30,000. It is equivalent to saying that it can be cured with less than a year's expenditure, which is definitely very cheap. Of course, this is a mild disease. As for severe patients, it should be more than that. I would like to ask, how much does it cost to treat a severely ill patient with complete dementia? The woman couldn't help but wonder. To this, the doctor doesn't hold back. After all, it will be announced and implemented soon. There is nothing to keep secret. If it is severe, the treatment period will be longer and the cost of drug treatment may be close to 100,000. It's true. The woman didn't know how to evaluate it for a while. Actually, she wanted to say, cheap. 100,000. It's just 3 years of medical care expenses, which is really not much. You know, even the most serious cancer is almost this amount after reimbursement. The personal responsibility is only tens of thousands. Only. At present, Alzheimer's disease does not seem to be covered by medical insurance for major diseases. So the personal burden may be a little higher, but it is not outrageous. Can we start treatment today? The old man asked at this time. Wrinkled face. Wear a smile. 30,000. Even if you include the cost of this trip to Myanmar, it's only 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan can buy you a clear head and not burden your children. It's quite worth it. No. The doctor shook his head. Since the drug has just been approved today, although we have already had production reserves, it has just been put into storage and needs to go through some procedures and require unified authorization from the headquarters. Therefore, tomorrow morning, the treatment with injectable drugs can be officially started. Today, I can only give you oral medications. I am very sorry. After hearing this, the two of them were speechless. After talking for a long time, they thought they would have to wait for a while, a week, half a month, they could afford to wait, but who thought that in the end they only had to wait a day? It made them a little nervous. Okay, understood. I'll come back tomorrow, 1 month, right? Well, my visa doesn't seem to be that long. The woman suddenly thought that the visa was only for 1 week. To this, the doctor has good news. Don't worry about this. You can renew your medical visa. I will report your information here and automatically renew your visa until the end of your treatment. All you have to do is arrange your accommodation. It stands to reason. The biggest problem when renewing a visa suddenly comes from hotel accommodation. Because the passenger flow is full, the hotel has arranged how many days to stay. Even, it has been arranged to accommodate several groups of patients and tourists in a few months. But Sunshine New City is different. The newly built city has a passenger capacity that is 1.3 times that of the current old city. The vacant hotel rooms are not reserved for external reservations. As planned, it is reserved for patients who come here after Alzheimer's disease was announced. Therefore, it hasn't been announced yet, but they can renew their room at the hotel. After hearing the explanation, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they won't be sleeping on the street. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Then, taking the card, I went to the pharmacy to prescribe medicines. There were 3 types of medicines for half a month's supply. The price seemed a bit expensive, nearly 1,000 yuan, but don't forget it. Just 1 month of treatment. After, within 8 to 10 years, there is no need to use medication to control it, but doctors recommend a review after 8 years. If necessary, 1 or 2 additional courses of treatment may be given. But at that time, injection treatment was no longer needed and the cost was very low. In other words, their early symptoms could be treated until the end of their lives. It's only 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Truth. For people who are not sick, you may think it is too much and think you can buy a cheap car or buy a house full of furniture, but for patients, this is definitely a conscience. It is much better than those international pharmaceutical companies that suck the bone marrow of patients and strive to squeeze them dry. At least there is an end in sight, not a bottomless pit. After taking the medicine, thank you. The woman thanked the nurse. This was the best news she had heard in the past few years, as if seeing sunshine in winter. Breathing is different. Walk slowly. The nurse smiled. Discharged. While walking, the woman repeated the doctor's words to Zhou Yin and the live broadcast room, which had soared to more than 800,000 viewers. After listening, the live broadcast room was blocked. It was less than 30,000 in the early stage. It's really not expensive. Conscience. Yes, if the development reaches the midterm, the annual care cost will be more than this amount, and many families will be changed. It is a huge good thing. Yeah, it's similar to cancer, but it is not covered by medical insurance. This amount of money is quite a burden for some poor families, and I strongly urge them to be included in medical insurance. Agree. Support. Many people express their excitement. Although 30,000, 50,000, 50,000, or 100,000 is a bit small, and it is not currently covered by medical insurance, the condition has worsened. Don't be too conscientious. Aphasia, amnesia, paralyzed. The cost of care alone may be 10 times that amount. For a time, many people quickly logged on to the official website of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. Want to make an appointment. After all, the drug has just been launched, and it is impossible for countries to sell it so quickly. Therefore, if you want treatment, you may have to go to Miyagi in the short term, so you need to book it as soon as possible. As for doubting the efficacy, cut. How come? Is Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group short of money? It's impossible to fake it. However, After logging in, I saw that Alzheimer's disease had not been added to the appointment list. As for treating cancer first, it would not work until later. At present, for cancer appointments, you must provide proof. Otherwise, it's disgusting to get a quota, but it's because you traveled there and occupied the spot of someone who is in urgent need of treatment. It's not like this has never happened. There are many more. Later, it just became a rule. In a hurry, I want to call customer service. Suddenly, a prompt pops up on the website. For information on Alzheimer's disease treatment, please click. Looking at it, everyone has to admire the efficiency of the website. It stands to reason. Zhou Yan's live broadcast today was an emergency, but within 20 minutes, people started taking action, which was already very efficient. Intimate. Look, he said. Clicked in. The screen jumps. I enter a new web page with relevant explanations. After reading it, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is not a rumor-refuting article, but it is true. Only, there are some rules regarding reservations. First, it is necessary to confirm the diagnosis to prevent people from applying randomly and seizing the quota. Secondly, just care. After all, not only would the family not be at ease if a person with such a disease came alone, the Myanmar medical group would also not be at ease, so it provided at least one caregiver. Third, it is also a somewhat controversial point. It's different from cancer. At first, severe cases are given priority, but this time, early and midterm adoption will be at the front. In a later stage, the recommendation is to localize treatment, which means allowing drugs to enter the country. Why? Many people have begun to speculate. The first possibility is that the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group wants to market this drug in various countries. The second possibility, it's because I'm afraid of trouble. After all, later words, many of them are basically bedridden for a long time with almost no mobility, no ability to speak, difficulty eating, erratic crying and laughing, and incontinence. I probably won't be able to sit on the plane alone. Boat, car, maybe, but it's better if it's closer. If it's far, God knows how long it will take to trek to Miao, and how many looks and difficulties will be experienced in the process. Therefore, no one has any objections to this requirement. The third possibility is that most hospitals that are closest to Myanmar do not encourage hospitalization, and there are not many hospital beds. If you go there, you will not be able to accommodate them. At last, it's the cost of treatment. As before, you can get treatment first and pay later. The price is very reasonable, and you can see the whole thing at a glance. Like the previous cancer, it was originally a bottomless pit. If you have no money, it's hard to borrow money, but it's easier to handle when there is an upper limit. Relatives and friends can pool together a little to get enough. You don't have to worry about becoming a medicine jar and filling it in endlessly. Everyone is happy to help. Several thousand. What a big deal. Tens of thousands. Replace it with a real person. It's the same now. What everyone fears most when borrowing money is a bottomless pit. Therefore, many people don't worry about the cost. After, the reservation function is activated. Suddenly, applications poured in like crazy, and the first batch of people to apply took a look. They were pleasantly surprised that they could get there in a week. They thought it would take a few months, but soon they understood the reason. It turned out that there were many houses in Yangon New Town, set aside specifically. Future. This type of patients are mainly arranged in Yangon New Town. This company has nothing to say. 10,000 likes. The doctors are kind. I'm convinced. Some made reservations. I excitedly informed my family of the good news. After learning about it, everyone was overjoyed and hurried to the relevant departments to apply for passports and book a flight. For places that are far away, there is no choice. The flights are full, so we can only transfer here and there. For places that are close, such as surrounding countries, most people can go there by land. For a while, it was very lively. Beijing, a certain research institute. Director Sure, good news, good news. A researcher rushed into Sure Zay's room and said excitedly. Sure Zay, who was working at work, looked up. He frowned and said, "What? Your illness can be cured." Sure Zay was stunned for a moment. Then, after listening to the other party's explanation, "Really?" He stood up excitedly. Happy for the majority of patients. Also for myself. Previously, when he went with a delegation to Myanmar to inspect the original transcription solution, he was found to be 1 year away from the early symptoms of Alzheimer's disease, and he became nervous. Which material? Then the other party informed him of the good news. People have medicine. Now, waited 2 years. A year ago, he was indeed diagnosed with early symptoms. Wait and wait. Hope and hope. Finally, when the medicine came out today, he had no doubts about its efficacy. In terms of medical technology, to be honest, he was shocked last time. The emergence of the original transcription solution may be a scientific accident. By luck. So, diagnostic cabin, surgical cabin, alternative medicine. It cannot be explained by luck. The first two represent its mechanical technology level, which is definitely not low. Some people even suspect that it is higher than that of Huaxia. Otherwise, many materials and structures cannot be copied by China. Only, there has been no other high-tech technology available, and this aspect has been ignored by everyone. He even wondered, not without fun, if he had obtained shape technology. Well, just think about it. The world should not be so cruel. Why? Alien. If it exists and can be obtained by zero, its trump card will be so terrible. It is unimaginable. Isn't this reality cruel? What is cruelty? Suddenly, Zhe thought of something. Let's go. Go to the health center. We need to take a look. He said quickly. If it can really be cured, China will naturally introduce it, and the sooner the better. Sooner. It is to reduce the burden on those families. If possible, add drugs to the category of serious illnesses in medical insurance, and the state will reimburse part of them to reduce the burden on patients. On this point, I believe the authorities will take action soon. Why are you so confident? Without it, rich, especially in China and Myanmar. The currency circulation of the two countries is huge. You buy hundreds of billions of things from me, and I buy hundreds of billions of things from you. You come and I go back and forth. It's been several years. Therefore, I have always been very generous when it comes to spending Asian dollars. Anyway, if you spend it, you'll earn it back soon. Benefiting various industries, it is equivalent to printing money at once. This money, compared with dollars that are hard to spend and hard to earn, the pain is extremely low. Outside world, after the news spread in various countries, there was an uproar. USA. Oh my God, is this true? This company is so amazing. It makes me wonder if the so-called advanced medical system in the United States is on the wrong track. Same sentiment. A third world country is more powerful than many of our scientists. If it is not a matter of ability, there must be a story behind it. Yeah, American pharmaceutical companies only know how to make money. Look, this is what a responsible company should do. Learn more. Yes, that's right, vampire. Suddenly, countless questions, but it was quickly forgotten. Everyone is pleasantly surprised by the new drug of Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group, and also pleasantly surprised that this disease can be cured. You know, there are tens of millions of Alzheimer's patients worldwide. The base is huge, and it has brought a lot of burden to the majority of families. This burden is not entirely financial, but more psychological. Watching your loved ones become increasingly serious. Forget yourself. Forget the past. That's the biggest damage. After hearing the news, I immediately logged on to the official website and started booking. In less than an hour, the reservation was made for 3 months later. No way. There are many people. All are arranged in Yangon New Town. Yangon New Town, a Western restaurant. Eating. What? After receiving the call, Bloomer said something in Chinese and then immediately changed it to what? Mainly because he was too surprised and he's been learning Chinese again recently. Maid, it doesn't stop even after a meal. What's wrong? Opposite. The British envoy asked curiously. His message was not as fast as that of Bloomer. After hanging up the phone, Bloomer smiled bitterly and said that the meal was no longer delicious. Just now, Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group announced that their Alzheimer's disease treatment method has passed the clinical stage and is officially open for treatment today. After listening, the other person opened his mouth. A long time. Then he uttered one sentence. It's embarrassing. He knew very well what this meant. It It was not that Mian Yao would make money, but many people danced. It was also one of the reasons why Bloomer received the call so quickly. The other end of the phone asked him to understand the details, and Bloomer really knew it. Someone panicked. What are you panicking about? Money. Last year, all over America. What are the healthcare costs for people with Alzheimer's disease? Nearly $200 billion US. This is not a one-time payment, but money that must be paid every year. Drug. Recuperation. Care. The entire related medical system is sucking the blood of the American authorities. In other words, the entire American medical system is sucking the blood of the American authorities. From top to bottom, without exception. Now, even if one person has 100,000, the amount of money needed to cure all Alzheimer's patients in the United States is only about $50 billion US. 1/10. God, the benefits touched by this are almost comparable to those of cancer before. You must know that various control drugs are almost useless after the original solution is transcribed. The major pharmaceutical giants in the United States are furious. Now, with the loss of a huge amount of income, they're not only itching with hatred, but also wishing to have the fleet come over quickly and raise the Myanmar pharmaceutical group to the ground. Well, Bloomer's world, after all, it is driven by profit and has cut off the financial resources of so many large companies and institutions. It is estimated that the situation will not be too peaceful in the next period of time. Just as he thought. USA. Major pharmaceutical companies. Fake. Shit. Damn it. This company should go to hell. Several roars appeared in the high-level offices of major pharmaceutical companies. These pharmaceutical companies want people all over the world to buy medicines. Therefore, the end of any disease is detrimental to their interests. Previously, the first thing that harmed their interests was actually not the patented solution, but the fruit wine. No one smoked prohibited items, and many of their medicines became useless. Later, this is the original transcription solution. Now, the direct consequence of being cured of another major disease is their huge loss of income every year, which is tantamount to killing them. So, launch similar drugs? Cut. I think so. But where did the medicine come from? This is not like high blood pressure, diabetes, etc. They already have cure technology, but in order to make money all the time, fools sell it. Unless you're crazy. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year, isn't it great? Now, when they think of Alzheimer's disease and being cured, they're so angry. Why are you making so much money from your original transcription solution? Could it be that we have not allowed the original transcription solution to be marketed in Europe and the United States for a long time? Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group is dissatisfied and gave me a slap in the face. At this time, someone raised this point. To this, everyone thinks it makes sense. Until now, patients in Europe and the United States can only fly to Myanmar, but it doesn't make sense. People can earn more if they go there. What's there to retaliate for? Depend on. Crazy? Now is not the time to think about this, but to teach us a lesson. The Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group is breaking the rules and will cause us heavy losses. What to do? Black. Building momentum. Slander. Making news. There are no side effects after treatment. Cut. The facts must speak for themselves. And the facts. It is in the hands of public opinion and capital. And these are just basic means. They also have to use their influence to get the U.S. authorities to take some measures. Certainly, it's also a bit difficult. After all, if the problem can be solved by $50 billion US, it will save the U.S. government more than $1 trillion US in medical expenditures in the next 10 years. So, any major action they want to promote cannot be justified by emotions or reason. It is difficult to build public opinion and have a mass base. For a while, they also felt troublesome. This is not like a technology company, such as Huawei. Below, it can allow European and American companies to make money without the authorities losing anything, and there will be little resistance. It can attack the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. Yes, the pharmaceutical company will definitely make money, but the U.S. government is losing trillions of dollars. Middle, there are bound to be differences which are essentially different from attacking other companies. Headache, depressed, annoyed, A thing that is beneficial to the U.S. government is easy to promote, but a proposal that harms the interests of the U.S. government will cost a lot. Up and down, inside and outside. It's complicated to operate, and there are consequences to consider. Once they take action, they may have to completely break up with the Myanmar pharmaceutical group, and the consequences will be unpredictable. If the Myanmar authorities prohibit American citizens from seeking treatment, you can imagine how many people will take to the streets to protest. Myanmar is not a soft persimmon, unless beaten. Otherwise, using conventional means, people also have countermeasures. Don't underestimate the madness of some dying people. The pressure from public opinion will be very great. And the financial groups are also obsessed with it recently. Support. Be opposed to. Neutral. 3 attitudes exist among the forces that control the direction the United States is taking, which was almost unimaginable in the past when it came to treating other countries. A clear attitude. When doing things, he is also vigorous and resolute. But there is such a big difference on the Myanmar issue. This means that any party wants to gain an overwhelming advantage and implement certain measures. All very difficult. Congress, both parties, will encounter great resistance after the pharmaceutical giants calm down. Scratching your head. Curse. Feeling terrible. But life has to go on, and if we let it go, they will really have to fight the northwest wind. It is winter in the United States now, and the northwest wind is very cold. Europe. Same. There's a lot of curses. Drug. It is one of the few products in the world where consumers have no choice. In order to survive, they have no choice but to accept it no matter how much it costs. It is very special. Last year, the United States has spent nearly $200 billion on Alzheimer's disease. But what about Europe? It's not less than this number. What about the world? A huge amount. Therefore, what they have lost is not only the European market, but also the world market. It can be said that the emergence of this drug is simply cutting their X. This hatred, this hate, endless. It's so abominable. You didn't even notify me. That's right. Asshole. Notified you. They can also come to discuss it. The worst-case scenario is paying a price of 10 billion euros a year to the Myanmar Bank Group, or allowing the original transcription solution to enter the European market. All can be discussed. Now, post directly to catch them off guard. Finish scolding. They're also thinking about countermeasures. Sanctions? Forehead. It seems that Europe has nothing that can sanction others. Generally, sanctions are mostly in the financial and economic aspects, restricting the import and export of goods, freezing overseas assets, etc. Former. People don't seem to buy any European products. The latter. People don't seem to have many euros in their hands. Myanmar's foreign exchange reserves have always maintained a scale of 100 billion US dollars, and the rest has been spent. Trade. Borrow money. Buying a property. These 3 items consume the most. Yes, sections can be frozen. However, what's the reason? There are only a few reasons for freezing a country's assets or imposing sanctions, such as the other party's anti-Western, fear of disobedience, nuclear weapons, and other major events. Otherwise, untenable, have no choice. They can only look at the United States and hope to take action. Otherwise, if this continues, they will have to suffer from the northwest wind. It is very cold in this snowy day. Worldwide, countries, there is almost jubilation over the emergence of effective drugs to treat Alzheimer's disease, and except for a few companies and their employees, most people are consumers. Consumption. To spend money. Before, this is a bottomless pit that cannot be filled, and the pain it brings to a family is very deep. Now it can be completely cured and regain consciousness. Of course I'm happy. Network. Media. They're all calling for the country to introduce drugs as soon as possible. Risk? Oh, could be worse than now, such as cancer. Labor will die tomorrow. You talk to me about risks. Talk about your uncle, your uncle's uncle, the person who publicly questioned the original transcription solution and shouted to be wary of risks was criticized as a dog. Now, the same goes for Alzheimer's disease. A short year. 3 long years. Labor and management are about to lose their memory. They don't even recognize their children, their meanings are blurred, and they can't take care of themselves. What risks are you talking about to me now? Being the mouth of labor and management, but unable to scold others? Cut. This is not a cold. This is a matter of life and death. Living like that is worse than dying. They would rather die with dignity than live like that. The next day, morning, European streets. Protest. Objection. Some people started to protest. What to do? Of course, the safety of the drug is questioned. Damn it. These people have no bottom line. Chet, sold your heart to the devil. Many people want to smash these people to death. They have no morals and stance at all. This is not an exception. It was the same with the previous appearance of the operating cabin. Move interests. If it's life-threatening. A large number of European surgeons took to the streets to oppose the introduction of surgical cabins, because this would reduce their income and social status. Anyway, very dissatisfied. To this, I was almost criticized to death. European medical technology is good, but its efficiency is so impressive. One surgery can take several months or even a year. Depend on, what is our destiny? Now, once again, there's a protest from interested parties, and everyone understands that. After all, in fact, without patients, these nursing institutions will have much less funding. No money. Many people have to find jobs again. But, not sympathetic. This is not about manufacturing industrial products and protesting against the replacement of labor by automated equipment. That is worthy of sympathy. But human life is at stake and cannot be measured in terms of money. Life. It cannot be put on the scale. It is the mainstream value of the West. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Looking at some random thoughts, Tang Qing sighed slightly. If other machines replaced human labor and people took to the streets to protest, he would still support it a little in his heart. Because employment. It is the basic survival basis for the people of country. Not having a job is a real big deal. From a certain height, it is actually anti-highly mechanized. General enterprise. Ask for money. Seek profit. But if you want to plan the livelihood of tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even more people, there will only be one consideration, employment, and a fundamental logic will emerge. Everyone has food to eat, above all else. If, in a company, machines have replaced labor in large numbers, employing 300 people and paying an annual tax of $10 billion. The latter. A company is labor-intensive, employs 30,000 people, and pays 0 annual taxes. Tang Qing prefers the latter, because at the top, money is secondary. But life is different. Just because my medicine can cure people, but will cause tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people to lose their jobs, doesn't mean I don't need this medicine. That would be too terrible. People. It really became one. Factors of production. Take human illness. To satisfy some people's employment. This is definitely the most terrible logic. So for the upstream and downstream, people who depend on Alzheimer's disease for food, there may be a loss of 1 to 2 million jobs worldwide. Tang Qing has no regrets at all. Life. It cannot be measured this way. Say it again. There are tens of millions of patients around the world. Even if compared with the number of patients, the interests of the former are more important. As for the counterattacks from European and American pharmaceutical companies, Tang Qing scoffed. Cut. Who do you think you are? God? Covering the sky with just one hand? Oh, if it were any other company, it would really be possible for Western capital to kill it. Capital has too many ways to discard a drug that has curative effects but harms their interests. But now, their opponents are not ordinary enterprises. Behind it, it's Tang Qing. 3 months ago, if the warrior's power was 1, with the help of 5th-level authority rewards, it has become 5, and it is still growing. Breadth, depth, none of them are the same. Before, I'm still worried about people betraying me and leaking information. Now, as long as we reach an agreement, you set a price and I can afford it, we can form a stable upper-lower relationship. On power, it is already 2 levels from before. If you want to rely on the power of Europe and the United States to target the Myanmar pharmaceutical group, you are overthinking it. At the official level, it is enough to use normal methods to suppress sanctions. There's no need to even move the big dark chess piece. Playing dirty? Oh, even more ridiculous. Spread rumors. Make trouble. Conspiracy. Soldiers are the professionals. Suppressing European and American pharmaceutical groups is not entirely out of good intentions. Pharmaceuticals account for a large proportion of the main export commodities of Europe and the United States. Therefore, discard some medications. Being able to reduce this part of international trade is a way to increase the share of the Asian dollar and provide people with peace of mind. Yangon New Town. Street. Tang Kai and Wei Jun were wandering around. After attending the inauguration ceremony of Yangon New City yesterday, they did not leave, but had a dinner with some clan leaders. Today, leave each other. He just had a chance to hang out here. I feel quite good because there are many cars from his company running on the street, including electric cars and electric motorcycles. His company ranks first in sales in Myanmar. Second, only a tenth of his share. All of this is inseparable from the support of the Myanmar Bank Group, just like the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. So far, he was only issued an electric vehicle production license. Also, go to the countryside. Subsidy greatly stimulated the consumer market. It's probably a little hard to begin now. Wei Yun sighed. He was also shocked that Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group had developed a specific drug for Alzheimer's disease. Only, he is not an ordinary person. What he cares about is not the curative effect, but the impact. He has cut off other people's financial path worth trillions of dollars. It is not practical to think that nothing will happen. Previously, for transcription stocks, there are a lot of moths. Now, on the bar again, it was really a sweat. Europe and the United States are capital countries. To offend the capital there, to be honest, he didn't even know where Zero's confidence came from. Yes, you can also check and balance, such as restricting the arrival of patients from the other side. But facing the most powerful force on this planet is not just a matter of force that can scare the opponent. Fists are the last word. This is eternal. Myanmar, just like a fat sheep. Arms. Equipment. There seems to be no updates in the past few years, and the economy has been developing. If someone is determined to beat you up, what can you do to them? Fighter plane. Battleship. Trick or treat. Nothing is within reach. You can't rely on scolding, right? If someone's heart changes again, I'll do a hand-cutting operation. Having grown up in a non-peaceful area, it was hard for him not to think so. Hear the words. Tang Kai smiled. I think Ling has considered this kind of thing. We don't need to worry about it. You have to believe in Ling's wisdom. He is not a reckless person. There must be a countermeasure behind it. He was quite optimistic. Without it, he has a staff officer, Tang Qing. Although he has not revealed anything clearly, as Tang Qing said, when there is nothing you can do, just watch carefully. Don't jump to conclusions. Don't be blindly pessimistic. Don't mess with it. Calm down. Calm. Things happen. Good. Bad. It's all a result. Just accept it. Well, Tang Kai was also confused by this truth. He was confused and felt that it still made some sense. That's right. Wei Ju nodded. This matter. It's really not their thing to worry about. Aside, Wang Sa suddenly said, by the way, the Thailand-Myanmar Railway will be open the day after tomorrow. Why don't you come with me and take the first train to Bangkok for a few days of fun? Okay. Tang Kai readily agreed. The Thailand-Myanmar Railway starts from Bangkok, Thailand, and goes directly to Delin Province in Myanmar. A few hours' drive will greatly stimulate the tourism industry in both places. And it can also share the pressure of shipping. It will be opened in a few days. By then, high-level officials from both countries will come to make adjustments. Of course, the biggest beneficiary is Thailand. After being squeezed out of the position of the #1 tourist country in Southeast Asia, it is difficult to turn around. Then, I can only ask for cooperation. And this is also what tourists are looking forward to. Delin Province is fun, but it will be even better to have Bangkok, Thailand, which is only a few hours' drive away. Walking. Soon. Then I saw an artificial river passing through it. Different from the Huanqing River. The Huanqing River is an ancillary to the Huanqing residential area and the Huanqing Park. It is used for demarcation and leisure. The artificial river in front of you is different, and wide, and deep. Strictly speaking, it is a flood control project used to divert water and store water. Clear, clean. This has become the norm for major rivers in Myanmar. Looking at it, Tang Qing paused for a while. His company was responsible for the project of this river. Very impressed. The entire river is 20 kilometers long and connects to a large river upstream. However, the dam blocks it and only diverts part of the flow. The entire project requires a large amount of earthwork. River bottom is not sand, but concrete with a thickness of 1 meter. The slope protection is in the shape of steps. Visitors can go down and wash their feet at the fence. Similar to the Ring City River, there's a railing. Behind the railing is a deep water area that is not allowed to be crossed. It is usually mainly used for rainwater drainage of the entire city. If needed upstream, the flood can also be diverted to prevent it from overflowing the embankment. Aside, looking at the river, Wangsa side, the Water Conservancy project here is amazing. These words was praised is Myanmar's water conservancy policy. After having money, it began to improve the water quality of all rivers, and then began to investigate the entire basin. Some used to be rivers, but a flood carries sediment, or it is artificially blocked. The river gradually becomes higher, and the river that disappears will be restored. Wherever there is a blockage, it will be dug until it is dug out. If the downstream is occupied by farmland, return the fields to the river. If you have a house, dismantle, build you a new home. Even, some places were not rivers before, but after investigation, it was found that after opening up, the water storage in the basin can be greatly improved, so there's no need to dig everything in order to increase the total water storage capacity. Otherwise, with the disappearance of a large number of tributaries, once a rare rainfall occurs, the water storage pressure of the main stream will be extremely high, and it is likely to overflow the embankments, causing great harm to the coast. Now, after a long period of combing the river channels, generally heavy rainfall will be diverted very quickly so that it will not turn into a flood. Wangsa admires this aspect. Only, too expensive. Just this. It is said that Myanmar has invested nearly 300 billion Asian dollars, and the annual maintenance costs are also quite a lot. Although Thailand is not poor, it really cannot afford it. Now, it is the era of credit money. Yes, Thailand can start printing money, but the results will be disastrous because it will inevitably lead to the devaluation of the Thai baht. The main reason is financial freedom. Any policy on the Thai baht can affect the exchange rate. However, Asian dollars are different. Myanmar implements financial controls, and the entry and exit of the Asian dollar are strictly restricted. The international exchange rate will not fluctuate as soon as the Asian dollar starts printing money. He didn't move at all after squeezing out the congestion. Appreciation, depreciation, it all depends on his mood. And this, it can be regarded as one of the benefits of financial regulation, and Thailand cannot learn from it. Thinking of this, Wangsa sighed. Financial liberalization has both good and bad consequences. Thailand, there is only envy. A few people were strolling around. Soon, I drove to Delhi province to inspect several projects. After the popularity of Delhi province soared, the second phase of development was underway, heading further south. Inland? No. The reason is very simple. The quality of tourism. Myanmar has set a maximum passenger capacity for each section of the beach, and there are maximum caps for hotels, sea view rooms, and communities. Therefore, I want to develop real estate there. No, to this. Tourists love it. After all, not many people are willing to go to the beach to make dumplings. There are people everywhere, and it is lively. But if you can enjoy a larger beach area by yourself, why not? It is also for this reason that the prices of second-hand houses sold along the coast have increased several times, because everyone knows that these are scarce resources. If open, yes, if a large block of buildings can be built, the developer will make money. But there is no scarcity, and the current situation has almost received unanimous praise from homebuyers. Uncontrolled development is what they don't want to see. Second ring. The convoy moved forward rapidly. Last time I came, there is still a large number of construction vehicles here, developing the second ring road, But now, the construction is almost complete, no further development is allowed, and the road conditions are much better. At intervals, you can see the community. At this time, these communities have all been sold out. Since they are sea view commercial buildings, they are fully decorated and fully furnished when they are sold, so you can move in with your bags. Therefore, many people have already moved in. This, Tang Qing side. Here, 5 years ago, it was a wasteland, but 5 years later, it has become a world-class tourist attraction. The houses are sold out of stock, and it is almost like a robbery. At the same time, it has driven a large amount of consumption. Like a car, many of these wealthy people from all over the world have bought mobility scooters and parked them in the garage. They drive them for 1 month a year, and there is almost no space in the garage. Quite willful. Ahead, the road is almost straight, with no end in sight. Anyone who drives a car has the urge to step on the accelerator, but that doesn't work here. The speed limit is 60. The speed test is conducted across the entire area, with no blind spots. If you exceed the limit with 1 kick, you will be fined immediately. I have been complained by countless people, but under the strict regulations, I can only tolerate it. Otherwise, points deducted, even driving license revoked. Very strict. Like Huaxia, you have 12 points a year, and you have to wait until the next year to finish the deduction, and you have to participate in traffic regulations training. It is precisely because of this that traffic accidents are very rare. Not only this, all of Myanmar, traffic accident rates are extremely high. Certainly, Myanmar is not completely unreasonable. Then, to the east of the second ring road, 3 rings added. It was an expressway, thus forming 3 parallel roads with different purposes. The first ring for sea views, the second ring for life, and the third ring for expressway. At present, all are open to traffic, but they're not in a hurry either. I'm not interested in taking the expressway. I haven't been here for a long time. I wanted to take a look at the situation on both sides of the second ring road. Many of these buildings were constructed by their companies. A little emotional. On both sides of the road. Not vegetation. It is a shallow river, just like the river surrounding Yangon New Town. It is not deep, only knee-deep, and flows slowly. Its main purpose is to drain rainwater to prevent it from raining. The turbid, muddy water flowed into the sea in the tourist area, affecting the water quality. At first, many people got excited and got an inflatable valve to float on it. Now, less. It was just a novelty before, but the beach is not far away. Each villa has a swimming pool, and each community also has a public swimming pool. There is no need to play in the wild pond. At this time, Neibidu. Okay. Welcome. We look forward to your arrival. Finished chatting. Kenshin hung up the phone happily. The impact of the specific drug for Alzheimer's disease was beyond his imagination. In just 1 hour, high-level officials from several countries said they would visit. Of course, he is happy when foreign high-level visits can reveal a country's international status. Recently, he has found that many things have gone smoothly. Work, policy, relation. They all improved quickly, which made him very comfortable. Just like just now, 2 countries said they plan to list the original transcription solution as an officially introduced drug in the country, included in the protection scope. It's gratifying. At present, there are still too few countries that actually recognize and introduce the original transcription solution. Now there are 2 more countries, which is naturally a good thing. If it were before, he would not care. After all, exporting drugs will reduce tourism income. Today, different from the past, the prosperity of the tourism industry no longer relies entirely on patience, a good tourism environment, and increasingly complete tourism resources. That's the fundamental thing. And the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group has worked hard to develop a treatment for Alzheimer's disease, and even patients who have transcribed the original solution have returned to their countries for treatment. There are also new patients coming. Anyway, it will not affect Myanmar's tourism economy. Looking back at the beginning of the year, Kenshin smiled bitterly in his heart. Last year's GDP of more than $600 billion almost shocked the world. But Zero gave him another target. This year, 50. In other words, the GDP must exceed $1 trillion. After a year of hard work and the advancement of various projects and policies, Tang Qing found out the potential of Myanmar is still great. No. Now, in mid-December, it has already reached 950 billion US dollars. By the next statistical period, it seems likely to exceed 1 trillion US dollars. Oh my gosh. 5 years ago, Myanmar's GDP is only 1/50th of this figure. 5 years later, the 50-fold growth is an absolute miracle in the history of human economics. And he is a witness and participant of this miracle. Look up. Looking at the ceiling in the east and north corners, where the zero position was, a trace of awe flashed in his eyes. After a long time, he came back to his senses and buried his head in reading a stack of documents. Very thick. National Myanmar Water Conservancy Project Construction. Phase 2 project plan. This is next year's work. Previously, after completing the water quality improvement, we began to sort out the river channels in an all-round way, strengthen some existing water conservancy facilities, and dig many new tributary channels. That was one issue. Phase 2. It was another project with an investment of more than 300 billion Asian dollars. As he watched it, his heart beat faster. Zero's handiwork was always big, and it was the same this time. In the file, all river banks must be reinforced with concrete. That is to say, a slope protection must be built. The main purpose is to control the width of the river channel. At the same time, all distributary river channels must also be reconstructed. Previously, just dig. Now, it's time to repair it as a canal. What's the difference? Big. Digging the river channel is enough, but when it comes to repairing the canal, it is a completely different concept. There are different types of repairs. One type uses concrete as the foundation. Another kind then use pebbles. Original. The bottom of the excavated small river channel is mostly soil. From now on, depending on the situation, it will either be filled with gravel or made into concrete. This is the plan. The former is more common. 2. Although it is a small river channel, most people's aesthetics is that gravel is better. As for concrete channels, they're mostly found in special areas. Tang Qing likes it very much. Money? The seal is this thing. Enough. As long as a country has enough products to meet the world's demand and maintain currency circulation, it can print money confidently and boldly within a certain range. Now, for projects, we accept all comers. There are projects. Only with GDP can we achieve the goal set by zero. Although the growth target for next year will not be too high, we want to maintain a GDP of 1 trillion US dollars. But it's not easy. Hope Zero will not give him another surprise next year. 17th day, Thursday, morning. Tang Qing was on a plane. When I arrived in Delhi province, I was accompanied by senior Thai officials who came last night. This project is of far greater significance to Thailand than to Myanmar. Therefore, it was the high-level officials from Thailand who came to Myanmar, not the high-level officials from Myanmar. The standards were very high. The president of the other side came in person, so Zero should be present. To the ground. Colorful flags flutter. Music dances and sounds fly. Here, thousands of people had already gathered. As soon as they got off the train, they saw the huge station. In fact, this was not a transfer station, but a node station. Here, the Thailand-Myanmar Railway is officially connected to the Myanmar Railway network. In fact, the transfer station is at the border point between Thailand and Myanmar, where there are customs offices of the two countries that handle entry and exit procedures for passengers. It is too far to not go there. Strictly speaking, it is relatively far. At present, the Thailand-Myanmar Expressway accompanying this railway has not yet been built and will be completed in March next year, so it was simply chosen here. The Thai side naturally has no objections, because the ones that haven't been able to get through it are mainly the Thai side. Forehead. Think of this. The Thai top brass blushed. No way. The main reason is still money. The original loan was to build railways, not highways, so Thailand had to pay for it itself, and this involved efficiency. Project establishment. Survey. Approval. The construction was completed by the Myanmar side at the speed of light. Thailand took a look. Hua. So fierce. hurry and hurry, but is still not as fast as the Burmese side. Others have started construction, but the Thai side has not yet completed the survey if it were not for the existence of many ready-made roads. Probably slower. Truth. Even if it is completed, it will still not be as high as Myanmar's highway standards. If it is built according to Myanmar standards, it will not be completed in June next year, let alone March. Annoying. Without contrast, there is no harm. Come here. Looking around, there are violent attacks everywhere. Thailand's top executives can only smile on their faces and feel rainy in their hearts, remembering when they came here for a visit. Pointing, high-spirited, full of pride. Now, all you can do is keep your tail between your legs and stay humble. In front of the station, on the square, Zhou Yin was holding the live broadcast equipment and introducing it to the screen. The first-hand information he received in the past few days has made his reputation skyrocketing, and his number of fans has skyrocketed. Now, he is already a big anchor. Turn at an angle. Zhou Yin said, "Over there, a ceremony is being held now. High-level officials from both countries are present. Security is tight. I can't get too close, so I won't crowd with others. This matter, it is of a general news nature and is useless even if it is crowded." New friends ask where this is. Let me explain again. This is Delin Province, the starting station of the Thailand-Myanmar Railway, which can also be said to be the terminal station. The starting point of Myanmar, the end point of Thailand. Today, this railway is officially open to traffic. From now on, you can get on the train from Bangkok and reach the hinterland of Delin Province in about 3 hours. Very fast. Of course, it's not as good as the high-speed rail. It's an ordinary railway. The speed is between 80 and 100 per hour. I've already bought a ticket and will get on the first train to Thailand at 11 o'clock. Along the way, well, I hope there is internet. Zhou Yin was helpless. In Myanmar, he has confidence, but it's hard to say in Thailand. In terms of 4G coverage, Thailand is doing well. There is 4G coverage along all railways and highways, and this is currently unparalleled in the world. Certainly, the cost is also high. Money. Huge amounts of money. Myanmar has spent more than 100 billion on investment in 4G equipment to achieve such coverage. As long as you don't go to the mountains and forests, you will have internet access. As for Thailand, forehead, pray. Taking the Thailand-Myanmar Railway was a goal he had set before coming to Myanmar because Myanmar announced the opening time and there was a lot of public attention. Now, it's a wish. If he hadn't paid attention to it every day and made a reservation as soon as the ticket was issued, he probably wouldn't have been able to book the first bus ticket, and he would have also booked the return trip, by the way. The time is 1 week later. This road, it is jointly operated by both countries. Therefore, you can book return tickets on the Myanmar website. Finally, after waiting for 11 o'clock, the ceremony was completed, the big guys dispersed, and the alert level was lowered. Zhou Yin immediately walked into the station and passed the security check. Go in, turn right, come to the automatic ticket machine. I think everyone is familiar with it. The automatic ticket machine is part of Myanmar's tourism service quality improvement plan. I can get tickets with my passport. He said, take out your passport and scan the barcode. Moment. He saw his ticket information and clicked to print. A few seconds later, a paper ticket appeared in his hand. Zhou Yin felt very good. At present, it is not popular in China yet. Only high-speed rail stations have it. For some, because for ordinary railways, tickets cannot be purchased online yet. Last year, the first high-speed train was launched, and in September this year, the Ministry of Railways launched a website. You can only book high-speed rail. To this, the explanation is simple. Capacity. Before high-speed rail has appeared in large numbers and diverted the pressure from ordinary railway passenger transportation, it would be unfair to many people queuing up to allow online ticket purchasing. A queue all night long, sitting at home. Apparently, the former are a vulnerable group. Zhou Yin heard that online reservations for ordinary trains are expected to be launched by the end of next year. Only then will this thing be available. Unreachable without technology, but forced by reality. There are many people. The land is huge. If you want to change, there are many influencing factors, but with China's efficiency, as long as the conditions are ripe, these things will become popular at an astonishing speed. There is no doubt about it. Check the ticket. Pit stop. I saw a long white figure parked on the railway. Zhou Yin was already very familiar with it. China's high-speed rail carriages were all over Myanmar. One word: trench. The cost is much higher than that of ordinary carriages, but Myanmar is so wealthy that it has directly eliminated the ordinary and express train carriages that are still the mainstream in the world. Sort of strange. In China, high-speed rail uses electricity. Here, the front of the car is still an internal combustion engine, but some modifications have been made to the front of the car to match this figure, so that the overall look is not too abrupt. Next to the platform, the more I look, Zhou Yin likes it more. On appearance, China's high-speed rail is the best in the world. Sitting on it in a foreign country gives you a different kind of pride, which is the result of decades of hard work and development. From nothing to something, from weak to strong. Finally, after breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, Zhou Yin is very proud of this. What you are seeing in front of you is a purely domestic high-speed rail carriage. You should all be familiar with it. All Myanmar. It goes without saying that the advantages of this kind of passenger carriage are used. First, it looks good. Second, the interior is perfect. Third, it is quiet. He said, "Enter the carriage." Although, many people have seen the live broadcast room, but every time I see it, I still can't help but linger because it is made in China and I feel friendly when I see it. Our carriage is still beautiful. Handsome. Beautiful. Facts have proved that as long as we are given time, everything will be fine. Wherever we are blocked, we will cut a hole in the blocked place. That's right. It looks good. If you have a chance, go to Myanmar and take a ride. To Myanmar, everyone praised. These few years, it has such a strong sense of existence that technologies that change the world and benefit mankind have been developed one after another, and its favorability ratings have increased all over the world. Poison, cancer, complete solution, air, water. The sources of pollution to these two major necessities for human beings have been solved. The desert has turned into an oasis, which has greatly improved the living environment of mankind. It can be said to have countless merits. And the most important thing is to be very friendly with China. As in front of you, car, rail, they're all bought from China, and the railway projects are also built by Chinese companies. A large number of Chinese products are popular in Myanmar and are made in China everywhere. At the same time, most of the various engineering projects were given to China. Yes, there is a cost factor, but it's not just the cost. When many countries face project bidding, they will buy products from Europe, the United States, Japan, and South Korea, even if they are more expensive. Do they consider the cost? Cut. What about Myanmar? In most projects, Chinese companies are even preferred, even if it is because of cost. A country that can maintain limited costs deserves praise. Sometimes, I'm not afraid of you being strict with the rules, but I'm afraid of you playing your cards randomly. And most of the commodity loans are Chinese commodities, and they're a little confused by how many foreign trade companies it has supported, plus some other cooperation. 2. Loyal enough. Also, economy. Finance. It can be said that they are quite close. Myanmar is the only country in China that allows the purchase of foreign stocks. No matter how you look at it, these are good neighbors. On the seat. Okay, I'm getting in the car. This is a public place. I can't speak loudly, but you should be able to hear it clearly in the live broadcast room. Zhou Yin lowered his voice. Finished. Pull off the storage panel. Fortunately, the seat is by the window. Otherwise, you won't be able to take pictures outside the window, and you have to find someone to change it. The first-class seat he bought is quite spacious, and there's a charging socket next to the seat. Very user-friendly. Edge rush. Zhou Yinbian interacted with the live broadcast room. Soon, the surrounding seats were full, and there was not a single empty seat. Zhou Yin was not surprised. There were not too many people who wanted to try something new, and it was sold out in 10 minutes. If he hadn't been quick, he wouldn't have been able to buy one. The one-way seat he bought was a first-class seat. As for the business seat, there was no reservation option on the official website. Apparently, to some special people. Who is? I don't know. Anyway, you can only take a look from a distance. There were some distinguished passengers. Suddenly, he saw a new passenger coming in. His eyes lit up. Tang Kai. He recognized it immediately. After staying in Myanmar for so long, if there is a familiar face among the Chinese, it must be Tang Kai, the Chinese business leader here. And he is also the president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Thailand and Myanmar. He is a very popular person in both countries and is very influential. And there's also a more influential descendant, Tang Qing, the richest man, straight a student, so handsome. The combination of the three is almost the standard match for the protagonist. It is so simple that Zhou Yin has to admit that that face keeps many girls awake at night. Pity. People are single-minded. To date, there wasn't even a hint of scandal. Even though he often interacted with people in the industry, he didn't hear a single rumor about Tang Qing's relationship with the actress. None. Truth. Admire. With money. It is really not easy for people to be so calm. It is said that it was once difficult to find water in the sea, and the prerequisite was to go through the sea, but Tang Qing directly reached the water. Difficult to understand. All right, a being that could achieve such an achievement was indeed something he couldn't fathom using common sense. I'm very lucky today, Zhou Yin said happily. Such as Tang Qing. Tang Kai hardly appears in the media. He lives a low-key life and does things in a high-profile manner. Someone has calculated that Tang Kai's current worth is enough to rank second in China. That is to say, there is no Tang Qing. Tang family. It is still the richest family in mainland China, at least on the surface. Zhou Yin doesn't know what is hidden under the water, and he is too lazy to get to the bottom of it. After all, that's if, in reality, Tang Qing's wealth of more than 400 billion US dollars is enough to defeat any Chinese tycoon hiding under the water. There's no doubt about this. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Are you looking at the beauty? Huh, it must be because of the long legs. We are so cold here that we wear down jackets, but you can wear shorts over there. Delin province is really a good place, suitable for winter. I agree. Haha, I'm sunbathing at the beach now. The live broadcast room also noticed the strange look in Zhou Yan's eyes, and the barrage flew up. After all, Zhou Yin was not the only person on the platform to live broadcast the train. But, in terms of favorability, Zhou Yin is higher. He was mentioned in some news reports about special medicines, so a lot of people gathered here. To this, after Zhou Yin came to his senses, he chuckled. It's okay. I just saw a beautiful woman. I took a few more glances. He didn't say that he saw Tang Kai. There was no need. If he did, he would be easily deceived by the audience. If you let him go up and say hello. Oh, it's better not to look for this excitement. From another perspective, he is Tang Kai, and he doesn't want to be broadcast like this. In addition, he may still be with friends. Be him instead. Maybe they will be kicked out directly. So, just pretend you didn't see it. He is not a gossip reporter, nor is he an anchor who is desperate for hot topics. He just goes with the flow, and then the train starts moving. Start quietly. But, from time to time, there will be a small vibration, which is not obvious unless you feel it carefully. This is a natural reaction of passing through the gaps in the rails, and it is almost impossible to detect. Now, the train has started. Very stable. It accelerates very quickly. Zhou Yin whispered. Sitting next to him was a young man who was very curious about his live broadcast and gradually became his interview target. At this time, a car comes up. Water. Drinks. It's optional and free, which is also a benefit of the Thailand-Myanmar Railway. Live broadcast room. Take a look. The service is good. Attentive. It's normal. After all, this is a cross-border trip. Even if you fly there, you could get a lot of free drinks and maybe even lunch. That's right. Strictly speaking, this is a tourist line. A few bottles of water are not worth the money. I just don't know how to take care of lunch. Someone said with great anticipation. To this, Zhou Yin smiled. Whatever. As long as you're on the train at 12 o'clock, you'll get a lunch. That's what they said online. As for what to eat, I don't know. That's it. It's quite humane. Chatting. The surrounding scenery began to change. The further east, closer to Thailand, the fewer people there were. In the past, this was all Shangkaka, and the population was mainly along the coast. lie by fishing. Now, not all migrated away. You can also see some sparse villages along the way. There are not many people, but the environment is good. The asphalt roads are repaired, the mountains and rivers are beautiful, and there are small villas one after another. At present, there are only Myanmar Asia special economic zones and villas in every village. Other provinces are still following suit. Delin Province is the first province outside the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone to complete the transformation of all villages. The main reason is that there is money here. Tourism revenue has skyrocketed. Therefore, there are many allocations. Having been here for so long, Zhou Yin can be regarded as a local expert among foreigners. He introduced it with envy in his tone. Not that he was envious of his family's villa, but the environment. The mountains are clear. Water show, smoke, dog barks, fish fat, truth, taken together, is not comparable to most villages in China at present. Access to every village has not yet been fully popularized, and houses are built by oneself, unlike here. One set for each family. Free, nor, but a subsidy. The local government contributes part and the village contributes part, but the former accounts for the majority. What will the latter do if they have no money? Maybe before, but now I have so much work. Want to pay it back. It's easy. It only takes a few years of work. No job. The local people will also help you find it. As long as you're not lazy, you can definitely pay it off. Even if you can't pay it off in the short term, pay it back slowly. There is no interest on this part anyway. Don't rush. Don't force it. It has never been paid back, nor has the house been taken away. Certainly, if you don't pay it back when you are old, and you still have money and deliberately don't pay it back, that would be embarrassing. The country's will is not so easy to collect, and there are measures. Zhou Yin guessed, as little as 3 years. The middle period is 5 years. 10 years at most. Perhaps. This country will become one of the countries with the highest happiness index in the world. Why is it said to be at the top? Because Zhou Yin thought of Europe. Those are the cool ones. Recent. Although there is a crisis, it does not affect them from continuing to be chic. As long as the euro is still there, Europe's welfare system will be an uphill car. Behind the driveway, there are countless people. Can only go up. Can't go down. Withdrew. There were corpses under the wheels, and there were countless people holding signs on streets. Zhou Yin didn't think that would happen unless the EU committed suicide. Otherwise, this can only be thought of. Outside the window, one village after another flashed by, and the Thai senior executives in the business class were sitting on leather chairs, but they felt uncomfortable and their expressions were stiff. 5 years ago, outside the window, those asphalt roads are full of gravel. Many of those small villas are wooden houses or even just a straw shed. As for cars, there are even more luxury items. Now, a new look. Villa, road, car. It's all there. Looking at all this, it seems as if they're laughing at their incompetence, and I feel sour and inexplicable. Although people probably have no interest in laughing at them, this is how people feel. A comparison. Criticisms are everywhere. Never mind. Out of sight, I close my eyes and rest in my mind, thinking about what this railway could bring to Thailand. First of all, it must be tourists. Secondly, it is a commodity. If this railway is really only used for passenger transport, it would be too wasteful, but it is a bit helpless. If you think about it carefully, Thailand does not seem to export many products to Myanmar. Yes, Myanmar lacks everything, but Thailand has nothing. Food. Myanmar is a major grain-producing country. Even if there is a surge in tourists, there is still no need to import grain. As for industrial products, China is right next to it. Good quality. Cheap. Real name envy. Real. They also want to develop manufacturing in Thailand, but they don't have the foundation. People work one term after another, and they can implement 5-year plans one after another. What about Thailand? Dream. It would be good to be able to serve a stable term for one term. Thailand's presidents are risky. They are often ousted by the military, and there is no guarantee that the general direction will continue. And no money. Anyway, the senior officials, are not very interested in chasing after others. They are lucky to be able to finish one term well and not be driven out in despair. Others don't ask for anything. A strong country? Forehead. Forget it. They have been small countries since ancient times and have no interest in counterattack. Unlike China, in history, they have only been surpassed by outsiders in just 100 or 200 years. The rest of the time, he is always the big brother. Therefore, there is the drive to return to the top, but Thailand has always been the younger brother. Whether it is area, population, or history, it is difficult to have the ambition to reach the top. A bit salty. Good. We have food and drink. We are not hungry. And the task of changing the world is left to other countries. Thinking of this, my mood couldn't help but change, and I looked at the scenery outside the window. Good. Anyway, it is giving face to Southeast Asian countries. 1 hour later, after passing the border station, the car entered Thailand. Zhou was speechless. On mobile phone, the signal was so bad that he had to close the live broadcast room. It was difficult to make a phone call, let alone live broadcast. The gap was immediately apparent. To know, he still used a Thai card. He went there in July. Considering that he might use it again, he didn't cancel it. He just came across the border. Aside. No more. The young man in Wagwa shrugged. Thailand is really far behind in terms of network coverage. Zhou Yin smiled slightly, acquiescing to what he said. No way. You can only watch downloaded movies. But, fortunately, when lunchtime came, it was not overly sumptuous, but there were more varieties. In the first car, there was even steak. Not bad. It tastes pretty good. Zhou Yin ate the meat with satisfaction. It was obvious that the ingredients were grown with a prepared liquid, although this may be a benefit only for the first train ride. But luckily, he got it. While eating, while looking out the window, his cell phone kept recording. Although he couldn't live broadcast, he could process it into a video afterwards and put on the headlines. He didn't just live broadcast, also do this kind of self-media, but the company has stipulations that it can only make recorded videos in the headline category, not live broadcasts. The reason is very simple. On the current internet, half of the people are surnamed Tang. Video, communication, entertainment, social contact, hardware, software. They are all involved. Even Penguin, who was beaten badly, or Ali's rival JD.com, have gradually become friends and foes and have begun to cooperate with each other. Therefore, as long as it doesn't offend the platform's biggest business, live streaming, no one cares. Eat enough. Drink enough. Zhou Yin leaned back on the seat with a contented look on his face. Looking out the window, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although the scenery here is good, the infrastructure is really bad. The road is still under construction. The village is a real village. Dirt road. Cabin. You can also see some garbage dumping spots, but no one is cleaning up. The water quality of the river looks okay from a distance, but up close, it is far worse than that of Mianyao. Even people's spirits are different. Said, you might as well do some face-saving projects. So, okay, at this time, the environment here is too bad, far inferior to ours in Greece. Look, there seems to be no electricity, and cooking is done in an underground pot. Oh, there is room for improvement. 50 years ago, ancient Greek civilization was the first in human history. Our Olympic Games have made the whole world. Next to it, the tone of that young European from Greece revealed a strong sense of pride, as if the entire glory of Western civilization was his creation. Zhou Yin was speechless. Blow. Keep blowing. Blow again. There are no cows in your country. You were quite honest all the way before, but when you get here, you feel a sense of superiority. It's not difficult to understand if you think about it. After all, the villages in Myanmar are not worse than the villages in Greece, but the land is not as open. Therefore, when he was in trouble, he was quite honest. Now, when he saw Thailand, which was more than one level behind, he immediately started talking nonsense. Zhou Yin could only laugh and did not interrupt his self-pleasure. Later, he even showed off that he had no job and had money to spend. This time, with the money issued by the Greek authorities, I traveled to Asia and passed through Myanmar. The more he listened, the more speechless Zhou Yin became, and his tone did not sound worried about Greece. On the contrary, I think the benefits will be even better. After all, dare to drop benefits. So, just let the current president step down and vote for a president who can provide them with more benefits. Anyway, this is a routine operation in European countries. As for the country's debt, it cannot afford to pay it back. Forehead. The man in front of him doesn't care at all, as long as he is good. How much money Greece owes is what politicians need to worry about. It can't be repaid. Doing their shit again? Dumb. Just enjoy it. Zhou Yan's mouth twitched. It's so free and easy, I can't help but want to curse people. The euro and the US dollar are sucking the blood of the world, but the US dollar is more ruthless. Birds of a feather. Humph. Zhou Yan groaned inwardly. Whisper. But I still can't help but feel a little envious in my heart. Who doesn't like someone giving them money, saying that if they don't like it, they have to earn it by themselves? Mostly lies. But I also know that I can only think about it. If you want to get something for nothing without hurting others, it is estimated that the day will come when human productivity is completely liberated. If you don't work, you'll have food and drink. Everything. The machine does it. Human beings. Just eat, sleep, and have fun every day. For a moment, Zhou Yan's thoughts were racing to resist the endless chatter in his ears. Paralysis. I want to change seats. Half an hour later. Zhou Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and his ears became quiet. Because he passed through a city and the network was restored, the man's mouth became dry, and he started playing with his mobile phone. However, only half a minute. What? Asshole. What kind of expert is this? How can he talk nonsense? Damn it. Zhou Yan listened to the other party cursing, with an angry look on his face, as if someone had robbed him of a bunch of candied haws. He gradually understood that he was cursing a piece of news. Just ask. The other party began to spit out fragrance again. Look, is this human talk? Some experts actually said that Greece should be kicked out of the Eurozone. We are also a part of the EU, so why should we kick it out? FAQ. He should be hanged. After a while, only then did Zhou Yan understand the reason. Turned out to be. Several professors from European universities have expressed their opinions on the Greek crisis, saying that Greece is hopeless and the European Union does not want to sink deeper into the crisis. There's only one method. Kick. Let Greece go back to wherever it came from and no longer provide financial assistance to it. Let Greece pay back the loans it owes slowly, and it can also stop losses. Anyway, it means that Greece should withdraw from the group and pay off its debts. After listening, Zhou Yan also had a weird look on his face. He didn't know whether these experts wanted to express counter-mainstream views to attract attention at a time of crisis, or whether they were serious. Former. Just a joke. The latter. It may affect the future trend of the EU. Once Greece is kicked out of the group, it is almost conceivable what the consequences will be. If the EU is not mentioned, Greece will go crazy. 300 billion. Euro. How can I repay this debt? Once you leave the group, this means that Greece has to restart its own monetary system. Owing 300 billion, and coupled with unsustainable high welfare, the consequences will be very serious. First, it would be strange if Greece's new currency didn't fall like a dog. Secondly, welfare cuts will bring placards to the streets. At last, the huge debt settlement will make Greece's finances have to face a heart-wrenching restructuring. It is estimated that there will no longer be crowds of people on the seaside. Economic depression. Financial crisis. Before, it's borrowing money to eat. After, you have to earn your own living. This is unacceptable to many Greeks who are used to enjoying themselves. Just like the young man in front of him, he no longer has the money from the government. Subsequently, Zhou Yan saw the other party leaving a message on the website, cursing those experts wildly, and went over to take a quick look and found that it was not a one-sided criticism. On the contrary, many people agree. Certainly, most of those people are from other countries because this website is not from Greece, and the experts are not Greek experts, but EU countries. After all, no one likes to dig their own grave. Greece must leave the Eurozone. Yes, I agree. Kick it out. It only knows how to eat, but not do anything. The EU is really blind at first and let Greece sneak in. Now the crisis has broken out. Kick it out. It has not created much wealth, but enjoys the best welfare benefits in the EU. is unfair. We do not support idle people and cannot fall into the pit again. Greece, get out. Zhou Yin watched for a while and found that the young people's comments were almost drowned in the tide. The majority of comments were from netizens from all over the world. They all shouted, Greece withdraws. Pay back the money. To fend for itself. Forehead. Zhou Yin also wiped his sweat. How much hatred has Greece absorbed over the years? It deserves to be condemned by people from other EU countries. In tone, he was full of resentment, as if he had stolen their family's money. If you think about it carefully, it's really like a family, brothers, and your brother spent your money to acknowledge it. But if you can bear it, an irrelevant person comes to your house to eat, doesn't work, just eats, comes here every day, and even stops by before leaving. That would really make him a magical turtle. Damn it. Shit. Fake. The young man continued to curse and repeated it. His face was a little distorted, and he no longer looked as gentle and talkative as he had just now. See this. Zhou Yin twitched, knowing that this person was panicking. If public opinion is one-sided, it is likely to get out of control, and the EU wants to save it. However, public opinion surged. Now, just online, there are not many experts. But once it ferments on a large scale and turns into a mass incident, control of the whole thing will be transferred to the EU, and those in Greece will hold up signs again. It can only be held in Greece. Subsequently, Zhou Yin put on his headphones, listen to songs, go online. Searching for the Greek debt crisis, a lot of news popped up in an instant. He gradually realized that the voices wanting Greece to withdraw from the group were not only online. France, Germany. Demonstrations took place on the streets of these two EU core countries, mainly to protest against Greece's debt crisis, which would endanger EU countries. Therefore, strongly demand that Greece withdraw from the group. Otherwise, come and raise your placard every day. Most of them are retired people. The main reason is that Greece's pension is double the EU average, which greatly stimulates them. What the hell? Labor and capital work hard all their lives. In the end, there is no big pension for a group of people who are just trying to make ends meet. The more they think about it, the more angry and irritated they become. As a result, France, Germany, and several Eurozone countries are taking to the streets. A procession appears. It doesn't seem to be developing according to the script. But these people are still far from reversing the trend. Zhou Yin silently analyzed that some demonstrations were not enough to make the EU kick Greece, because there is too much involved behind it. Now, France. Not long after dawn, a group of demonstrators gathered in the capital. Many TV stations rushed to the scene like cats smelling a fishy smell. Set up the camera. Live streaming. The female reporter turned around, facing an old man next to him. Looking at the microphone, the old man straightened up and said, Greece must leave the Eurozone. We need fairness. What kind of fairness? The reporter asked. Welfare. The old man spoke concisely and to the point. We don't ask for anything. My pension is enough, but we can't accept Greece lending us money and giving us benefits that are twice as high as ours. I won't agree. This is a moth eating our flesh and taking away our wealth. It must be stopped. We cannot pay for Greece's public welfare. Otherwise, this is robbery. Firmly opposed. He said. The old man held up the signs and shouted, Kick Greece out of the Eurozone. Then, everyone in the surrounding circle held up their cards. Shouted together. See this? The reporter was excited. Although her superiors made it clear that when reporting, she could be neutral and could not support the idea of withdrawing from the group, but she sincerely liked it. European Union. Too big. It consists of dozens of countries, and the Eurozone is too big. With so many countries, different cultures, and different histories coming together, it is impossible to avoid conflicts. Usually, the rhetoric in this regard has never stopped. Only, as the EU's economy continues to improve, these contradictions have been forcibly suppressed. Once there is a crisis, what people like to do most is to find someone to take responsibility. At the same time, some conflicts took the opportunity to break out. Now, when everyone's dissatisfaction with Greece broke out, although the reporter had the position required by his boss, he was still dissatisfied with Greece in his heart. After completing an interview, she didn't leave, and the parade wasn't over yet. If she left just like that, she would be blind if she missed any big news, so she changed her mind. Then the interview. News. Generally, it is broadcast on a rolling basis. Not just once, but will be connected later. Soon he found a second interviewer, a Berlin University professor. The existence of Greece has threatened the security of the Eurozone. Measures must be taken. Otherwise, it will definitely bring economic losses to European countries and have a very bad impact. We cannot collectively pay for the mistakes made by Greece. In short, there was still a lot of talk about Greece, which was very topical. Greece. Now, but he was extremely anxious. You want us to leave the Eurozone? Why? No refund. Yes. We are determined not to withdraw. Why don't we just borrow some money? How could such a big European Union be brought down by Greece? It's ridiculous, and it's not that we don't pay back the money. That's right. Stingy mean, don't retreat. No matter life or death, we will not retreat. Reduce benefits? Cut. No. See who dares. If you keep yelling, I won't return it. That's right. We are not vegetarians either. Soon, voices of repudiation began to emerge in large numbers. Greece will definitely not be able to repay its debt of 300 billion euros. Does it want us to withdraw from the group? Then default. See who is cruel. This time, it makes people in other countries so angry. Scoundrel. How dare you refuse to pay back? How dare a debtor be so arrogant and try to break Greece without repaying and want to take our money? Who do you think is breaking it? You. Chet. France is the only one who broke it. I think back then, the two sides started to curse. Certainly, most of them are just talking about it. Greece really won't pay it back. It's a beautiful idea. It's okay for a country to default on its debts, but it doesn't want to pay such a big debt. First, the country's credit will return to zero. From now on, its country's currency will lose credibility and will no longer be able to borrow money from the international market. This is worse than being rated as junk by international rating agencies. Secondly, it doesn't mean that you can just rely on it if you want. The EU is not a vegetarian. Many people believe that it should stop losses in time and liquidate Greece's assets to avoid debt again. Otherwise, 400 billion, 500 billion, 600 billion. The debt is getting higher and higher, and the cost for the EU to get rid of Greece's drag will also get higher and higher. It needs to cut the knot quickly to avoid the debt pile up to a terrible level. At this time, a professor at the School of Economics at the University of Berlin also expressed a similar view in an online thread. He did not say that Greece would withdraw from the group, but only that the debt must be controlled. Otherwise, the tail is too big to fall off. Greece will become a burden to the EU. Just eat. Don't do it. He keeps yelling about pocket money every day, and he is not his biological son, not even a sidekick, so why? This view was immediately endorsed by the general public. Don't withdraw from the group. Can, but debt expansion must be controlled. How to control it? The reporter asked. The professor said, first, reduce public financial expenditures. Some non-essential government expenditures must be reduced. The Greek authorities must also reduce the current civil service team, which accounts for nearly 1/10 of the country. Otherwise, the annual expenditures are too large. Second, repay debts. Partially pay off the debts owed to show determination. Some state-owned assets, such as airports, docks, mines, and banks will be used for liquidation. Finally, welfare adjustments. The professor prescribed 3 prescriptions for Greece. Every dose. It's all bitter. No, it's not very hard. It's almost endless. It's easy to expand but difficult to downsize. Some state-owned assets must also be offset. The last point is to stab the heart with a knife. Moment. His social account was flooded with scolds. To this, the professor didn't care at all. He takes people's money and does things for them. He himself is very dissatisfied with Greece. How can a country that falsified data and sneaked into the EU live better than them? It doesn't make sense. Public opinion. Under each fuse, fermentation begins. In fact, the EU does not pay too much attention to it, and it is not able to shake the EU's decision-making on this scale. After all, most people look at 3 steps. 10 steps need to be taken into account. Important matters of the country should not be taken lightly. Yes, Greece owes a lot of money and is likely to suffer a thunderstorm, but the EU cannot kick it out of the Eurozone just because of this. This is unprecedented. If kicked to the EU, against the Euro, to Europe, all may cause great uncertainty. Many people really have no guarantee that they will be able to sit back and relax after kicking Greece, the European Union, and the Euro. For now, mysterious. Therefore, most tend to save. But it cannot be expressed so obviously. Otherwise, Greece will be emboldened and will not know how to restrain itself, and it will be difficult for them to do so. So they have a plan. Drag. The longer you delay, the situation becomes more tense. By then, he went to Greece and said, "Look, it's you who made things like this. It's very difficult for us too. Just be honest and tighten your belt from now on. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us." Well, good idea. Try. Under the advice of a group of experts, several core EU countries formed internal resolutions and deduced in detail the possible consequences and impacts of this crisis. Certain in my heart, outside world, although the waves are surging and the undercurrents are surging, ordinary people cannot understand the overall trend at all. But in the eyes of the real senior executives, the future is already determined. They have to do it. It is to control the arrival of this future step by step. Subsequently, have a plan. The European Union has started its performance, bad-mouthing when it should, scolding when it should, and building momentum when it should, just in time, using Greece as an example. After all, there is more than one European Union that borrows money like this. It should be warned that if this continues, everyone will be unlucky. Greece is a living example. You must stand up and kill the chicken to show the monkey. In their opinion, this crisis, delaying it for 3 to 5 years, is considered a routine operation, and there may be multiple rounds of aid during this period. This is also part of the plan, otherwise nothing will be done. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Tang Qing silently paid attention to the situation in Europe. The actions of the soldiers were already spreading, such as online public opinion, demonstrations, and experts. Public opinion. The purpose is to intensify conflicts. Procession. It's the overwhelming public opinion. Expert is to gain public trust and guide public opinion. The 3 methods are constantly circulating, like a snowball, to finalize the what everyone expects first. Like a parade, buy off each of the leaders. Then, in his name, he unites like-minded people and organizes demonstrations. These people are not completely determined. It is likely to change over time. Good. It doesn't matter. There is a backup plan. After, take advantage of the internet and continuously push guiding news and opinions to them. Over time, their stance will deepen and they will not change easily. That's right. It is similar to information bombing, which deepens a certain point of view to a certain extent and achieves the purpose of brainwashing. This method is very old-fashioned. As beautiful as it is, American companies control the major social software in Europe. If they are willing, they can push left and right ideas in a targeted manner to achieve some of their own goals. Certainly, just rely on these. Wanting to disintegrate the euro is fanciful, and the efforts behind it are also indispensable. The EU has already decided to save it, and it just wants to beat Greece. This matter, of course, it must be stopped, and the EU wants to delay it for 3 to 5 years. Oh, think beautifully. 2 years. The euro must be brought down. At the end of 2011, the euro will have no choice but to be eliminated. By then, the only remaining opponent will be the US dollar. Certainly, euro before get out of class. GBP, JPY, it must be surpassed. Neither is too difficult. The global trade model based on the Asian dollar is getting wider and deeper. Under various bribes, more and more countries will accept the Asian dollar as their reserve currency, and more international trade will be settled in the Asian dollar. European Union. Too much to take care of in the short term. USA. There are more and more powerful internal forces to contain it, and they want to use national power to attack Asia Yuan. Tang Qing said, "If you can pass, you're considered a great person." Thailand. The train arrived in Bangkok. Woo, it's cool. After getting out of the car, Zhou Yin stretched. The live broadcast had resumed at this time. The sun was shining outside. This sentence of coolness came from watching the news all the way. Europe is so busy. How can we not just watch it? Truth. Looking at the crisis in the European Union, as a Chinese, I feel really comfortable. I remember back then, when everyone came to bully us one by one, no matter what, I couldn't say I liked them. Zhou Yin is not that great, worrying about the whole world. You are unhappy. I am happy. Goodbye. The Greek young man waved and left with a bad look on his face. Zhou Yin knew that after having the internet, this man had been criticizing others on his mobile phone. Pity. The effect was very poor. He became the target of criticism and was so angry that he cursed all the way. In the end, he had no choice but to return to the Greek home website to gain an advantage. Pity. This is just self-pleasure. Useless. Bye. Zhou Yin smiled and waved. Then, he told the live broadcast room, "Okay, I have arrived at Bangkok West Railway Station. This is a newly built train station. It seems that I am also stimulated." Smiling. Look around. The entire train station is very modern and brand new. It is located in the west of Bangkok. In terms of environment, it should be the best station in Bangkok, bar none. Think about it. I was inspired by the scenery. This section of the railway in Thailand is probably the only eye-catching thing in front of me. In terms of scenery and other aspects, it is incomparable with the scenery. Truth. If the only thing that attracts tourists is the entertainment industry here, there are pagodas, Buddhist statues, and Chinatowns in Myanmar, and they are more spectacular than here. After all, Rich, this Bangkok live broadcast will last for about a week. There's no way. Tickets are too difficult to buy. During this period, I will take everyone to visit various attractions in Bangkok. Before, I have been to Bangkok twice. I have to say, in the past few years, Bangkok security has improved tremendously. I heard that it was under the leadership of the young head of the bureau that the situation today was achieved. This person is quite legendary. During his tenure, he solved many major cases. The area under his jurisdiction is also known for strict law enforcement. Wonderful local support. Recently, looking at the news, he is also expected to take up an important position in the Ministry of Public Security of Thailand. As soon as the news came out, many Bangkok residents left messages expressing their reluctance to leave. Live broadcast. Homework. It needs to be done, otherwise it will be too stale and unable to reflect its characteristics. He was quite impressed by the head of the Bangkok police station. The last time I came to Bangkok, a local Chinese friend forced me to listen to him all the way. The reason was that he asked about the security situation in Bangkok, and the other party said poor. After listening, I was quite surprised because for what the other party said, it seemed that the underground forces in Bangkok had started to change their ways a few years ago and no longer harm the natural world. Take this. The then chief of Bangkok is now the deputy prime minister of Thailand. He has been promoted very high, but I don't know how long he can stay here. Thailand's tradition is that the military always likes change. Not far. In the business class, Thai's senior executives filed out without lingering. Although the construction of this station is very good, it cannot stand comparison at all. Along the way, although they have adjusted their mentality, they can't feel happy. If there is anything in Bangkok that they can be proud of, perhaps it is public security. They are quite confident. Thief, gangster, power. They were all restrained, and one of the people present relied on this to rise. Although compared to Myanmar, it seems to be far behind. But there has to be some psychological comfort. Otherwise, this clear sky cannot be the same as the dark clouds covering the city. Hi, Wang Sao. He didn't walk a few steps. They met Wang Sa's group and saw Tang Kai inside. They were actually quite familiar with Tang Kai, having attended some high-level cocktail parties in Bangkok. Tang Kai also came to participate. At first, its status is not high. Later, as his strength grew stronger, and he also had a monstrous nephew like Tang Qing, his status also rose, and his contempt for foreigners gradually faded away. Pity. At this time, Tang Kai's main time, they all stay in Myanmar and China and seldom come to Thailand again. It would be nice to see him once a year. Everyone has mixed feelings towards this Chinese businessman. Envious. Envy. Feeling. No one could have expected that Tang Kai, who was trading with the leader of a small force and his northern neighbor, would rise to power today with the help of Zero East Wind. What they fear most is the relationship with the Wangsa family. The military is a real behemoth in Thailand and will kick them out if they are not satisfied. Since the establishment of the constitutional monarchy in 1932, on average, there will be a positive change every 4 years. If you are diligent, it will happen once a year. Simply, big head, depressed, fear. That is the most powerful interest group in this land, the Wangsa family, which is considered the second largest force in Thailand's military. In the past, it was actually only on the second line. Later, he just came up, and his forces are intertwined. In this way, this formed Tang Kai's huge network of relationships spanning the 3 countries. In Thailand, with the Wangsa family as allies. In Myanmar, there is Zero, a being who can cover the sky with one hand. In China, Tang Qing is extremely wealthy, with a net worth that is almost twice Thailand's annual GDP. All of this seems to be favored by God. It can be said, Tang Kai, this Chinese businessman, whom no one paid much attention to before, has become someone they all have to treat with caution, which is quite incredible. Mr. President, long time no see. After Wangsa greeted him, Tang Kai also said hello with a smile. His identity was not too simple if he wanted to recognize the top Thai officials. Many of them were old acquaintances. This time, it's the end of the year, and I want to maintain my relationship network in Thailand, so I followed Wangsa. Although the most unreliable thing in this world is relationships. However, that is when you are insignificant or when you are on the verge of collapse, in order not to be dragged down by you. Human instinct makes people choose to protect themselves. But as long as the stakes are at stake, not collapse, don't drag the other person into trouble. Relationships are also a kind of social resource. When people do things, they have an advantage over others. There's no doubt about this. Chatted for a few words. See you later. Okay. They were not idlers. The 2 groups of people separated at the entrance of the station, but the Thai senior officials were helpless because the motorcade that greeted Tang Kai and the others was larger than them. Those who didn't know thought the other party was the president. Forehead. All right. Who says people are rich? They pay attention to security. There's never a shortage of scenes where rich people are kidnapped. They're not afraid of 10,000, but just in case. The latter is ugly. Roadside. Lao Tang, you have gained a lot of weight. Tang Kai met his friend Tang Liang, who used to be in the wine business here and was one of the global agents of fruit wine. Different from him, Tang Liang spends most of his time in Thailand. This time, when I heard that he was coming, I naturally had to come and pick him up. Today, Tang Liang is no longer what he used to be. He deserves the title of Vice President of Chinese businessmen in Thailand. Tens of billions of assets are not just decorations. Hear the words. Tang Liang smiled. Eat well, sleep well, brother Tang, get in the car. He felt. My whole life's luck started to explode when I went to Myanmar with Tang Kai and met Ling, the agency of fruit wine. Let him make a lot of money. After, he also got involved in the development of Myanmar and became a member of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. Relying on the Chamber of Commerce, his assets once again snowballed, gradually getting bigger and bigger. Now, he is second only to Tang Kai among Thai-Chinese businessmen. Despite this, he has no arrogance when facing Tang Kai, because it is all related to Tang Kai. No Tang Kai, he wouldn't be here today. Later, as the Tang family moved towards glory step by step, he gradually became Tang Kai's loyal little brother. He was called brother with all his heart. 9 years. 10 billionaires are still very valuable. Okay. Get in the car. Soon, I came to Tang Kai's original villa. Although I only lived in it for a few days a year, it was not for sale. The house had familiar furniture and a familiar layout. It all reminded Tang Kai of the past. At first, What is good in business becomes increasingly sinister. In order to avoid involving his wife and daughter, he sent them abroad. Unexpectedly, the other party was so ruthless and sent people to chase him, hoping to get rid of them quickly. Good luck. In the provincial capital, he met Tang Qing, and with lightning speed, he solved the desperados, and then a surprising situation appeared, that of the Lei family. Not biological. Since then, his luck has changed drastically. He recognized his relatives, brought his wife and daughter back, and his rivals in Thailand disappeared. Tang family. The counterattack began. The leader of the force who lived in the shadows gradually took control of Mian Yao's big fist. He also benefited from it and made wealth that he had never dared to imagine before. Think about it. Destiny. It's just so exciting. What? Do you remember the hard days in the past? Wang Sa laughed at the side. In the past, the relationship between the two was mostly cooperation in terms of interests. He only found out later that someone was going to deal with Tang Kai, but he just asked himself, even if he knew, he couldn't do anything because he didn't have the initiative. Then, it's because the channels on Mian Yao's side were controlled by the other party, and Wei Jun's family fled. No matter how awesome he was, he couldn't lead his troops to destroy the other party. Only, God favored him, and the force that drove away Wei Jun was later destroyed by Ling. The world was unpredictable and disappointing. He didn't think highly of Ling at first. The territory is small, weak in strength. Who knows? He relied on his unfavorable strength to launch a strong counterattack, beating the surrounding forces to the point of crying for their fathers and mothers, and finally regain Suyu. Unify the original Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Later, Deputy Chief, Acting President. In just a few steps, he reached the top of Myanmar's power, conquered the two northern states, and turned them into two areas of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, with unparalleled scenery. It can be called a legend. One listen. Hard life. Tang Kai couldn't help but smile. It was true to say that he fled to Thailand and started as a small business hawker. He was in a foreign country and had no foundation. Worked to earn a living, set up a stall, do business, open a store. It was really hard along the way. Being bullied, being excluded, being blackmailed, being discriminated against. A person who starts from scratch in a foreign country will have to experience and face things that are unimaginable to ordinary people. Only by enduring hardship can one become a master. Today, finally got over it. Everyone's success is not easy. Well, except for Tang Qing, who had no reputation before his senior year in high school. After senior year of high school, life. It seems that there are 4 words written on it. Smooth sailing. Investigating the reason, he can only blame it on Tang Qing's meeting a noble man, which is why the Tang family is what it is today. Drink tea. Chat. Remember, several people were chatting on the balcony of the villa. When they learned that Tang Kai was back, friends from the same villa area came over to say hello. Very enthusiastic. Today, the Tang family is at its peak and has considerable strength in many countries. It has already surpassed the level of people like them and has the prototype of a world-class family. Think about it. Envious. And it's also quite gratifying. After all, they're all Chinese. A Chinese family can do this, and they also have good looks. In the past, they thought Li Jiaqing was the shining light of the Chinese rich. Take a look now. Forehead. All right. He can only be regarded as a very rich man, nothing more. The Li family's wealth of 2 to 30 billion US dollars pales in comparison to the Tang family. And the influence is not as great as that of the Tang family. It is amazing that talents come from every generation. This classic sentence really perfectly explains the rise of Tang Qing. Future. It will probably be even more brilliant. Evening. Tang Liang's hotel was very lively. After he got money, he also started diversified development and built a 5-star hotel in Bangkok. This time, it was Tang Kai who was hosting a banquet for his old friends. Old Tang, here's a toast to you. Thank you for the introduction. Otherwise, my business would not be as good as it is now. A middle-aged man toasted with a glass of wine. Previously, when Zero was still the leader, Xian in town was established. That is, When attracting investment, Tang Qing acted as a middleman and attracted them to invest. Now, everyone has received generous returns, and their wealth has increased tenfold. Now I'm happy from ear to ear every day. You're welcome. If you didn't have this courage, you wouldn't be able to make this money. Tang Qing smiled modestly. He invited some friends to go, but many of them were worried. Therefore, the proportion of people who went was not high, only some close friends or the brave ones. The results are obvious. Those who followed can now retire early. Retirement. Eat lying down, and you will have no worries for the rest of your life. And the characteristics of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce make the resource circulation of its internal enterprises relatively closed. As long as it is not messed up, there will be a steady stream of orders. No need to watch the weather to eat. Haha, you still have to admire Mr. Tang's vision. Thank you. Facing his old friends, Tang Qing couldn't see the slightest bit of arrogance in him. He had always been a humble and kind-hearted image, except for Tang Qing's own calm personality. There is also a relationship influenced by Tang Qing. All the time, Tang Qing is more stable than his peers and has a gentle personality. Even now, even though he is astonishingly rich, he still walks without his nostrils in the sky. Life, work, treat people, receive things. I can't see the arrogance of being successful at a young age. While he was relieved, Tang Qing also kept reminding himself that he should study more with his nephew and not be rude when he has money. And the Tang family now has a very high position. He didn't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at him, so he should be more restrained to avoid unnecessary criticism. He guessed that Tang Qing probably thought so too. Only, he thought wrong. Tang Qing is modest. It's because he holds strength that is unimaginable to outsiders, looks down at the world, and is exposed to many things that ordinary people would never know in a lifetime. Plan the world. Manipulate the overall situation. Walking in the dark. I really have no interest in playing. Time flies. 3 days. Tang Qing was attending various gatherings, meeting old friends, and making some new friends. On Saturday, he left Thailand and returned directly to China. Fly to Sanya. Noon. We arrived at the test base located next to the shipyard. Last Friday, after testing in the new province, the aircraft still had to undergo various tests at sea. Nature. He was also interested. Second uncle. When he came, Tang Qing has already arrived, and a group of friends are watching the fun. Even people from the military and the Ministry of Industrial Safety are also on the side, although they are here to see the aircraft. But many people's eyes were staring at the submersible. Brother Jun came with him, and Wei Jun didn't go to the last test in New Jersey, but Wei Jun knew the live broadcast very well, so he suggested coming to take a look. Anyway, he is quite free. Mr. Xiaotang, Wei Jun replied hurriedly. At first, when Ling was still the leader, when he saw Tang Qing for the first time, he felt that he was extraordinary. How could he expect that he would be so extraordinary? He was so humble and called him the same name as before. They were all a little flattered. At this time, I saw a huge aircraft parked on a test ship, and the submersible was slowly driving out from the dock. It was quite beautiful. Make people like it at first sight. Is this for sale? Wei Jun asked. Of course. Tang Qing smiled. Like it? Yes. Wei Jun nodded. To be honest, not flattery, this submersible must feel good if it is used on the sea. In this way, it can be regarded as supporting Tang Qing. Okay. When will it be put on the market? I will inform you that it is still in the testing stage. Like the aircraft, it will be the fastest and will not be put on the market until late next year. Tang Qing said. Okay. Wei Jun didn't ask the price. Joke. After all, he is also a person worth tens of billions. He has more than 1 billion lying in his bank card at any time. No matter what, he will not even cause pain to a submersible. Not a submarine. Soon. Wait for the submersible to enter the sea. Boarding. Everyone started to board the ship. From the outside, it looked like a huge hoisting ship. The huge lifting equipment stood at the stern of the ship like a giant beast. The bow is like a tall tower used to balance the weight. At the same time, wing-like platforms were derived from both sides of the bow, and 2 rescue helicopters were parked. One was purchased, and the other was sent by the Coast Guard to assist. This kind of test must declare, therefore, except for the Coast Guard, there's several rescue ships cruising around. They are all from the Maritime Department. If safety is not ensured, such a test cannot be conducted. Like stars over the moon. Fleet, set off. Sailing southward, 1 kilometer later, the submersible dived and began routine testing. The aircraft also flapped its huge rotors and took off with its huge body, continuously hovering in the sky. 10 miles later, the first water test, let's begin. This time, also broadcast live. Here comes the real show. Wow, this submersible is so beautiful. I really want to go up and take a ride. I like Tang Qing more and more. His ideas can help us see a lot of new things. Testing 2 devices together. Are you really not afraid of messing up? This is called confidence. There is a lot of discussion. Generally, in order to avoid embarrassing the failure, this kind of test cannot be disclosed to the outside world at will, but Tang Qing did it, which shows his confidence in the aircraft. But even if they fail, everyone has a tolerant attitude. Afraid. It just pretends to be peaceful, and failure is not terrible. What kind of product is smooth sailing during manufacturing? Doing the test well and facing the problem squarely is the correct attitude. At this time, in the screen, the aircraft was already 3 meters close to the sea surface. Then, there was a pop sound, smashed into the water. That's right, it didn't fall slowly, but crashed in. Although it was not high, it still made the audience's hearts pick up in their throats. Many people thought it was malfunctioning. Something happened. Not good. No idea. The explanation says, normal operation. One listen. My mind calmed down. Nothing happened. As for whether it would break, no one thought about it. It was just a drop test. It was only a few meters high, and there was still water underneath. Subsequently, just meet the aircraft. Sunk. Right. It just sunk. From a sea, not a shadow can be seen. Hold the straw. Is this a takeoff on water, or a takeoff in the water? Don't lie to me. If there is a malfunction, it's not shameful. It's important to go down and save people. Yes, this is not a joke. The timid person's heart started to rise again. But many are rational. It should be fine. As for why it sank, nonsense. The entire aircraft weighs as much as a heavy tank. It would be strange if it didn't sink. That makes sense. Wait and see. I hope it's not an accident. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the water surface began to bubble and roll. After a while, 4 large whirlpools were seen surging on the sea surface. Those were the positions of the rotors. Some people couldn't help but wonder. Start underwater? The engine does not need an air inlet. This question, let many people fall. First, submarines can sail underwater. Check it out. Second, compressed air technology is already in the 21st century. How strange is it? Third, there is a submersible not far away. According to you, that thing shouldn't exist at all? Because it can't breathe when it's underwater. This retort, very direct. But no one asks this stupid question anymore. Subsequently, the aircraft stopped steadily for a minute. Then a violent roar sounded, and the huge fuselage began to slowly leave the water and float on the water. Suddenly, there was a round of applause. Awesome. Strong. Tang Qing is mighty. Awesome. Our Tang Tang is the best. Although this kind of technology may not necessarily be the most advanced in the world, the underwater takeoff aircraft is definitely at the forefront of the world and is almost unparalleled. Have a look. What is taking off and landing on water count? This is taking off and landing in the water. Look, it seems that he can do it even after diving for a while. This makes the audience burst with pride, because this is Chinese technology that cannot be found anywhere else. At present, in seaplanes, the power is either at the front or overhead, so even the engine can be submerged in the water. Anyway, they have never heard of it. On site, on board, everyone looked at the aircraft taking off into the sky and applauded. The entire scientific research team was extremely excited, and many people looked in the direction of Tang Qing. Excited, happy, even. Some people in the crowd were lifted up and thrown into the sky to celebrate. Tang Qing saw that they were all warriors. With them, they could quickly overcome each difficulty. On. Contribution. Truth. Soldiers account for 90% of these two projects. Otherwise, with ordinary people's research and development speed and trial and error time, it would have been delayed for at least 2 years. Now, landed in 1 year. Brilliant speed. At this moment, the second water entry started, and it fell into the water with a splash. The difference was that, just like the failure test, the power loss test began. 3 dynamics. 2 motivation. 1. This won't work. Too big. Too heavy. It's okay to take off on flat ground. But if you want to take off underwater, you can't push it with just 1 power source. But don't forget, the entire aircraft has 8 power sources. I want to be so bad that there's only 1 left. Disaster. Unless it is strafed or bombarded by mischief. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to have only 1 power source, so this is not an indicator. Then, the aircraft, like a fishing seabird, plunged into the water again and again, and then took off again and again, making the hearts of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room jump. Too exciting. That's it. Is it really okay? After all, this is a sophisticated thing, so they were afraid that something might happen to them accidentally. On site. Military. Work safety. The people on both sides also twitched at the corners of their mouths. Talk. This is completely a violent test, and it even fell from an altitude of more than 10 meters several times. Even if it is resistant to grass, it cannot be played like this. Pretty scary. But, after going back and forth dozens of times, they gradually understood that the quality of this thing was really outstanding compared to ordinary helicopters, even military helicopters. Play like this. It will definitely be ruined. Now, the Big Mac, as if it didn't care at all, was destroying itself. I really wanted to remind you that you don't have to work so hard, but still didn't speak. After all, this is someone else's test. And, wouldn't it be better if it lasts longer? But, the Tang family was not so calm. Tang, are you really okay? A trace of worry flashed across Tang Kai's face. This was a completely violent test. Millions of people were watching the live broadcast, and something was going to happen. That's big news. To this, Tang Qing smiled. It's okay. It can't be broken. Just kidding. This thing can be broken. So why did Tang Qing build it? Not to mention the sea surface of more than 10 meters or the concrete floor of a 6-story building. This thing can also fly. Material, structure, craftsmanship. They have all gone through thousands of experiments, and supercomputers have performed calculations in units of trillions, although the materials are not necessarily top-notch, but strong enough. Otherwise, if it is made with the most cutting-edge technology and materials, it can directly transform into a behemoth in the air. If you see a fighter jet, you will dare to fight it and only lose some paint. Pity. He can only play for himself. Even the United States has not reached the point where Tang Qing needs to use its military power. He is not taking the path of fighting the world. Although, it's cool to beat up America. But, it is obviously better to control its politics, its economy, and its military. On the sea. Test. Continue. Every time an aircraft plunges into the water, some people worry that it will not be able to fly. But the reality is that it emerges from the sea time and time again. Extremely tenacious. Now, the ones with the brightest eyes are not the audience, but the Coast Guard. They are responsible for coast guarding and sea search and rescue work, and they understand very well. In front of you, how useful this aircraft can be. Huge. Durable. It can carry out rescues under complex conditions, and it is also very domineering. Driving this thing is much more powerful than driving a small rescue helicopter. Hope it's not expensive. Otherwise, I can only think about it. 60 times of water entry test, completed, no major equipment failure alarms, no power loss. A full 60 times, the impression was instantly established. Good quality. I'm convinced. This quality is really Tang Qing. Now, this has become a proper noun, used to describe Tang Qing's acting style, as always. Awesome. I dare to live tested. And I really have 2 brushes. Yeah. Then I heard the explanation. The second major type of test is water navigation. Then, the aircraft plunged into the water, floated, and began to move on the surface, maintaining the same speed as the submersible that was sailing on the surface not far away. Moment. How many people have numb claws? Wow, you can still play like this? Are you mistaken? It's omnipotent. If it were a seaplane, it would still make sense. Now you can not only take off and land in the water, but also sail, just like a ship. This design, crazy? A long time. They just accepted the scene in front of them and applauded it. Although it was incredible and beyond imagination, it showed excellent performance. The better, the more face you have. Even if the commentary now tells them that the aircraft can still swim underwater for a while, they think so. Don't be surprised if there's a ghost. 1 hour later. The guess came true. Yes. Although it can only dive for 1 hour and the depth is less than 30 meters, it is a true submersible aircraft and a unique existence in the world. Once again, I underestimated Tang Qing's imagination and boldness in design. It's blinding. I was eating, and I almost tucked it in. Strong. Invincible. Even the most demanding person has to give a thumbs up to such a design. Although it seems to be of little use, it is enough to represent its superior performance. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't dare to do this. Soon, it topped the list of hot searches and attracted more and more people's attention. Media from various countries rushed to report on it. Many Westerners felt as if they had eaten Xi'an before, the innovation center of the world, in Europe and America. In recent years, once surpassed by Eastern countries, Myanmar's disease treatment technology, environmental transformation technology, and agricultural technology, almost crushing Western countries. 4G, smartphone, holographic projection. They are all from the East, and their sense of superiority has been hit again and again, which is quite uncomfortable. It's not that they're angry at Tang Qing. It's because they are more capable. Angry. It's because our own people are not up to par. Noon. After a delicious lunch. Military. Work safety. Coast Guard. They both went to experience a submersible. The former two didn't need it, but the latter was very interested because the submersible can also be used for sea rescue and is fast. More than twice as fast as a rescue ship. Woo. Comfortable. On the luxurious seat. Look up. I saw the slightly blue water. Since it was offshore, it was not too far away. I could even see groups of fish escaping in panic above my head. At hand, there is sea water outside the glass, and surprisingly, some data is displayed on the glass. Depth, temperature, water pressure, speed. Quite interesting. Dong dong. Tap twice. What came out was not the sound of crisp glass, but a dull sound, like tapping on the wall. The entire pressure chamber was more than 15 centimeters thick. The material is plexiglass. Said it was glass, but the material is completely different. This is a high molecular polymer, strictly speaking, a plastic. The most well-known application is spectacle lenses. Resistant to falls. Translucent. Lightweight. Strong plasticity. Countless advantages make it shine in the field of materials and has huge potential. Soon, it surfaced, and everyone got on the boat, feeling a little disappointed. Without it, water quality. The sightseeing effect below is not very good. It is estimated that only by going to some deep sea and well-protected islands and reefs can we get a glimpse of the fun of underwater viewing. Boat side, looking at the water. Chiron side. It's very difficult to control this water quality. Human beings have continuously discharged sewage into it for so many years, and it is too difficult to restore it to clarity. Yeah, Tang Qing nodded. His eyes were deep, staring at the roaring sea. Destruction is easy. Governance. It is a big project, even though the O Foundation has launched a global water management project and even has a dedicated marine garbage cleanup project. But a drop in the bucket. After all, the ocean is mobile. If it is properly managed, pollution from elsewhere will flow over and all efforts will be immediately wasted. However, we cannot force other countries not to discharge pollution. Otherwise, just like the Copenhagen Climate Conference in its previous life. Then, the conference was held just last week. Countries held high-level talks on the issue of global greenhouse gas emissions. When the United States came up, it said that China emits the most. Emissions must be reduced. At the same time, take on more responsibility. Therefore, it was a very unpleasant incident, but it was not without results. That is, countries around the world have reached a deep consensus on the issue of emission reduction. Emission reduction targets have been set. Only the execution situation. Among them, China is the only one that has set goals and implemented them best. India also said it would reduce its GDP by 20% in 10 years. How about the end? It's obvious. Therefore, the world is required to reduce marine pollution, except for developed countries and countries that have already taken action, such as China and Myanmar, which have technology or money. Most countries, no such ability, money, technology. They're all constraints. Now we have to ask them to control it. If they do not provide corresponding help, it will be no different from the hegemonic behavior of the United States. Therefore, this is not a purely moral issue. In my opinion, global water governance is impossible to achieve overnight. The best way is to do it step by step, just like now. First inland, then ocean. First national, later international. Progress step by step, steadily. Of course, this is my idea. I can't control how the world develops. Zheng Lin, next to him, said with his hands. How the world is. He can't control it. But the changes in China have been seen before our eyes. With large sums of money from the state and the private sector, China's inland water quality has undergone earth-shaking changes. Yellow River, become clear. Yangtze, become clear. Rivers, large and small, have also begun to be included in management plans by the country in various regions. Now that air pollution has been basically contained, water quality has become the main direction of environmental protection. Everything, be good, all afternoon. Bow. Everyone drank tea, chatted, and watched the performance. The test of the aircraft also entered the functional stage. That is, it is equipped with pendants to perform movements. Didn't put out the fire. After all, putting out fires on the ocean is a bit silly. But I have experimented with a project that can quickly add water. When the place where the pendant is changed is too far away, you can get water from the nearest river or lake. Certainly, this has to face two problems. First, depth of rivers and lakes. Secondly, silt in the water. To this, naturally, there is a complete set of solutions. Below the pendant, there is a pumping device for shallow rivers. If the river is quite deep, it will be flooded from the top. The former is slow. The latter is faster. If there is too much sediment in the river, the mist sprinkler will not be used and only water droplets and water columns will be used. The solution to be solved later is internal sediment filtration. No rush. Take it step by step. What's more, the vast majority of rivers are not sand rivers. Live broadcast room. Coming and going, the number of people does not decrease. Must buy. It's so durable and of absolute military quality. Such violent tests are no problem. I think it can be put on the market immediately. That's right. I agree. I don't say buy one in every city. At least one will be saved. In emergencies, it will not be too late. One is a bit less, and one will save 3. Yes, it should be bought. It is simply a weapon to deal with huge wildfires. The water volume is 6 times that of a large fire truck. Moreover, the combination of the 3 fire extinguishing methods can use water more than 3 times that of a fire truck. At the same time, if special flame retardants are added to the water, double. 6 multiplied by 3, then multiplied by 2, that is a full 36 times. This is the result of comprehensive calculations by many professionals, and it is suitable for all terrains. A true fire extinguisher. Don't buy it. It doesn't make sense at all, since they don't have to pay for it anyway. On site, several demand parties were calm, because this matter still had to be decided by the ministry, but from the bottom of their hearts, they believed that bulk purchases could be made. Without it, easy to use. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of what happens. Mountain fire. They happen almost every year. Although the wildfires in China are not as big as those in the United States and Australia. The main reason is that there's a large population and there are not so many contiguous virgin forests, such as Australia. Large tracts of forest. One burn. It is common to have fever for 3 to 5 days, and even fever for several months has happened, more than once. The contiguous area is relatively small, and the fire is ruthless. Therefore, they think it is very necessary to buy it. Critical time. They didn't have to use people to go there. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but glance at the figure in the distance holding a dhow and looking at the sea with his hands behind his back. The 2 live broadcasts were very loud. Think about it. This is its marketing strategy. It seems so far. The effect is good. Such as Myanmar. They actually placed an order for the cross after the first test, which made them quite helpless because many people behind the scenes were saying that they themselves didn't support it first. Let foreign countries take the lead. Speechless. It's not that they are slow, it's that the other party is too fast. They just took a look and placed the order without even coming to the scene. This is completely the behavior of wealthy people. But it's because they have too much money and power. You have to go through the process. The sea surface. The wind and waves gradually became stronger, and the waves were no longer as gentle as before. If it was a small boat, it would definitely be a roller coaster ride on it, and the gondola would be a safe ride. Soon, the wind picked up again. Horizon. The dark clouds were approaching. They were not dark in color and were not strong enough to cause thunder and lightning even from a distance. But they also indicated that heavy rain would fall soon. And this, of course, it's included in the calculation. Test. That is to say, we have to work in various environments such as rescue. Most sea rescues are carried out in rough weather. Serious dangers rarely occur on sunny days. Therefore, a specially chosen time and place. Beside the boat, Qian Tian suddenly stared at the sea in the distance and raised the corner of his mouth. These guys really like to stroll under the water 15 miles away. There are 2 dive boats. American. At this time, the gondola has moved away from the coast. Although this is still China's exclusive economic zone, it does belong to the high seas and anyone can sail. Territorial sea. Only 12 nautical miles. The country only enjoys economic development rights, such as mining and fishing, for the area equivalent to 22.2 kilometers, which is more than 12 nautical miles and less than 200 nautical miles. Therefore, even if this thing drives to 25 kilometers away from the Chinese coast, don't leave. It's not considered an infringement of sovereignty. It can only be considered provocation. At present, it is nearly 70 kilometers away from the coast. You can travel anywhere you like, as long as you don't get close to some islands, because the islands are sovereign territories, which is different. Soon, encountered by both sides. Lower your head. In Tang Qing's glasses, he could clearly see 2 big guys through the sea water hundreds of meters deep, although the satellite's perspective distance was only a few dozen meters. But it doesn't mean that other devices can't see it. Now, seeing these big guys, Tang Qing was no longer as excited as before. There were more than 30 ships parked in the training area, and he had a collection of the world's mainstream submarines. I also designed quite a few myself. Bigger, stronger. He doesn't like these things underwater at all. As for finding something to do for them, forget it because there are soldiers above. From October, after getting permission, to beauty, politics, military, economy, the infiltration work of the 3 parties began to grow explosively, using various methods to place and bribe in large quantities, resulting in unprecedented development of potential forces. Below, although the soldiers are still just soldiers, but the 2 vice presidents and at least 15 middle-level military administrators have become their own people, and they may not be needed in this life. But when you want to use it, you must be able to use it. Most of these people bow to money, and a few pursue power, but no matter what they pursue. Have a request. We have. Not excessive. So, you can close the deal. This part also needs to be screened. Not everyone can be qualified to be selected, such as some who will not work for a long time. Apparently, this is not in Tang Qing's interests. So, chosen. They are all candidates who are likely to develop within the U.S. military for a long time and have training value, even if they do not develop in military. Can also be transferred to similar organizations. At present, the infiltration of violent organizations in the United States is mainly concentrated in three parts. First, United States military. Second, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Third, intelligence agencies such as CIA and FBI. It's going well. For example, the second one is the largest security department in the United States, which controls various powerful departments such as Customs, Immigration, Coast Guard, and Secret Service. To know, Secret Service. The department responsible for the presidential security is actually quite complicated, with many people from consortiums mixed in. Although the soldiers have not sneaked into this department, it does not mean that no one is there. Certainly, mix in. It doesn't mean you have to do anything. At most, when you're bored, you can go to the 100 Palaces, take a look at the underground shelter, sit at the presidential table, and eat hot pot or something. In this position, he is not qualified to be his opponent. Consortium, just barely. At present, this term was quite honest and well-behaved, but the next term would be much more noisy. Tang Qing was considering whether to stop it, because it was a matter of interests. It's none of your business. By then, there's a completely different difference between a rational person coming to power and a person acting irrationally. One is controllable, the other is annoying. Think about it. This is a problem. No rush. There are still 7 years to go, and the world will be completely different because of his arrival. It is still unknown whether he will run for office by then. History has inertia, but Butterfly is not weak either. 1 hour later. Wow! The raindrops fell, the waves rose, and the testing of submersibles and aircrafts continued. In the strong wind, the aircraft continued to change positions in the air. Pull up, dive, cruise. There is no specific rescue drill. It is mainly adapted to extreme weather. The cockpit and glass have been blurred by rain, but it doesn't matter. Pull off the helmet. Moment. The picture they saw was that the rain disappeared. Only the waves were rolling, and everything on the water surface could be clearly seen. This was not achieved by a waiter, but the technology itself. Below, 30 high-definition cameras continuously capture images, which are then processed and synthesized by the onboard computer, filtering out raindrops and transmitted to the helmet screen. Look left, look right, look down, all with extremely high definition. At the same time, it will also be analyzed during synthesis. If found, even at an altitude of 3,000 meters, a small figure wearing a life jacket can be quickly spotted on the sea surface. Therefore, heavy rain does not affect driving vision. This technology is amazing. Military experts repeatedly praised it. Visual enhancement technology is also very cutting-edge in the field of science and technology. Last time, New Province. They had seen it when flying at night. In the dark, they were synthesized, rendered, and transmitted through night vision cameras. It looked like daylight, almost blinded. Later, Tang Qing agreed to buy it. It was not expensive, but it required high equipment, real-time rendering, and a delay of no more than 100 milliseconds. That's 1/10 of a second. At present, small aircraft simply do not have enough space to carry computing equipment with sufficient computing power and suitable size, so they can only be used on some large equipment. But they're also content. After all, technology will always advance, and Moore's law will increase computing power and become something we can expect. I'm just a little worried because of the materials I sent for inspection last time. At first, Tang Qing said that aircraft technology is free and open to the public. In addition to materials, we should go back with those materials with excellent performance and go through repeated tests. Sensational. Purchase. Must buy. Just ask. The price is not expensive either. But the quantity is huge. The 6 materials Tang Qing sent for inspection are incredibly good and have extremely wide uses in military equipment. The top is shocked. Final. Come to an agreement. Purchase. This does not require Tang Qing to build his own steel plant, but cooperation, not with the country, but with Chiron. Chiron has been in the steel business all this time. Therefore, One comes from the factory, and the other comes from the technology. The profit was 73%, and Tang Qing accounted for the majority. 1 year. At least it can be divided into 5 or 6 billion, but Tang Qing doesn't care. These materials are not entirely for making money, but mainly to avoid anyone thinking that he is easy to bully. Now, Chiron was also cheerful. This collaboration. It can be said that everyone is happy. There's another profitable project, 2 to 3 billion a year, but he doesn't care much. What he cares about is the future. There is one. There are two. From now on, it's hard to say about other materials. If there are new discoveries about steel materials, it is likely to continue to cooperate with him. This is what Chiron is looking forward to most. After all, Tang Qing currently has nearly 20,000 scientific researchers under his banner. When the other 5 major parks are completed, there will be more than 70,000 people directly under them. Also, we cooperate with major universities and invest in many laboratories and projects. TSK. Chiron's eyes couldn't help but shine. Future can be expected. 6 o'clock. The test is over. Return. The news has also begun to spread in various countries. The media in most countries are still quite friendly, but there are still some who want to sensationalize. India, a certain state. Capital, a television station. Tang Qing's Tianping aircraft looks good, but it is useless. It is simply a child's design, copying the current drone aircraft. Look, just after the test, it fell into the water due to a malfunction. An Indian host was talking. In the screen, it was the scene of Tianping entering the water. There was no Chinese explanation. Instead, he added a background sound of countless people screaming and played it openly. Take a look. Many Indians sneered. TCH. I thought it was so powerful, but it was just like that. That's right. Tang Qing is not omnipotent. They did not doubt the authenticity of the news. Anyway, watching people mess around is one of the few remaining pleasures in most people's lives. Therefore, everyone is devalued. Even though some people are not disconnected from the internet at home and know the truth, but this cannot stop the vast majority of people from believing such false reports and rumors. Quite a few. Envious. Envy. Let the hostage wall separate. Somewhere. A restaurant. Looking at the high-spirited figure in the picture and the reports related to it, the corners of a man's mouth twitched, and he felt so bitter in his heart. At first, I also met and drank with Tang Qing. Now, others are still aloof, but what about you? But he was reduced to serving the dishes. Vika wanted to cry again. Every time he recalled it, he felt like a dream. Got caught. Kidnapping. Across the ocean. Malay. Indonesia. India. After many twists and turns, the family was brought to ruin in the end. The old man passed away, his father and eldest brother are still in a coma, and the younger brother-in-law monopolizes the family rights. What about yourself? Go back. It's impossible. He will go to jail if he goes back. If he wants to continue to be cool, he will not be able to be a model, star, luxury car, or villa. He has been abandoned by his family. What are you doing standing around? Get to work quickly. Oh, here he comes. Vika trembled and quickly cleared the tables and chairs. Maritime. Bow. Tang Qing also rolled his eyes at these media. It has to be said that most people don't actually want to know the truth. They just want to eat. Eat one. Belch. Full. Go ahead and eat the next one. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not, whether it's false or not. Tang Qing didn't bother to care about this, as long as he didn't maliciously target and abuse him. I don't have time to deal with it. This world, it's also quite helpless. No matter how absurd it is, only 1 in 5 people will believe it. In my previous life, I often heard a lot of anti-intellectual remarks and found them unbelievable, but I have seen them more often. Also shows respect. After all, some people always firmly believe that people can become stronger through cultivation. 99% of the people will look at him as if they were looking at evil pens. But are most people right? At least, the existence of oneself proves that cognitive level is the basis for the formation of human concepts. Evening. Sonia. It is rare for all the owners of the villas in this special area to be present. The bustle was all concentrated on Tang Qing's side, who directly organized a seafood buffet. All right, mainly eating silly crabs. On the one hand, it's delicious, but on the other hand, I miss it. Remember, the first time they ate was a stupid crab that was full of food. Endless aftertaste. But, compared to the past, when people eat it in their mouths, there are not too many side effects, such as the one at the beginning, which made them feel spiritual cravings when they smelled it. Now, I just think it's delicious. Delicious. Refreshing. Delicious. After devouring the food, everyone praised it. Only the food from Tang Qing's family could make them eat it without any regard for image, and feel full of happiness in their mouths. Pity. Only Tang Qing has it here. It's not for sale yet. But when I thought that only I and others could eat it, I immediately felt that this was a good thing, a privilege. Eat enough. Drink enough. Roof. Everyone was basking in the moon and eating. On the chair. It's another year. Chiron sighed. 10 days later. It was 2010, more than 5 years since he met Tang Qing. Among all his friends, he recognized Tang Qing from the bottom of his heart the most. 3 times. He was rescued 3 times. First, I went to the United States to discuss business and was almost kidnapped. Second time, it was in Africa. He was really kidnapped that time. After his father found Tang Qing, he called his friend without saying a word, and a magic weapon descended from the sky. Then, more than 150 robbers. No one survived. The third time, it was in the Democratic Republic of the Congo that he was taken away by the local black police and intercepted by a group of people in a domineering manner. It was only later that he learned that the other party wanted his life. The more I think about it, Ekigo is afraid. 3 times. I walked through the gate of hell 3 times, but Tang Qing pulled me back all the time. The Chai family has not repaid this favor to this day. They don't need anything. Money. Incredibly many. Even, they have also repeatedly received benefits from others, including Comet Group, United African Mining Group, Congolese Power Grid Corporation, and most recently, Alloy Steel. Very much. Right. It's not like this person took this path, but fortunately, Tang Qing still had an uncle. He listened to the family's discussion and prepared to let him move after the new year. Where to go? Undecided. Qin Yugong can choose. This province. Cross province. Ministries. This is just a small matter for the Chai family. Anyway, he has to be promoted by half a level and be ranked in the main court. Otherwise, why would he be transferred? Qin Yugong has the ability and good performance, so there is no obstacle to taking this step, with the support of the Tang family. Future. Qin Yugong is also a person with a bright future. Chiron even heard that many big families in the capital are interested in Qin Yugong. Without it, who told him to have 2 daughters? Marriage. At this level, it's not something that needs to be avoided. Just like a handsome guy pursuing a beautiful woman, you can't just tell her to act like a hooligan. But this matter depends on one person's intention. Tang Qing. Tang family. Tang Qing was the real talker, saying that the Chai family and the Zheng family both wanted to mention it, but they were stunned and couldn't speak, afraid that Tang Qing would be unhappy. Although, there are also quite outstanding children from the 2 families. When it comes to raising the next generation, it can only be a conjecture to think that the big families are idiots. Knowledge, etiquette, character, they are not free range. Only, the children of these big families are outstanding. They are not bad at all. They are top-notch in all aspects, and there's a brother like Tang Qing, who is really not worthy of being an average person. Young Master Chai, if you sigh too much, you'll get old. Zhai Jihua joked. Hear the words. Chiron rolled his eyes. It makes you look so young. Speaking of which, it's true. At first, when I met Tang Qing, they were only 26 or 17 years old, but now, they're all over 30, and they're all capable of making a difference. 22nd, on Monday morning, Australia has expressed its willingness to purchase Tianpeng aircraft to help solve the problem of wildfires. It's winter in the Northern Hemisphere, but it's midsummer over there. When hot, it rains a lot, but it's also dry. Therefore, everyone would find it unbelievable that there would not be a few wildfires at this time of year. No, it's burning now. Into film. Large scale. The fire was raging, and had been burning for 2 days. Then, the purchase was made internally. The main reason is that there is no competition from similar products on the market, and fire trucks and fire planes are just going through the motions during wildfires. Almost useless. Review. Australian wildfires, it seems. Not many are extinguished by humans. Thinking of this, many people in Australia twitched their mouths and couldn't help but ask, "What have we done to this?" "Still testing, not for sale yet." This was the reply from Qingyuan Technology. The park is under Qingyuan Technology, and naturally, the corresponding technology is also the same. Take a look. Australia called again. It doesn't matter. Testing. It can be done in Australia. There is no fire to put out there. Listen, the people at Qingyuan Technology think it makes sense. But we pay for the remuneration, firefighting expenses, fuel expenses, venue, transportation. We pay, and you can pay first. The attitude of the Australian side was very eager. Okay. I'll ask the leader for instructions again. I thought it would be a waste of help. If it was true, a fool would agree. If you are paid, it will be completely different. Finished. End communication. Then, he immediately reported it to Luo Chong, the president of Qingyuan Technology. Luo Chong couldn't make the decision, so he immediately approached Tang Qing and received the reply. Agree. For ça? Because. This is what he ordered. Otherwise, do you really think Australia is so efficient? Still so eager? How is that possible? Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. Once the relationship was established, do things. It's as easy as drinking water. Sell? Doesn't exist. At a critical moment, a single word from a key person can determine the direction of things. For the 5th level of authority, Tang Qing has a name for him, Jin Quan. Then, before that day passed, the two parties reached an agreement. While Australia was responsible for all expenses, they would pay 500 Australian dollars for each trip, equivalent to about 2,000 Asian dollars. This money, it is a remuneration other than oil, labor, etc., which can be used to offset the wear and tear of equipment, which is not high, and it also costs 5 million in tolls. Very generous. The next day, the gondola sets off directly. By the way, I also brought the submersible there. According to the plan, after testing the tropical waters, I was going to go to the cold waters. To the south of Australia is the Antarctic. This time, Quan should be on your way. As soon as the news came out, Australia was in an uproar, and there was a lot of praise. Many people were confused. We didn't even have a parade, but you just did it. I'm so used to it. Then, they all joked. See this? The Australian authorities are speechless, acting as if we don't care about human affairs. We also have our pursuit of good fires. If the wildfire is so big, it will continue to burn. Smoking has to go to Sydney. And this is also one of the reasons why they are so quick. Once the smoke covers Sydney, thousands of people will definitely blame it. It is better to be more generous and less scolding. December 24. Myanmar. Yangon. Ishizawa stepped off the plane with a delegation from the Ministry of Health. The special treatment for Alzheimer's disease had attracted great attention, and they were specially sent here. Inspection. Confirm. If the effect is good, just introduce them as soon as possible. Even if general control drugs are available, they will not attract such attention, except for curative drugs. Former, just control. The latter represents the end. Therefore, for drugs that can reduce the burden of millions of families, treatment is different. Because he has Alzheimer's disease, Ishizawa has to try it himself. Think about it. I was scared for a while, but I was really lucky. Just got it. There are special medicines. I didn't go to Xinan City because all the patients are here. Xinan City has long been overcrowded, and Yangon New Town can accept the extra patients. Get off the plane. Walk out of the airport. I saw several luxury buses stopped, and Shirzei sighed in his heart. Be particular about it. The last time he came, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group received him grandly and arranged food and accommodation. Very enthusiastic. Everyone, please. It's been a hard journey. The person who picked them up came forward with a smile. Although he was backed by Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group, who said the other party was the financial backer. Once an agreement was reached, it would be a big deal. Get in the car. Soon, the car entered the city. It's so beautiful. A great place. I give full marks to this design. Everyone looked out the window, chatted, and sighed about the development here. When it comes to urban beautification, this place is almost textbook-like, and it makes people feel comfortable. Bus, light rail, subway, complete supporting facilities. I heard that all their subways are equipped with equipment from us. If you have a chance, you have to go and take a ride. Let me tell you, ours is the best. Of course, the subways in Europe and the United States are in disrepair. The last time I went there, I felt it was too bad. But I can't say that they don't want to make progress. In fact, it is enough. This exterior wall is all marble. Someone asked curiously along the way. One listened. Someone answered. No, it is a synthetic material, waterproof. It won't leave traces everywhere when it rains. It is easy to wash, but we don't use it much. For the reason? Money. If a wall is still as good as new after 10 years of use, how many people will have no food to eat? Here, we strive for less repairs because there are fewer workers. This is the reason. Everyone always feels like something is wrong. All right, it has nothing to do with them. Just continue to enjoy the scenery outside the window. The sun is shining brightly and the air is fresh. This is one of the rare pleasant trips to a foreign country. Europe, North America. Many people have been to beautiful places. They're really beautiful. But neither of them can make them feel cordial, unlike here. The reason is that the relationship between the two countries has become increasingly close and friendly over the past few years. Among neighboring countries, it is second only to Pakistan. 10 minutes later, to the ground. The 8th Medical Center of Myanmar is located on the outskirts of the city. It occupies a large area. As you can tell from the name, it is different from ordinary hospitals because it also has a recuperation function. Get off the bus. Everyone sighed. It's not small. It's a bit empty. There aren't many people around, so the environment is pretty good. Then, someone from the Myanmar Medical Group explained, this is an institution that integrates various functions such as treatment, recuperation, and isolation. The number is not large. General, it is used as a place for observation and diagnosis and treatment of special patients. If there is an outbreak, this place will serve as your country's Xiaotangshan hospital. Therefore, the area is not small. In Myanmar, a total of 18 such standing medical centers have been built, 12 close to the city, and 6 are built far away from the gathering place. Generally, the usage rate will not exceed 3 levels. After listening, everyone suddenly realized that it turned out to be a very thoughtful idea. Although it was a bit wasteful, it could still work normally. Cure, recuperation, clinical. They can all be here and will not be left vacant. At critical moments, they can be used immediately as Xiaotangshan. If they're not in the urban area, they can be effectively isolated. Envious? Not that much. Want to? Huaxia can build it at any time. Strictly speaking, the behavior of the Myanmar Bank Group is a bit wasteful. The reason is not difficult to imagine. Too much money. No flowers. Sorry for the ever-expanding money bags. Now, as the cure rate for leukemia and cancer has reached 100%, a large number of surgeries have entered the minimally invasive era, and the number of domestic hospitals has increased in a short period of time. It shouldn't increase much. Unoccupied. Even. Nowadays, a large number of vacant hospital beds have begun to appear in large hospitals in China. They can be visited at any time. This situation is also gratifying. In this way, you can do a lot of things with the money you save. How many hospital beds are there? Someone asked. 5,000. If necessary, it can be expanded to 20,000 within 2 days. As you know, we have relatively mature, prefabricated workstation manufacturing technology. It can be assembled very quickly. These. A certain quantity has been produced in accordance with strategic reserves and stored in a nearby warehouse. They can be quickly used when needed. You listened. Sure, Ziyu nodded. Rich. Very nice. I learned from some friends that Myanmar has made great efforts in terms of health. For example, the reserve of medical supplies has been included in the National Strategic Reserve. States, cities, Towns. Health systems at all levels have a reserve department that stores some standing drugs, such as masks. I heard that they are stored on a basis of 50 per person. If necessary, within a day, it can be distributed to everyone. To this, write it down secretly. Wait until you have money. Just report to the superiors and learn a lesson to avoid being unable to buy it in an emergency. I am not afraid of 10,000 yuan, just afraid of the unexpected. As a scientist who studies biomedicine, Ishizawa knew it. Once a super virus breaks out, how much harm will it cause? Soon, arriving at a large conference room, after a welcome, we got to the point and introduced some mechanisms of therapeutic drugs and then briefly introduced the treatment process. After listening, everyone nodded, and most of them were professionals. From a medical analysis, there is actually a complete set of methods for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease, and there is nothing new about it, such as advanced aircraft. Actually, design is not difficult. Shape, structure, just draw the whole thing. But the real restriction is the various materials. If it's not up to standard, it's just not up to standard, and even the design drawings are useless. Now, they just solved every link that couldn't be solved before. It's that simple. As for how to solve it, they didn't go into too much detail. After the meeting, like a student, Ishiza followed a doctor and began to receive patients. A week later, early morning, when he woke up, Shirzei felt refreshed, as if he had returned to his youthful state. Of course, he knew it was an illusion, just the drugs activating his nerves. This week, in addition to receiving patients, he also received treatment as a patient. Because the symptoms are mild, there are not many memory and cognitive impairments, and the feelings are not obvious. Just sleeping better. But, from other patients, significant effects have been seen. The effect is most prominent in the first week of the 1-month treatment cycle. First, just sleeping better. Secondly, the mind is very clear. This is an extraordinary level of clarity. Whether it is memory, perception, or state, it is completely different. Truth, Ishizawa kind of likes it. After all, he is engaged in scientific research, and he likes this state so much that he can sell it as a refreshing medicine. After raising this question, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group said, "Yes, but use sparingly. As for what will happen if it is used too much, it is easy to become dependent. Therefore, this is classified as a prescription drug and should not be used for these conditions, so use with caution. Fortunately, if used for short-term treatment, it will not cause dependence and is quite safe. Get up, wash up, go out, come to the cafeteria." It was already lively and bustling, and all kinds of food were free. Ishizawa skillfully greeted the Burmese doctors, which surprised him again at the popularity of Chinese here. The last time I came, I wasn't impressed. This time, I found that people here are becoming more and more proficient in Chinese, even to the point of using idioms. When I asked, I found out that everyone was proficient in Chinese. Chinese, English. Since he is a doctor here, he needs to take special exams in 2 necessary languages. Passed. Increase wages. But it's nothing, it's just that it's a little more difficult to do things that are beneficial, such as job transfers and promotions, but it won't cause you to lose your job. The streets are full of foreigners. Therefore, he grew up very quickly. Even roadside vendors can speak fluent everyday language. These people claim to be at the elite level and will not work hard if they don't work hard. It's out of date. While eating, some sounds kept coming from my ears. Yes, everything is fine. Nothing. The doctor said that after a month, he will be able to walk, communicate with people, and recover some of his memories, just like ordinary people. The rest is consolidation. Not expensive. The whole treatment is only about 100,000 Asian dollars, which is very conscientious. Remember, you must be accompanied by relatives, otherwise the recovery will be very slow. The doctor said that during the recovery period, someone must continue to stimulate his memory. After a week of treatment, the effect was remarkable. Many people informed their families of the good news. They were overjoyed, which is so important to family. No disease, no disaster. It's great joy. Outside world, related news has never stopped. In the early and middle stages, there's still some memory, but in the later stages, it is the most troublesome. Many families hope to quickly introduce drugs into their country. Therefore, there was a cry. But most countries are not so quick. It has only been a week. If you want to prove that it can be cured, it must take at least one course of treatment, and it must be effective on severely ill patients. Otherwise, it is also irresponsible. Then, everyone can only look at Mieo eagerly and hope it will happen soon. Although it is said that priority is given to the midterm and early stage, it is not absolutely prohibited, just a suggestion. So, there are many terminally ill patients who come to Myanmar. Although they cannot fly, they can still travel thousands of miles to get here as long as they are not afraid of the trouble. Medical Center. Top layer. Shirzai came to a special care unit. Almost all severely ill. Patients coming to Myanmar were arranged here for intensive treatment and observation without the need to stay in a hotel. After all, this stage, I almost lost the ability to move, and it was troublesome to move up and down. In the ward, an old man was lying on the bed, and sitting next to him was his wife. Son, daughter-in-law, 2 caregivers and 2 bodyguards, a total of 8 people. Apparently, the family conditions are very good. I heard that they drove here directly from Thailand. For such severe patients, they only need to go to the border, even if they don't have a reservation. No one will be turned away. And treat everyone equally, no matter how much you are worth. Even if you are a billionaire, you will not be charged a penny more. On the surface, it seems unfair to the poor, but if you treat them differently, yet another injustice. So, good. Wait a minute. After the doctor checks, I will take you out to bask in the sun. What do you want to eat for lunch? One word at a time. The old man spoke with difficulty, seeing the joy written on his son's face. The father, who had entered an advanced stage and had lost the ability to speak, gradually regained consciousness. Generally, appointments are made 1 week before treatment begins. But, after learning that it could be cured, he brought it over the next day. Therefore, the old man had been treated for nearly 12 days. It seems that the effect is really good. Get to know people. Recognize things. His thinking is quite clear, and he can express his ideas by nodding and shaking his head. Only, it's not easy to speak, but looking at the situation, it's not as hopeless as before to be healed. Seeing Ishizawa, he smiled and nodded. The effect is getting better and better. Shirzai smiled. In front of you. However, the severe condition was almost like a vegetative state. However, after half a month of treatment, he actually regained consciousness and could pronounce words simply. It's incredible. Beside, my wife kept talking about things in the past, such as the first time we met, where we want to play together, and things we experienced, awakening sleeping memories again and again. And this, it is also necessary for treatment. Otherwise, there is no memory stimulation at all. Although you can wake up, some memories may continue to sleep. Individual treatment is not recommended for severe cases. Thank you. The old man's son thanked him. Don't thank me. I'm here to learn too. Shirzai waved his hand. Subsequently, after asking for some details, he turned around and left. He shared the work of ward rounds. There were nearly 70 late-stage patients like this in the center, and it is still increasing. He has to go one by one. Tired? No. Have fun doing it. Walking with wind, at this moment, he could not wait to introduce it into the country immediately and carry out large-scale treatment. As for whether there will be side effects, the probability is small. Everyone has done clinical work. 2 years. There are tens of thousands of healers. In the past, there are still doubts about the medical level of the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group, but now they can only look up to it. At least these special medicines cannot be produced by China at present. Speaking of which, he sighed again. Transcription stock solution. It's the original transcription solution again. This kind of thing actually has a considerable effect on the nervous system. When combined with other drugs, it produces an explosive effect. Sky. Is this a panacea? Forehead. It seems true. Ishizawa feels that if this continues, the original transcription solution may become a milestone in the field of medicine and human history, just like antibiotics. USA. Seattle. the headquarters of a pharmaceutical giant and the president's office. Ow, it's difficult. You don't even have to pay. Yeah. The president was speechless. Mater, when did these congressmen become so upright, except for a few of the people they funded who jumped in to help? Of the others, few succeeded. Depend on, are these still those profit-seeking congressmen? This week, he found a lot of people, but this result was really hard for him to accept. Send money. Lobbying. Dinner. The effect is not good. Reason. The president rubbed his eyes. Opposite. The man couldn't help but have a bitter look on his face. They said that this matter is not in line with the interests of the United States. One disadvantage is that everyone is shouting for beatings. As you know, our president is pushing for healthcare reform. So, they're also very embarrassed and want to wait for a while. Hearing this, the corner of the president's mouth twitched. All right, this is to be expected. Generally, attacking foreign companies does not affect the interests of the U.S. authorities, but this time, it is the same as the original transcription solution. Once struck, the biggest loser is not the Myanmar pharmaceutical group, but the U.S. government. Alzheimer's disease alone will cost the government trillions of dollars more. That's not all. Also, countless patients refused to agree and made a big fuss like marching. Therefore, this is difficult to push forward. Headache. Feeling distressed. My whole body hurts. A large amount of money slipped away from their hands in a year, and they were really unwilling to do so. Now that the deal was done, they were really powerless to suppress it. Phew. The CEO took a deep breath. What the hell? Should have known. Just let the original transcription solution go on the market as soon as possible and talk to the other party suppressing this drug, and it has evolved into what it is now. It is simply draining their blood. What should I do? The subordinate asked. President, cold salad. How do I know? The usual lobbying methods are ineffective, which means that it is almost impossible to use the power of the U.S. authorities to forcefully suppress the other party. Now, they can only rely on themselves. But another helpless question lies before us. How should they deal with it? Nowadays, so many people go to Myanmar for treatment, and the effect is amazing, and it will soon become popular. There is no America. It's just a company. How can we stop this trend? If China wants to introduce it, you can't intervene. This is a disease, the kind that kills people. Therefore, even if something goes wrong, the cure rate is only half, and there's even a risk of death. It is estimated that countless patients will flock to it for a chance of survival. Then die. Silly. Life is worse than death. Previously, they thought about creating negative news, but the effect was extremely poor. A lot of doubts were drowned in abuse. You must know that the United States is inherently anti-authority. The bigger, the stronger, the less the company is trusted. You can see all kinds of careerists and villains in movies, either at the top or big business owners. Therefore, some pharmaceutical companies jumped out and talked about the risks, and they were immediately overwhelmed by public opinion. Similar to the original transcription solution, labor and management were stunned, and life was worse than death. Why are you talking about risks with me? Depend on. Talk about your uncle. Roll. If you have the ability, you can also create a special medicine. If you don't have the ability, just don't beep. Then, all the major pharmaceutical companies have shut their mouths and will not speak in person. If they beep again, they will probably be pulled out and whipped. The anger of patients is terrible. General illnesses. Hey, so I got angry. But it is a matter of life and survival. If they try to rely on ordinary hackers, it will only be counterproductive. Even the experts they are, looking for have had their homes broken into several times. So difficult. Everything. None went well. Lobbying. Unable to speak. Public opinion. Messy. Consortium. They were all in trouble, which made him suddenly feel that he had been abandoned by the world. At this moment, the president answered a phone call, and his expression changed. A long time. Sigh. What's wrong? The DuPont family member suffers from Alzheimer's disease and has been bedridden for 3 years. He is now taking a plane to Myanmar for treatment. The consortium, it's completely hopeless. Previously, this family still stood by them on the issue of the original transcription solution, but now, at least with this drug, they were missing a helper. And it is a great help because the other party is not alone, but also has allies. This sends a signal, don't bother with this drug. Ha, you win. Anyway, he was at his wit's end. Tianping. Above, a large Boeing jet flies through the clouds. It has a luxurious interior and a completely private jet design, with 2 floors and a large medical room. Now, there are many people standing around. I haven't heard my father's voice for a long time. Beside the bed, an old man looked at the sleeping old man with a smile. He was 60 years old, and the old man was 91. This time, knowing that he can be saved in the late stage, it doesn't matter what kind of blows he has. Saving people is more important. In fact, it is not entirely related to this. There are also practical factors to consider. This matter, if the consortium is unanimous, it can certainly be promoted. However, there are internal divisions, and it is not easy to take action. There are too many constraints, and with the analysis of think tanks, attacking the Myanmar pharmaceutical group is thankless. Therefore, too lazy to care. After, the days are still very long, so let's focus on the present first. Moreover, he recently heard some very interesting news, which greatly reduced his hostility towards Mianyao. Turn out to be, all these miracles are related to the Ford family. No wonder. For a long time, the Ford family has always been inclined to let it go when it comes to the issue of sheep, on the grounds that it is a sheep that will be slaughtered when it is fat. Quite abnormal. First, you won't tell me how to kill him. Second, wouldn't it be the same if I snatched it back now and kept it? To this, Ford explained in various ways, and even mentioned, be more unknown and have some fun. Such nonsense reasons have been causing trouble on the Myanmar issue. It made him extremely confused. Now, finally, it became clear that this sheep seemed to have been raised by Ford, but later the sheep ran away. Based on a trace of blood relationship, Ford thought he could accept it based on this. Therefore, after learning about it, the old man instantly changed his view on Burma. Although it was his opponent's sheep, he didn't say that we couldn't share it, and it would be good to raise it for more time. Big. Got fat. It should taste more delicious. And this can also be used as a dark chess piece, especially its relationship with China, which is getting closer and closer once this fat sheep is eaten by them in the future. It's just a king bomb. Haha. Good. The more I think about it, the more interesting I find it. Many things can be explained, such as Mian Yao making so much money, refusing to buy weapons, and looking like he has the ability to beat me. They don't even buy the United States face at all. CIA. I was frustrated there many times. Abused. Being beaten. I said, why are you so arrogant and dare to criticize the CIA? It turns out that you are one of your own. Thinking of this, the old man suddenly felt that this was really fun. I finally realized what that Ford thing was talking about as fun. Think about it. What a joy. The more I think about it. Lu. Looking at his father lying on the bed, the old man couldn't help but smile. After asking the caregiver to take care of him, he left with his children and arrived at the cabin not far away. On area, compared to a small private jet, it is much bigger. Father. Isn't this a bit risky? His son couldn't help but ask. Firstly, the medicine for Mianchi had not been fully proven, and secondly, he was making a statement. In this way, those pharmaceutical giants can only swallow this breath. Hear the words. The old man chuckled. Risk? No. There are some things you don't understand. It's better not to know for the time being. You just need to know that my choice is not wrong. Kitty's affairs are too confidential. Within the clan, only 2 people know about it so far. The stakes are high. The less people know about such a bargaining chip, the better. My son is mainly responsible for business matters, and the overall situation is still controlled by old guys like them. Yes. Although the middle-aged man was confused, he didn't dare to ask. Well, at least he didn't have to worry about this kind of thing anymore. Maybe he had some deal with him. Soon, everyone goes back to their rooms. Rest. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. A smile flashed in Tang Qing's eyes. There were more and more people on the ship. Of course, he could spread the news to the DuPont family to the old man. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to find out. The Ford family's level of confidentiality and cleanup work are quite good. As for the purpose of leaking the past, it's almost impossible. Simple. Reduce resistance. Before. The main strategy is to create misunderstandings, but at this stage, for the next series of plans, the basic strategy must be changed. Keep up with the times. Now, as the movements become larger and larger, the resistance faced continues to increase. Only by breaking the original balance and forming a new balance can we continue to move smoothly. Infernal affairs. Oh, interesting. But an actor is also needed. Phew. On the bed, Kitty woke up suddenly, looked at the familiar and unfamiliar environment around her, and sighed in her heart, day after day. When would these days end? I felt regretful. At first, why do you want to take a job like that? Ambush zero and fail, but the people who are looking for you even take away the nest, and you have become a prisoner, a bird in a cage. Every day, work, have a meal, sleep, stroll. Just these 4 things repeated over and over again is impossible to escape from prison. There are high walls all around. Just climbing over it is almost impossible to think about. And so what if it turns over? Apparently, this place is located in the wilderness. Normally, there are rarely even a bird. We haven't seen any passenger planes flying across the sky. We don't even know where the prison is. Prison break? The Harrier. Good thing. There are no prison bullies or various gangs like ordinary prisons here. Under the rule of those extremely terrifying guards, all the pricks have turned into cats. The longer Kitty stayed here, the more she felt as if she had been exposed to something terrible. The people here were really too complicated. There are people like them, members of the dark forces, killer, mercenaries, criminal, thief, gangster, the scientist. It seems that there are all kinds of professions, and Kitty is extremely suspicious. Those who say that they are thieves and gangsters are definitely not simple, and they're not qualified to come to this place. Come here. None of them were simple and were imprisoned without being tried. For example, a certain scientist said that he was researching a strengthening drug that could improve human body functions, but failed and accidentally discovered a virus. Very strong. It can greatly stimulate people's potential, but it also has side effects. That is, the IQ will decrease, and if used too much, it will become like an animal, biting people everywhere. Extremely contagious. Thinking of selling for money. Which material? A group of men in black rushed in, destroyed all his equipment, knocked him unconscious, and locked him up without even interrogating him. After listening, Kitty's hair stood on end. Madman. Horrible. She did not think that the other party was lying, because the other party was recognized by others, and he did have a certain reputation in the field of biochemistry. Heartbroken. Who built this place? And, if what he said is true, the people who imprisoned them must have acquired the virus. If it spread, the consequences would be unimaginable and simply terrible. These people, pictured, very big, at this moment. Bang! The door was opened. Kitty, come out. Kitty was startled, and when she saw it was the discipline, she immediately walked out obediently. Although it was a bit hard and tiring here, the discipline would not bully people, both men and women. Here, she felt as if her charm didn't exist. This face that made outsiders want to commit a crime was like a stone on the roadside in the eyes of the guards. Insignificant. Yes. Go out. Keep up. Tap. Tread. Walking on the main road during non-outing hours, Kitty was extremely nervous. Thinking of the scientist's experiment, she couldn't help but worry that she would be treated as a test subject. So scared. What to do? Run? Just kidding, bullshit, but her mind was spinning rapidly, and finally she found out that she had no way to cope with the situation. Soon, come to the management building. Come in. Turning left and right, we came to a room with a table and 2 chairs, both fixed on the ground. The guard sat on one side and motioned for her to sit down. Now, Kitty's heart almost rose to her throat. Kitty, in. The condition occurs. She stood up with a snap, her body straight, supporting her proud figure. Unfortunately, none of this could bring about any change in the expression on the other side. Sit down. Want to go out? Yes. Do you know what it will cost? The price. Kitty spoke concisely. Cost. It is the universal currency for human beings to obtain all their desires. Whether it is selling labor, intelligence, or even soul. It is the price. Loyalty. Okay. Kitty hesitated for a second and then agreed. Loyalty in exchange for freedom is much better than dying of old age here. She is still young and doesn't want to go to jail. And go out. Everything is possible. Think about it. Yes. No regrets. Yes. Don't ask, what do I need you to do? You can catch me, and I believe you know my identity. What you need me to do should also be related to this identity. Is that so? Yes. That's good, I agree. Kitty was very happy. As for being dragged out, betraying someone, making a joke, and what level they are. Caught. Which one is the average person? She knows how to engage in this kind of flesh and blood business. As for someone taking a fancy to her face, it is nonsense. She knows that this is enough. Cost. No matter what. Will it be worse than now? Okay. Deal. The words fell. As soon as Kitty smiled, she felt dizzy and her vision blurred. Within a few seconds, she lay on the table. When she woke up again, she was already in a hotel. Instinct. After searching around for a while, she found no trace of being violated. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although it wasn't a big deal, she was still confused. There's always something strange about it. Good thing. She is overthinking it. Suddenly, click, there was a sound of opening the door, and then a woman came in. The moment Kitty saw her, a strange feeling came out. Superior. That's right. At this moment, she instinctively believed that she had joined the other party and needed to obey the arrangements, abide by the rules, keep secrets, etc., and there was nothing wrong with it. Are you awake? The other person said calmly. Yes. Kitty stood up on the carpet. Yes. Change into clothes first. The other party pointed to the wardrobe. Choose your own. I'll give you 10 minutes. There are cosmetics in the bathroom. Once you're done, go to the first floor. Yes. Kitty said quickly. Subsequently, when the other party went out, Kitty breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that time was running out, she hurriedly rushed into the bathroom, washed herself thoroughly, and picked out an outfit in the wardrobe. In the past, this step alone doesn't last for an hour, so don't even think about it. But after this period of collective life, you have to wear prison uniforms every day. It changed her a lot. And the prison area takes showers every day and they are not dirty, just a quick shower. Subsequently, within 2 minutes, she put on light makeup. Since she didn't have a watch, she didn't know if the 10 minutes were up, so she could only rush as fast as possible. Open the door. Go downstairs. Not a single person was seen along the way. Ta. After rushing to the first floor and seeing the woman on the sofa in the distance, Kitty quickened her pace again. She had not worn high heels for a long time and almost sprained her foot. Very good. 30 seconds ahead of schedule. The woman pointed to the opposite side. Sit. Yes. Kitty sat down immediately. Subsequently, a cup of coffee was brought up with a familiar aroma that she hadn't drank for a long time, but she endured it, not daring to be too casual in front of this group of terrifying beings. Even if the opposite person is a woman. Drink. Yes. Let you out today. The task is not difficult. Go meet an acquaintance and tell you what to say. I will tell you later. I will give you the basic background first. When I arrested you, I left something interesting for your station. Old Ford followed the clues and found out an astonishing fact. You, Kitty, Zero is the behind-the-scenes supporter of the current president of Myanmar. Everything in Myanmar now starts with you and is headed by you. After listening to the background introduction, Kitty was completely stunned. What? Zero? Behind-the-scenes supporter? Depend on. What is this? What is the purpose of this force creating such a huge situation and actually packaging her as the queen here? God, how dramatic. But, thinking of her mother, Kitty narrowed her beautiful eyes and said, Okay, very good. She is very interested in being able to deceive that person. It's really interesting. At the moment, your mission is very simple. As a non-existent existence, you can help solve some potential threats and disrupt the tension between the European and American consortiums. Strive for our interests. In this way, you can get the right to live outside, but you can't run around and are limited to certain areas. Do you have any questions about this? Yes, Kitty said immediately. Say, I want to know, are you going to deal with the consortium in the end? Yes. So direct. Subsequently, a glimmer of hope suddenly arose in Kitty's heart. That family, I think someone will pay the price. She thought the other party would hesitate. After all, the stakes are high. Which material? They immediately replied, okay, one day in the future, you can take control of that family and continue to work for us. Are there any questions? No. More. Kitty said happily. This time, at least there was hope. As for whether the organization would burn bridges, she felt that it would definitely not happen. It was an instinctive trust that came from the heart. Even if the world betrays her, the organization will not. This trust is almost rooted in the soul, but it does not affect her thinking about other things. For example, enjoy this. Have fun playing conspiracy. The next day, morning. Thank you, doctor. You're welcome. After sending his father to the largest special care unit, the old man thanked the treating doctor. Before coming, he directly had someone pay him $10 million. 100,000. Too little. I can't afford to lose this person. Certainly, it wasn't that he was really stupid, but he had other purposes. After the doctor injected the medicine, they went to stay in a hotel nearby. There were beds in the center, but most of them were hospital beds. How could they live there? They went straight to the penthouse suite and looked at the city in the distance in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Awesome. The old man sighed. 5 years. Build this place like this. Truth. It's really incredible. Those technologies that changed the world used to be thought to be foreign, but now it seems that they are Westerners who have the wisdom. Everything. They are all so unbelievable. For example, one thing that makes the old man admire is the management level here, which is almost unanimous. Penetration. Buy. Promise. All of them have no effect. Not only the intelligence personnel of the CIA are defeated here, but also the forces supported by the consortium are also failing time and time again. Difficult. Weird. Powerful. My subordinates have very high evaluations of this place. They often don't know what is wrong, and they are found to have flaws, and the gifts are sent out of the country and blacklisted. Recent. This centripetal force seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was a private call, and everyone he knew was a friend. When he saw a series of unfamiliar numbers, a smile appeared on the old man's face. 10 minutes later, living room. Sitting in front of the old man was a fiery woman, a familiar face that he had seen before, but that was 5 or 6 years ago, and Kitty had changed quite a bit. Beauty, grace. At the same time, he also exuded a sense of soaring confidence. Oh, a lot has changed in a few years. The old man couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He came here in person because he also wanted to see Kitty with his own eyes. $10 million. It was considered a meeting fee. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the habit of throwing money down the drain. As for finding someone to contact Kitty, well, that would be great if you could find it. At present, it is estimated that only high-level officials from Myanmar may know about Kitty's existence, and his identity is not suitable for asking people in a big way. It seems now, the other party understood the meaning. How have you been these past few years? The old man said with a smile. Very good. Something to eat and some clothes to wear. Kitty's calm voice seemed so calm. After a day of adaptation, her temperament was also very different from before. Quite queenly. Now, the words reached the old man's ears, and the simple and unsophisticated content also carried extraordinary power. He just thought, Kitty is pampered as always. I think we can cooperate. The old man went straight to the point. In the living room, one listened. Kitty, who was well prepared, looked at the old man with a vague smile for a while, and then spoke slowly. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Private. Mutual benefit. Fair. The old man smiled, said 3 words, and then said, I was also shocked after hearing the news about you. As for the conflict between you and Old Ford, I have also heard about it, and we have a basis for cooperation. In addition, I also have the strength. For now, Burma has stirred up troubles around the world and offended too many people. You should also know that our style will not let it remain stable for too long. But, since it is related to you, then things are very different. in the affairs of Europe and the United States towards Myanmar, although we will not jump out to help openly. But it is okay to hinder some actions against this side. These words, it's a threat, but it's also an advice. Finished. The old man looked at Kitty. What do you think? Hearing this, Kitty raised her thin lips and said quietly, this is really a good offer. So what do you want? Don't talk about the original transcription solution. This will make things difficult for everyone. Don't be too polite. I'm too lazy to refuse. Huh, of course. The old man smiled. Silly. As soon as they met, he was asked to transcribe the original solution technology. He was old but not confused. Transcribing the original solution was the fate here, and even his biological father could not give it to him. Not to mention him. Curious though, but I also know not to rush. Currently, we don't need anything. It's just a verbal promise. Come to think of it, if I want anything, I have to at least show some sincerity before we can talk about it. These words, it can be said to be clear and full of sincerity. But Kitty is not stupid. None of these old foxes are simple. He is not worried about any conspiracy inside, but is worried that the organization has screwed up. After all, the opponent is a consortium, and there are more than one. Very good. I hope everything goes as you said. Standing up, Kitty withdrew directly, not to reminisce about old times. It would have been easy to reveal flaws, so the old man didn't think much about it, thinking that Kitty's special status made it inconvenient to stay for a long time. After sending away, living room, a satisfied smile appeared on the old man's face. The two main purposes of coming here were, first, to treat his father, and second, to bring out Kitty. Apparently, both objectives were achieved. Good. As for sending someone to follow him to see where Kitty lives, he never thought that this land was his family's territory, and it was not easy to establish a connection. But it can't stop here. The other end. In the car, Kitty looked out the window curiously. She had been locked up for so long that she almost lost the concept of time. It was not necessarily how long it took, but it was only a year and 20 days. But the changes that have taken place around the world are not small. WCO, preparation liquid, water purifier, Loy City, Exi in a new district. Just the changes in Mian Yao were dizzying. She didn't expect that Mian Yao would actually start a play group games, and Yuan would counterattack. In a world where things are stirring up trouble, it's no wonder that organizations ask themselves to come out and reduce the hostility of consortiums, because they are really causing trouble. Keep going. Danger. Good thing. The organization knows how to play tricks and directly package itself as the mastermind, causing rifts within the European and American consortium, which are now expanding. Horrible. Fear. Who could be the person who orchestrated such a shocking situation? She didn't know. She only knew that she was in the game, just a small pawn. I can't help myself. She couldn't understand this world anyway. 2 hours later, she was taken to a mountain villa in a remote location with a pleasant environment. What made her speechless was that her job was to plant flowers here, not like the eldest lady. World, it's so cruel. Moment before, in the sky. The next moment, falling to the ground. All right, after spending a year in the prison area, planting flowers seems not too difficult to accept now, but I can't go out casually, let alone go shopping. It would be great if you have flower seeds, but you also need a bicycle. So she, who had just been wearing beautiful clothes, changed into casual clothes and carried a hoe. Go to the ground. There were a lot of open spaces around, so she didn't have to plant them. But I've gotten used to it many times a year. When I see the wasteland overgrown with weeds, I can't help but want to open it up and plant some vegetables and fruits. It doesn't feel inconsistent at all. That's all. Humming a song. Singing a song. Kitty started her working life and went online and played games. Not interested. The general trend of the world and the logic behind it cannot be found online. It's all superficial. The news I just learned has already subverted the 3 views. Those parents are short-sighted. There's a war here and a famine there. It doesn't matter. Available. Might as well take care of your surroundings. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing was paying attention to this scene. In fact, he had planned this meeting for a long time. He had planned it when he packaged Kitty as the person behind the scenes. But there was no fifth-level authority before, so the plan was to contact him by phone or video. With the waiter's video synthesis technology, it would be enough to make the fake look real. Now, there are system constraints. Apparently, the real person was more convincing than the video, so he simply released Kitty and continued to play out the scene. The greater the misunderstanding, the greater the benefits. At this time, European and American pharmaceutical giants, after learning some news, were dumbfounded. They had to swallow it with pain, but they were holding back their breath. Humph. Sooner or later, you will touch the nerves of some people. At that time, no matter how arrogant you are, it will be in vain in the face of absolute power. Now, they still hope that the inconsistency among the consortia is only temporary. Once an agreement is reached, a small Myanmar Asian pharmaceutical group can be destroyed. At that time, then you can take revenge. But the consortium is mute, but some of the aftermath has not subsided. On the streets of cities in some European and American countries, protesting crowds are still there, constantly criticizing this drug. Be alert to risks. No way. Their job is to take care of those who cannot take care of themselves. Insurance and government subsidies are generous, but now they don't need to take care of themselves. All have to lose their jobs. However, no more trouble. It can't change the overall situation. Authorities, giant, consortium, when all three do not support it, such a call is just a cry of birds. It goes in through the left ear and out through the right ear and does not affect the general trend at all. Media, people, none of them support it. Such behavior is just like those surgeons who oppose the medical cabin. What everyone sees is not the benevolence of doctors, but black heart. Final. It can only become a joke. Now, Australia. In the scorching summer and with constant wildfires, the test aircraft arrived in Australia after nearly a week's boat journey and docked at small airports in the west and north of Sydney. Same day, even the president came to express his welcome, made a wave of presents, and then left with a pained face because every time he flew, he had to pay. Same day, Australia's major media outlets followed the aircraft and gave continuous reports. The audience felt comfortable looking at the aircraft constantly spraying water in the sky. Previously, helicopters and firefighting planes went up. Wow, all at once. Truth. In the face of continuous mountain fires, it seems like nonsense. It is really not very effective in controlling large fires. Now take a look at other people's designs. Lasting. A lot. Under the aircraft, toxic smoke was locked in the mist and fell to the ground like rain, imposing fire control on a very large area. Surface. The reporter was excited. Everyone can see how excellent this aircraft is. The three modes work together perfectly. Its efficiency is incomparable to ordinary fire trucks. It's amazing. From now on, in the face of wildfires, we will no longer be as powerless as before. Praise. Praise. No way. The equipment is really excellent, nearly as large as a large fire truck, and the effect is dozens of times greater. When it is displayed in front of you, it is a picture of man defeating nature. Cigarette. Lower. Fire. Destroyed. It effectively prevented the fire from spreading. The reporter praised the introduction, and the audience naturally followed suit and strongly requested to place an order for some. 20 crosses. Too few, at least 20, 30, 50, 100. There are too many wildfires every year, which is really annoying. How can there be enough crosses? At least 100. Then any fire can be controlled, and the state pays for it anyway. To this, the Australian authorities are helpless. Hundreds of frames. Oh my gosh, this is going to cost them their lives. If a plane costs 100 million, it will be 10 billion. Where will the money come from? In the public budget, there is no such item this year anyway. Next year? Forehead. Reluctant to part with it. But if the effect is really good, you will definitely buy it, starting with a cross. As for the specific number, experts need to calculate it, and you cannot just listen to the public. Firefighting in Australia went smoothly, and it is also reflected in the stock price of Qing Yuan technology. The excellent performance of aircraft and submersibles means that in this field, it is already at the forefront of the industry. Also, what everyone sees is the future. Qingyuan technology started by selling mobile phones, but its own technical level has been questioned by the outside world, despite having a campus. However, technology doesn't happen overnight. Accumulation, foundation, invest, indispensable. Whether the final output can be needed by the market is another matter, but the success of these two technology projects reassures investors. Therefore, in the field of science and technology, Qingyuan Technology has begun to truly become an original technology company in people's minds, rather than the previous technology integration company. Both. Big difference. Then, Qingyuan Technology's 30% increase in the past 2 weeks shows the market's recognition of it. Luo Chong was excited when he saw the data. Have fun all day long. 30. Keep rising like this. Soon, the market value of Qingyuan Technology will exceed $200 billion. In 2009, $200 billion is definitely a huge number and daunting. As president, with honor. Certainly, he is not arrogant either. The success of Qingyuan Technology will be the same, even if it changes to another president, but it will be completely different if it changes to a big boss. This, Luo Chong carried it very clearly. Therefore, his position as president has only been so secure. Up to the current position, the presidents of Tang Qing's major companies have almost never changed, which is logically unreasonable. Ability, energy. Even if we are on the right track and get bigger and bigger, we will still be a little unable to keep up. What is more important is balance, giving hope to the middle and lower management, and constantly absorbing fresh blood. But, in Tang Qing's case, it doesn't apply. Capable. Just continue. Insufficient ability? Then recharge, learn, and make progress. Only when he stops moving forward, does not want to make progress, and has rigid thinking, will Tang Qing consider replacing him. This big boss made it clear to them. Therefore, Luo Chong always remembers to keep learning, improving, and recharging, striving to keep up with the pace of the company and not having to worry about being replaced for some boring reasons. Although, the money I earn now is enough to live a life without worries. Regarding worth, there are also billions. But, in addition to money, people must have other pursuits. He used to only know how to make the company better and better. Until that time, Tang Qing said the goal, $1 trillion market value. That moment, he seemed to have found his goal in life and was willing to fight tooth and nail for it. When I think of the day when Qingyuan Technology's market value will exceed $1 trillion in the future, Luo Chong was looking forward to it. It's another holiday. Can I not take a break? That's right. I still have an experiment to finish. New Year's Day. Leave it for 3 days. With 1 day of statutory leave and 2 days of weekends, the scientific researchers in the park were unwilling to do so. They couldn't be in the mood when they thought that the experiments were not completed. And aircraft, submersible. The success of the two major projects also stimulated them. Although the projects they and others were working on were making good progress, they were still not as good as these projects. Therefore, everyone is helpless about taking a vacation. Elsewhere, the boss always asks for overtime work, but here, it is a rare group of people who, in addition to the 8-hour work system, can work overtime for an hour when they are rushing to catch up on tasks. No more. No. Drive people away. Many of them are not popular. This is the anger of being cared for. You still can't say anything. You are helpless, and you still have to think about the boss's kindness. Uncomfortable. I really want to be free to work overtime. Let's go. On New Year's Day, take a break. This is a company requirement. Balance work and rest one by one. Don't keep thinking about experiments. The company is thinking about your hairline. The supervisor smiled and comforted. Okay, wait a minute. The 2,000 shopping vouchers given by the company to each person will arrive in the account. Buy something for your family and yourself, make an appointment with your friends, and have a good holiday. After listening, the subordinates had no choice but to comply with the company's decision. Shopping vouchers. They are paid every year in holiday, but there is a big difference. Companies that are not short of money are always very generous, but they are very stingy when it comes to overtime work. That night, 1 past midnight, the year 2010 has arrived. Qingyan City, Manor. The Tang family gathers together to eat and drink. Many festivals are not necessarily about celebrating anything, but just finding a reason for everyone to get together. Another year. Tang Kai sighed. What are you sighing for? Yuman rolled his eyes. Time is not forgiving. I don't know how the world will change in the next 10 years. It will be better, worse, or there will be as many disputes as now. Everyone was speechless. Only Tang Qing could understand what his second uncle meant. Indeed, when you stand tall, see far, and are well-informed, you will be more likely to think randomly. Certainly, not too random just like him. But others are confused. Tang Qing, on the other hand, is ready to build a future with his hands, and his heart is full of determination because he has the ability to change the world, and he is very strong. Eat enough, drink enough. The whole family gathered together and watched TV in the living room. In recent years, the New Year's Eve parties of local stations have become a regular program. It's getting more and more lively. Suddenly, familiar music sounded, and Tang Qing smiled. It turned out that the famous singer in the picture was singing his song, since the full version was launched. Moment. It's on fire. Also popular is Tang Qing's Douyin account, but outsiders don't know what she looks like. When a song becomes popular, it will naturally be covered. Certainly, it was given money. Not much, but it's not too little. Brother, your song. Tang Qing jumped up and said happily. Yeah, better than me singing. A few words later, Tang Qing pouted. They are professionals. Tang Qing has a good voice, but the style of the songs is different, and some emotions can't be expressed. Besides, you're a musical instrument player, so how can you compare your singing voice to others? Now, the outside world doesn't know that this song was written and composed by Tang Qing. The comic group has hidden it all, and the copyright is also in the group's name. Therefore, everyone thought that Tang Qing was an official player, which was not surprising. There were 1,000 basic Douyin videos, many of which were from the group. 2 hours later, finished reading. Tang Qing's face looked a little strange. 6 songs. The 6 songs uploaded by Tang Qing appeared one after another at various New Year's Eve parties, creating a wave of popularity. Each song can make a singer famous. Pity. Tang Qing is really not sure of money. Fire. He was on fire now. And another weird thing is that 2/3 of the sponsors for the New Year's Eve concerts of several major stages are from their own companies or related companies, which is very generous. In the past, sponsors are most familiar with it, mostly wine companies. However, now, liquor companies are having a hard time. After the advent of fruit wine, there's only one overlord in the high-end wine market, Feitian Matai, which has been stored for 10 years. All stood aside. Sincerity. For $1,000. And the fruit wine that is in short supply is sincerity. Recent. When the prepared liquid appeared, they saw a glimmer of light. However, after experiments, they found that it could greatly improve the quality of wine, but the cost was painful. But there is nothing we can do. Purchase. Otherwise, it really needs to be cool. But because they didn't buy much when subscribing for the concoction last year, these wine companies can only plan on a small scale and have not yet reached the stage of mass production. Therefore, I have been very honest recently. Instead of buying advertising space everywhere, I have been buying land and preparing to plant it myself. This is not like ordinary raw materials that cannot be bought outside. See this situation. Tang Qing was happy. Good. Past years. Big profit. Special profit. Life was going smoothly, and now there was another company sucking blood behind them, and it was still under his own hands. Tang Qing felt a shock and relief all over his body. March. Preparation liquid. Oasis. They will sell their shares in the new year. As a product with high hopes, this year's sales target is 3 times last year's, 15,000. 100 million. Including Oasis, the total is 3 trillion Asian dollars. Is it much? Not much. Oasis is fixed, and I know from various channels that at least this year's share can be sold out. And the same goes for the prepared liquid, with strong demand. The world's high-end food market is inseparable from it. After New Year's Day, quite leisurely, all his subordinates were busy with year-end matters, but Tang Qing just wanted to listen to the report. There was still 1.5 months until the new year, so a document was put on the table. Year-end bonus. Finished reading. Brush. Approval. On this basis, with a 20% increase, the year-end bonuses issued last year to all his subsidiaries totaled nearly 8 billion yuan. This year there will be more because we have made a lot of money. The prosperous Tang dynasty. Relying on thermostatic clothes, the profit is tens of billions. Qing Yuan can. It launched the second generation of era smartphones, tablets, computers, etc. with impressive sales. The second generation of era mobile phones alone sold 60 million units in 2009. Earn 1,000 from one piece. Do the math. The profit is more than 60 billion, not to mention more. Of course, the expenses are also high, such as 5 large parks and more than a dozen test bases. Invest. Salary. Welfare. There's also a 10 billion donation for the management of the Yangtze River Basin. With such a huge investment, the company will have less than 30 billion left this year. However, enough. Comic Group. Wanqing Mining. Hummingbird Transport. 3. They have also achieved great leaps in business. Therefore, this year's basic year-end bonus for all companies is estimated to exceed 20 billion. To this, usually the boss is in pain to death. But, however, Tang Qing felt that it was just so with an increase of 20%, 26 billion. Compared with the amount of funds he usually thought about, he really didn't feel much. And, under its banner, nearly 200,000 people have worked hard for a year to create profits for the company and make some money. No matter how big a deal it is, there's still more than 100 billion lying in the corporate accounts of its companies. This is a bonus. 1/6 is not much, and this is for a long time. Don't forget, our business is all over the world, and we're making money almost every moment. From now on, to the new year, estimate. He can make back the year-end bonus expenses and earn 20 billion in just over a month. This is not too difficult. Don't forget the size of his company. Worth nearly 3 trillion. For many listed companies, the equity is not entirely in their hands. The total market value of their companies far exceeds this figure and is heading towards 10 trillion. To this, Tang Qing was very calm. Myanmar. It already has more than one company with a market value exceeding this figure. It can be said that the total number of companies with a clear identity is just the third brother. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Comic Group. Headquarters. Ding dong. Pu Chaodong was shocked and clicked on Tang Qing's reply email. After reading it, he couldn't help but take a breath. He is indeed a big boss, and he is generous in his actions. 20. Not a small amount, but Comic Group is the second largest private enterprise in China, with a market value of over 1 trillion yuan. Only this year-end bonus can match its status. Do the math. Just for myself, I can get a bonus of nearly 50 million, which is a bit painful. 50 million, just to pay taxes, is a big number, but it only hurts a little bit. Pay taxes. It is the obligation of every citizen. For tens of millions of dollars, Pu Chaodong can already treat it with a calm mind. After the company is listed, the value of the shares he holds will increase. Now, it's worth billions. What's more, the company's protection is also sufficient. Villa, luxury cars, driver. He hasn't spent his own money for a long time, and now he has only one goal, which is to run the company well and try to see if he can surpass Qing Yuan technology. Pu Chaodong was speechless and discovered that among Chinese private enterprises, the company's competitors in terms of market value were all owned by the same boss, with Qing Yuan technology in front. Rear. It's Ali. Although he does not hold a controlling stake, Pu Chaodong regards it as half of his family. From the cooperation between Hummingbird and Ali, it can be seen that Tang Qing values Ali. And friendly. Future. The Hummingbird is on the market, and it is expected to be another giant. Only by deeply understanding the territory of Hummingbird can we know how broad and huge this ship is. All right, there is one more person competing for the spot. Have to. Do your best. Soon, this decision was passed down below. What? 20? Real or fake? Affirmative. It's absolutely true. It's not like you don't know that in our company, no gossip can spread, and eventually it becomes true news. That's right. Great. The chairman is so powerful. Comic Group was boiling with excitement. After working hard for a year, looking forward to the stars and the moon, many people are looking forward to the year-end bonus, even though they don't say it. Last year, it's a big surprise. This year, when I heard that the price had increased by 20% from the original price, my first reaction was that it was false news, but it was soon confirmed that it was true. Excited. 20. It doesn't seem high, but it also depends on where the base is. The leading year-end bonus amount in this industry is 20%, which is tens of thousands for ordinary employees. Most, it's 20,000 or 30,000. Therefore, who can be unhappy with an extra 2 or 30,000 for nothing? One by one, Tang Qing was just about to be paid. No, many of them had already been paid. Generally speaking, companies are very secretive about wages and bonuses. However, Tang Qing's companies are different. How many? Just how much? Everyone's salary is transparent regarding how much work they do and how much they get paid. Therefore, the year-end bonus increase of 20% is not kept secret. Suddenly, the whole company is full of energy and will keep the new year in check. Comet Films, 6 floors, artists' regular meeting. As China's largest film and television company, its artists, after continuous expansion over the years, the total number of artists has exceeded 100. Each. They are all considered excellent and stand out from the competition. There is no shortage of hot, handsome guys and beauties. With the resources of the company, they become the front line in the industry. Many times, when artists reach the front line, they often work alone. But no one does this. After all, as the leader of Chinese film and television, the resources are definitely inclined towards internal artists. Of course, there are also many cooperation with other film and television companies, but high-quality resources. It must be scarce. Go it alone. Yes, maybe more money, but they can no longer enjoy the company's tilt. No matter how popular it is, it will have no chance and will have to slowly fade away. More importantly, many people are reluctant to part with the atmosphere here. Elsewhere, I heard a lot of all kinds of bad things. Eat with you, drink with you. You may look glamorous on the outside, but suffer in private. Otherwise, why would resources be given to you? However, but there is no need to worry about this, and there is no need to think about other things every day. Just do your job well, eat when you should, drink when you should, and still have time off. The income is good. Resource, company arrangement, business performance, advertise, movie, TV drama. There is no need to treat guests or give gifts. They have no worries about food and clothing, and their happiness is unmatched anywhere else. As employees, they can enjoy all the benefits. They have a share in raising funds to build houses. Year-end bonus. Naturally, there are. As for the number, it is definitely more than ordinary employees, ranging from hundreds of thousands to several million, divided according to the proportion of annual value created. Therefore, now, all handsome men and beautiful women, looking forward to it in their hearts. Beautiful. Qingyan City. The prosperous Tang dynasty. Headquarters. They're equally excited. This year's results are more than double the sum of previous years. They know that this year's year-end bonus will never disappoint. Pity. The personal app only displays salary and does not reflect the year-end bonus in the proportion of 20. It is also unable to refer to last year's year-end bonus ratio. All we can do is wait. Not far. Another building. Gao Ming smiled bitterly. 20. It's really generous. There are more than 20,000 employees in Zhongyu Special Guard. If we follow last year's standards, this year's year-end bonus will be worth nearly 1 billion. Oh my gosh. Billion. Half a year's salary is gone. When you become a family, you know that firewood and rice are expensive. Before, you could raise funds to build a house and get a loan from a bank, but you couldn't get a loan for your year-end bonus. If it weren't for the attachment to the document, Tang Qing would have asked various companies to make up for the money with rewards. Gao Ming gave me a headache. Woo! It's great to have a rich boss. You don't need to worry about money at all. 1 billion is nothing at the touch of a finger. This time, the bulk is produced by Wanqing Mining. 600 million. Other companies share the burden. Gao Ming is very confused about this. According to the level of wealth, it should not be Wanqing Mining's turn. Also, what is it for Ye Yuan? It has to be converted into RMB. All right, just have it. As for whether it is Asian dollars or RMB, it doesn't matter. It is probably because the orders in the Central and North African parks have been too large recently, and too many Asian dollars have been collected. That's how it should be. To this. Whenever he thinks of it, Gao Ming sighs with emotion. A few years ago, when he went to Africa to build a steel plant, outsiders were dumbfounded. Now, everyone is dumbfounded. Within a few years, it has become the largest steel supplier in Africa. When it encounters the east wind, it turns into a dragon and soars to the 9 heavens. Now, all I have to do is lie down and count the money. Just when Tang Qing's employees were excited. Myanmar. There are also a group of people who are excited. Neibidu. Looking at the final statistics, Kanshin smiled broadly, and the big stone in his heart gradually relaxed. The more he looked at the numbers on the document, the happier he became. Individual. 10. 100. Trillions. That's right. Count again. 1, 10, hundreds, quadrillion. The number is correct, haha. Although it is a bit childish, it also shows the excitement in his heart. Trillions. Dollar. Myanmar's GDP statistics in 2009 increased by more than 50% from more than $600 billion in 2008 to $103 billion. Okay. Kenshin said several good words in succession. Soon, he had already appeared in Zero's office and made a brief report. The expected surprise did not appear on Zero's face, but remained as calm as ever. But there are also more smiles. Not bad. Deputy Chief Kanshin, you have created a small miracle. Ling said with a smile. You have good leadership. Kanshin, as a deputy chief, or even the first deputy chief, he still has great respect when facing Zero, because he knows that most of the credit for all this belongs to the person in front of him. Just the executor. Otherwise, if he was really capable, how could he be like that before? After Ling came to power, he acted boldly and resolutely, and he was what he is today. Think about it. What a miracle. 7 years. The world was shocked by the GPD increase of more than 400%. In 2008, it was more than 100%, which was superior to the others. In 2009, it was 50%. Definitely number one again. 3 years. For 3 consecutive years, the GDP growth rate has ranked first in the world. This is not a miracle, but a miracle. Very good. Slow down this year. The goal is to maintain a trillion yuan. Try to pursue a growth rate of 10%. Ling said, yes. Kenshin said hurriedly. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 10% growth rate sounds much easier to accept than the 50% directly ordered last year, and it can still be accomplished with hard work. Soon, finish chatting. Kanshin returned to the office, feeling very excited. It took a while before he calmed down. He sat on a chair and read the documents, thinking about this year's work. The most important thing is only one. Infrastructure, highway, bridge, railway, water conservancy, city construction, airport, matching. There are so many projects that the catalog alone can fill a thick book. This is an investment at any cost, and it was mainly in large-scale projects before. Starting this year, 3 years, to achieve rural connectivity throughout Myanmar. The purpose is very clear based on the experience of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. In 3 years, there will be no more large-scale road projects. Only patching, no new creation. At the same time, the authorities provide subsidies to carry out comprehensive new rural construction. Connect to the internet. Power-ups. In fact, it has been done. Water supply will be the main project in the next 3 years. The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone has long been realized, but it has not become widespread elsewhere. Therefore, it is conceivable that the coverage is wide and the investment is huge. Even Kanshin couldn't help but smack his lips. This is an investment of trillions of Asian dollars. TSK, TSK. What a big deal. But he likes it. If you don't have money, it's easy to say, but now in Myanmar, the government's finances are tight, and they are already heavily in debt. However, there is the Myanmar Bank Group, which can borrow money. Return slowly. Anyway, this is an industry with zero control and is much safer than borrowing money from foreign countries. As for Ling Waisa spending money regardless of the cost, Qin also understood. It's not that people are stupid because they have too much money, but maintain the flow. Now, the internationalization process of the Asian dollar is accelerating. Just like the US dollar, if you tightly hold on to it and only save money, how will others get the Asian dollar? Internationalization is out of the question. Therefore, flour must have flowers. When a currency cycle is formed, other countries, especially China, will be willing to spend big money to buy expensive goods such as oases when they make money. At the same time, international trade settlement can only proceed if the Asian dollar is used as the unit. Although I'm a little frightened, I can only say that I can't express my feelings towards this kind of behavior. Cool. In the past, I couldn't spend it as much as I wanted. Now, must make up for it. Same day, the National Bureau of Statistics of Myanmar released GDP data for 2009. Moment. The media in various countries exploded. Shocking. Myanmar's GDP growth rate exceeded 50% in 2009, exceeding $1 trillion, making it one of the top 15 economies in the world. Miracle of the century. The largest economy in Southeast Asia. In fact, they have been looking forward to it for a long time. Because the statistical work is well done and the statistical cycle is early, Myanmar has been the first to report in recent years. 10 years. The first international breaking economic news. Birth. Take a look. Many people are not calm. Holding grass. $1 trillion. Is it real or fake? Oh my God. Official data. It's not wrong. Miracle. Compared to 6 years ago, it has increased 50 times. I don't know what to say. This is such a heaven-defying miracle of the century. It deserves the name. Bullshit. Trillion. Dollar. The combination of the two has a huge impact. The difference from the previous more than $600 billion is not $400 billion, but an order of magnitude. Trillions of dollars is a new level. Such data can already break into the 15 largest economies in the world, and it seems that its pace has not stopped. No downer. Moment. I don't know how many third world countries are envious of it. India. It's complicated up and down. 8 years. India's GDP of more than 1 billion people is only $1.2 trillion, twice that of Myanmar. But 1 year later, at first glance, it seems that it has almost caught up. I felt very uncomfortable. And we all know our own business. When calculating GDP, India's algorithm is problematic. The inflated figure is 20%, which is definitely not an exaggeration. So, here comes the problem. Subtract 20. Forehead. It's almost like Myanmar. It's really hard for them to accept that a poor neighbor not only catches up in a few years, but also becomes an equal. Even, there's also a tendency to catch up. Our GDP data hasn't been released yet, so it must be higher than Myanmar's. That's right. There are so many of us. Yes. Their overwhelming confidence made them look eagerly at the Indian authorities, hoping that the statistics department would give them an answer that would satisfy them and beat Myanmar's. Only, now, capital of India. The statistics department was also confused. Although the data released by Myanmar in the first 3 quarters were very scary, it was really shocking to catch up with India all of a sudden. This time, for the sake of face. At once. Fill one out. Anyway, I'm used to it. Not too much, not too little. There should be a certain growth rate every year to avoid a lot of scolding from below. For the sake of their ears and face, they must not publish the real data. In fact, they don't even know what the real data is. India, it's federalism. Therefore, they go their own way and let each state honestly calculate GDP, which is almost always perfunctory. In many cases, they report more than last year. It doesn't matter anyway. Therefore, GDP is often questioned. they also feel guilty and helpless. When it comes to the fastest way to grow GDP, it is mainly through commodity production and infrastructure investment. Have a look. China. How many goods are exported every year? How many companies should you invest in? How many new buildings will be built? Investment in infrastructure facilities is an astronomical figure, and GDP growth can only be maintained at around 10. But what about India? First, not the world's factory. Second, there are no companies to invest. Third, domestic demand cannot be stimulated, and there are few new buildings. Fourth, infrastructure? Pull. The land acquisition is impossible, and the economic growth brought about by the poor infrastructure is even more nonsense, but in such an economic environment. It is said that the GDP growth rate is 7% or 8%, which is almost the same as that of China. Anyone with a discerning eye will know how much water has been put into it. Forehead. All right. Again, just get used to it. Nebidu. Mountainous areas. Villa. Kitty after planting the land. Slowly returned to the living room. When I turned on the TV and saw the news for the first time, a trace of disbelief flashed at the corner of my mouth. When I was arrested, I knew that the GDP was more than 300 billion US dollars. Now, but he told her that he already had over 1 trillion US dollars. 5 years. 50 times. Suddenly, her whole body was stunned for a few seconds. Soon after, the disbelief on his face turned into a wry smile. How could such a big thing be fake? And it didn't seem too outrageous. Trading. Infrastructure. Loan. Travel. There are so many carriages pulling Myanmar's GDP forward. The emergence of such data is reasonable, but it is too surprising. It can be called an economic miracle. And this. It also made her feel in awe of the organization again. Make a plan and become a talent. Find a place and become a hero. Plan a country and become the king. This is the ability to plan the world. She couldn't think of how to describe it for a while. Just know, world, changes were happening that she couldn't understand. Myanmar, everywhere. Encouraged by this news, many people felt that there was a hint of sweetness in the air they breathed. Looking around, they saw various changes that made people sigh. Car, house, tickets. Compared with before, it is one sky and one earth. Especially the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, where the 3 states were originally a place of chaos in the eyes of outsiders. Poverty, behind, brutal. The location is also awkward. Then, compared with the area under orthodox management in the West, the overall situation is more than a little bit worse. I will not starve to death, but I will not be able to survive. But zero changed everything. After unification, the 3 states were merged into the new Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. After, all public property was confiscated, except for the original fields and inherent assets. Everything else was changed to another owner, the Myanmar Bank Group. At first, everyone is quite awkward. However, later, I was shocked by the group's generosity, with countless projects changing the local area and funding tilting to create 2 new districts. Rapid changes are taking place. Village. They were all stripped and moved to a small villa. The way. Completely renovated to higher specifications. City. New cities were built one after another, and all the old cities were demolished. It can be said that it suddenly turned around and was far ahead of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone in all aspects. Let the outside world envy you. Now, it has also made a big presence on the international stage. Therefore, the respect for the Myanmar Bank Group has almost reached the extreme in this land. David. Pankong. The 2 former leaders are now in the past tense. In this land, the Burmese authorities do not obey the orders of other people and only respect one person, Zero, and the authorities over whom he has jurisdiction. To Zero, they absolutely support this, and this is the president who has stepped out from their side. They earnestly hope that Zero's rights can be solidified. Unique talent? Cut. No one cares. Previously, this land follows one principle. The weak eat the strong. This has always been the case, not to mention the unique talent that gave them a new life. What's wrong? Eat enough. Drink enough. How? Are you free and want to rebel? Only those who have experienced suffering know that happiness is hard-won. This kind of thinking can only last for a few years. Only then will there be a market. Because, at that time, people may have forgotten what bitterness feels like. Xianan City. Suyu, sitting on a large chair and watching TV. He had no doubts about the reports inside, and he couldn't help but feel lucky that he had made the decision to surrender collectively. How wise. 0. Sure enough, he thought Lord Ming had led this land to a whole new level, and he, Suyu, had also transformed from a local leader to what he is now. Deputy Chief. One person is inferior to 10,000 people. Identity, status, wealth, power. They're all different. You can be fair and above board, and you don't have to worry about being assassinated by your subordinates one day. Seizing power and position and fighting and killing are a thing of the past. Power. 0 grant. As long as you hold 0's thigh tightly, no one can take it away. Same day. Affected by this, shops all over the country once again offered discounts to celebrate. This was something that was unthinkable before, and it was not easy for merchants to make money. But that was before. Now, there are so many tourists coming to Myanmar that there is no shortage of business here, and money is not taken seriously in this country that is deeply influenced by Buddhism. Car, house, tickets, everything is available. Medical, educate. The 2 major expenses for savings have become less necessary. Children's schooling is subsidized, and medical care is covered by the Myanmar Medical Group, so I don't have to spend much money. Therefore, there is no need to haggle over every detail and get a discount. If you don't make money for a day or a few days at most, the rent, water, and electricity are not expensive. It's a trivial matter. Just treat it as a holiday. And this, it really stimulated a wave of consumption. To this, neighbor Thailand is even more sour. Trillions is nearly 3 times that of Thailand. The reality is that it is so helpless. With a gap of 3 times, even if Thailand's annual growth rate explodes to 20 in the future. Forehead. It will take 10 years to catch up. 10 years. Oh my gosh. So cruel. So heart-wrenching. It would be fine if you were always this strong, but it happened that I was nothing but poor before and could hardly find any other word besides being poor. What could be added is the pleasant environment and simple folk customs. What the hell is this for? What we are comparing now is GDP, which is the total economic volume. This, lost, just lose, have no choice. If it weren't for some unique cultural attractions, one would wax and wane, and it is estimated that Thailand's tourism industry would have suffered a devastating blow, thanks to 0. Let some features be banned in Myanmar. All right, think about it this way. Quite a bit. I'm so angry. I always felt like I was being given alms, but when I saw there were many foreign tourists from Delin province on the streets. So delicious. Seem. Apart from the irritating development speed, it's still pretty good. Yangon. Medical Center. Special ward. How do you feel today? Very good. The doctor said you can walk next week. The old man said to his father. After more than half a month here, he can almost communicate with his father. This therapeutic effect. Fierce. It's so strong that it's a bit foul. Certainly, after being bedridden for a long time, my body is still not in good shape and needs to be recuperated. Moreover, as I get older, my atrophied muscles are indeed a bit slow to recover. And this is also the reason why severe patients need more than 1 month of treatment. They wake up quickly and can completely return to normal within a month. But because of his age, he couldn't be that fast. But there's a complete set of recovery treatments here, so he doesn't have to worry. Although it is impossible for an old man to live a full and vigorous life, he can still take care of himself. Yeah. On the bed, the 90-year-old man couldn't help but sigh. 6 years. He has been bedridden for more than 6 years, and his memory loss and other symptoms mean that his clearest memory is still in 2001. Now, 9 years have passed. World. It seems like a big difference. New consortium. The new rich. New situation. New technology. Each one was so novel, but what shocked him the most was the emergence of Mian Yao. Those technologies were unbelievable just thinking about them. Cancer, leukemia, poison hidden. All of these world's problems have been overcome, and even his Alzheimer's disease can be reversibly treated, allowing a dementia patient to regain consciousness. Filter, oasis, preparation liquid, water purifier. Each epic-making technology has made the whole world completely different from what it was before he was unconscious. It would have hurt if he hadn't slapped himself. Almost thought I was dreaming. Of Counterattack Consortium. With a market value of $1 trillion, it ranks first in the world. Tang Qing. He is worth 5 or 6 times more than Bill Gascu, ranking second on the world's richest list. From the third to the end combined, he is actually not as good as any of the top 2. No. And 0. Forehead. Kitty? Anyway, he controls the existence of the Myanmar Bank Group and is a world-class rich man. This group is truly a super chaebol. So much information. For a while, the old man felt that he had not been confused for 10 years, but that half a century had passed. The world had changed so much that he had to adapt well. Fine. Change again. The DuPont family is still prosperous, rich, powerful, entitled. It is still one of the most influential consortiums in the world. This is enough. If you wake up, the family will fall from the clouds to the bottom. That's too bad. Now, like a new life, everything. It seems to be much better than before he lost consciousness. Although he has many doubts, he is not worried that the glory of the DuPont family will not be diminished. When I can leave, I will go around Myanmar. Okay. The medical technology here seems to be good. If you can, buy a piece of land with beautiful mountains and clear waters, build a large manor, and live here in the future. The old man said in a low voice. Hear the words. The son smiled bitterly. I'll try my best. Huh? Buy land. Still trying your best? Take a look. Quickly explain. The land in Myanmar is currently not for sale to foreign private houses. The main reason is that some people played the same tricks here last time. So, business, fixed assets, finance, everything here is tightened. The land is state-owned and through general channels. We can't buy a place with beautiful scenery and can only buy ready-made villas. But you can ask Kitty, but our relationship with Kitty is a secret. If we're the only one doing something special, it's easy to attract attention. Oh, the old man nodded. That's it. Let's buy a villa. Think about it. It's really interesting. He is very curious about this, especially Zero. Even if his son says that Kitty is behind the scenes, Zero is the orthodox one. At least, there's no doubt about ability. Yes, villa. Relatively speaking, it is much easier. There is no one in Yangon New Town, but there is one in Delhi Province. Although there is no manor level, there are some big ones. 100 million. It should be worthy of his father's identity. Outside world. The news about Myanmar's GDP continues to ferment, and many people are envious, jealous, and hateful, but there are also many who sincerely wish it well, and these are mainly interested countries. Africa. There is almost a chorus of congratulations from WTO member states. Very simple. Good luck. Only then can they get more benefits, whether it is investment or loans, which they like very much. In the past, it was really difficult. No money. Borrow. Who to ask? Western countries? Cut. They really can't forget that face and arrogant attitude. And if you're arrogant, forget it, endure it, and often refuse to lend it to you in the end. Also, find the IMF. Find the World Bank. Okay. However, it is common to sign a series of contracts and review them for 3 to 5 years. These institutions may seem to be helping them, but the conditions behind them are too harsh. It takes lives. Now, having a generous man, no one wants to be impoverished by everyone's loans in a few moments. The economy of Myanmar is good, which is a great thing. Thinking of this, thoughts surge. Year 10 is here. So, new loan. Many countries took advantage of the announcement of Myanmar's good news and called to congratulate them, and then asked vaguely about loans. Immediately, got the answer. Loan. At the same time, those whose scores were above the standard last year will be increased by 10%. Instantly, they were excited. 10. On a huge capital base, it is a considerable increase. As for the score, they are very familiar with it. This is Myanmar's review of a lending country. There are many projects, state-owned assets, policy, investment environment, debt size. There are a lot of them, and they're quite complicated anyway. But as long as you grasp a few points, you don't have to worry about the score being below the standard, the most important of which is the size of the debt. For example, this year we borrowed 30 billion new Taiwan dollars. Good. Big heart. They borrowed another 30 billion from European and American banks, but the government's finances were simply unable to support such a high debt expansion, so they definitely failed to meet the standards. I want to borrow money from Mian Yao again. Oh, disaster. It won't matter if I don't give you a cent. I'll save you some face anyway, but it will be reduced by more than 50%, and the lowest may be reduced to 5%. Anyway, a strange rule arises. Ask Myanmar to borrow. Does not affect rating. But find another country to borrow. After seeing several lessons, they have tasted it. In fact, they quite like the result. After all, in their situation, it is too difficult to borrow money from Europe and the United States. Who wants to see those faces? As for the World Bank and other institutions that use to coax money, cut, go aside, trial. You review yours and will borrow it from another company, and the interest will be lower. Nay bidu. Regarding the loan target for 2010, Tang Qing's heart beat faster when he saw it, which increased by 10%, which means that more than 500 billion will be loaned out this year. Asian dollar. Sincere. A lot, but we also know that, like investing in infrastructure, this is for currency circulation, but the steps are a little bigger. No, not all. This is completely a one-word horse. If you don't have a good stride, you will definitely have to click. This span would be the value of the currency if it weren't for the central bank's nearly 3,000 tons of gold. He couldn't even sleep. A bad one. Click. The currency value collapsed, and the economy was hit hard. Thanks to the last squeeze, some international capital that could cause trouble was almost wiped out. Now, only after internal problems are resolved, financial controls are implemented, products sell well, and foreign exchange cash reserve have been maintained at 100 billion US dollars, he can sleep peacefully. This money, loan it out, flow back. If it flows to other countries, Tang Qing will also have to worry about a run on the other country, but most of the money flows to China and then returns to buy Myanmar products. So, as long as this ally is stable, it is impossible to overturn the UN's stall. Soon, the news leaked out. Take a look. Many people's mouths twitched. Ow, rich, willful. He is getting more and more casual. Hundreds of billions of dollars are borrowed casually. He is inhumane. He is so stupid and cute. Yes, making money, not saving it, helping other countries. This spirit is fearless. He is using practical actions to make the world a better place. Oh, I accept. Much praise. In recent years, Myanmar's loan projects have blossomed in many countries. It has really enhanced their presence, which is admirable. There are more than millions of good things to think about it. Same. There's so many sour ones. There is no harm without comparison. When Myanmar provides massive aid to Africa, Europe becomes the target of criticism. In the past, for hundreds of years, Europe colonized Africa. At last, people left, leaving nothing behind but poverty, backwardness, and chaos. There was nothing to make amends for after that. I went home and lived a good life by myself. Continued to plunder from a distance. In the past, everyone is just a salty fish, but now a good Samaritan suddenly appears. Comparing it, the European countries are simply a bunch of robbers. The more I think about it, more and more angry. Looking back, the damage Europe has done to Africa is indelible. As for the United States, they selectively ignore it. First, the United States is the world's largest military power. Fighting everywhere. Forehead, not to be offended. Europe, which has already lost its claws, looks a little bit more irritating. Second, even Americans originally migrated from Europe. So, Europe has to shoulder the blame. More and more angry. The more angry. Compensate. You must apologize. Compensate. Regarding the dissatisfaction of some countries, European countries have selectively ignored it. As for those demands for compensation, they're just like cries of flies. Cut, joke, pay, think beautifully. Our style is to eat it dry and then spit it out again. It's a dream. What kind of bicycle do a bunch of mud-legged people want? They can walk on 2 legs. What's more, they don't have time to care. Europe is currently in an uproar over the Greek debt issue, and their homes are on fire. How can they have time to care about anything else? Greece. It has almost become the target of public antagonism. Then, there's an interesting picture. African netizens are criticizing Europe, and European netizens are criticizing Greece. Greece is like a little girl, being tough and unreasonable. World, there's a lot of disturbance. On January 23rd, the Chinese delegation's 1-month inspection at the medical center came to an end, and Shi and others were preparing to return home. Thank you, Dr. Shi, for taking care of me these days. You should. When you have time to go to the United States, you must come to my farm as a guest. Okay. Before leaving, many patients came to see him off, and some even gave him gifts. Shi felt that he deserved it, but in the end he had no choice but to accept it because there were many seriously ill patients here. Therefore, the gratitude is stronger than that of ordinary patients. In the early and middle stages, I still have some consciousness and can walk around. You can stay in bed more in the later period. Confusion. Life cannot take care of itself. Own. Family. They all suffer together. Now, regaining consciousness, having memory, being able to think, and being able to act. Only when you have lost it can you know how happy it is to be able to get up and eat by yourself. Gratitude. Now, Shi was also filled with emotion. 1 month. I've come into contact with hundreds of seriously ill patients, and without exception, all those who cannot take care of themselves have improved greatly, and the first batch of patients who came for treatment can walk around. Excellent recovery. Also, judging from the information compiled by the center and other hospitals, the early and midterm efficacy is also very significant. Ishizawa believes that it can be introduced in the beginning of the year. By then, many seriously ill patients who cannot come will get back on their feet. According to friends who are health experts, a draft has been drawn up to include Alzheimer's disease in medical insurance. Years later, will be submitted. Think about it. All happy. Regarding the passage of the draft, he thinks there will be no problem at all. The average cost of treatment is only $50,000. Even if patients across the country are cured, how much will it cost? Forehead. It seems quite a few. However, compared with the previous bottomless pit, it is much better. If you squeeze it, you can afford it financially. More importantly, this part of the expenditure does not need to be spent in US dollars. Therefore, there is even less chance of an accident. After saying goodbye, turn around. After getting on the bus and heading straight to the airport, Ishizawa looked at the scenery outside the window with a smile on his face. For more than a month, he walked around during his break. Good. Very nice. People are kind. Beautiful scenery. Safety. People will fall in love with it without realizing it. The big reason is that this company's contribution in the medical field has helped tens of millions of families. Wine. The poison is gone. Cancer. Leukemia. More than a few million people have been saved, and now Alzheimer's disease has been solved. At least 100 million people around the world have benefited directly or indirectly on the favorability of foreigners in countries around the world. Myanmar, already ranked first, well deserved, because in a sense, it gives countless people and families a chance for a new life. The merit is immeasurable. Hope, it's getting better and better here. Soon, arrive at the airport. Yangon's new airport took 3 years to build and officially opened half a month ago. It is 3 times larger than the airport in Xinan City, ranking first in Myanmar. Despite this, still full. But Ishizawa heard that Myanmar is not planning to build another large airport. Starting this year, the main focus will be on expansion because the original planning was too aggressive. Not one by one, but a batch. There are nearly 60 large and small airports directly launched, covering almost all the larger cities in Myanmar. It is very generous and has a bit of Chinese infrastructure style. Huge, modern, The airport in front of him gave full marks to Shirzei in terms of design, but it was a bit far away. In terms of scale, it was ranked among the top, even in China. But Ishizawa believed it. 10 years. An airport of this size cannot be ranked among the top 10 in China. Of course, this is not a show-off. The significance of size lies in demand, not for comparison. 2 o'clock. The plane arrived in Beijing. Shirzei wrapped his collar. It was like spring all year round. He was still wearing short-sleeved shirts there, but when he arrived in the capital, it was below zero, and his breath was filled with mist. What a contrast. After getting into the work car, Shirzei felt warmer. Outside the window, there was even light snow falling. It jumped from the summer scene to the winter scene all at once, which was really exciting. But compared to before, in the winter in Beijing, the air quality is much better. The emergence of filters has greatly improved the smoke and dust caused by boilers, and Beijing strictly controls emissions. Now, the air quality has made people feel at ease, but Ishizawa found out helplessly that the impact of Myanmar products can be seen everywhere, in the streets and alleys, with every eye, such as cars. For years ago, the Myanmar Bank Group has invested heavily in China, one of which is automobiles. In a few years, it has established a foothold in this land. Bestseller. Very popular. Appearance. Drive. Quality. It is impeccable, beating most domestically produced cars and bicycles in sales, and some models have even reached the top spot in China Xinhua. At first, this is an electric car. Explosion. Later, Tang Qing's company authorized him to produce the gasoline version, which was already on the market and was almost out of stock, mostly because of its good looks. Buy a car. A lot of it is just to show off. Therefore, a face is particularly important, coupled with various functions, such as inductive paint on the entire car, to make the entire car body flash with light in the dark. Countless people flock to it. Purchase. I heard that now, if you want to pick up a car, you have to book it 1 month in advance. There are almost no cars available. This is not a marketing ploy, but there really are none. Because this car was also sold back to Burma in large quantities and was even included in the product loan catalog and exported to various countries. It can be said that it was really sold like crazy. Think about it. Ishizawa sighed. No business done by the Myanmar Bank Group loses money. Every one of them is making huge profits. Unexpectedly, for example, is also involved. All I can say is, ox. The next day, early in the morning, Ishizawa held the documents that had been prepared in a hurry. Go out. At this time, there is still half a month before the Chinese New Year, and a strong festive atmosphere has already appeared in the streets and alleys. Although the New Year's flavor is getting weaker and weaker, one thing remains unchanged. Reunion. Soon, come to the health clinic. Have a meeting. He went to Myanmar for a month and tested the drugs himself. Naturally, he wanted to participate and make arguments on the introduction of drugs and their inclusion in medical insurance. Inside the venue. Health, food and medicine, financial, human society, development and reform. All the 5 relevant departments have people coming to listen to the reports. When it comes to the upper level, if you want to pass a resolution, it is definitely not possible for a single department to do it. It requires multiple departments to work together. To sum up, I think we are fully qualified to introduce effective treatment methods for Alzheimer's disease, and the overall cost is within a controllable range. Inclusion in medical insurance. It can greatly reduce the burden on the patient's family and alleviate the patient's pain. As for the reimbursement ratio, you can refer to the ratio of cancer treatment. Ishizawa's voice resounded throughout the venue. To this. In fact, everyone has the same opinion. If cancer kills people, Alzheimer's disease will have a greater impact on people in the later stages. Therefore, introduction is imperative. Be opposed to? Try it. Don't be scolded by the common people. Now many families are waiting eagerly, paying attention to the news every day, and seeing one after another who has been bedridden for a long time regaining consciousness. Very excited. Yes, it's only been a month, so there are risks, but this risk is bearable for the patient and his family, Not to mention that he's been doing clinical work for 2 years and has no problem so far. What about patients? In the late stage, how many people can live for 2 years? Therefore, this cannot be regarded as a risk. The clinical results are longer than the expected death, which is an acceptable risk. I can't help but admire it in my heart. This time, Mian Yao did another good deed, but it would be better if it could be cheaper. The cost of a single treatment is not high, but with so many patients in China, it would cost hundreds of billions to treat them all. Good thing. No need to spend dollars. Asian dollar. RMB. Either way, just like the original transcription solution, the Asian dollar is relatively more profitable than the US dollar. Besides, not all of this funding will be borne by the state. Included in medical insurance. Not a full report. 30, 50, 60. It hasn't been determined yet, but no matter which one, the average family can still afford it. If you really can't afford tens of thousands of dollars, you can treat it first. Anyway, money. Not a problem. After the meeting, leave. Okay. An old friend came up and smiled at Shirzei. Of course. Okay. Chatting. The two of them walked out of the building and found a place to drink tea. The other person was working in development and reform. He was a researcher with a high level. He was also here to listen this time. Good tea. That's right. The two of them looked enjoying themselves. Now, Beijing. Slightly higher-end tea houses all have tea grown in prepared liquid. The taste varies depending on the watering concentration, but they all have one characteristic. Expensive. 100 a cup is considered cheap. It's a pity we don't have the technology. The old friend sighed. With the help of the prepared liquid, the shares were sold in March last year, and Myanmar sold 500 billion Asian dollars in goods. There will definitely be more this year. Trillions? Very likely. It will happen in the future, Shirzei said casually. He didn't believe that it would never be possible to crack the original transcription solution. Hua Xiao was also professional in reverse engineering. Therefore, Ishizawa is very confident. Actually, when it comes to cracking other people's technology, he is not as eager as before. Maybe they feel that this is what they deserve. After all, not selling it at a sky-high price is a sign of conscience. And it's not like the technology blockade in Europe and the United States. If you don't sell the technology, you won't even be able to sell the product to you. Mian Yao has always been very generous. Except technology. Want to buy. All sold. A picture that you can study and calculate your abilities is fundamentally different from the technological blockade in Europe and the United States, making people unintentionally hostile. Not selling products. Annoying. Not selling technology. People are not wrong. Otherwise, wouldn't he have become a gangster? If you hate someone else's technology if they don't sell it to you, you won't think so even if you have a little bit of morality. By the way, I heard that you just came back from Burma at the beginning of last month. Ishizawa asked. Yes. What were you doing? Inspection. The old friend took a sip of tea. As you know, the 12th five-year plan will be officially launched next year. Now is the preliminary research and draft stage. I will go to inspect the water conservancy there. At the beginning of last year, I went to Myanmar once and again at the end of the year. We believe that their water conservancy policy is highly implementable. It's a bit expensive, but the superiors have basically recognized this. In order to boost the economy, the 3 trillion investment will have a strong effect. According to calculations, this number is quite conservative. Therefore, for the next step, we are going to start investing heavily in water conservancy. Wenyan, Ishizawa nodded. Yes, indeed, we still need a lot of investment in water conservancy. I took the time to see the water conservancy project in Myanmar. It is really good. Within a few decades, all the rivers that have been encroached by human life will be returned to the rivers. Those that should be dredged will be dredged. Many new rivers will be dug to lead to uninhabited depressions. That's it. It can increase the water storage capacity by at least 30%. Once a heavy rainfall occurs, the water flow will not be too concentrated, which can reduce a lot of floods. It costs money. Ishizawa smiled bitterly. Water conservancy. It is a money-burning machine. If you want to fully manage it, you will have to spend at least trillions of dollars, and the unit in front of trillions is not one. 3. 5. Even if it is not an exaggeration, what is the area of large? Burma can be renovated with 2 to 300 billion, and the cost of China, which is almost 20 times the area of Burma, is even higher. All right, this is not something he should worry about. Who says it's not the case? My old friend spread his hands with a look of helplessness on his face. The multi-trillion projects are not only costing money, they're simply burning money. Recently, I heard that they're also preparing for the second round of river channel reconstruction, adding slope protection and fixing the width of the river channels. It makes me jealous. Written in the report. I don't know. Will they be beaten back? Shirzai laughed after hearing this. It's okay. Take your time. Our country will definitely become richer and better, step by step. The 12th five-year plan, the 13th five-year plan, the 14th five-year plan. I don't believe it. We can't build the best water conservancy engineering system in the world. We were so poor before, don't expect to achieve it overnight. You can't make a fat man with one meal, but it's easy to have a bad stomach. Steady progress. We will definitely not be worse than any other country. Just when Ishizawa was chatting with his old friend. Europe, Switzerland, Zurich. Tang Qing's plane was landing slowly, and the annual Davos had arrived again. At this time in Switzerland, the sky was dark, and it had just stopped snowing for 2 days. Soon, the motorcade arrived at the castle manor. I've been waiting for you. At the door, Gu Feng, a drunkard, raised his glass and smiled. Tang Qing came a day earlier, and even Mu Jian came to join the fun. But I didn't bring my family with me, because coming here is not just about eating, drinking, and chatting, but also about business. There is a small party being held here tonight, mainly hummingbird partners. Therefore, I didn't bring any children with me. Brother Feng, Brother Mu, Tang Qing greeted with a smile. Hear the words. The two of them sighed inwardly. Even with their current status, they still couldn't see the slightest bit of arrogance, yet they still called them this. This kind of cultivation is very rare. Go in and sit down. Okay, into the house. The heat from the fireplace instantly dissipated the coldness. After sitting down, a few people chatted about their current situation. Gu Feng spent the whole day with his baby. As for going to the company? Not really. Remote working is extremely comfortable in Geijiaz Wang. Mu Jian, she had her second child, who was just 1 month old, and she stayed on her family farm all day, farming, herding cattle, fishing, and living a magical life. Do the math. I'm the busiest. All right, Tang Qing is not envious. He wants to live such a life and can realize it immediately. But he has no time to spare, and there are many things overt and covert. At leisure, the mind is busy. Simply, let's just work together and take some time off while busy. That's good. You've been making quite a lot of noise this year. Gu Feng smiled bitterly. In comparison, they were nothing but rice bugs. They only knew how to eat when they were not doing their jobs. 9 years. Tang Qing's movement was indeed quite big. First, the second-generation nanomachine was released and sold well all over the world. Second, Civilization has released 3 movies, grossing nearly $4 billion at the box office. Adding in the profits from surrounding products, it can be said that it has made a lot of money and is making money every day. Third, posted on TikTok. Now, it has become popular all over the world, and the overseas version of Douyin has been launched. Although it is mixed with ERV and has occupied a large amount of the market, it is undeniably successful. Fourth, aircraft and submersibles can blind people's eyes. Fifth, Wanqing Mining's counterattack, more than a dozen countries, raised hundreds of billions of urban construction funds, relied on 2 major steel industrial parks, and took a serious bite out of it. Previously, he is not optimistic about Wanqing Mining because its assets are too heavy, but now he can only admire Tang Qing. Although there may be suspicions of cheating, but it can succeed. That's the thing. Sixth, seventh, looking back on 2009, Gu Feng found that Tang Qing had done so many things, made so much noise, and was worth $400 billion, which was incredible. SOSO, you still have to be careful. The big tree attracts the wind. Gu Feng Ruo pointed out. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled. I know. Of course he understood what this meant. For a Chinese to do this, it would be a lie to say that the Western forces pretended not to have seen it. Suppress, set up a set, are likely to follow. But that is Ge Feng's vision. Although the Ge family is the largest Chinese political and business family in Europe and the United States, it still has not been involved in the financial circle and can only see the surface. Actually, to him, there are many voices within the consortium. Some advocate co-optation and some advocate suppression. Generally speaking, if co-optation fails, suppression will be implemented. However, this disagreement is not ordinary. At first, in addition to confusing the consensus on attacking Burma, dragging Kitty into the trap also targets relevant personnel, and he, Tang Qing, is the relevant personnel. Don't forget, in the eyes of the outside world, the relationship between Tang Kai and Zero. Therefore, inevitably, he has also been included in the list of people who are pro-Burmese, so the voices that want to attack him are the same as those who want to attack Myanmar. All confused. Therefore, to date, he has not been targeted by European and American forces. Ge Feng's worries come from historical experience, and Tang Qing's confidence comes from control. Now, in the European and American consortium, another troublemaker has been added. If they want to take some action against him, let alone not reaching an agreement, it will be regarded as an agreement. Want to muddy things up? Is it difficult? Just chatting. Door. A low-key Maybach drove in. Yushin got out of the car, straightened his clothes, and walked in. Ge Feng and Mu Jian were guests at his family last night, but no overnight stay. As a local, Yushin was too embarrassed to come and stay. Noon. Mayan also got off the plane and came over. As one of the major shareholders, how could she not come to Hummingbird's party? It was just that things were delayed and she was not with Tang Qing. To the ground. Once again admire the size of the castle. Pity. Too expensive. He is not as luxurious as Tang Qing. He only comes to stay for 2 or 3 days a year and spends so much money. After meeting Ge Feng and others, Mayan greeted them familiarly. Sit down. Chatting together. Tianan. Hi, Bei. At last. Next year, let's travel to the polar regions. Ge Feng suddenly suggested. In an instant, Mu Jian raised his hands in agreement. This is a good idea. Okay. Tang Qing didn't care. Let's play. Haha. Okay. I'll prepare the icebreaker and have some fun. Ge Feng paid for the expenses. It didn't cost much, but it cost hundreds of millions. Little things. Rent. It's not like buying it. Spending 100 million to treat Tang Qing and his friends to play. You don't even have to pay for it yourself. You can go back to the village and talk to your grandfather, and maybe you can be reimbursed. I'm good at it. Mu Jian raised his hand again. His father-in-law has an oil business, so he doesn't have to pay for it himself. I'm going out to eat and drink, Tang Qing said. Aside, Ma Yun smiled bitterly. These people really knew how to play, but they also got interested. It seemed like a good idea to go on an ice-breaking trip. It was a great experience in life. Think about it. He said, I'm doing it myself. Ha! Mr. Ma is so funny, welcome. Afternoon. Snowflakes were falling again, and many partners arrived in Zurich early due to the invitation. Some even traveled a week in advance. Just came back today. Door. A row of more than a dozen black-clad bodyguards were doing their due diligence to check. Many guests brought bodyguards with them, and some even brought their family members with them to gain some experience, despite all the extraordinary backgrounds. But the specifications this time are quite high. There are dozens of countries, and the Hummingbird partners in each country are all the best families in the country. None of them are simple. Usually, in fact, we have nothing to do with each other. This time, it was Tang Qing who used hummingbirds to connect them together. It was a bond of relationship. He didn't feel much about it before, but now he sees it. This cooperation is so worth it. The biggest gain is not Hummingbird or the cooperative e-commerce company, but the huge relationship network established through this enterprise. Right? In their respective countries, they have actually reached their peak and can even influence who becomes president. But the power outside the country is weaker. Now, but it can slowly make up for this weakness. Value. even at a loss. It's worth it. Even if you give money, you can't make Hummingbird go bankrupt. Outside the door, a stretched Lincoln with 2 people in the back seat. So strict, the young man said. On the 1-mile road leading to the castle, there were many bodyguards who looked majestic. That's right. The guests are not simple, so we must pay attention to security. Wait a moment. Watch your words and don't be rash. Many of your peers are here today. Get to know each other. They're the core figures of the major families. The middle-aged man warned with a smile. This gathering was of high standard. Each of them seemed to have no official status, but they spoke the truth in their respective countries. The power is overwhelming. Therefore, no matter how proud you are, you have to be restrained here too. Yes, the young man said respectfully. In his own country, he is considered the top second generation. As the heir of the family, he is full of high spirits and can make all the changes. Quite proud. But here, he understood that all arrogance must be put away. Every family here is no weaker than them. Thinking of this, a person popped into his mind. Tang Qing. Years are similar, but he has become famous and has a very high reputation around the world. For such a person, he only has awe in his heart. Compare? How to compare? Money, right? Potential. They can only fall behind. In advance. In fact, everyone hasn't thought about it that far yet, but now looking at it, Hummingbird's cooperation is absolutely right. Making money is secondary, and the key is the circle. Now, the young man couldn't help but think that whether it was to promote the circulation of goods or make money, the existence of hummingbirds might be a means for Tang Qing to expand his power. Looking back now, respectful, because Tang Qing succeeded. Soon, enter the castle. Please. A butler who looked like a butler greeted them at the door. After entering the banquet room, there were more people, some of whom they knew, and they quickly blended in. Drinking wine, chatting. It's a great atmosphere to make new friends. There are a lot of adults, and the juniors are gradually forming a small circle, and everyone is a social master. Talking and laughing. So lively. Inside the hall, Tang Qing is also wandering in various small circles. The younger generations of the family paid attention to Tang Qing from time to time. They had no choice but to say that this man's aura was so dazzling that the younger generation could not match him. Worth $400 billion. Sky. Even if each family has money, none of them has this much. Moreover, the family's property is not personal property and is fundamentally different. Where is Tang Qing? $400 billion. It's all his. It is estimated that the total personal wealth of everyone present is not as much as that of Tang Qing. Therefore, Tang Qing is the brightest star in the hall. Drink wine. Have a meal. The guests and hosts enjoy themselves. Mr. Tang, your chef is amazing. Yes, it's so delicious. It was the first time for them to taste such delicious food. Although it was cultured in the prepared liquid and had already been on their table, it was just the ingredients, not a dish. Chef, cooking skills. It is the factor that determines the upper limit of deliciousness. Thinking of Tang Qing eating such delicious food every day, everyone felt real luxury. Quality. This is called quality of life. No, you have to ask the chefs to work harder when you go back. Otherwise, the next time Tang Qing goes to their country as a guest, the food he eats will not be half as good as what he saw in front of him, which would be embarrassing. This face. Can't throw it away. Hear the words. Tang Qing just smiled. Just like it. Cooking skills. Soldiers say second. No outsider would dare to say that in order to eat, the soldiers collected almost all the delicious recipes in the world, as long as they existed. A secret that is not told? Oh, this was nothing to the soldiers. Later, when there was really nothing to learn, they began to create their own and worked hard on their taste buds. Therefore, on eating, already at the top, suddenly, someone mentioned it. Mr. Tang, can you tell me the recipe? Let me tell you, after eating the food cooked by your chef, I feel like what I ate before. After hearing this, Tang Qing nodded. Okay, just kidding. I don't open a restaurant and just stick to the recipes. In fact, it might be better if these recipes were circulated because they require a concoction. After, more and more restaurants do. So, the demand for the prepared liquid was also a great benefit. Thinking of this, Tang Qing made a mental note to ask the soldiers to promote this matter. Thank you. Great. We're in a good mood. Everyone was happy. Eat. At their level, it is a spiritual need. None of you here are strugglers who have grown up from scratch, started from scratch, or are in the entrepreneurial stage. Enjoy. Ingrained in their ideas. After, most of the chat was about business. The banquet ended at 10:30 in the evening, and no one stayed overnight. These families had real estate in various European countries. Even, there are them in every big city in European countries, which are convenient for traveling and living. Generally, you don't stay in hotels. Many of them are from centuries-old families with a rich heritage. Send them away. Door. Tang Qing looked quietly at the snowy sky. The ground in front of the door was already covered with a layer of goose feather-like snowflakes, which would float a few times when the breeze blew. Relationship maintenance. Come to an end. Future. We still need a lot of help from them. Certainly. Hope. It was impossible for Tang Qing to rely entirely on these families. In the past, the proportion of these families in the plan was considered to be very high. However, after fifth-level authority, everything, it's all very different. On obedience, there is no one of your own to help. Therefore, on the one hand, we continue to maintain the relationship with these families, and, on the other hand, we do not forget to cultivate our own power. Certainly, a better way is to develop them into your own power, but the difficulty is not comparable to that of buying one or two people. These families, everyone is a local leader. Deep roots, solid foundation. They may cooperate with you, but they can't do it like you can by bribing ordinary people. They can do it with money. They don't lack money. They just have less money than him. But a life worth $10 billion must be worse than a life worth $100 billion? Not necessarily. People can do whatever they want in their own territory. Popular. Drink spicy. Live in the biggest house. Sleep with the most beautiful woman. Enjoy countless respects. Luxury cars. Yacht. Airplane. Not one is missing. 10 billion. Hundreds of billions. In terms of quality of life for them. In fact, there's really not much difference. You can cooperate because of money, but it is almost impossible to be controlled by others because of money, so this can only be regarded as one direction. Not forced. 26th day. Afternoon. Tang Qing arrived in the small town of Davos. As in previous years, he lived in a Lakeview villa. Many people came to visit, and Tang Qing did not turn him away. Many want to cooperate with Hummingbird. At present, Hummingbird is in 39 countries, and its coverage has begun to take shape, but it has not yet reached its limit. Some people who claim to have sufficient status want to ask for cooperation. Without it, many people saw the power of this group and were naturally enthusiastic. To this, of course, Tang Qing welcomes it. Come here. One of the main purposes is to expand the Hummingbird network. The 39 countries are not the end yet. Tang Qing's goal is to expand to about 80 countries. No more. Forget it. After all, countries also differ in size. Although there are more than 200 countries in the world, excluding some small ones and the European and American markets occupied by Yarvi, there's only so much left. 80. The goal is not this year yet, but in the next few years. It's a big step, but it's not good. Hummingbird said that it is a commercial and storage enterprise, which also represents a circle. Therefore, filter, inevitable. If the strength is not up to standard, it will reduce the quality of the circle. I want everyone to drink tea and chat together and communicate on an equal footing. This is the basis. Evening. Welcome banquet held by the forum. As usual, Tang Qing is known by high-level officials in various countries and countless wealthy people. The reputation he has accumulated in the past few times has made him have almost all acquaintances here. One glance. He can call each other by name. Therefore, the favorability level was once again maxed out, and everyone sighed in their hearts that they also wanted such a skill, but unfortunately their brains were not up to par and they couldn't achieve it. There is nowhere to learn. Back. The brain must rebel. Last year, this young man knew how to do things. Yeah, a monster with an absolute IQ. The key is his enthusiasm in the field of scientific research. I think if he is given another 20 years, he may create even greater miracles. For example, in the scientific world, become a person with the same name as Einstein. It's possible. Talent, financial resources. Tang Qing is not lacking. Even if he is not in a certain aspect, he has revolutionary achievements like some scientific giants, which are enough to influence the history of world science. But in applied sciences, Tang Qing should also be able to make a resounding name, such as the current Tianpeng, whose multifunctional and powerful performance is deeply remembered. I heard that he is studying for a 6th master's degree. I really don't know what kind of brain he has. Not only is he smart, but he is also good at making money. It makes me feel so stupid. Haha, the same, academics, business. They have all taken a path that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. It is not unattainable, but almost unprecedented. With 6 master's degrees, there may be 6 doctorates in the future. TSK. Evildoer. No one thought that Tang Qing's 6th degree was a lie. If nothing else, just his memory was beyond the reach of countless people. Good memory. Endorsement. Take an exam. Is it difficult? Plus a love. As well as being a person who does not need to rely on academic qualifications, no one doubts the value of Tang Qing's degree. In fact, the degree is not enough to reflect his strength. At least, aircraft, submersible, as well as many of Tang Qing's technical works, they have already demonstrated abilities far beyond his degree. Think about it, and compare it with his descendants. Forehead. This number. What a waste. Mr. Tang, thank you for the plane. The Australian president came up with a smile and greeted him warmly. Those planes were a big help. Now, Europe is freezing, but it's still summer in Australia, and there are constant wildfires. Fortunately, Tang Qing's aircraft is available, both for fire control and personnel rescue. All played a huge role. At least, his approval rating has gone up a bit, and he feels happy. As long as it's easy to use. We plan to purchase some this year, and we hope Mr. Tang will give us a preferential price. They almost reached a consensus among themselves. Buy it. Otherwise, it will definitely be criticized by the public. That's fine. Anyway, you don't have to pay out of your own pocket. It's all the country's money. Of course. Something strange flashed in Tang Qing's eyes. A preferential price? What are you dreaming about? If I don't sell you one for 100 million yuan, you will be sorry for our design. As for the quotation, it's 120 million. Get a discount. 100 million. It should make Australia feel better. In the crowd, in addition to Tang Qing, there was another person who was warmly greeted by everyone, and that was Qin. This was the 5th time Qin came. The first 2 times were during the Lang Kai era. Truth. Bitter. No one paid attention to him, and everyone looked at him strangely. In a country with a population of 50 million and an annual GDP of only about 20 billion US dollars, no one paid attention to him. Now, big difference. The eager eyes all around made Qin feel a little proud, especially last year's GDP of 1 trillion US dollars, which made him even more confident. Look, this is how miracles are created. A large number of dignitaries from the lending countries gathered around. They became acquainted with each other and came here for this year's loan, even though it was a proposal from the Myanmar Development Research Center. But Qin has the authority to approve. Therefore, everyone treats Qin like the father of the financier. It doesn't matter if he gives a few smiling faces to the deputy head of the country who loaned them tens of billions. 1 cup, 2 cups. Qin was drinking fruit wine and enjoying the atmosphere. As for Zero, he didn't come because he was in trouble. Qin also agreed and did not want to compete with this enthusiasm. But he made too many enemies. Power, personal, country. These few years, the incident against Ling happened more than once. Zero must not get into trouble. It is obviously the safest to stay in Miao. If there is a risk, he will go there. If something happens, it won't shake the current good situation of Miao. But if something happens to Zero, Qin can't imagine what the whole situation will turn into. Just know, that was a disaster. Therefore, he hoped that Zero would always be under protection. Outsiders didn't know, but he knew that the last time he was in Washington, he almost couldn't go back. Think about it. Everyone has lingering fears. 0. Nothing can happen. The next day, morning, as in previous years, under the theme of the forum, all parties took the stage to speak. This year's theme is Changing the World, Rethink, Redesign, Rebuild. Well, the topic is still so big, but, just like in previous years, it is unrealistic to rely on forums to solve practical problems. Everyone just finds a place to express their opinions. What to do is up to you. Offstage, Tang Qing listened quietly. In fact, most of them were too broad, and even many of them were nonsense in front of someone like him who had such a huge amount of information. Good thing. Just listen to it. Certainly, there are also many real scholars who believe that this time the world economic recovery may take up to 10 or even 20 years. New economic growth forces are needed. He emphasized the African market and believed that we should learn from Burma and expand investment in Africa so that we can enjoy the fruit beautifully when it matures. Only, not many people listened to it. What everyone thought was that others would build a market and reap the fruits themselves. Tang Qing doesn't care about this and wants to eat the fruits we grow. You have to have teeth. Certainly. As a guest, Tang Qing also went to the stage to clean up his face, talk nonsense, and deal with it. Everyone didn't care what he said. They just looked at the stage with burning eyes. Eyes full of eagerness. No way. Whoever is rich can make money every day and be as rich as the enemy of the country. Moreover, it has investments in many countries around the world, unlike ordinary companies that stick to one country. This month, Qingyuan, microcrystalline, Comet. The release of the fourth quarter financial reports of the three major listed companies can be said to have given the three major stocks another shot in the arm. On the day of the announcement, the stock prices rose. TSK. Do the math. The increase during this period alone has allowed Tang Qing's net worth to increase slightly from the data released by Forbes in November. March. The Forbes World List was announced, and they speculated that Tang Qing's net worth may rise by another $20 billion to reach over $400 billion. If converted into RMB, forehead, 3 trillion. Depend on. It's only been a few months, and although the stock market has always been irrational, Tang Qing's three companies are not very successful, and each has great potential. Have a look. 2008, 2009. Among the world's richest people, how many have shrunk? Bill Gates and Buffett have almost all lost tens of billions of dollars. On the other hand, Tang Qing bucked the trend and rose. That's the thing. It's confidence. Unlike many companies, it is fundamentally different and has not been affected by the financial crisis at all. Whether it is the stock market or its main business, it is making money. Envy makes people's eyes green. Offstage. Some corner. Really? Won't anyone come and deal with him? A young white man curled his lips. For a Chinese, he has achieved such an achievement. Although he is a son of a consortium, he is also envious and jealous. $400 billion. Truth. There are not many financial groups with this kind of wealth. The most important thing is that the financial groups are all families, and the wealth is not owned by individuals, unlike Tang Qing. Handsome, talented, rich. At such a young age, such a shining star made them look dim. I really wanted to tie up Tang Qing and get his shares. Certainly, just to put it bluntly, the operability of this matter is almost zero. Aside, the companion who heard this shook his head slightly. If you want to clean it up, you have to do it a long time ago. Tang Qing has a special status. He is backed by China and is related to Burma. The former is easy to talk about. The latter, it's not like you don't know that there are great differences within the consortium regarding Myanmar policy. If Tang Qing is touched, it will involve Burma. It's quite chaotic here anyway. Hearing this, the young man was speechless. All right, he also knew about this. If it was a normal relationship, forget it, but there were too many entangled interests between the two parties. For example, microcrystal technology and the holographic image came from Myanmar. Wanqing mining. Have to. In the African steel business, cooperation is frequent. As for the comic group, its main business is in China, so even if it is hit, it will not be able to damage its muscles and bones. At last, Qingyuan Technology? Oh, try it. Qingyuan Technology's mobile phones, tablets, and computers. Systems and processors are either related to ERV or have dealings with other international giants. Pull a hair. Move your whole body. There are many people who wish Tang Qing bad luck. But there are no fewer people who don't wish Tang Qing bad luck. Recently, I have united with so many major national powers and made friends everywhere at banquets. Behind Tang Qing and China, move Tang Qing. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Never mind. This is not something that he, a junior in a consortium, can interfere with or worry about. The other person's level is no longer something he can hinder. Noon. Hotel. Tang Qing was having dinner with a big shot, not the one from last year. He knew that in a few years, he would be seen on the news broadcast every day. Eat. Chatting. What are your plans for next year? The boss asked kindly. Same as usual, work, life, study. Tang Qing was not at all rigid. Hear the words. Huh. The boss smiled and said, good summary. Award. Your company's aircraft are very good. I heard that many technologies are very groundbreaking, which is very good. I hope to continue to maintain it and be brave in innovation. He said. The boss paused, smiled bitterly, and said, sorry, I'm going off topic. I'm used to it. This was originally meant to be a relaxing meal, but it seemed like an inspection. No, if you have the opportunity, you are welcome to come and inspect our park. Tang Qing smiled. Okay, private enterprise. Tang Qing's companies are controlled by companies that occupy the top two positions. Whether it is the parent company or its subsidiaries, they are almost all leading giants in the industry. There are many industries. Therefore, the probability of inspection should not be too high. This month, he also knew that Qingyuan Technology's annual report had a turnover of nearly 400 billion, which was simply outstanding. The second-generation Anno machine has made the greatest contribution. 50 million units shipped, an average of 5,000. So, even if it is more than 200 billion, the profit is huge, far exceeding that of its peers. Such a private enterprise would have been unthinkable 5 years ago. Now, but it is real. I have to say, God bless China. Although it is integrated innovation, people have no salty fish and invest a lot of money in scientific research. 6 major science and technology parks. Heard. The total number of scientific research personnel is at least 70,000, and they are extremely enterprising. What's more important is that you have a kind heart. We never treat our employees badly, and we don't even allow them to work overtime. It can be said. Example. A perfect role model. The more you look at it, the more you appreciate it. The two chatted about home affairs again, and there were several high-ranking escorts nearby who would interject a few words from time to time. The whole meal was not dull at all. After meal, Tang Qing left the hotel. The bosses were all very busy. Although they were abroad, they still had to deal with many domestic matters, so they were only free during mealtime. Lakeside. Villa. Tang Qing met with many guests again. The second batch of Hummingbird partners will be finalized in the next few days. He is not idle and wants to talk one by one. Not talking about things, but get familiar with it. Now, Hummingbird's cooperation conditions already have a template, and there is nothing to discuss. Everyone accepts it happily. What many people like is not to make money from Hummingbird, but enter the circle. Shares, loan, support. There is no hint of haggling at all. For the second batch of Hummingbird partners, Tang Qing decided to have 11 partners, plus 39, the total would be 50. The rest will be added slowly next year. The main reason is that some goals do not meet the requirements, but Tang Qing wants to enter the country's market. What to do? Simple. Penetration. If there is no suitable partner, create one. Therefore, in the next 2 years, these will be classified as target countries. A power struggle will occur. Result. In fact, it is already destined. Of course, the method adopted will not be very drastic. He is to cultivate his own power, not to mess up a place. Struggle. Mainly concentrated at the level of family power. Evening. In the small town of Davos, snowflakes are falling again. The residents of the town are beaming with joy and are receiving distinguished guests from all over the world. It is like a normal month in a few days. Delightful. I really hope that this is the case all year round, but I can only think about it. It would be great if these big shots can come once a year. Why are you daydreaming? Lakeside Villa. Second floor. Mayan looked out the window quietly and sighed in her heart. Working with Tang Qing was so efficient that she had 11 more partners so quickly. Same. Each one is powerful. At first, he didn't know much about it, and he had even never heard of some families, but Tang Qing's casual explanations made him feel his heart beat faster. Powerful. So strong. Money. Right. Potential. He is almost at the top of his country, and his direct and collateral relatives, as well as his in-laws, are either high-level officials or military leaders in the country. Or maybe a wealthy person can cover half of the sky with one hand. Truth. He was also a little frightened. Although he had experienced this kind of cooperation, Tang Qing's screening threshold made his heart beat wildly. Join forces. It is definitely a big game. Tang Qing is building an overseas relationship network through Hummingbird, forming a huge circle of influence spanning dozens of countries. Horrible. Such a force is really too strong. But while my heart beats faster, I feel excited because Ali is also a member of this circle. This means that Ali's future road ahead is very easy. Business, policy, loan, expansion. All resistance is nothing in the face of these forces. In the past, when doing business in foreign countries, you had to cultivate relationships and visit in person. Now, need not. They are all jointly promoted, with Hummingbird taking the lead. There is no need for Ali to get close to anyone alone. When all needs are raised, there will be dedicated people to discuss them. Tang Qing? Lazy. At most, he would make a phone call to maintain the relationship, but he had not visited him in person for so long. His identity was there, and everyone acquiesced. Therefore, under the protection of Tang Qing, Ali had a smooth journey. Otherwise, these families don't care about Ali at all. Even if Ali's market value increases tenfold, in the eyes of these families, money is not the only measure. Potential. That's what people at this level value. Tang Qing. In China, in Myanmar, even around the world, there are a large number of power relationships, which are far inferior to Ali. However, Jack Ma is not dissatisfied with this. Strength. That's everything. These years, along the way, Ali encountered obstacles everywhere, especially when it was a startup. Ali was always looked down upon, and the reason was that he was too weak at the time. Weak. Just don't expect too much. And not everyone can hug Tang Qing's thighs. It's also a matter of ability for us to be able to hug him. This feeling of being proud is quite boring, but it's also quite refreshing, isn't it? Far away, in a certain hotel. Asshole. This Tang Qing is so ignorant of current affairs. Rejecting us. Some of the negotiations were successful, and some of them were not. There were many forces who came to the door, but not many agreed. It's strange that those who were declined felt so comfortable. But, finish scolding. I can only sigh. What to do? Forcing others to cooperate? Just kidding, they're still a bit self-aware. People have their backs against a big tree, which is also a big tree, trying to trip them up. The difficulty is not small. But everyone secretly made up their mind that Tang Qing could not be controlled in other countries. But in their country, it was much easier to cause trouble, and they actually refused. Okay, let you take a look at our power. Immediately, I made a phone call back and started to make arrangements. They were also the ones who moved the wind and rain. In their country, they were the veritable emperors of the country. As for offending Tang Qing, cut. We don't rely on you for our livelihood. If you don't give me face, how about I give you face? Even if they are offended, their powerful position can still make them popular. No matter how awesome, can you still control our country? Now, in the Alps, Mont Blanc, as the highest peak of the mountain range, is covered with snow all year round. In the evening, Tang Qing stood on the top of the mountain to enjoy the cool breeze. Another flash. The surrounding environment changed, from the ice and snow to the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers to an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean, far away from the shipping routes, not even on the maps of various countries. Because it didn't take long to fill it out. This year, slag, waste rock, I had accumulated a lot, and it would be a waste to leave it in the training area, so I simply threw it here. Gradually, an artificial island was filled in and some flowers and plants were planted. Purpose? Of course not looking. After all, there is no place to plant flowers. Tang Qing has too many places to see flowers. The sea of flowers in the training area is endless, which is no better than building a flower island here. Without it, placement. Previously, just like the place where the criminals in Kovalo were finally dealt with, there were two islands there, one to let the bad guys fend for themselves. Another, mainly to house some poor people. After all, there are many people who are no longer suitable to appear in human society, but they cannot be killed, let alone imprisoned, forming such an island. Now, there are many people, not enough space. Therefore, they plan to build an artificial island to house them, and they could continue to fill it in and expand it. As for the two islands, they could be freed up for other uses. Let's start. Yes. Thousands of miles away, on a small island, there were lights, not electric lamps, but oil-burning lamps. They haven't had electricity here for a long time. Have something to eat. Have something to drink. A bit boring, though. But no one complained. Many people felt that life was boring. The main reason was that they had never experienced anything too extraordinary. The people on this island had seen hell. Some. It was once used as an experimental subject by an organization. They saw a person die in front of them, and some were even analyzed and the parts were used for other purposes. Some kidnapped to a desert island. One person, one knife. A group of people kill each other, and the one who survives to the end can survive for a few more days and continue to the next game. Some were thrown onto an uninhabited island, 3 of them with nothing to eat. At last, them finally rescued. Therefore, having seen hell, I know even more how precious a boring life is. Being able to look at the sun quietly and have a bite of food every day, even in a daze. Also happy. Gradually, information was exchanged, and they also knew that the person who rescued them should be a righteous organization. As for why they didn't let them go, they also understood the bad guys were powerful. First, the organization couldn't afford it and didn't want to be exposed. Second, even if you let him go, he and others may not survive long and may be silenced or even implicate their family members. So it was a long time coming back to civilization. Instead, I didn't think about it anymore. It's not bad here either. Have something to eat. Have something to drink. Everyone has nothing, and there is no class distinction. They have experienced the worst life, seen the great horrors of the world, and walked between life and death. In front of you. I'm used to it. It's good. Sunrise. Sunset. Day by day passed. Now, the residents on the island have a vague concept of time because they don't have to rush to do anything. When they wake up every day, they are no longer in hell, full of happiness. But as time goes by, there are more and more people. At this rate of population growth, it will probably become a bit crowded in another year. Good thing. Eat and drink without worries. Fishing. Planting. In addition to the supplies that were floated by their rescuers from time to time, they didn't have to worry about going hungry, and they were prepared for a rainy day and planned every meal. Don't waste. Therefore, the food stored on the island can last for several months even without supplies. The other party obviously knew about this, but did not reduce the supplies. This make them feel more at ease, light and spacious. At the same time, they were also looking forward to meeting the person who saved them. Today, afternoon, as usual, many people were sunbathing on the beach on the shore. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out, waking up everyone who was napping on the beach. What happened? Nervous. Afraid of something happening. Open your eyes. Take a look. He also became surprised. Boat. A big ship. It was sailing from a distance, and it seemed that the target was their island. Everyone was shocked because they were not waiting for rescue. So, there was not much joy among the people, but worry. After all, It might be a good person's ship, or it might be a bad person's ship. If it's the former, but it's not the one who saves them, that's also a troublesome thing. Exposed. They cannot afford this price. Hide, someone yelled. Hear the words. Needless to say, I started to retreat into the jungle. Within a minute, there were no more people on the beach. I hid in the jungle and notified others. Soon, the more than 2,000 people on the island became nervous. Everyone lay down in a secluded place and looked at the increasingly larger ship on the sea. Since they didn't have telescopes, they didn't understand the situation on the ship at all. Wait. All we can do is wait. We have already begun to discuss how to subdue someone if they come up. It turned out that all their plans were revealed when they saw the clothing of the landing personnel. Leave it behind. It's them. Many people were delighted. Who? Someone was puzzled. But Mr. Kapu immediately continued. The people who saved us can't be wrong. The people who disappeared from the Dhaka training base at that time were wearing the same clothes. That's right. Yes, it's them. Not all of these people have seen who the people who saved them have been, but there are still quite a few who have seen them with their own eyes, so they can identify them at a glance. Now, sure, a dozen people wearing strange individual armor suits lined up in a row. Behind them, the ship was parked on the sea more than 60 meters away, with its sides open. A pontoon bridge was built to the shore. Suddenly, a voice sounded across the island. No need to hide, come out. Considering that this island is already a little difficult to accommodate so many people, we are going to move you to the new island. Get your personal belongings. Get on the ship. As for your food supplies, you can take them with you if you want. This is a total relocation. There will be no one left on the island. Please pack and board the ship as soon as possible. After listening, everyone was dumbfounded. Move place? It was so sudden, but considering the population of the island, it seemed very reasonable. After the broadcast was broadcast 3 times, everyone started to move. Suspect? But he didn't want to think about it. Once everyone came, if he was a bad guy, he would deal with a group of people on an isolated island with only wooden weapons in their hands. No difficulty. Secondly, if the person who rescued them was exposed or killed by the bad guys, they could get on the boat and take revenge. In fact, they had no choice. Pack. Tidy. One person carried some supplies and came to the beach. Get on board. After walking across the pontoon and entering the cabin, they thought they would be restricted from moving around, but no one cared about them. The people above told them they could go to the deck, but cannot enter the cab. Now, they were even more relieved that this was not considered a prison. If they were only allowed to move inside a sealed ship, they would have to be really vigilant. 1 hour later. Finished. Put away the pontoon. Set off. The ship was relatively big, and people didn't like to stay in the cabin, so they came to the deck one after another, causing a lot of crowding. Everyone was talking and chatting. In the crowd, there is no shortage of beauties, and there are quite a few of them. The evil tastes of rich people sometimes like to be carried out on beautiful women. The more beautiful they are, the more excited they are. In the past, they would also consider whether they would get a tan, hold an umbrella, etc., but after many experiences, they discovered that beauty is not a good thing. And there is no sunscreen on the island either. Gradually, I don't care anymore, it's good to have a little tan. Everyone is the same anyway. Many people are not looking at the high cap position not far away. Certainly, it's not that I want to rob the ship, but I'm curious about who can offend so many forces at the same time, or offend someone to the point of death, but still be fine. Their impressions of these people are pure. Aloof. Powerful. Silence. People don't talk much. 10 hours later. It's dark, but not many people fell asleep. They were still on the deck, blowing the sea breeze. Just when more people were drowsy, the lights on the entire ship turned on. Moment. Illuminated clearly. We're here. A voice spread across the deck, and everyone immediately lost their sleepiness and looked around. But because it was too dark, they couldn't see far, and many people discovered that the ship had stopped. And the pontoons on the belly of the ship have been rolled out. Then I heard the voice continue. At the end of the pontoon is your residence. The building materials have been moved up. You can build it yourself. Same. We will send supplies on time. Go down. Simple. Direct. Just as they finished speaking, a searchlight shone from the ship into the distance, and they discovered that there was indeed an island, and it was not small. Immediately, no hesitation. Move. After arriving on the island, everyone discovered that the shore was filled with materials like mountains of wood, which they were very familiar with. They were the materials for simple houses. When combined, it becomes a house, which is very convenient. Because it's too dark, that night, everyone was resting at the beachside supplies place. They were not very particular and slept on the ground. Although the sky was covered with clouds, experience told them that it would not rain. Far away, the ship has disappeared. The next day, everyone woke up at dawn. In this case, everyone was sleeping lightly. After breakfast, everyone began to explore the island. Take a look. Extremely happy. First, the area is larger than before. Second, the area of arable land is also large. The previous islands had more rocks, but on this island, the soil quality looks good and there are many plants growing on it. Only, the whole island is leaking a little bit. It was strange. I always felt like something was wrong, but at this moment, an experienced person shouted in shock, "Artificial island!" Now, there was an uproar among those who heard the judgment. What? This is an artificial island? Are you sure? Everyone exclaimed and gathered around. The natural island and the artificial island have different meanings. The latter represents the great energy of this force. Bigger than expected. After all, reclamation. Make land. Even in the uninhabited waters of the Pacific Ocean, it is not an easy task. In addition to the high cost, there is also the monstrous courage of the other party. Perhaps only superpowers or of the national level can do this. Forehead. It seems right. After provoking so many forces, how can it be said that he has no brushes? Yes, this is an artificial island. There are no permanent rocks under the water. It's all gravel. Moreover, it's mine companion rock, which means that when digging the veins, there is a lot of slag dug out. This is definitely an artificial island. After careful investigation, the man said with certainty. Moment. Another uproar. Ore. Artificial. How weird. Okay, why are you thinking so much? As long as you have a place to live, hurry up and put up the house. Otherwise, if it rains, it won't be good if you get wet. Also, reclamation. Plan the planting area because expandable. Perhaps soon, the island area will be larger. Thinking of this, everyone had more expectations and began to divide their work according to the original, and everyone was busy with their own tasks. What a joy! Switzerland. Villa. Seeing everything on the island in order, Tang Qing couldn't help but smile. These people have seen the cruelest side of the world, but they like a stable life. Good. Otherwise, management is also a problem. It's good like it is now. If you manage yourself well and collaborate and divide work, it's okay even if you really want to wait for death. Affordable. Food. He has no shortage. Although the original Grain Industry Alliance plan did not take shape, it has been spread around the world, and the area of farms controlled by the soldiers is staggering. Breeding. Planting. All major categories are involved, and if you miss even a little bit, you can feed hundreds of thousands of people. For this small number of people, the consumption is almost negligible. The forum continued over the next few days. Speech. Reception. Tang Qing chose to participate, and he was not here to suffer. He had no time to deal with so many people. The more interesting thing during the period was when the Greek president asked for a hand in marriage. What to do? Promote national debt. Take a look. Qing's face froze. What would Greece's national debt be used for? Generally, the purchase of treasury bond between countries is an investment in which the authorities have relatively idle foreign exchange reserves. But Myanmar does not have that much spare money. The foreign currency in its reserves is mainly for international trade, and it does not have that much spare money to invest in national bonds. Therefore, reject directly. Don't buy it. No need to even ask for instructions. At last, the president had no choice but to give up, as if he was used to it, and this was also the case. In addition to Myanmar, he also contacted many countries, and each one said they were unable to help. However, in front of the media, he was adamant. I have never done this. For a while, it entertained many people. The Greek people looked at it and thought, damn, we are all in this situation, and you have done nothing to help us borrow money properly. What are you doing in a daze? Protest. In their opinion, President, it's just to protect their welfare. As for how to get the money, I have no interest in it. Now, you don't even help them get the money. How can this be done? Procession, demonstration, clamor. The angry president threw a lot of things in private and cursed. You know how hard I work in private, but so many countries refuse. FARC, you want me to come out publicly? What to say? No one wanted to lend it to me. Depend on. This is not only a slap in his face, but also a slap in the face of Greece. He didn't mean what he said just to save everyone's face. What do we get in exchange for working so hard? So angry. Besides, we only came to power in October last year. So, can we be a little patient? You have spent so much money, more than 300 billion euros, and created such a big hole. It's so easy to fill in. It's urgent. Let's give up our pick and let you vote in your own referendum. 31 days. Night. Tang Qing's plane set off back to China, and the purpose of coming here was successfully accomplished. Hummingbird cooperated, maintained relationships, and was called by the big boss to support the scene. No way. Excellent. Just so busy. On board. As I was drawing, time passed quickly. Not long after, a message flashed in front of my eyes. After reading it, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. India is quite good at tossing. India. Capital. In a high-end office building, as the liaison office of Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Technology Company, is certainly better, but because it is temporary, it is easy to rent. Manager. The news for various places is not good. Our Oasis solution was forcibly charge high taxes when it traveled through various states. At the same time, the locals charge high prices for the water and oil used by the spraying trucks. There are even some extremely unfriendly behaviors, which make on-site work more difficult. What should we do? The assistant came in and reported. Hear the words. The manager frowned. This land. He is already familiar with the fact that there's not even a unified tax. When goods travel through various states, they have to pay taxes again, just like traveling through each country. Certainly, it's nothing, just pay the taxes that should be paid. However, these states seem to think they are easy to bully. When the Oasis solution passes through the border, they impose a high tax, and it is even increasing now. Angry. Maid, we are here to improve your land environment. But the resistance is so great. For this, it is not difficult to imagine the reason. Before that, various states were making trouble. Even asked for discounts and let the Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Technology Company discount all the money donated to India for desert control, and each state will allocate how to spend it. But it pissed off international donors. No way. March. The OV Foundation sent the money to the Myanmar Bank Group. But until October, they were still arguing over which one would not be angry. Then, speak directly. Noise again. I will no longer donate it. As for changing the use, don't even think about it. Discounting, it is even more of a dream. This allowed India to speed up the process. November. Enter. Go through the formalities. December. Start drying. It was going well at first, but probably because they didn't get the money, the states came up with other ideas, starting with the business of the Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Technology Company. Bang! The manager slammed the table. Asshole! These people are hopeless. Wait a minute. I'll contact the company. After saying that, the manager called the headquarters. He couldn't make the final decision on such a cost increase, so he got through quickly. Report. After listening, the head office is also domineering. All management activities in India are suspended. Yes, the manager said hurriedly. Without hesitation, the head office's decision was in order. As for the impact, it was not his business to worry about. Anyway, the head office never missed anything. Subsequently, phone calls were made one after another. When the on-site workers heard this, they immediately stopped what they were doing and were naturally happy to take a break. Knock off. Return to the station. Now, seeing that they are still arrogant and have made so much money, it's time to give up some profits. Moreover, this is the money given to us in India by our compatriots. We get it reasonably. Yes. Why should a foreign company make all the money? Somewhere, several pot-bellied, middle-aged Indian men sat around a table, chatting and laughing. They had also been thinking about increasing the Oasis transit tax rate for a long time. I just thought of this method. Snort, not discounted. We always have ways to make money. It makes me feel sad when I think that more than $2 billion of funds were suddenly deposited into the account of Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. Why not call them directly? The more I think about it, more and more angry. These overseas Indians are so ignorant that they don't believe them, give money to a foreign company, and threaten them to hurry up and launch the project. Cut. You don't give it. Let's just figure out ourselves. As for whether doing so would bring excitement to the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, they had thought about it, but they felt that the company's profits were already very high. Taxes are high, should be acceptable, and, with so much money, if it is kept in the account for more than half a year, the interest is not a small amount. You will make a lot of money inside and outside, so what's the point of sharing a little? I think it could be increased by another 10%. Yeah, don't rush. Take your time. The governance cycle is 3 years, and we have plenty of time. They were chatting. Suddenly, one of his subordinates hurriedly ran over and said, "It's bad. They've all stopped working." Hearing this, the few people didn't panic much. Calm down. It's just a stoppage of work, not a withdrawal. In this case, they will definitely come to negotiate. Let's talk. There's money. Therefore, this shutdown did not cause any waves. However, now, an official letter was sent directly from the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company to the Indian authorities to lodge a formal protest over the tax rate issue of each state for the Oasis. Suddenly, the authorities had a headache. In the letter, the tone was very rude and demanded an immediate end to the unfair treatment. Otherwise, according to the contract, the company has the right to stop the treatment project indefinitely. That's right. Just so domineering. What? Indefinitely? Is this stipulated in the contract? The senior management looked confused. Looking back, they didn't seem to have signed a contract with Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. After all, they didn't pay. Just ask. Everyone was also confused. I quickly checked, and upon checking, everyone was dumbfounded. This contract was signed with the Owe Foundation, and there was a force majeure in the contract. Work can be suspended indefinitely. There is such a thing. If you encounter unfair treatment in that country, such as imposing high taxes or other situations that seriously threaten the interests of the company, the right to stop work, and all lost work costs will be deducted from the project payment. If the buckle is finished. Good. Even if the contract is completed, it can be said that this is almost a super powerful exemption clause. No matter what, the company will not suffer any loss. Why didn't the O Foundation announce this contract earlier? Someone was angry. Depend on. I didn't tell you earlier. Speaking now, they really want to question it, but they dare not. The O Foundation is powerful and credible, and there is nothing wrong with the treaty. After all, if nothing happens, nothing will happen. If you make a fool of yourself, once it is announced, they will be the ones who are embarrassed. They feel like they want to take any money. So disgusting. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Headache. Congested. Depressed. Crazy. If something like this happens at the beginning of the new year and is not handled properly, it will definitely not be the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company that suffers the loss. They will get all the money. How much is lost? Just deduct as much as you want. Therefore, people don't care when work starts. Even though it will take a long time to deduct so much money through lost work fees, it can't be done like this. Call and stop this unreasonable behavior immediately. Before the news gets out, we must minimize the impact and clean up the mess. Covering his head, the president ordered. I don't know how effective it will be. Protest? Indefinite suspension of work. After receiving the news, all the states were also stunned. They did not expect that there was such a contract and there was such a clause in it, which was completely a domineering clause. At least, That's how they see it. As a company that receives money, you should abide by professional ethics. It is too disharmonious to stop work at every turn. Now, they also have headaches. What to do? I don't know. If the contract is true, not only will the lost work costs be paid, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company will not need to give away a dime in profit, but even the tax we added will be deducted. In that case, it didn't lose a penny. It seems like that. Suddenly, I don't know how many alpacas were running wildly in my mind, thinking that they would take small revenge on the other party, but unexpectedly, they despised them from the beginning. Increased taxes? Okay. Loss of working time? Good. Donors will foot the bill, and we have a contract anyway. In that case, can't we just raise taxes and change the direction to get the money? Anyway, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company has no losses. Wouldn't it be better? Someone suddenly thought and said excitedly. But facing him were a pair of people who looked at each other and said, "Your child didn't take medicine this morning?" Expression. Do you think Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company will condone you? If it can, I won't send a letter to protest. Now, that person felt like he wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Oh my God, his IQ was exposed. Next, a group of people discussed endlessly, but no one had a good plan. If people don't cooperate, nothing can be done. Even, all kinds of countermeasures seem to be of no use. In a business where all the money has been transferred, they still have a contract with a super disclaimer clause. Hit him. It's just hurting yourself. People stop work indefinitely, but they still keep accounts every penny. If they stop for 3 to 5 years, 10 or 8 years, they will get all the money. The other party can afford it. What about yourself? Can't afford it. Public opinion alone can kill them. As for taking official measures to retaliate, just kidding, they are high-level officials of various states, so they have no background to oppose them. State-owned enterprises. Super state-owned enterprise. Therefore, I'm not afraid of you, a small Indian state. Just pat your butt and leave. I will forgive you for 3 to 5 years, but others will still count money every day, and you will still be the same. Depend on, damn it, the O Foundation signed such a contract. But what makes them hesitate is that if they bow their heads so quickly, they will lose face. Tangled. Abuse. I was thinking about being tough. Suddenly, a piece of news came. Just now, the European and American media began to report on this incident. Many donors to India saw it and were very angry. They called us to ask questions. Many. Damn the information age. P.S. On the last day of this month, please vote. Now, the Oasis donors in India are deviant and angry. One wave comes after another. In other countries, governance begins the month after the money is paid. Half a year, seedlings are sprouting from the ground. And you? Still talking to each other. Made. After pulling it back and forth, I actually wanted to discount it. If this is discounted, where the money will be used, those overseas Indian rich people can think of it with their buttocks. Therefore, firmly opposed. Now, it has not been 2 months, no, 1 month, because just confirming the location has been delayed until early December, plus preparations by the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. The real governance only lasted a month. Are these damn guys so poor and crazy? They insist on getting this money. Fake. Damn it. My conscience is completely black. After a scolding, they relaxed a little. They didn't think there was a problem with the exemption clause that was extremely beneficial to Myanmar and Asia's environmental protection technology. After all, after so many countries have implemented it, but it only applies to India, it means that there is no problem with the exemption clause, and it is India's own mistake. Wrong. It will be punished. Then, call the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. We must not get used to the behavior of the Indian states, and we must not donate to the states in the form of taxes. Not a cent. Even if it is used to pay for lost work, they are not willing to give it to the states to fuel their arrogance. To this, the company's response was simple. Okay. Outside world. This operation in India is awesome. Disgusting. It looks ugly. The land donated by others is already green, but India is still yellow and bald. How can the officials do something casual? India is really not a place for charity. Uh-huh. Only fools donate there again and want to discount it, but they can't. They embezzle the money in this despicable way. They must not be allowed to succeed. Shame. It's simply a crime and cannot be condoned. At this time, the news is spreading all over the country at an extremely fast speed, and many people are shocked. Moreover, this operation is a blatant embezzling of donated funds. Very Indian. At the same time, there was a denunciation that this was a charity donation, not a business, and extorting money from it was a shameful act in itself, and it was simply despised. Hate must fight. India, capital, faced with the torrent of international public opinion. How could the news spread so quickly when the authorities were stunned? But when you think about it, it seems not difficult to understand that it is not Myanmar and Asia's environmental protection technology that is causing trouble. Not. Most of those who donate to India come from the local area and then give back to the local area. There must be many relatives and friends in the local area, so it is not difficult to know. Then, report to the media. And this is also the reason why news started to break out from Europe and the United States, which is very reasonable. This gave them a headache, and now it accidentally made the headlines again. But he was scolded in the headlines. Depend on, who are we messing with? Each state raises taxes. They hardly get much benefit from this, but they have to bear the greatest responsibility. They feel angry and want to curse others. At this time, OA Foundation called. At the request of the donor, please calm down this storm as soon as possible, suspend unreasonable behavior, and ensure the fulfillment of the donor's donation wishes. Okay, another strong call. To this, they didn't think much about it. They didn't think they were here to help the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, but to protect the rights and interests of the donor. Naturally, the authorities had to agree. Immediately. Stop all tax increases and other unfair treatment. Otherwise, OA Foundation may withdraw the targeted project and change the country of use. If you feel that you don't care, you can continue, but you will be responsible for the consequences. Now, the authorities are also strong. Although they cannot scare other countries, they still pull the tiger's skin and make up little lies. In fact, this is not really a lie. After all, if this situation continues, the possibility of withdrawal is too great. Even if we do not withdraw from India, it is not impossible to change states. This country is not good. That's good. Get another one. Many states are eagerly looking forward to it, but there are not many wealthy overseas compatriots in this state. Once overseas Indians are pushed into a hurry, they will definitely do it. At this time, take a look. It has developed to this day, and all the countries are feeling terrified, scared. If the project is withdrawn and given to another country, it will definitely not be covered up. It would be strange if it is not laughed to death. I secretly cursed in my heart. These unruly people are abominable. Even though he scolded him, he knew that he couldn't do anything about it. What? Tax refund? I called the company to ask them to speak. When the states received the reply, they were very angry and asked them to refund the unreasonable taxes and fees they had paid before starting work. Note, required by donor. Otherwise, start? No. This made them so angry that they would spit out whatever they ate. It was sucking their blood, so their first thought was not to agree. However, the company's answer is very straightforward. This is not something we can decide. Donors will not accept any unnecessary expenditures, and there is nothing we can do about it. One sentence. Putting the blame away. You are awesome. To convince donors. Otherwise, we continue to spend it and earn some lost time, equipment loss, and management fees every day. It seems pretty good. The money has already arrived anyway. Asshole. This time, I don't know how many things have been thrown away in various countries. Looking for donors? It's strange to find a bunch of people who agree, and there are many donors, tens of thousands. Fully convinced? How funny. The person is still angry, but he has to tell the other person, we took some of your money, but don't ask for it anymore. It would be strange if people don't curse him to death. I won't retreat. Some people replied angrily. Oh, he finished. The other party hung up the phone. Argue? Cut. Not available. We have no losses. No matter what, it shouldn't be Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company that should be anxious. Why don't we have time to coddle you and talk to you sincerely? It's a dream. I have no time to deal with you. As for whether it offends these countries, the company said, we're not begging for your bowl of rice. On the contrary, you are begging for our side. At present, India-Myanmar trade is almost always a surplus with Myanmar. With so many global allies and China as the world's factory neighbor, how can we buy things from India? Too little. On the contrary, India's demand for Myanmar is its immediate need. Beep, beep, in the ear. Listening to the beeping sound, many people were angry. What kind of attitude is this? Although we are not in the front line, we still have a high status. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? Cursing, cursing. There was only a twitching at the corner of the mouth. In the past, this neighbor was extremely poor. Now, in terms of real GDP, it may not be much lower than that of the entire India. It's confidence. Arrogant? They are not afraid of you at all. No one needs you, but they have what you need, including Oasis, preparation solution, original transcription solution, and various medicines. Rich, bold, and arrogant. Reasonable. It feels like, if this continues, I won't be able to offend him. Now, some states in India are incomparable. Heaven, is there anyone who can take care of this monster? A poor neighbor that I didn't even look down on before. He is so arrogant, but he can't do anything about it. I feel so upset. Actually, 2 years ago, when the original transcription solution appeared, they moved the small bench and put the snacks aside, ready to watch a big show. Without it, it would be a crime to have a treasure. Which material? Half a year, 1 year, 2 years. The snacks were all expired, and they didn't wait until they were taught how to behave. Instead, they got better and got richer, which made them very depressed. Now, there is still no sign of decline. Big profit, special profit. They also want to make money with China, so why not choose India? Although the quality of our products is a little worse, the categories are a little less, and the people are a little lazy. But why not choose us? Depend on Europe, USA, island country, and other countries with bandit genes. They didn't move at all. They were eating the melon without eating it. It was very embarrassing. Now, they didn't even look down on India. They were so depressed. When they thought of refunding their money, they felt like they were about to have their blood drawn. They wanted to say boldly, no refund. But, is it useful? Don't retreat. People will continue to earn lost wages, eat and drink when they should, and it will not be affected at all. When the time comes, all public opinion will only be on them. Oh my God, so heavy. Let me ponder. At this time, Tang Qing has returned to Shanghai, and the Chinese New Year is just over 10 days away. The park has even begun to have a Chinese New Year atmosphere, with red lanterns everywhere. A happy picture. But, although they have to take a vacation, most employees are not in a hurry. There is no shortage of vacations on weekdays and holidays, and it is difficult to work overtime during weekends and holidays. Therefore, last year, during the Golden Week of May Day and National Day, many people go home. Also, there's also annual leave paid. Oh my gosh, 10 days. This is after 1 year of service, and 1 day will be added for each year's service. This means that after 10 years, the paid annual leave will be 20 days. During the new year, plus statutory holidays. All right, they could rest for almost a month. When they learned about this benefit, they didn't know what to say and could only give a thumbs up in the direction of Tang Qing's office. This boss, right? Elsewhere, it's almost hard to find even with a lantern. Annual vacation? It would be nice to have a normal spring festival holiday, and if I have to work overtime on May Day and National Day, I will have to work overtime. Leave can be accumulated. May Day, 7 days. 11, 7 days. It can be accumulated until the spring festival holiday. Okay, this annual leave is a bit long, but not much can be saved. Most of the overtime work on holidays will be used normally. Therefore, this year, annual leave plus spring break are usually 20 days. It is precisely because of this that the park stipulates that the starting date of vacation must be determined half a month in advance. The time starts from February 5th, after everyone reports, the supervisor will arrange the work before and after the new year. Although it is a bit complicated, it is better to have a unified holiday. But it's not so complicated that it can't be done. Division of labor. Cooperate. It is not difficult to arrange things at the end of the year and the beginning of the year. The company also thoughtfully covered the travel expenses home and helped book air tickets and train tickets. Within 200 kilometers. It's up to you. After all, it's so close that there's no way I won't be able to go back because of ticket issues. But I also thoughtfully gave 1,000 fares per person to the employees who were within this distance. No matter how you go back, there is. And directly enter last month's salary. Today, after receiving the salary payment text message, many people once again lamented, what does it mean to be wealthy? This is that they have nothing to repay and can only work hard. Nature. This benefit has once again made the outside world jealous. Awesome. Tang Qing is one of the most conscientious bosses in China. He has 10 days of annual leave. It's so simple. We don't have annual leave at all. Same. I want to cry. Envy. Calculating. Shengtang Group is the most comfortable. The annual leave base in the park is only 1 year, only 11 days, and Shengtang's annual leave has reached 15 days. Including spring break, it is 22 days. Autistic. Together. I'm so happy. In the 22 days, our company doesn't have 7 days, only 5 days. Hurry up and go back to have a meal and visit a friend. It can't be compared. It can't be compared. Many people are so envious that their eyes are green. The salary is high. Good benefits. Have no choice. They're not one of them, but also gives them hope. After all, compared to before, there is not even a company that insists on thinking about its employees. Or, few. He has little influence. Tang Qing, the richest man in China, has set an example for countless private enterprises through his actions, instead of desperately squeezing them. Over time, perhaps, it will bring changes to the entire society. At least other large private enterprises can learn from it. Instead of trying to get it right in one step, it's okay to take your time. It's better than nothing. But everyone can see it, except Tang Qing. Tang family. For example, Tang Kai's company is also implementing such a welfare system, and many partners have joined in. There is no full education, but there are changes. Tang family. It's just a shame to be praised to the heavens. Last year, as soon as the financing houses came out, people were envious again. I heard that more than 30,000 suites were built. Although they were not free, buying commercial houses would be more than twice as expensive. Pity. Difficult to enter. Not even outstanding talents can be squeezed in, but there are very few recruitment announcements from major companies. It's not that there is no shortage of people, but that there is no need. I have Heaven, responsible for the recruitment of major enterprises under Tang Qing. It has a huge talent pool and is the largest headhunter in China. It likes to invite specific talents directly. Do the math. The largest number of external recruitment advertisements are school recruitment. Therefore, except for fresh graduates who have a chance to actively submit their applications and be selected, other people who want to get in have to wait for the opportunity and work hard to improve themselves. Improve your rating in the Sky Eye talent pool. Score high. Easier to be favored. At this time, Qingyan City. Yantang University has also ushered in the winter vacation. On the campus, the students are all smiling. Firstly, they can go home and reunite. Secondly, they are happy to have harvested. I made money again this semester. Subsidy. Bonus. After half a year of school, most of them have several $1,000s in their pockets. They could go back to celebrate the Chinese New Year and buy some things for their families. Those who are top students have more money, let alone tens of thousands. As many as tens of thousands. But most of the tens of thousands are first-year students. After sophomore year, the school arranges more practices. Some are top academics, have outstanding abilities, and receive high-value activities. Therefore, these people who make a lot of money are the objects of everyone's admiration. This is the realization of knowledge. After graduation, they can almost definitely join Tang Qing's company. By then, the annual salary is more than 100,000 yuan, which is very easy. hundreds of thousands. Work hard. It may not be impossible to achieve it within a few years. Compared with college students elsewhere, Yintang University has more advantages when entering Tang Qing's company. Academic dominance equals future. Here, that's the truth. For years, no loss but profit. This is a special feature of Yintang University, and the top 10% of students with comprehensive scores this year can also enjoy round-trip air tickets during the winter vacation. To this, even those from the school can't help but be envious. Long live 60 is not a common situation in Yintang University, but a rare exception. 60. Shameful. Not worth. No points added. The higher you go, there will be bonuses at each step, and there will also be bonus points in the overall score. If it is too low, your resume will be submitted to Tang Qing Enterprises. Same. Brush. No negotiation. After all, just like when major companies recruit fresh graduates, they prefer outstanding graduates, not because their grades equal strength, but because they know what to do at what stage. This knowledge, very important. Mom, okay, I'll be home in the afternoon at most. The school will pay for the air ticket. Yeah, I study well and am in the top 10% of the school. That's right, I'm studying very seriously. I'm going out now. In a certain dormitory, a female top student who had finished her exam was smiling from ear to ear. Do the math. 1 year. If you work hard, you can save more than the average person in a year. Food in school is not expensive, and they even give them coupons during holidays. Therefore, I can't spend much money on school. Graduate. Work. As long as he maintains excellent grades in school and enters Tang Qing's company, it is almost certain that he will live a happy life until then. House. Car. Tickets. They will all have it, and you don't need to rely on anyone, women. It also holds up half the sky. Sisters, see you in the new year. In the dormitory, although half of them had their air tickets reimbursed, the departure time was different, and the other one would leave tomorrow morning. Subsequently, she packs big and small bags. Go out. Get in the car. The school has a special bus to pick up and drop off students from the airport. Taking into account the common practice, the school has more than 20 buses, which will leave when they are full, with a maximum of half an hour. Very thoughtful. Envy. Without comparison, there is no harm. Many of their high school classmates felt bad during the holidays when they saw it. There were no rewards in their own school. No reimbursement. There is no private car. Everything. You have to do it yourself. Yes, we are no longer young and must be independent. However, this superior study life brought by not lacking money has nothing to do with independence, and everyone is scratching their heads. I really want to transfer to another school. Oh my God, that was the college life they once yearned for. Go home. Bye-bye. Qin Shichi tidied up the dormitory briefly, greeted her roommates, then carried her bag and went to the next building to pick up her sister and Tang Yin'er for the exam. No reply this week. Last night. It was the last night I spent with my roommates this semester. We all agreed to go back today, and the 3 beautiful girls naturally attracted attention. Beautiful, beautiful, good-looking. It's a blessing to take a look before I leave. Many classmates looked at the 3 girls and talked about them. College students are at the age when their hormones explode. Because the 3 of them often appear together, they're very famous. Nature. There is no shortage of people to strike up a conversation with. Pity. No one succeeded, and there was no big problem in learning and communication. If I pursued it, it would make many people sad because they made it clear not to talk about college. Certainly, I don't know if it's true or not. I just know that I haven't seen anyone having sex with a man, and each of them is a top student, one of the top 1%. Good looks. IQ. It makes many people feel ashamed. At this time, the 3 people who had experienced this kind of gaze since high school had become accustomed to it. They walked out of the school gate openly and got into an inconspicuous Shinue car. Take a look. The students felt happy. Not a luxury car. Otherwise, I really have to worry about whether the 3 goddesses are being taken care of. Fortunately, reality is not so cruel, and the world is still quite beautiful. February 6th, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Office. Tang Qing has just finished the last project meeting of the year. The work before the holiday has come to an end. He is planning to return to Qingyan City in 2 days. By the window, looking at the many employees with large and small packages on the road, I couldn't help but smile on my face. The happiness of ordinary people is really quite simple: salary and benefits. And this is also what he lacks most. Now, under his benchmark, some large private enterprises have begun to make changes in terms of employee benefits. There are more and less, but at least many people have benefited. Truth, welfare, for profit, make money. Only then can you make money. Therefore, it is true that ordinary enterprises cannot afford too high welfare benefits. For many small and medium-sized enterprises, just 1 month of paid leave can eat up the annual profits. Survive endlessly. So, Tang Qing didn't feel that he was very noble, rich, and prolific, which was normal. Anyway, he was not short of money, and the companies under him were losing money. He is still incredibly wealthy. Certainly, the difficulty of losing money is not low, and he has no intention of committing suicide. Therefore, prosperity is the only way to make money, tens or hundreds of billions. Sprinkle. Pretty good. Keep it. Put in your pocket. Tang Qing really doesn't like the tens of billions this year. It's okay to throw some money away. Anyway, the industry doesn't need to answer to any shareholders. Earned. It took. We have a final say. 11 o'clock. Door. The top leaders in Shanghai came here to visit a few years ago, and the location was in the park. Now, among the big companies in Shanghai, Tang Qing's is the 2 largest. Comic Group, Qingyuan Technology. Therefore, it is too dazzling to be ignored. Whether it is strength or popularity, these are 2 shining signs for the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Look, China's number 1 and number 2 private companies are both here, and the tax exemption period for Comic Group and Qingyuan Technology is coming soon, starting in the second half of next year. Estimate. It is not just an ordinary tile that can contribute to the Shanghai stock market's tax revenue. Let's talk about Qingyuan Technology. Once it starts paying taxes, it will be said to be tens of billions less every year. Tens of billions. Even the Shanghai Stock Exchange must pay attention. When are you going to go home? The day after tomorrow. It's good. It's another year. Qingyuan Technology is getting better and better. Yes, aircraft and submersibles were developed in 1 year, which is really good. Not bad. You're still modest. Good is good. Okay, I think it is good. How many do you want to achieve this year? 5,000. Tang Qing raised 1,000. Oh, is it difficult? Try your best. After all, the goal is to pursue. Tang Qing said with some room, but he didn't have much doubt about this number in his heart. 5,000. Is it much? Even if the unit is 100 million, if nothing else is said, the average price is 5,000 per era, as long as the monthly sales volume last year is maintained, plus other business growth. You can also be reckless. Soon, go to the West District. Now, I saw many people pushing boxes and pulling rods. Is everyone on holiday? No. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. We will have holidays from today until the 29th of the 12th lunar month to avoid being crowded with so many people in one day. Whether it is a train or a plane, it will be too crowded. It's a good idea. It's a pity. Ordinary companies can't learn from this. In terms of corporate management efficiency, Tang Qing's company is the leader in the industry. The key is to make money, not less than so many days. No money. Everything is empty. Think about it. Happy. The more money you make. Of course, it is better for the Shanghai stock market. How much can be done with tens of billions of taxes? In 10 years, it will definitely be a huge sum of money, and it will be the largest taxpayer, far behind the second place. Looking at the crowd going home, he suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but praise Tang Qing. Your software has helped a lot during the Spring Festival. A few years ago, Xiao is promoting enterprise and business management software everywhere. Water power, electricity, Ignite. These fields that are related to ordinary people's lives are all involved, and software is used to open up various areas of people's livelihood. At first, everyone could not understand it. However, quick payment, Just pay via mobile phone. Huh. Many people were dumbfounded. Turned out to be. This is a big game. Relying on the good relationships established before and the advantages of software channels, water, and electricity can be handed over directly to Xiao. At that time, many companies are jealous to the point of envy. Channels are profits. In addition to earning a little handling fee from them, they're extremely attractive to new users. Current month, the small number of downloads has grown by leaps and bounds. Now, all bills in Shanghai can be paid using mobile phones, without leaving home. Very convenient. There is the aspect of railway ticket purchasing, but due to various considerations, such as transportation capacity, the railway has been accumulating technology for the past 3 years and has not implemented it. Last year, online ticket purchase for high-speed rail is now available. 6 days ago, January 30th, it was also the first day of Spring Festival travel. A trial run for online ticket purchase for general passenger trains was launched. Due to heavy traffic, it went online at 10 o'clock and almost crashed at 12 o'clock. Stuck and stopped. Delay. Can't refresh. A bunch of problems were exposed. As soon as they saw it, the railway immediately approached Xiao, and within half a day, they reached an agreement to use the cloud platform to share the pressure. The train ticket query business accounts for more than 90% of the entire website traffic. Concurrent requests are intensive during peak business periods, so only this is shared. At first, start testing from 30. Final. Based on a reasonable ratio, 20% will be processed by the railway servers, and the remaining 80% will be handled by the cloud platform. Same day. That solves the problem. Smooth. It's quite smooth, and it's also because the entire ticket purchasing platform and database are processed on the software provided by Xiao, and there are not many changes, which is why it's so fast. Otherwise, the docking of optical technologies will take a while. For praise. Serve the people. Tang Qing laughed. These words, the entourage, felt strange, but when they thought about what Tang Qing had done over the years, some things seemed to fit the essence of this sentence. Substance. Spirit. Life. Its companies have products that make people's lives more convenient and comfortable. After all, Tang Qing is also a party member, a freshman, so these words are not out of the ordinary. Looking at this young face, I can't help but think, China is a blessing. Walking. Then we came to the river. The entire park is surrounded by rivers and can be regarded as an island. In terms of location and environment, the park is definitely at the forefront of Shanghai, surrounded by clear water, green trees. Now, after spending a lot of money, all the rivers in Shanghai have become clear, which makes people feel comfortable. Standing by the river and enjoying the breeze makes you feel comfortable. Noon. We went to a restaurant in the park to have a meal together and chatted about various things. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Tang Qing had some free time and didn't feel tired at all. After all, in Rue, he can handle a cocktail party with hundreds of people and dozens of rich and powerful politicians from various countries. Not to mention that this kind of scene comes in the middle of the year and at the end of the year. Twice a year. Just right. Strengthen the relationship. And there's also good news. Uncle Qin Yugong will be transferred here next year and will be promoted to half a level. The location of the post has also been determined, in the area where the park is located. This matter, of course, it was not him who operated it, but the Chai family, the Zheng family, and some other families who had thoughts. All in all, it was settled. 2 days ago, have officially spoken. Years later, Tang Qing will take office at the end of February. Tang Qing is very happy for his uncle to come here. Firstly, he will be promoted, and secondly, he can take care of him nearby. 5.5 years. Crossing several levels, it can be said to be like a rocket. If you rise in other places, it will easily attract criticism, but it is much better here. There are many talented people, and they are inconspicuous. 8 days. Morning. Tang Qing returned to Qingyan City. The manor was already full of celebrations. All the street lamps were hung with lanterns, and window grills in red knots could be seen everywhere. All right, good. It didn't cost much anyway. As soon as they entered the door, they saw the three sisters Qin Shichi dressed in red. It turned out that they were trying on the winter Tang clothes sent by Shang Tang dynasty. "Brother, how are you?" Tang Yinner ran over and spun around several times, looking as cute as an elf. "It looks good. I'm planning to shoot a video. It's the Chinese New Year, and I'll also send a blessing video to my fans," Tang Yinner said with a smile, although she didn't show her face. But the number of fans is astonishing. Previously, with the New Year's Eve party and Douyin fermentation, the song she sang became extremely popular, and her number of fans broke into the top 3 on Douyin, and she may be the first to show her face. In front of you, there are more than a dozen sets of Tang costumes in various styles, worth hundreds of thousands, customized in the prosperous Tang dynasty. Even the phoenix pattern on the set in front of me was designed by Tang Qing. With such a high number of fans, anyone who wanted to know her true identity would have to shout her throat, but it was useless. Tang Yinner had no interest in being widely known. Got it. Apart from the Tang family, they are the top people in the company. Therefore, it is impossible to reveal that although fans do not know Tang Yinner's identity, they do know one thing. This girl is extremely rich, not just ordinary rich. Private recording studio. Luxury. Luxury. Expensive. Every piece of equipment and brand name represents money that most people cannot earn in a year. There's also a huge musical instrument room with 6 pianos. There are more other instruments, like a musical instrument store. A whole 3 floors. God, many people who like music are drooling after watching it, and they can't wait to get into their mobile phones. A thoughtful person can do the math. Hua, stunned. Without tens of millions, it would be impossible to get off. Gradually, everyone also understood that she was a rich girl and she didn't need to monetize her traffic. So why should she show her face? Think about it. Just like it. Even, someone wanted to check through the registration information, but even employees within the comic group did not have a right to check Tang Yinner's information. Only a few senior officials knew about it. To this. Naturally, I dare not reveal anything. 2 days later. Number 10. This is a special day because all the companies under Tang Qing will distribute year-end bonuses today, which are separate from the wages at the beginning of the month. At this time, many people have returned home and are looking forward to it. A certain mountain village. An old tile-roofed house. Show her. Why did you get up so early and come back so late last night? Get more sleep. The mother, who was busy in the kitchen, said as she watched her son come out. Hear the words. Wu Xiu smiled. It's okay. Not sleepy. I get used to getting up at this time every day. He is an employee of Qingyuan Technology. In other companies, employees may not get enough sleep. But Qingyuan Technology rarely works overtime and has enough time to rest every day. Coupled with the self-discipline developed in college, he has little interest in sleeping in. Every night, go to bed at a regular time and wake up at dawn. Period. He didn't have to worry about being woken up by work matters, and he didn't have to work overtime after get off work. As for having too much time and being addicted to games, at least he didn't do that. There is time. Read a book. Recharge. Listening to music and having fun with your girlfriend is much more enjoyable than playing games. That's good. Mom, I'll burn the firewood. No need. It's okay. I'm free anyway. Wu Xiu sat by the stove and added some corn stalks and some dead branches to the stove. Listening to my mother talk about those days. Before, in order to collect firewood, he may even run more than 10 miles without leaving a single leaf. Now, there is no shortage of firewood at all. Wu Xiu also understands this. Then, 6 or 7 years old, he followed his mother out to collect firewood, and the memories of the past were still vivid in his mind. His family conditions were not good since he was a child, so all he could do was study hard. Now, it's finally over. Are you busy at work? Very busy. Don't you work overtime? Mother was curious. Indeed. Wu Xiu nodded. However, the prerequisite for not working overtime is to complete the work. The company's task planning is based on the standard of a skilled worker completing the work in 6 hours a day. So, in terms of workload, it is actually not low, but it is much better than other companies. I work overtime until dawn when I have something to do, and I have to sit at work when I have nothing to do. This point, Wuxiu likes it very much. Busy. Okay, give a certain amount and get off work after completing it, without any complaints. This is how Tang Qing's companies work. Although they work a certain amount every day, they can see the end. Work hard. Come on. Finished. You can do whatever you like, and you will never work overtime until you vomit blood. In Tang Qing's words, in a company, you can't figure out what you do every day. What else are you doing? That's management incompetence. Eye of heaven. It is an enterprise service. Therefore, after many internal management optimizations of the enterprise, the daily tasks are clear and very clear. Get off work. Entertainment. Fitness. Gourmet food. Life moves on. That's what I call work. Listening to what her son said, a smile appeared on her mother's face. This kind of busyness was much better than the busy work that damaged her body. She was relieved. Soon, the meal is ready. Go and wake your sister up. She learned a little bit more last night. Okay. Thinking of his sister, Wuxiu smiled. This year, his sister will also be admitted to college. Her academic performance has been good. I heard that her goal is to take the Fudan University entrance examination. By then, you can eat delicious food often. Soon, the family is sitting at the table. Sister, eat more. You haven't graduated from high school yet, and your hair is already gray. Wuxiu felt a little distressed. It's okay. Many people in our class have them. It's not a big deal. I won't be so tired when I go to college. I guess they will be gone soon. The girl smiled. Okay. Brother, is the Shanghai Stock Exchange fun? Of course. The family started to eat happily. It is not easy to have a college student in the family, and it is Tsinghua University. The whole village was shocked at first. Now, graduate. Wuxiu followed his girlfriend to work in Shanghai. He joined Tsingyuan Technology the year before last, and his annual salary was the envy of people in the village. Suddenly, Wuxiu's phone vibrated. Yeah, he exclaimed, and his family members looked over. What's wrong? Wuxiu raised his phone and said happily, the year-end bonus has arrived, and there is also a New Year's fee. When the three of them saw it, they were surprised because the amount was really not small. More than 170,000. Wow, so much. 170,000 yuan. The parents couldn't help but be excited. With 170,000 yuan, they could build a building in the village in 10 years. Really, go to school. It can really change your destiny. At least, the probability is higher. Yes, our company has done well this year, with total sales approaching 400 billion yuan. The boss has made a lot of money, so naturally he pays us more. Thinking of Tang Qing, Wuxiu looked up in admiration. Wealth. IQ. It was amazing, and the key was being generous. When he thought of something, Wuxiu said, Mom, in the past year or so, I have saved nearly 300,000 yuan, including the year-end bonus. I will renovate the house at home after the year. After hearing this, it's better to keep it and make a down payment on a house in Shanghai. Mother waved her hand. My son has a girlfriend from Shanghai and will definitely buy a house. No. Wuxiu shook his head. No, you may not know that our chairman has a fundraising housing plan in Shanghai. I was selected, so I don't have to worry about the house at all. Yes, fundraising housing requires money, but it's not forced. As long as you meet the conditions, you can also use installment payment. After all, when a company builds a house, it doesn't just take it from the employees and then build it. Instead, the company pays first. Wealthy. Rough. The trench is not human-like. Is there such a good thing? The father looked surprised. Yes. Wuxiu nodded. Xiaodong and I both work in companies owned by Tang Qing. Therefore, if we agree on a house, we have to pay very little and there is no pressure at all. In Shanghai, buy a house. Even if my girlfriend is a local, there is still a bit of pressure. Not all people in Shanghai are rich. Now it's better. The company has solved the biggest problem all at once. Conscience. Great. Now we feel at ease. That's right. Brother, your company is really good. The parents were full of praise for Tang Qing. Such a boss is really hard to find even with a lantern. And the parents are relieved when they think that their children will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Work hard and don't cheat, my mother warned. I know. Wu Xiao smiled. Eat. Drinking. He felt satisfied for a while. His family had been changed by Tang Qing. Suddenly, my sister's eyes lit up. Brother, what do you think of Yintang University? Hearing this, Wu Xiao immediately knew what his sister meant. To this, he had quite a say. Of course, the university run by Mr. Tang is among the best in the country in terms of faculty and teaching environment. Only the background is not that good. What? Do you want to take the exam? He would still hesitate to go to other universities, but he had learned more about the university run by his boss before and knew that this university was extraordinary. If you learn it, at least, if you get excellent grades, it's much easier to join Tang Qing's company. Can it? My sister asked cautiously. After all, this is still a 3-tier college. Even though the admission score is 2, most of the people admitted have 1. Will it make your parents lose face? Yes. Wu Xiao nodded without hesitation. In our company, there are many children of leaders who have made great efforts to get admitted to Yintang University. Anyway, they're not far behind. This year, I estimate that the admission threshold will definitely be higher than 1, and it will continue to rise, and the gold content will become higher and higher if you want to take the exam. I support it. Be opposed to? No. Wu Xiao was very supportive. Going to university and finding a good job were the simplest ideas for ordinary families like them. Yintang University was very suitable. Tsinghua University, Peking University, Fudan. Will you definitely have a good job after graduation? Not necessarily. He is from Tsinghua University. There are many in the same class, but he is far away from him. The school is not absolute. Certainly, these words, if it were any other ordinary university, he would refute it, but it was different at Yintang University. His graduate tutor taught at Yintang University, poached with high salary. Previously, he also visited his tutor, and after an in-depth conversation, his understanding of Yintang University was much deeper than that of the outside world, even though he was only in his 2nd year of teaching. But the excellence of his teaching methods is revealed. Junior year, senior year, the teaching content is richer, and the college students trained in this way, even if they graduate from Tsinghua University, have to admit that the opponent is a bit strong. Not single, but in all aspects. Think about it. That's right. With Tang Qinghua's great strength, if he were to set up an ordinary university, if the outside world only saw large subsidies, then his chairman would be underestimated. Therefore, if possible, he really hopes that his sister will go to Yintang. Yintang? What kind of university is this? The mother on the side was confused. She usually only watches TV and has no internet at home, so naturally she doesn't understand. Same. My father also looked puzzled. It's run by Tang Qing. It's very good. Wu Xiao briefly introduced. It's only the first semester of my sophomore year, but it's very good in all aspects. If you study well, you can earn 50,000 to 60,000 yuan in 4 years, not to mention tuition. Huh. Mother was surprised. Can you make money? 50 or 60,000. Oh my God. You can make money by going to school, and you can even graduate and save tuition. This is a lot of money. The village can only earn a few dollars a year from farming. Yeah. Wu Xiao nodded. After graduation, if you have excellent grades, it will be much easier to join Mr. Tang's company. If you can pass the exam, it will be a good thing. That's okay. Father agreed. If you think it's okay, then it should be right. The mother added that money is one thing, but the more important thing is that as an older brother, Wu Xiao will definitely not cheat girls. Okay. Hearing this, my sister shouted happily. Then I will change my goal to Yintang University. I heard from my classmates before that Yintang University is so good and many students from famous schools want to transfer there. Although I don't have a mobile phone, but a classmate had one. The photo, various benefits, and the sour comments made her feel itchy and wanted to go to Yintang. Cool, mate. Reduce the burden on your family. Secondly, like the environment there, campus, dormitory, canteen, the internet is almost going viral. Students from major colleges and universities are so envious. It must be true. Now that she has the support of her family, the girl is reassured. After meal, living room. How about this? It looks good. This is not bad either. The family gathered around the computer and looked at the design drawings. Wu Xiao traveled to Myanmar last time and liked the houses in those villages quite a lot. After leisure, just collected some. Today, it just comes in handy. There are many villa designs circulated in Myanmar. They're quite distinctive, the layout is reasonable, the appearance is very good, and people like it. Okay, it's so beautiful. Is it too expensive? After the parents praised it, they couldn't help but worry. No. Wu Xiao shook his head. The money is definitely enough. If you do it well, you can live there for decades. The only thing you have to pay attention to is the construction quality. You must keep an eye on it. Foundation, concrete columns, cast in situ slabs. This is a safe structure. Use a higher standard cement ratio and thicker steel bars. This is safer. Wu Xiao kept urging. Okay, got it. Fix it. My parents also like these pictures, and they get excited when they look at them. When her daughter-in-law comes back in the future, they won't feel too aggrieved. After making a decision, they can call directly. Call someone. The village has a team dedicated to this kind of work. Talk first. Construction will start directly after the year. The other end, a certain city, in an ordinary residence. A beautiful girl also got up early and made breakfast for her family. My daughter has changed a lot. She never woke up before. The mother laughed. Last year, after graduating from Shanghai Film Academy, their daughter actually joined the comic group. To be honest, they were quite opposed to their children becoming actors because the entertainment industry was too deep. But I still supported the completion of the film and prepared to arrange a job at home. Unexpectedly, I was signed by Comet Film and Television and became one of its artists. Then, as a parent, I feel relieved. Without it, the two of them are also in the industry. One is in the art troupe and the other is a music teacher. For artists from the comic group, it is an excellent place in the industry. Gulme. The company has strong resources and ranks first in China. Why? Tang people. All other entertainment companies put together do not make half as much money as Comet Pictures in a year. This is a giant in the Chinese entertainment industry. Secondly, no need to accompany the meal. Director, investors, rich businessman. There is no need to please, let alone sell anything, because the company has enough money to invest, and it can also follow the investment, but it can only be led by Comet Group. Therefore, investors, cut. There is no need to please the director at all. The company has a special mechanism for casting. Whether it is suitable or not is not the director's final decision. As for the shady story, impossible, behind. But there is also an audit department that keeps an eye on it and will not tolerate any illegal operations or behind-the-scenes transactions. Therefore, they're assured of their daughter's safety. Don't rely on scandals to gain fame. Everything. The company has arrangements. Also, not to mention the treatment. Although, no matter how beautiful or excellent you are, the company will follow the steps step by step and will not monetize traffic like crazy. As a parent, you are very supportive of this kind of work. Every year, festival, all have rest. Even, due to the flexible work, I can get a lot of extra vacations, and I don't crazily squeeze artists. The training method is also very unique, which is to constantly feed dramas. Big production, small cost, cinema, webcast. Comic Group has a whole training mechanism to hone acting skills and accumulate experience. Although many artists are not well known, they have accumulated them steadily. Moving forward, work. He is an artist who can be relied upon stably and unfailingly. This method reflects the Comet Group's determination to cultivate an artist for a long time. Instead of grabbing a visual focus, try to realize it crazily. What Comet Group has done is brought about a huge change in the Chinese entertainment industry. Artists can make money standing up. Think of this. To Tang Qing, I feel grateful in my heart. In addition to allowing their daughter to do what she likes without being harassed, I'm also grateful for what she has done for the industry. Atmosphere. To clear it up, at this time, the phone rings. Mom, my year-end bonus has arrived. The beautiful girl said in surprise. How much? 93,000. The girl laughed. Although it was far behind other celebrities who paid tens of millions of dollars to appear, She had just worked for a short time. Film and television dramas. Skit. Advertise. She accepted some last year and earned over $1 million, and the year-end bonus was about this amount. For her, she felt so happy because this is all clean money, relative to falling to earn. Not much, but she is very practical, and she is easily satisfied. The money is enough for her to live a good life, buy a house, buy a car, and raise 1 or 2 silly dogs. You don't need to rely on men or beg anyone to earn money standing up. Comfortable. Not bad. When she heard that it was 930,000 yuan, the mother smiled very happily. On the one hand, it was money. On the other hand, she was also happy that her daughter was financially independent. Money, the source of so many girls' depravity. Rich, independent. Only then can one be able to control life. After dinner, let's buy an apartment first. The beautiful girl looked excited. She had already made such a plan. The corner of the mother's mouth twitched. This cotton-padded jacket. Want to fly? What's the rush? You don't lack a place to live. No. The girl shook her head. This is an investment. House prices will definitely rise in the future. If you put the money in the bank, it will probably depreciate by 20 to 30% in 10 years. It is better to buy a house. Is that possible? The mother was stunned for a moment. Turn out to be. It's not that the little cotton-padded jacket wants to fly. I will. The girl nodded sharply. Think about it. How big is the difference between the money 10 years ago and the money now? If you want to save money in the bank, you will definitely lose money. It is better to invest in some assets to protect the value. House. It is a good direction now. It is simple. I don't want to make money. I just want the purchasing power to be the same as now in 10 years. Smart. The girl laughed. Smart. What else could my mother say? Think about it. 2. Inflation is getting more and more serious. Last year, a pound of vegetables was only 50 cents, but this year it has increased to 80 cents. Even ordinary people can see the trend of the value of money. Do the math. House. It's almost the most suitable investment for people like them who don't want to take too much risk. Okay, then buy it. Buy something bigger and in a better location. That's right. After dinner, mother and daughter hold hands, go out and invest. Other side, Beijing. Airport. Just after getting off the plane, Chuxing also saw the text message on his mobile phone and couldn't help but smile on his face. After a hard year, the number in the card was going to increase slightly again. Beside, Bai Qing asked when she saw this. What? Look, Chu Xingning handed over his mobile phone. A text message showed that the amount was 230,000 yuan. Bai Qing quickly took out his mobile phone and turned it on. 160,000. Ah, so happy. Bai Qing smiled. 1 year into the job, the bonus is as high as hundreds of thousands. The main reason is that the business of Wanqing North Africa Park is booming this year, and it has made a lot of money. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Soon, I will be able to surpass you. Bai Qing smiled at Chu Sheng. She, Wanqing Mining, Chu Sheng, Zhongyu Tui. Apparently, the former is a directly profitable department with broad growth prospects, while the latter is just a security company with basic security that is enviable to others, but insufficient growth. To this, Chu Sheng spread his hands to express his acceptance. Okay, from now on, I will eat and drink from you. Huh? The two of them talked and laughed again, walked out of the airport, and worked in Algeria. It is not easy to come back, and you can only come back once a year. This time, the two of them came back to collect their certificates. It was originally planned to implement the wedding house, but unexpectedly, Tang Qing was so generous and directly built a community. As employees of the company, the two of them naturally had their allocation. Then, a total of 150 square meters was purchased in the capital, and the two of them only had to pay a total of 300,000 yuan after the subsidies were added up. 300,000. Beijing. 150. In 2010, it was definitely a cabbage price. Even CCTV, where Bai Qing worked before, would not be so low even if it started raising funds again. Simply, send the same. Soon, arrive at Bai Qing's house. Compared with the past, Bai Qing's parents have gradually accepted Chu Sheng. After all, they're talking about marriage. but they feel helpless because the two workplaces are too far away. Africa. Oh my God. That's on the other side of the world. When will you come back? After chatting for a while, his mother couldn't help but ask. In a few years. Qing said quickly. Mom. Bai Qing said coquettishly. Okay, I won't tell you. You young people can decide for yourself. The mother had no choice but to put down the issue, but she was not worried about the future of the two of them. After all, the house is available, and the biggest problem has not been solved yet, and they will not suffer. As for the future development, that is their business. Previously, she is also worried about how harsh conditions are in Africa. However, video after video, photo after photo, let her know that in the face of Tang Qing's wealth, even in Africa, even in the Sahara Desert, it can still be a beautiful environment. Nothing is missing. And the salary is pretty good. Even in the capital, there are very few public housing units with public funds. I resigned from CCTV and went to a private company, and I was able to get a house. Good. Even the locals in the capital can't help but envy them. Even though they have houses worth hundreds or even tens of millions, they don't dare to sell them casually. And you have to leave it for your children. Therefore, a family has 3 houses, one for the older generation, one for the parents, and one for the children. After all, what about 3 houses? If there are 2 children. Okay, I want another apartment. Anyway, you can't just look at the surface. That will only narrow your view. Don't worry. The company has long-term plans for us. Firstly, it provides skills training, making it easy to change careers. Secondly, we can also transfer jobs. It doesn't have to be a mining company. Our Mr. Tang's industry is getting bigger and bigger, and high-level managers are generally not dismissed easily. Don't worry. We have a good boss. Bai Qing said with a smile. After joining the company, my feelings became more and more obvious. Tang Qing had always been generous to his subordinates and had far-reaching considerations. He was not just a tool. After done, she can definitely jump from Wanqing mining to some of Tang Qing's branches in the capital. She doesn't know what to do, but she has been studying hard. Progress in all aspects. Anyway, give yourself more options. As for Qing, he is currently the deputy manager of the security department of the North Africa Park. Even if he is not promoted in a few years, he will still be a manager. Therefore, by then, with his resume, it is very likely that he will be assigned a suitable domestic position. This has been informed by Zhongyu Tui Corporation, although it has not been documented. But it is already being implemented. Worldwide, countries, Tang Qing's employees were all smiling from ear to ear after receiving their year-end bonuses. This year's year-end bonuses exceeded expectations and were almost equal to a year's salary. Same. The envy from the outside world makes his eyes even greener. Why don't I have such a good boss? Oh, that's too cool. How much money did you get paid this time? Someone asked. There are many people who post pictures, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. They are so generous. To this. Soon, there is a professional analysis. At least 20 billion, because it is generally higher than last year. Last year, it seemed to be 8 billion. This year, there are more employees and higher bonuses. It will definitely exceed 200. Suddenly, how many people feel short of breath? 200, 100 million. Depend on how generous. With a year-end bonus of more than 20 billion, how many companies have the courage? No, not one. 10 years ago, the richest man in the country didn't have so many assets. Same. Most people are envious, and so are bosses. Woo! 10 billion. Such a scale of year-end bonuses is simply inhumane. How many companies work hard to earn 100 million a year, even if they are big companies? Where is Tang Qing? The year-end bonus alone is enough money that companies have been unable to earn despite their desperate efforts. In addition to being envious, I am still envious and wish I could tie Tang Qing up. Oh my gosh, this prodigal son. Rich. What's wrong? He had to send it out. Because of this, the subordinates who had not yet taken their annual vacation looked at them strangely. Hey, this year, I guess I'll be despised by the employees again. A wave of unrest. Then, someone asked, In 2009, how much money did Tang Qing's company make for him? Suddenly, the media followed up one after another, first counting the financial reports released by the three major listed companies, and then making calculations based on other published data. At last, dumbfounded, profit after tax exceeds 200 billion yuan. Instantly, top trending searches. Wow, you're blind again, right? 200 billion yuan. Crazy. Fake. As soon as they saw the title, many people were confused. 200 billion yuan, this number, even in terms of personal worth, can rank first in 20 years. Now, some people say, this is the cash they earn in a year. Truth. Superclass. However, after reading the content of the report, I discovered one by one that it doesn't seem to be too much. Comic Group in 2009 relied on three civilization, film and television business, music business, headlines, Douyin, literature, etc. to contribute 12 billion yuan. Qingyuan Technology, Anno first and second generation smartphones, Anno notebooks, Anno tablets, Anno smart bracelets, Anno projection TVs, and peripherals, contributed after-tax profits of 95 billion yuan. Microcrystalline Technology, Time holographic projection equipment, Time Store, 2D projection TV, photovoltaic project. Contribution, 35 billion renminbi. Shengtang Group, although it has not released a financial report, can calculate its profit margin based on the price of thermostatic clothing materials, which is conservatively not less than 5 billion renminbi. Relying on its tax payment last year, it can be estimated that the profit of the thermostatic clothing material company is around 15 billion renminbi, which is only higher but not lower. Qingyang Sound Effects, the industry leader, according to calculations by professional organizations and previous estimates of the performance of the sound equipment industry, is no less than 15 billion. Wanqing Mining, Jinghua Real Estate. Ali. After counting the companies one by one, everyone finally knew how this was calculated, and they did not feel inappropriate about these data. Then, shocked again, it seems. The 200 billion is real, and it may even be higher than lower, because except for 3 holding listed companies and 2 holding listed companies, the others are mostly estimates. Not quite accurate, but this is enough. I earn 200 billion a year, which is nearly 600 million a day. In the end, when converted in 1 second, I earn more than 6,000 and nearly 7,000. Bend over. That's more than a month's salary for them. All of a sudden, autistic. Qingyan City. Manor. Tang. Have you really made more than 20 billion? Looking at the news, Tang's mother couldn't help but her heart beat faster. She asked her son who was having lunch. It was really scary. Yeah. Tang Qing nodded. So many. Father Tang clicked his tongue. It's not bad, it's a lot, but the money you keep is of no use, and the money you spend is meaningful. Tang Qing smiled slightly, and came up with a set of big theories. Hear the words. The two were helpless. All right, not that I object to it. I was just surprised. 5 years ago, they were very happy when they opened a store and made 5 or 6,000 yuan a month. Now, their son can make tens of billions. It's hard to get used to it. On the table. Tang, you have to plan your money well. Tang Qing's grandparents said, as the Chinese New Year was approaching, they also came to Qingyan City, mainly because the village was too noisy. Yes, the son is promising. My grandson defies heaven and deserves to be happy. But there are also many people who come to visit, people I know, people I don't know, people who are rich, people who have power, people who rely on connections, people who give gifts. It's so hard to live a happy life. Simply, come here and have a peaceful New Year. Also, Lin Jiashua's grandparents also came for almost the same reason. In order to repay the village in the past few years, the Tang family opened 2 small businesses in the village. Purpose. Naturally, it is to accommodate those people in the village who come to ask for help, and the villagers have watched them grow up, and it is unrealistic to say that they can completely ignore it. Then, there are 2 companies. Village people. All can enter. Life is not heavy. Some non-staple food processing, as well as breeding, cost several thousand a month, which can be regarded as benefiting the village. As for arranging other enterprises that do not meet the conditions to enter the Tang family, sorry, no noodle. There you have it. Money. Also given. Any more would be embarrassing. Don't worry, I'm measured. Tang Qing smiled. Not far. Tang Kai looked at Tang Qing and couldn't stop smiling. This nephew was shrewd and honest, but if anyone really thought Tang Qing was stupid, they would be totally wrong. Great wisdom. If you're stupid, even he can't keep up with his height. The longer we stay together, the indifference and the feeling of having everything under control often appear. Only, Tang Kai didn't know where this confidence came from. As if everything is nothing, it is also the case, and there will be no obstacles along the way. Eat enough. Drink enough. A bunch of each. The center of the lake. Pavilion. Tang Qing. His uncle and others were drinking tea and chatting. Qin Yugong couldn't help but feel uneasy when he thought about going to work in Shanghai after the new year. He was promoted too quickly. 5.5 years. Division. At Hall. If you just finish the job and get promoted again, you'll be a subordinate. Qin Yugong never expected that he would be so close to this level. In the past, one can only look up. Now, but I could take a short look. I am only 42 years old, and there is still a lot of time to attack this hurdle, and the difficulty will obviously not be too high. At the latest, you can take that step in your early 50s. If there is another surprise like this, I will probably be able to cross it before I reach 50, and before I retire, there should be no problem if I take another half step forward. All right, too far. Qin Yugong felt that it was better to do the things in front of him well first. Uncle, from now on, we can see each other often, or we can take my aunt over and take care of her nearby. While chatting, Tang Qing suddenly suggested, previously, in the provincial capital, it is convenient to come back, and you can come back every weekend. Now, going to Shanghai is really not that close, and the work content and level of busyness are also different. The new position and the district where it is located are very high level. Nationwide, there are only 2 such national new districts, and one will be added this year, but it is undeniable that the positions in these 2 new districts are almost always very popular. New area jobs. Competition is fierce. In terms of complexity, it was no worse than the ministries and commissions. Tang Qing didn't know whether his uncle could quickly adapt to the environment there, but he wasn't too worried. After all, and there he is. Relation. Information. It's almost transparent with him, but after all, the road has to be walked by the uncle. Unless it's really not smooth, he will provide help in this regard. Okay. Qin Yugong nodded. Last night, we just talked, and she went to Shanghai with me. This time, it was indeed a bit far. As for the 2 daughters, there were people taking care of them in Qingyan City. Usually at school. Come to the manor for rest. Food and clothing. No worries. Don't worry. We will take good care of Shi-Chi and Shiyu. The second uncle said with a smile. He has been in Qingyan City all year round and is considered to be guarding the base camp. Drinking tea. The wind is blowing. Chatting. Time just slipped away. 2 days later, Lunar New Year's Eve, the manor is full of celebrations. In the past, when celebrating the new year in the village, you could go out and visit each other. Now, when you go out and get to your neighbor's house, you have to walk for several minutes. Quite helpless. Simply, too lazy to go out. Since Tanja Manor is located, the surrounding area has been developed for a long time. There are groups of villas, but there is no manor. Kulme. Fixed. Easily embarrassed. After all, when someone worth several trillion builds a manor, and you, a billionaire, build it next to or not far away, it always seems incongruous. Secondly, unsociable. Have a look. They're all villas. If you build a manor, wouldn't it cause trouble for everyone? At this time, each villa, many people looked in the direction of the Tang family's manor, with an inexplicable light flashing in their eyes. In addition to living here, they wanted to have a chance to get acquainted, just to get rich. Then, many people have done this. Tang Kai lives in Qingyan City and usually attends some gatherings. Everyone gradually gets to know each other. Once they become familiar with each other, business will naturally come. Popular. Drink spicy. Some even go abroad to make money. Therefore, now, the business community in Qingyan City is almost exclusively led by the Tang family, and everyone is convinced. They have made a lot of money in the past few years, and last year was good for them. It's also a good year. Manor. West side. On a huge lawn. Come on. Go left. Ouch, Sister Nyenner, your hands are so clumsy. A group of people had a great time playing. They had special status, and because they were celebrating the new year outside, the playgrounds were crowded, so they simply played here by themselves. Set of dolls. Archery. Hit the balloon. Darts. Catch goldfish. Various projects are quite complete. As for carousels, bumper cars, etc., they're always available. In the amusement area not far away, everyone is tired of playing. Then, it's in front of you. Certainly, a lucky one. For each project, when certain conditions are met, points can be converted into points. The points obtained can be exchanged for prizes, as well as the 10 Spring Festival ranking medal. Quite ridiculous. But it's just for fun, isn't it? Qin Shiqi and Tang Yin'er were the most active and strived to become ACE, while Qin Shiyu was much more leisurely and enjoyed the process. Others play along. For a while. It was actually a lot of fun. Same. Tang Qing also participated in it, but he was very restrained, otherwise he would be too bullying and deliberately hid his clumsiness. After losing all the way, the two sisters made fun of him. To this, Tang Qing just wanted to say, just be happy. At last, it was Qin Shiqi who got the ACE medal. Pure gold. The block is big. The dragon and phoenix carvings are inlaid with several gemstones. The cost alone is more than 500,000 yuan. It was designed by Tang Qing himself and manufactured by Tang Kai's jewelry company. Sister. Nyenner, you have to work hard next year. At this moment, Qin Shiqi was as happy as a child weighing 250 pounds. She patted Tang Nyenner's shoulder with a proud look on her face, not at all what a sister should look like. All right, not all the time. It will definitely be me next year. Tang Nyenner clenched her pink fist and made a bold statement. Since it was a ranking medal, there would be one for everyone from second to last. Just different sizes. After, this honor was placed in the collection room. What was collected here was not a precious collection, but some certificates, toys, fingerprints, and the like. Belongs to family collection. Money. Things. In the current Tang family's view, everything is just a number. These things that record the children's life and growth are the truly precious things. That's all. Lunar New Year's Eve. Medal. It has become one of the traditions of the Tang family. Evening. Living room. A large family sat in a circle, eating and drinking. The Spring Festival Gala was on the TV. Just like the previous New Year's Eve party, there were constant advertisements for its companies. Eat. Qin Shiqi shouted again, Brother, your song? On TV, Chen Yixuan is singing one of his inspirational songs. The solid singing skills and emotion are quite suitable. This song is not suitable for Wang Feng to roar. It sounds good. Outsiders don't know it was written by Tang Tang. The family was happy again. A song on the Spring Festival Gala. But those who knew that this was Tang Qing's work were almost all concentrated in this room, looking at the young face, and the satisfaction in their eyes almost overflowed. Tang family. Out of the dragon. Next. But I haven't heard anything written by Tang Qing again. After all, this is the Spring Festival Gala. The competition in the program is fierce, and the content is rich, leaving limited space for pop songs. Night. At 12 o'clock, as the bells rang, fireworks bloomed, and countless fireworks over the manor almost surrounded the manor and filled the entire sky. Boom! Crack! The ground. Everyone watched with great interest, and the fireworks continued for half an hour without stopping, until people in the surrounding villas discovered that the fireworks continued, but there was no sound. Instantly, everyone suddenly realized, hold the grass. These are not real fireworks, but holographic projections. I'm convinced. They are no strangers to setting off fireworks with holographic projections. In the 2008 Olympics, those gorgeous fireworks were set off using holographic projections. Only, generally rare. After all, equipment is expensive. Secondly, everyone is used to physical fireworks, But they didn't expect that the Tang family would use holographic projections to set off fireworks this year, hoping that they could be set off tomorrow. Depend on. It's so similar. For a moment, the sound suddenly stopped, and they thought they were deaf. Manor. Rooftop. Not true. Tang Qing's grandfather was surprised. Yes, but it's obviously smelly. He was confused, the color, the sound, the taste. It felt so real just now, not like it was fake. Very strict. Tang Qing smiled. Pyrotechnic gas is added to the air. It is a concocted smell. It is non-toxic and colorless. If you want to put it on during the Chinese New Year, just leave it all night. Therefore, replaced with holographic projection. Awesome. Everyone sighed. After, go back to your room. Rest. Looking at the fireworks flashing outside the window, lighting up the room again, and dyeing it with various colors. Everyone feels extremely novel in the flavor of this year. So heavy. This night, citywide, everyone could see the endless fireworks over the manor, but there was no sound. Many people recorded it and posted it online, with faces full of excitement. Who turned off the sound? Exactly. It doesn't matter. Those are the projected fireworks, and it's the manor where Tang Qing's family is located. I heard that they were displayed all night, and they were very beautiful and didn't disturb the people. Wow, it's so beautiful. What a trench. As expected of Tang Wani. If the whole city was like this, it would be so beautiful, but I guess except for Xinan City, there's no such luxury. Yeah, last night. It's just after 12 o'clock in Xinan City, Myanmar. There are also fireworks all over the city, which is extremely lively. The water on the projection floor around the city is red. It is so spectacular that it was even featured on CCTV news this morning. This advertisement is well done. Haha, you want to trick me into buying a holographic projection again. All I can say is, wait until I save enough money. Online. After learning about Tongji Manor, everyone suddenly realized that no one thought it was a show of wealth. On the contrary, the main direction of public opinion was advertising. That's right, it's advertising. Last night, Spring Festival Gala. Tang Qing's corporate advertisements have flooded the screen. Whether it's CCTV Spring Festival Gala or local TV Spring Festival Gala, Tang Qing's corporate can be seen almost everywhere. Combined with the profit of 200 billion. Okay. Eat some melon and spend your own new year. First grade of junior high school. Usually it was with his own family and no relatives. After Tang Qing cleaned up a little, he followed everyone and went out shopping. Amusement park. Film and television city. Qingyan Mountain. Beijiawan. In the past few years, Qingyan City has changed a lot. Tang Qing had not visited this place for a long time, but it felt quite novel, and finally came to the east of the city. That's the new area. Tang Kai pointed to the huge construction site in the distance. Previously, influenced by the Luai city model, a group of wealthy people in Qingyan City felt that they could also sort things out, so they all joined forces and played a big game. Now, it has entered the construction stage. It occupies a large area. Following the urban model of Burma, it is mainly located in low-rise buildings, not many high-rise buildings, and the functional zoning is also very reasonable. It is planned to be completed in one step. Not bad. I hope. It won't be random. Qin Yugong said with a smile. Build a city. Drawing on white paper is original. But after it is built, a building will be built here, a road will be built there, and roads will be closed and pipes will be dug to add new ones from time to time. The whole style. They will all be destroyed, and their beauty will be greatly reduced. One listen. Tang Kai smiled and shook his head. No, we have coordinated with the city. After this area is built, new construction, expansion, and demolition will not be allowed. When the house is sold, it will be written into the contract. Don't worry. At the beginning. For this, Tang Kai made it clear that without this clause, he would not invest. We had to get it out of the way, but later people scrawled on it and refused to agree. To this, major developers agree. This time, there are many partners, all of whom are big developers in Qingyan City, as well as from the province. Together with the documents issued by the market, it should be able to maintain it for a long time. Fully equipped. The way, drain, pipeline, they are all complete, and there is no need to bury pipes at all. The quality in all aspects is also of high standard, reducing maintenance. In short, we strive to not be outdated in 10 years. That's not bad. Qin Yugong nodded. Suddenly, he looked at Tang Qing. Tang, tell me, is the Shanghai stock market suitable for this model? Although he has not yet taken office, Qin Yugong can't help but think about this. Previously, in the provincial capital, he focused on the development zone, which was small in area and mainly industrial, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, the place he went to this time was very large, with a population of more than 5 million in the new area. Life and industry integrated. Hear the words. Okay, Tang Qing said. In front of you. It is a scaled-down version of building a city. It is suitable for almost all scenarios. As long as you have money, it is a big place. Land is expensive, so it may not be such a luxury. Forget it. Too expensive. Qin Yugong thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Yes, can be adjusted, but the cost is too high. Although the area is large, it is Shanghai, and it doesn't seem to make much sense to build it. Strictly speaking, it is a luxury project. Just went. You'd better be steady. Don't be too pushy. Straighten out your work and interpersonal relationships first, and then don't dwell on your political achievements this year. Because, if you are willing, you can tell Tang Qing about it. His promotion speed is already amazing enough. It is better to stay dormant for a few years and be more practical. Stable is the most important today. The next day, second grade of junior high school, the Tang family entertained guests, and almost all the prominent people in Qingyuan City came, making it very lively. As the ultimate boss, Tang Qing didn't need to accompany them. Lakeside, basking in the sun. Aside, there are some familiar friends or subordinates. Li Kai, who got married in June last year, is already pushing a stroller and living a leisurely life walking his baby. And Do Jiao's daughter can already run all over the floor. At the same time, Qi Yin also received good news, saying that she was getting married later this year. The groom had met Tang Qing last year. It was not a marriage ceremony, but a matter of course. To this, Tang Qing silently blessed in his heart. Qi Yin, the partner of the first enterprise, was not mainstream when we first met. He had purple hair. He sold the clothing factory to him and joined Shengtang. Then, Qi Yin is already 26 years old. Now, 5.5 years later, I am 32 years old. Years. She has already begun to attack her. It's not that she is not beautiful, but age is a helpless thing for most women. Even though she is very independent, she still longs for a family. In addition to Qi Yin, his first employee, Zhang Jing, is no longer single. In the eyes of heaven, there are a lot of good guys. Therefore, after being single for so many years, she was already 27, and she agreed to the pursuit of a colleague. Tang Qing also paid attention to their personal affairs. He will not agree to anyone who has ulterior motives. Good thing. Neither of them was unkind, so he didn't have to resort to any tricks. Since he didn't know the relationship between Zhang Jing and himself, he didn't bring him here today. Old Tang, hurry up. Holding the baby, Li Kai came over with a smile. After marriage, he was enjoying his life as a child, but he was not as carefree as before, but he gradually understood what his responsibilities were compared to him who was a student half a year ago. Less youthful, more mature. Work, get off work, walking the baby. Although it happens every day, every time I see the little guy, I feel quite satisfied. To this, Tang Qing directly gave him a free eye roll. We're still in school. Do you think everyone is like you? You became the first among your high school classmates to have a baby. Whisper. Just scream. See this. Li Kai was unaware, sitting aside with a smile and showing off his baby. Tang Qing listened quietly with a calm look on his face. He was not in a hurry about giving birth to the baby. Life. It's no longer a restriction. What's more, there's another problem to be solved. That is, his life energy is too strong, and even if no measures are taken, Lin Jiaxue cannot get pregnant. Time flies. The 10th day of the lunar month. The atmosphere of the new year is gradually disappearing. Many people have returned to work, and most schools will start in the next few days. Spring festival transportation. Entering the return peak. At this time, many Tang Qing employees are happy because with the annual leave, the last group of people to work can still spend the Lantern Festival at home before leaving home. Delightful. For the first time, I can celebrate Lantern Festival at home after work. Oh, this is life. I just want to say, thank you, Mr. Tang. Long live Mr. Tang. In previous years. No, before working in Tang Qing's company, whenever it was not the 5th or 6th day of the Lunar New Year, I would rush to the company quickly and slowly. Not to mention that time was tight and it was difficult to buy tickets. Celebrating the New Year is like fighting a war. Now, directly on the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, or even after the Lantern Festival, they felt that life was full of kindness to them. Compared with other companies, it was just one word. Cool. See this? Naturally, there's a lot of envy on the internet. Every time I compare it with the benefits of Tang Qing's company, I always feel that I am in a fake class and live a fake life. No, in comparison, they don't call it life, but survival. Heartbreaking. Yin Province. At the end of a certain village, a bus was parked and many people, adults and children, were standing around it. When family members are going to work in distant places, they all come to see them off. See you again. At least half a year later. Brother Hua. At this time, a man came running from a small road with large bags and small bags, followed by his newlywed wife. He made money last year and got married this year. Certainly, it's not a flash marriage. It's been discussed for a long time. Now, it's just a matter of course, but unfortunately, my wife can't follow her to work. Go up, Brother Hua said. Okay. After bowing and putting the car in the belly, the man hurriedly got into the car. The man called Brother Hua was the one who recruited a group of young men from the village to join Tang Qing Construction Company last year. Last year, Hua Gu, who took the young men from the village to India to build Loy City, was very proud. In the past 6 months, their progress has been ahead of schedule. Then, before the end of the year, the company gave me a big holiday. Per person, 20 days. Going home to celebrate the new year, I pay for transportation to and from the company, and there's also a large bonus, ranging from 20,000 to 40,000. It is simply too conscientious. Previously, most of the homes in the villages where he took him to work were old houses. Now, 1 year, everyone, at least, earned more than 100,000 yuan, plus bonuses and previous savings, and planned to build new houses, which made Brother Hua very happy. At least, he deserves this fellow villager who was taken out. Soon, everyone is here. Get in the car. Last time, since they were not employees of the company, the bus was waiting for them in the county town. This time it was different. It was very considerate and drove directly to the entrance of the village. Master, let's go. Then, the bus headed towards the border. Their route was the same as last year. The bus went to Myanmar, and then took the train to Longyu County in the north to enter India. Half a year, the new city of Loy has begun to take shape. The underground works are almost completely completed. Since the floors above ground are not high, the progress will be faster in the future. Therefore, late September, Loy new city is about to be built. Thinking of this, Brother Hua is also excited. It will take more than a year to build a city. This speed is very amazing. Generally, at least 2 years more than that. But, under various effective plans, such as standardization, modularization, shifts, and construction schedules that are accurate to what to do every day, all this seems so reasonable. The money is in place. People are in place. Strong management. Project. It will advance at an unimaginable speed. He was not worried at all about completing the project on schedule, even though the company gave many people a big holiday. But still no delay. And there's another comparison, that is India. In this project, since the investors are major capitals in India, their construction companies are involved. Then, that impressive efficiency gave him the illusion that we were too aggressive. With the same workload, the Indians have twice as many people as they need. And the rework rate remains high. The thought of this. Brother Hua is a happy man, and he gradually understands one thing. Without external forces and relying on India itself, it may not be possible until the end of this century. Landowner. Educate. Health. Efficiency. land policy. All of them are restricting this country, and in each of these items, China is far ahead of India. When these are added together, there is a gap. Thinking of this moment, Brother Hua is full of pride. Hua Xiao is the best. Even Mian Yao can't compare with him. Although Mian Yao is rich now, that's all. Science and technology. Too biased. Military. 2 or 3 kittens. Economy. The pillar industry is single. Therefore, no matter how rich you are, nor can it be ranked among the great and powerful countries. Forehead. Well, maybe there's a glimmer of hope. How can I say, still eating the food given by others? Beijing. Airport. Sister, goodbye. Study hard. Bai Qing told her sister. I know. The girl was helpless. Study. Study. I was very helpless when I heard it since I was a child. I thought it would be better after graduation, but looking at my sister's appearance, the key word became work. As always, marriage, family, child. All right, life is bound by such keywords. After saying goodbye to their parents, Bai Qing and Chu Shang began to go through the security check to prepare for Algeria. The holidays are over. The 2 people who got their marriage certificate did not hold the wedding with much fanfare because they really didn't have time, so they could only invite some relatives and friends and have a few meals. Simple. Simple. Simplicity. Chu Shang said that he would make up for the wedding in the future, but Bai Qing didn't care too much and would go to Africa to work for someone without hesitation. His character can be imagined. Act vigorously and resolutely. Hardy and generous. Eclectic. Both of them are full of expectations for the new year. They plan to have a baby next year, and they are not worried about being fired from the company due to the child's problems. Tang Qing's company is doing extremely well. In the contract, there is no requirement to say how long she can have children, even if she really wants to have children. Join the company. Also recognized. And, after the maternity leave, you can still come to work. After all, those who can enter Tang Qing's company must be selected and outstanding based on their abilities. It's talent. Why let it go? Therefore, there is no pressure on the 2 of them at all when it comes to planning to have a baby. There is no need to report or arrange a time. It is up to them when the baby will be born. 12 hours later. Algiers. Airport. The 2 of them boarded the company's plane and flew directly to Tamanrasset City. Although there was customs at the city airport, it was impossible for that plane to fly there. I heard that the train will be open to traffic by the end of this year. Bai Qing thought of something. Algeria borrowed a loan from the Bank of Myanmar to build it south to the city of Tamanrasset. Even, a straight line will also be divided directly into the North Africa Park for transportation of steel products. Now, it's been almost a year. Huaxia Enterprise undertook the construction, and a considerable part of the steel rails are provided by the North African Park. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng nodded. It will be open to traffic around October this year. Huaxia speed. Also, there are also terrain factors, compared with digging tunnels and building bridges in mountainous areas. The relatively flat and endless desert can be built much faster. Avoid the thick sandy soil area and pound all the way through. And there is little rain all year round, and there's almost no geological collapse. The relative foundation level could be slightly lower than in humid areas, which reduces the amount of work. Otherwise, no matter how fast it is, it's not that fast. A few hours later. We're here. Bai Qing shouted softly. One listen. Chu Sheng woke up. Although it was a company plane, it was quite formal. The radio was playing something about fastening your seatbelt and stopping using the bathroom. At last, the captain said, have a nice journey. Finish. On service. What is done here is no worse than commercial aviation. Soon Chu Sheng could see the huge park in the distance, with 4 distinct sections. Desolation in the mining areas. The density of the production area. Warehouse area blue. Green in the living area. A large lake is like a pearl in the desert. They don't need to go to the city's airport. They can land directly at the park airport. In the air, Chu Sheng could also clearly see 2 lines outside the park. A highway, as well as a repaired railway. Construction is carried out in sections. Therefore, for the convenience of later rail transportation, this has already been used as a section node. Within the park, China's railway construction companies have also built an assembly plant to make some rails and sleepers and pass them through the pallets of long trains that have already been shipped. Send it to the construction site ahead. In this way, can save a lot of transportation costs. Soon, the plane landed slowly. Get off the plane. A bus took them to the living area. The house where they stayed for more than 20 days was covered with a layer of visible dust, even though the door was closed. Good thing. Before returning home, the bed, sofa, etc. were all covered with film. Therefore, it only needed to be wiped clean. It was a simple thing. Within about 20 minutes, the house was clean again. The two of them were busy and reported on their own. Bai Qing came to the administration building. Sister Bai, you're back. Yes. Sister Bai, congratulations. Thank you. Colleagues are very enthusiastic. They have separate holidays. So many arrived 2 days ago, and some simply work during the new year and move their holidays to other months. And there are benefits too if Bai Qing's annual leave plus spring leave is 15 days. For employees who are on leave during the Spring Festival, plus annual leave, it can reach 20 or even 25 days. Earn several days of paid leave. Besides, don't forget, working overtime during the Spring Festival is 3 times the salary. In total, those who work overtime will not only have a longer holiday, but also their own income will be much more. Fair enough. Therefore, no one complained. Most of the people in this office were Chinese. It was a foreign country, a desert, and they were even more intimate. Bai Qing said hello to her supervisor again. Sit down directly at work. Start. Work. She is proficient in English and French and can communicate in a few minor languages. She also has a postgraduate degree, and she joined the company not long ago. Just a small leader. And this is also the reason why she has the confidence to surpass Chu Sheng in salary next year. She works in the marketing department. Usually, the job content is communication and coordination. After more than a year of hard study, she can communicate normally even in Arabic, making her a high-quality talent. It stands to reason. You can do it tomorrow, but not so much fussing. The company is open and bright. As an employee, you shouldn't be too pushy. Just like many companies talk about dedication, it's okay, but at least they should give employees enough incentives. Otherwise, just being a hooligan. Other side, security building. Chu Sheng came to the manager's office and chatted about the upcoming work. Since the railway has not yet been built, he still has to go to Algiers frequently, but not as often as before. After all, the public security in Algeria is still good. There are only 2 trips a month on average now. When the railway line is completed, it is estimated that there will be no 1 trip a month. Congratulations, boy, you are so lucky. The manager smiled. Retirement. Or come to Africa to work. Personal issues would be more troublesome. Unexpectedly, someone abducted a CCTV reporter and willingly followed him to work in Africa. It was pure luck. Real name, Envy. Chu Sheng could only smile stupidly. Life. Sure enough, there are endless possibilities. He didn't agree with it before, but now he believes it. 5 years ago, after he retired from the army, he didn't know what he would do in the future. Later, after introduction, he entered the Central Royal Guards. Then, he resolutely decided to obey the assignment and came to Africa. At that time, he was working as a soldier. When he arrived in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and received the equipment, he was very nervous. Military card. Off-road. Arms. When I got it in my hand, I thought that the days to come would be like licking blood from the edge of a knife. But, later, I gradually adapted to it and found that it was not that dangerous. It could at most deter the surrounding tribes. The company's strategy was not to confront, but to cooperate with the tribes. Therefore, no conflict. On the contrary, those tribes have made money and their lives have changed. They're still in awe of them. Every time I go there, they're always entertained with delicious food and drink, and they are extremely warm. Everything. They were all different from what he had imagined. Half an hour later, Chu Sheng, who returned to work early, took an off-road ride and came to the site of China Railway Construction Corporation. In each factory, concrete pillows were being prefabricated. Production of various railway parts is also being stepped up. Ding, 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 ding. Busy. Chu Sheng also knew the person in charge of the railway construction company. When the Democratic Republic of the Congo borrowed money to build the railway, he was stationed not far from the China-Africa Park. Saw it twice. Later, he came here, and later, when the Congo-DRC railway was quickly completed, he was transferred to Algeria, so he became an old acquaintance. Okay, got it. I'll ask them to pay attention. Okay. After saying goodbye, the person in charge looked at the convoy and couldn't help but sigh. Previously, in Africa, if we want to talk about comfortable days, we will start from the last project, which is not far from the China-Africa Park. The first thing is the fast delivery. Shipping is too slow. From China to Africa, loading and unloading, plus the final land transportation, a batch of rails, it took less than a month to even think about reaching the construction site, which was very troublesome. That time, prefabricated directly at your doorstep. Cool. At the same time, to take care of their compatriots, they can also go to the park to purchase supplies. Whether it is food or supplies, the price is the same as in China, and the categories are quite complete. Shocking. That time, the park was not that famous yet, but he saw such a huge steel company overseas taking root in the local area like nails. Rapid development. Not many people were optimistic about it, but they managed to survive, starting from various hardware, profiles, etc., and also undertook the tower supply contract for the United Power Grid Corporation of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, supplying nearly 10 surrounding countries. Extremely hot. Not long after the second phase of the steel plant was put into operation, city loans came again. Even with the North Africa Park included, the entire output was a bit insufficient. Alas, looking at the park, not far away. Domestic. What most people see is the glory of several other large listed companies in Tang Qing, and only a few can see the strength of other fields. Alright, that's right. Tang Qing succeeded in everything he did and was brilliant. The person in charge is very happy to be able to establish a station here this time, which completely saves him the troubles of life. What do you want to eat? What do you want to drink? What do you want to use? There are supermarkets here, and the canteen also has a variety of Chinese food at affordable prices. Compared to the previous residence where I had no friends, this place is simply great. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Capital. Airport. A large passenger plane landed slowly, bringing in workers who were continuing to work after the new year. The construction of new cities and Chinese enterprises has always been rapid. Therefore, the progress is very fast, far exceeding that of local construction companies. Then, even if the work was suspended for more than 10 or 20 days, the progress was still ahead of schedule after returning. This was also because the Myanmar Bank Group left enough profits from major enterprises. Otherwise, how can we afford a luxury charter flight so that workers from China can go home? They were very grateful. They had never met such a good client. They originally thought they would spend this year in Africa, but they never expected to go back. Happy. Get off the plane. The heat wave is coming, and everyone is still a little unaccustomed to it. We were still wearing down jackets when we boarded the plane from China, but when we got here, they immediately changed into short-sleeve clothes. What a contrast. In addition to those who came last year, there are also those who came just this year. After all, different construction stages have different demands for types of work, and they will not come all at once. Earthwork, base, main body, furnish. Wherever you go, you should recruit more current technical workers. I used to be quite afraid of coming here, but after hearing what the seniors said, I immediately changed my mind. Eat and drink. Law and order. Salary. All far exceeded expectations. This airport is really small. Come on. New people all have the same idea. Of course. It's definitely not comparable to that in China, but the new capital airport in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is about to be put into use. I saw their program before and the renderings are very good. Oh, the current capital airport in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is indeed a bit behind the pace. Just a few dozen miles away, the new capital airport is being built in full swing. And it was still built by a Chinese company. Out of the airport, get in the car. The newlyweds looked around, extremely curious. It's a little better than I thought. It can be seen that there are many construction sites in the city, and the roadside is not littered with garbage. On the contrary, it is very clean. Hear the words. Someone smiled. 3 years ago, if you had come here, you wouldn't have said that. The newly elected president of the Democratic Republic of the Congo is very courageous, and that's why you see what you see now. Do the math. In terms of potential, this country is among the best in Africa. In terms of power grid coverage, it is definitely the first in Africa, and the security has also changed greatly. Listen to the introduction. Soon, an outline emerged in the minds of the newlyweds. Suddenly, someone asked, "Do you think the largest labor export of Chinese construction companies in the future will be in Africa?" At this point in the conversation, more and more people feel that this may come true. The Myanmar Bank Group will lend Africa more than 200 billion Asian dollars a year regardless of the cost. And more, commodity, infrastructure. The scale is expanding unprecedentedly. Now, there's another project model called urban construction. Future. Maybe the company will be unable to finish the project in Africa, but they're looking forward to it because the Myanmar Bank Group is working on it. Conscience. Kulme. The money was given very promptly. Secondly, very generous. Come 3. The Myanmar Bank Group, as the manager, handles the relationship with the local people single-handedly and will not encounter the disgusting things that have been encountered in projects in Africa in the past. Knocking, blackmail, eat and get cards, as well as all kinds of unreasonable expenditures. People had their backs against big trees, and everything that hindered the project was dealt with by the other party, which moved the company to the point of crying. In the past, well, not easy, especially in a foreign country. By comparison, it is simply better now. Not long. Get out of town. Walking along a straight road to the construction site, the 70 to 80 billion Asian dollar project is still mainly low-rise buildings occupying a huge area. At a glance, the construction site seems endless. It's been half a year. The foundation and underground works have been completed long ago, and the progress is similar to that of Roy City in India. However, due to the different direction of the project, military achievements will be achieved earlier. Due to the expansion, Loy City has many high-rise buildings. Fewer here in the plan. Most of them are residential, entertainment, tourism, etc. Some of the fast buildings have entered the renovation stage. Half of the people who woke up this time were decorators. August. This small city will be officially delivered. Come on. After finishing this project, the next country should go directly to Nigeria. The newcomers were surprised. Just ask. It turns out that the company also has similar projects there. Due to the timing of fundraising, many projects are staggered. Therefore, the construction there has not yet reached the decoration stage. When the decoration here is almost complete, the other side will be ready. Seamless connection. Think about it. That's fine. Just in time to celebrate the new year this year. Will there be another project like this next year? The newcomer asked again. Yes. Last year, there were more than 10 urban construction projects in Africa alone, and our company has undertaken a small part of 6 projects. This year, in January and February, more countries joined. It seems that this type of project can last for several years. In fact, I really hope that it will continue like this, and that we will always have such a job. After listening, the newcomers couldn't help but sigh. What a big deal. One calculation. Even more shocked. The smallest projects raised by these cities are tens of billions, like those in India, which are 150 billion. The total number added up is very scary. Trillions. Depend on. My heart trembles just thinking about it. Although most of the money is not provided by the Myanmar Bank Group, it is their ability to raise funds. And as a manager, they are very good. Leverage such a large amount of capital. Close. If this happens, will the competition be fierce? The management side has been lenient in management fees. No. The old employee shook his head. These, generally, only when you arrive at the project site can you learn more about it. On the contrary, there is almost no competition. Previously, there were also capitals from Western countries who wanted to raise funds to build managed properties with the idea of making a huge profit from it. What a pity. They were scolded so badly that they had no choice but to reach out. There are also capitals from other countries who wanted to rectify the problems themselves, but there was very little response. It's difficult. First, it has to have enough credibility. Second, on the basis of the first, we must have enough strength to make people believe that this is benefiting the local area and benefiting everyone, rather than personal enrichment. Third, it is execution. General capital aggregation, just running in, is a problem, but the Myanmar Bank Group was bold and said directly, "Listen to me, don't beep. Look, without any strength, you can't play at all." Among them, there are also some countries that want to rectify it on their own, but firstly, they have no money, and secondly, the local people do not fully trust them, and finally they cease to exist. All of a sudden, the newcomers have a deeper understanding of this model, and they can't help but sigh that the Myanmar Bank Group has been able to achieve this in a few years. Really awesome. Could it be? Is this what its big African loan is for? It's really not a loss. Big rework after the holidays. Same. The Lantern Festival is over. On March 1st, Tang Qing also flew to Shanghai, and his uncle and aunt were also flying there. The day given by the organization was tomorrow. Therefore, set off today, no problem. It's not indecent at this level to pay a visit to the pier in advance. After all, to get to this point, who has no one behind you? And Qin Yugong was going to keep a low profile for a while. Seek stability. Noon. The plane arrived in Shanghai. Stayed for one night in Tang Qing's villa. The next day, Qin Yugong went to report and officially took up his new post. Looking at Qin Yugong, many people had strange looks in their eyes, mainly because of his resume, which was really shocking. 5.5 years, spanning 2 major levels and 5 minor levels. Calculate the average. Once a year. Depend on, what kind of background is this? So amazing. And they can be transferred from inland provinces all at once, which is huge. Of course, there are also a few people with a great background who know Qin Yugong. Suddenly, he showed his warmest smile. Welcome, welcome. From now on, if you have any questions, just ask me. Don't be polite. Enthusiastic. Quite enthusiastic. No way. Qin Yugong is very ordinary, but he has an extremely extraordinary nephew, the richest man in China, the second richest man in the world, and a business tycoon with assets of trillions. So, others immediately understood that this person probably had a big background. Otherwise, the person with a big background wouldn't be like this. Definitely a dragon crossing the river. Suddenly, I have a high opinion of Qin Yugong. Park. Just when Qin Yugong went to report, Tang Qing welcomed a group of people who were also old acquaintances and had met at the test base and test ship. Work safety. Come here, just to discuss the ordering matter of Tianpeng. 20. Delivery in October. Mr. Tang, I wonder if there are any problems. The visitor had a smile on his face, but there was still a bit of helplessness in his smile. Tianpeng was tested for the first time in December last year. The next day, 10 racks were sold. After C-test, many countries have expressed their desire to make reservations, and Australia is even more active, inviting them to go there to put out fires and test at the same time, and travel expenses are included. Later, place the order. Then, the department is a little embarrassed. As for the products of Huaxia Enterprises, I can't even be ranked among the top 3 orders. No, the new year has just turned. It was put on the agenda. Purchase. Must buy. 20 of them cost less than 1 billion after discounts. Compared with the purchase price in other countries, it is simply a good deal. Judging from the test, in Australia, the performance is indeed very stable. Take off. Landing. Put out the fire. Pump water. When fighting wildfires in Australia, the entire process was broadcast live, which showed great confidence. The aircraft was also very powerful, and there had never been any accidents. Quite awesome. Bought. Not a loss. Okay, we will definitely deliver the goods on time. Tang Qing smiled. I'm not too excited about selling 20 of them, but I'm very happy. This way, from now on, if you really encounter a large fire, the damage can be greatly reduced, and its strong mobility allows you to react very quickly if you are in a big city. Flying in the sky. It's always faster than on the ground, especially at the top. First, save time on setting up ladders. Second, among the new generation of pendant equipment, rescue designs in various environments have been added, which can be regarded as greatly expanding the use environment of Tianpeng. Anyway, all in order to reduce the loss of people and property. The next day, the two parties formally signed a purchase contract for 20 Tianpeng aircraft. Happy cooperation. Kaka. The reporters kept pressing the shutter. As the CEO of Qingyuan Technology, Luo Chong is the representative, although the contract is less than 1 billion and the profit is very low. But this represents the first large-scale technology product of Qingyuan Technology, which is of great significance. Whether it is a mobile phone or a computer, it has previously been a technology integrator. But it was his own skills that kept the smile on his face. Outside world, after hearing the news, there was a lot of enthusiasm. Great, I finally placed an order. That's great. You definitely won't lose money if you buy this. In the past 2 months, Australia's wildfires have been extinguished and are in full swing. Since it was a live broadcast and traffic push, more than tens of millions of people saw it. Therefore, many people are shocked by its efficient fire extinguishing performance. How much does one cost? I didn't say. Whatever, it's definitely cheaper than the ones sold to foreign countries. That's right. I think we should develop some pendant versions for different firefighting scenarios, especially urban firefighting, which is faster than fire trucks. I agree. I particularly like this pendant mode. You don't have to stick to a single purpose. If you want to switch functions, you could just change a pendant. Genius design. That's when. Official website. Updated. Wow. Look at the official website of Qingyuan Technology, Tianpeng column. What? Awesome. Awesome. Really efficient. Originally, there are Tianpeng functional videos on it, but not many, mainly application animations for various scenarios. Today, the paginated recommendations have been directly changed. Click to open. Is a new video. The same spiral body, but the hanger below is different. If you look closely, you can see that it is specially designed for fire extinguishing in urban high-rise buildings. Put out the fire. Rescue. Harm control. Trinity. Finished reading. Many people are excited. Damn, this efficiency is amazing. It takes only a few minutes to reach the place. There is also a horizontal ladder that can rescue people trapped in high-rise buildings. The flame retardant is also very powerful. At this time, most people are excited. However, some people twitched at the corners of their mouths and muttered, "They want me to buy it again, but it's really expensive." If one city in the country had one, it would cost a lot of money. Certainly, I have to admit that the new widget is very powerful. Although it is only an animation and I have not seen the test, you can see the display effects of other animations of Qingyuan Technology. There should be no exaggeration. Park. Tang Qing squinted his eyes and smiled. If possible, he would like to have one city at a time, but just thinking about it, he didn't have much hope. After all, many special fires, like major mountain fires, are not easy to encounter. General fire trucks are enough to deal with them, and at most a few are deployed in several big cities. Therefore, the main purpose of developing the second generation is to enrich product uses. In addition to Tianpeng's good start to the year, constant temperature materials are also experiencing growth. Now, after more than half a year of testing, military, work safety, it has been determined that this thing is very effective and will not cause harm to people. It is very necessary to have such a set when attending work and training. Then, after argumentation and discussion, both parties decide. Purchase. Not much. 2 sets per person. Let's see the reaction first. The main reason is that it is still a bit expensive. Even if Tang Qing gives a discount, the inner and outer sets will cost more than 3,000. First batch. I place an order of 1.2 billion renminbi. Quite a feat, but Tang Qing is still very calm. 102 billion yuan is not a big number. And this is just the beginning. Don't forget, there are also foreign countries, such as Myanmar. The order will not be less than this. Soldier. Law and order. Sanitation. Work clothes. Through administrative means, Myanmar has begun to popularize it on a large scale. For example, under the Myanmar Bank Group, millions of employees have been issued work uniforms. It's just a big number. Also, through lobbying by warriors all over the world and being added to the commodity loan catalog, the market demand has been brought about, as well as the original civilian consumption. Annual sales exceeding 100 billion yuan is just a small thing. No, there are large clothing companies in Europe and the United States that come to discuss cooperation and supply materials here. They are responsible for lobbying to let the military and police of European and American countries purchase. Both parties make money together. To this, Tang Qing was naturally happy, but it saved the soldiers from having to fight. 2 days later, Beijing, an official document was suddenly released. The content is very long, but it can be summarized in a few sentences. From now on, Alzheimer's disease treatment drugs from Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group will be allowed to enter the Chinese market. The first batch of pilot hospitals will be selected in Beijing for a period of 2 months. After 2 months, if the clinical efficacy is significant, it will be promoted nationwide. At the same time, Alzheimer's disease will be included in the medical insurance from April 1st. As soon as the news came out, it was on the hot search headlines. Take a look. Many people were excited. It's great. After waiting for several months, we finally have hope for the light. Happy. Good news for critically ill patients. Nationwide, various related groups rushed to repost it, and everyone was excited. Especially families with seriously ill patients rarely have the conditions to send people to Myanmar. The distance is too far. Airplane. Can't sit down. Boat. Even worse. Most people can only travel by land, but the exhaustion along the way can be too much for the body of a severely ill patient. If there is an accident, you must not regret it. Therefore, everyone is looking forward to it. Now, finally come. Although Beijing is a bit far away, as we said, if there are no clinical problems in 2 months, it will be promoted nationwide, and there is no need to travel far. Therefore, patients outside the capital can wait for at most 2 more months. As long as nothing happens to the patient in these 2 months, he will be close to walking to the ground, which is gratifying. Subsequently, traffic on the official website of the Ministry of Health has skyrocketed. A large number of patients' families have begun to make reservations, and major pilot hospitals have begun to empty beds to prepare for severe cases. Early days. Midterm. These 2 types of patients do not require hospitalization. Therefore, there are many open reservation places. Due to the city's accommodation problem, the total reservation places are limited, but the accommodation capacity of all hotels in Beijing is very strong. Also, homestay, rental property, relative. When all are used, it is many times more than Yangon New City. The number of patients it can admit is staggering. The biggest constraint is the supply of medicine from Myanmar. Good thing. Don't worry about this. They have been stocking up during the clinical period. Up to now, the reserves are amazing and fully sufficient to meet China's needs. Beijing, a research institute. Okay. Shi Zilian said a few things about the introduction of drugs. As a patient, this is a great thing. As a pharmaceutical scientist, I am also very happy. In this way, more people will get rid of the disease and regain their lives. But when he thought about the drug purchase price, his face twitched. Expensive? No. The cost of a single treatment is certainly not expensive. But after calculating the total amount, it is not a small figure. The first batch of drug imports amounted to 60 billion yuan. Oh my gosh. 100 million. It's not 10,000. In 10 years, this is definitely a huge number. Do the math. These medicines are enough for about 1.5 million patients, and the treatment cost for a single patient is 30,000 to 40,000, minus the reimbursement for medical insurance. A personal contribution of 10,000 renminbi to 20,000 renminbi is enough. All right, conscience. This price is absolutely conscience compared to those vampire-like European and American pharmaceutical companies. If only those companies had such technology. 100,000. Maybe it can only be cured in the early stage. 200,000. Midterm. 1 million. Late stage. This is absolutely not an exaggeration, because European and American pharmaceutical companies can lobby the United States and other authorities to bear the cost and make a lot of money from it. So, Shirzai doesn't think the price is a pitfall, and people should be content. Just this day, Beijing. Hotels near various pilot hospitals were fully booked. Since this treatment plus observation lasted for nearly a month, even rental houses became popular. After all, compared to staying in a hotel, renting a house is obviously more cost-effective. Then, as demand increases, rents will naturally rise, but there is a limit. After all, there are not so many people who take advantage of them. In the early and midterm, most people have the ability to act. As feet, if you live further away, you could take a ride. Just like cancer treatment, you need to go to the hospital every day. If you're seriously ill and unable to move, you will be hospitalized in major hospitals. In the past, there are very few empty beds in these hospitals, and there are too many patients coming here. But there has been a fundamental change. Cancer, leukemia. In addition, a large number of operations no longer require hospitalization, and the medical level is the same across the country, which has greatly diverted patients, and even empty beds have begun to appear on the entire floor. It is definitely a spectacle that has not been seen in decades. For media. Now, it's also lively. USA. When can we introduce it? My father has been in a nursing home for 3 years and cannot be transported to Myanmar. If he is not treated, he will die. Same. Strongly request that we introduce it as soon as possible. Yes. A large number of patients' family members shouted. Previously, if you have cancer, you can still fly to Myanmar for treatment. I have tolerated the fact that the original transcription solution has not been introduced, but it is different now. People can't get through. No cure. It's true that people will die. In the past few months, more than 1,000 patients with late-stage Alzheimer's disease have died in the United States, and many family members have already made trouble. After all, his family members could have lived, and some even expected to eat together, chat together, and reminisce about the past together again, but now they are gone. Therefore, it's almost too much to accept. Protest. It's better to introduce it next week, otherwise more people will die. Introduce. Introduce. Demonstrators began to appear on the streets of some cities, and a considerable crowd began to gather outside the White House in Washington, all with the same purpose. Introducing Alzheimer's treatment drugs. Or, plans were arranged to send people there for treatment, and some humanitarian organizations were also shouting that the rights of those lying on the bed could not be ignored. There was a lot of excitement. Europe. The same is true. There are many people marching, and it is the same reason. This disease can wait for a while in the early and middle stages, but there is not much time in the late stages. Months. Enough to bring thousands of people to see God. Now, major European and American pharmaceutical companies feel as uncomfortable as eating siang. Congested. Depressed. I really want to hit someone. In the past few months, they have been paying attention, hoping that some medical accident will occur so that they can try to block the introduction. However, facts have proved that they thought too much. So far, no adverse reactions have occurred in the cured patients, especially many severely ill patients who have got out of bed. It's in the news every day. Today. 3. Tomorrow. 5. The day after tomorrow. More than a dozen. It struck their nerves again and again. People who could not take care of themselves and had been paralyzed for many years could actually think quickly. Say, chat, talking and laughing. Depend on, can your medicine be less effective? Shed. Fake. Damn it. In the office, they didn't know how many times they cursed these words. They were so angry. How much money they have been cut off just for that little profit. This medicine, if they were to run it, the money they would make would be more than 10 times what Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group makes now, or even more. They wanted to find that company. Say, 3 times. No, 5 times the current price. Just sell it to me, and we will make a fortune together. The nearly $10 billion of Chinese purchase orders in the news seem very close to home. However, in their opinion, Chinese cabbage, half a giveaway, bargain sale. If they are asked to come, they will sell at least $50 billion, nearly 400 billion yuan, and now it is only 600. Although the medicine is not my own, I feel distressed. The more I think about it, the more distressed I feel. What a waste of natural resources. What a waste of natural resources. Other side, USA, Washington, White House. Faced with the demands of the people, the president, who has already taken healthcare reform as a major direction during his term of office after taking office for more than a year, is already laughing in his heart. This was almost unimaginable before. Without it, capital. The pharmaceutical giants are so powerful that it would undoubtedly be uncomfortable to touch their cheese. But things are different now. Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group has broken the pattern. First, transcription stock solution. The medical subsidies for cancer, leukemia, and other diseases have been greatly reduced, which is a blessing from the sky. He was also worried that the consortium would not take action. However, the fact is, the financial groups enjoyed watching it. All right, although he didn't understand it, it was in line with his wishes. This time, the advent of a treatment for Alzheimer's disease is another great thing that came from heaven. In this way, you can also save a lot of money. I think we should comply with public opinion and go on the market with a franchise. What do you think? Okay. His cabinet members are naturally supportive. Public opinion is overwhelming. And more importantly, the pharmaceutical giants seem to have given up resistance. No lobbying. Don't stop. No petty tricks. Therefore, that's why they are so consistent, but they're also worried. To this, someone immediately thought of a way. It doesn't matter. Before treatment, you can sign a liability exemption agreement with his family. You bear the risk at your own risk. We don't care. Moreover, it is only recommended for severe patients. For early and mid-stage patients, we do not advocate the use of licensed therapeutic drugs. After hearing this, everyone nodded. This matter. They don't want to cause any embarrassment. Those pharmaceutical giants are now in peace, but God knows if they are plotting something, so they can't take it lightly. Those currently protesting are mainly family members of critically ill patients. Anyway, it's better to be cautious. 3 days later, news came out from Washington that the authorities had unanimously decided to license the introduction of Alzheimer's disease treatment drugs to treat severe patients. Moment. Public opinion is hotly debated. Severe disease? What about mild disease? Someone asked. Immediately, someone will answer. Of course I will go to Myanmar in person. Obviously, the White House is not prepared to take too many responsibilities. The listing of licensed drugs is inherently risky. What a thief. Very White House. Yes, after all, Myanmar. Nowadays, it can be regarded as a world-class tourist destination, and most of the patients are elderly. When they are old, they can go out for a walk, see things, and get cured by the way. Good. Therefore, they're satisfied. Okay, let's go to Myanmar and see what a magical country it is, as well as China. I have never been to Asia in my life. Let's take a trip. Indeed. No, I have to book a ticket quickly, otherwise I have to go in the second half of the year. For a moment, many people who were waiting and watching saw that the drugs introduced under license were not available for early and midterm use, so they immediately went to the official website of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group to make an appointment. Then, book flights and hotels based on the scheduled date. Europe, some countries. 2 days later, similar licenses began to be issued one after another, and only local treatment for severe cases was allowed. At first glance, everyone was used to it, and it was okay. Take a trip. Not bad either. At the same time, more countries followed. Europe and the United States introduced it, but they were still carrying it, which was obviously not suitable. Among them, a considerable number of them were fully imported. Early days, midterm, late stage. They can all be treated locally. Most of them are in African countries. Firstly, as the sponsor, they have to give face. Secondly, they actually have no other choice. I'm already poor, so I want to live in poverty. Air tickets, food and accommodation, medicine, consumption. These 4 big chunks allow them to spend a lot of foreign exchange reserves. Simply importing them directly saves 3 of them. If you save them, you'll make money. No way. Poverty. You have to tighten your belt and get by. That's all. 2 weeks. More than 80 countries and regions around the world have licensed Alzheimer's treatment drugs to enter their territories to treat severe patients. That's the order. 300, 500, 1,000, 1,005. By mid-March, the orders received by Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group exceeded 180 billion yuan, heading towards $30 billion US. This number is the envy of others. But European and American pharmaceutical giants are no longer just bleeding, but bleeding profusely. It is also because of this that the shares of Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group began to rise sharply. 2 weeks, 30%. On the basis of its considerable market value, it is already very good. Then, many investors in China are excited. Haha, I made another profit. It's great. This company really didn't disappoint me. I was worried before that the original transcription solution would be the end, but I didn't expect that they would have such a backup plan. Brilliant. Envy. Oh, it was sold too early. Excited. Envious. Sigh. Various emotions came and went, and the Burmese stock market traded. Many people made a lot of money. Of course, there were also many people who felt that the price was high and left the market. Now, can't help but regret. After calculation, the Myanmar stock market is stable. It has been rising steadily since the day it was born, and it is not mainly based on the operation of bookmakers, but the expression of value. At the beginning, if I entered the market when the market opened, I would have gone in for 1 million, and now I have at least 6 million out. Alas, if I had known better, I would not have sold it. It is a sure profit to hold it for a long time. Looking at the surge in Myanmar stocks. Look back. Looking at the A-share market, which is still salty, they have complicated expressions. For several years, after diving, it has been ups and downs and has been hovering around 3,000 points. Just can't get out of the water. Fly? It can only be said that it is far away. Have no choice. When can we really get up? This question asked. Oh, the excitement is here. Experts and stock market tycoons jump out one after another, and some may reverse next year or the second half of the year, or even next month. However, see too much, heard too much. I just want to slap them in the face and talk nonsense. It is simply disgusting and unreliable. I treat them like fools and fool them here and there. Mate, it's unpleasant to think about. How long do you think this market will last? Don't say a month. I agree. I think it can last for 3 months, and it will rise by another 20%. I will be happy. While everyone was discussing how long this market would last, a piece of news was announced, which made them stunned. 10-year shares are on sale. What a sell. Oasis Plus Concoction. Wow, I almost forgot. There's another one. Add more positions. This year the prepared liquid will definitely sell more, and the Oasis should still be sold out. Everyone was excited. Just last year, the total sales of these two items was close to 2 trillion yuan, which was larger than the orders of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. Moment. The market is bustling again. Buy. I have to get a ride. Scrambling to be the first. Purchase. Many people were foresight and bought early. Looking at the rising prices, they felt happy. Sales in the trillions will definitely be achieved this year. Only 20,000? 30,000? It's unknown. It depends on a modulation solution. The annual total of 100,000 square kilometers of Oasis remains unchanged, and the modulation solution last year was 500 billion Asian dollars. This year, 8,000 or 10,000. Forecast, the minimum share is 800 billion. Less than that. That's right. I think 1 trillion is possible. After all, it targets the global food market and is consumed every day. It is much more versatile than Oasis. The ingredients are bulky. Eat once. It's hard to forget, and it's not hard to imagine how big the global market is. Vegetable, fruit, food, as well as the demand for the use of various byproducts. It can be said that it is absolutely simple to sell out the 1 trillion prepared liquid this year. Then, countless people watched eagerly. March 18th, Myanmar. Xi'an City. The annual share sale conference has officially begun. Compared with last year, the number of countries participating this year is similar, but the number of companies has increased many times. Previously, The purchasers of Oasis are usually single, mostly from the state. But the demand side of the prepared liquid can be connected with almost all upstream and downstream enterprises in the global food industry chain, so the uses should not be too broad. Therefore, companies coming here can't help but worry that they won't be able to buy it. In the crowd, the chairman of Matai went to the scene in person. Fruit wine has reshuffled the global alcohol industry. Matai's status is completely defeated in the face of mass-produced fruit wine. It has no choice but to say it tastes good, and it can also cure addiction. Therefore, among the people, fruit wine overshadows white wines such as Matai and Wuliangye. People like to give fruit wine to people in business receptions and gift-giving. Delicious. Keep in good health. Have a face. Then, Matai has also changed. When the prepared liquid came out, they bought a batch, personally grew the raw materials, and then used it to make wine. The taste was amazing. A new world has opened. Therefore, they were determined to get enough of it, because they knew that brewing wine with prepared and cultivated raw materials was the real future. Rejected. It is. Self-destruction. Not far. The chairman of Wuliangye was also there. He looked around and was speechless. At a glance, he saw many colleagues, some domestic and some foreign. Liquor, wine, beer. Almost all the major giants from around the world are here. The wine sold by these companies in a year adds up to an extremely huge number, and the competition is fierce. It seems. You must not be slow when you wait. Same. Other colleagues in the industry also had their hearts beating fast. It was once a year. They couldn't buy it in advance, let alone accept reservations, and they wouldn't sell it after it was late. They were quite arrogant. But these are other people's rules, so you have to abide by them. Actually, the most nervous ones are not the wine giants like them, but the agricultural companies. Relatively speaking, their overall strength is not as strong as those selling wine. Lower your head. Looking at the quote machine, my hands were a little sweaty. It's so lively. Front row. Among the representatives from China, Sun Jiang also accompanied him. Looking back on the first time, there were not so many people, but the second time, there was a prepared liquid, which more than doubled. Today, the prepared solution has proven efficacy. It's almost overcrowded. If it weren't for the admission system that controls the number of people, there would probably be even more people. To my heart, I'm quite envious because it means money. It is an order in trillions. Chatting. The appointed time soon arrived. Tap. The first person to take the stage was the chairman of the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company. Seeing him take the stage, the voices in the audience immediately stopped and looked at that person. Hello, everyone. Welcome to all of you. A speech. Subsequently, get to the point directly. It's still the same as last year. The demander can place an order directly through the tablet in his hand, and the order will appear on the projection screen behind me. It's sold out. Please be prepared. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Start. The words fell. Many people who had already filled out their orders immediately clicked submit. Almost instantly, their names appeared on the empty screen, almost as if it was refreshing. Arranged by order quantity. Big deal. As expected of the OVE Foundation. The first place is the OVE Foundation. Last year, it was more than $36 billion. This year was less, only $33 billion, but it was still a lot. Second, Qatar. Everyone knows this. Last year, there was news that Qatar, an Arab country that made its fortune from oil, was preparing to turn all the deserts in the country into oases. Thieves have money. This time, just do it all at once and spend $21.5 billion. Shocking. Many people who buy liquid preparations can't help but feel warm when they see an order worth tens of billions of dollars in front of them. Such a scene is the only one in the world. Third, Saudi Arabia. It is not surprising to everyone that this Arab world boss is extremely rich, but this time he was surpassed by Qatar. I don't know how he feels. Fourth, UAE. $17 billion. Upper right corner. The total area of 100,000 square kilometers is decreasing rapidly. 90,000, 80,000, 70,000, 50,000, Everyone also discovered that many North African countries and Central African countries with a lot of deserts placed large orders. When they looked at the label, they found that it was not cash, but a loan. Previously, loans in Myanmar are divided into 3 categories: merchandise, project, special. Commodity loans are mainly for general commodity trading. Project, as the name suggests, is engineering. For special items, they are oasis, filter solution, water purifier, preparation solution, etc. envious. Pity. These 3 loans are not open to individuals and businesses, but are only open to the state.